Chapter 1 Official Live Broadcast The Forbidden Zone Expedition. Attention, residents of Xia Nation. Due to the increasing number of outdoor adventurers in recent years, many have turned their gaze toward perilous forbidden zones, leading to numerous tragic incidents where residents have vanished without a trace, losing their lives. In order to prevent further explorations into these dangerous areas, the Xia Nation authorities have convened and decided to dispatch a professional team. Through a live broadcast, they aim to provide an immersive experience of the perils of the forbidden zones, urging everyone to cherish life and steer clear of these treacherous locales. Now, this team has assembled, and I shall unveil the enigmatic identities of this elite group. They comprise the battle-hardened warrior, Raymond the exquisite physician, Han Xiaoying the premier survival expert, Wang Banyue the ancient martial arts heir, Zhao Yunying and the renowned leader of the Thieves Guild, Jiang Bai. Let's extend a warm welcome to them. Additionally, we have two special guests, the popular actresses Lu Yin and Bai Lu. Let's also welcome their presence. In the makeshift studio, lights and cameras converged upon the seven figures. They were seated on 7 stools, some bearing serious expressions, others smiling at the camera, while a few remained silent with stoic faces. Amidst them, Jiang Bai sat, his demeanor one of bewilderment. Moments ago, he had awakened memories from his past life, uncovering his identity in this realm and the precarious situation he now faced. This world was far more expansive than his previous existence. Within it lay numerous unknown forbidden zones, and the technological and living standards were markedly advanced compared to his former life. Having lived in comfort for so long, the residents of this world had developed an insatiable appetite for thrill-seeking and outdoor adventures. Over the years, some seasoned adventurers grew discontent with mundane explorations, setting their sights on the various forbidden zones. Despite the Xia Nation's repeated declarations warning of the dangers and prohibiting entry into these areas, such admonitions failed to quell the fervor of those intrepid explorers. They surged forth, undeterred by the specter of death, leaving behind only remnants of their existence. Consequently, the Xia Nation authorities deemed it more prudent to guide rather than restrict. Since no one heeded their warnings, they would select a cadre of elite talents to form an expedition team, broadcasting the dangers of the Forbidden Zones live for all citizens to witness. And he was among those chosen elite, the leader of the Thieves Guild. Reflecting on his identity, Jiang Bai couldn't help but indulge in a wry smile. Indeed, he was the leader of the Thieves Guild, yet the guild had long since declined, now reduced to a mere shell of its former self. By the time the guild reached him, all that remained were the illustrious 4 characters Thieves Guild leader and his solitary command. Not a single fundamental skill or code of conduct had been passed down. This situation was akin to tracing back through generations of surnames. In Xia Nation, every family once had noble ties. But what did that matter now? Were they not all mere cattle and horses? Jiang Bai found it incomprehensible why he had so impulsively revealed his identity as the Thieves Guild leader to the authorities and volunteered for this mission. Moreover, the authorities had readily agreed without hesitation. The Forbidden Zone, it was a place known for devouring lives without a trace. How many seasoned adventurers had entered only to never return? With his slight frame and meager muscles, how could he dare to register for such an expedition? Wasn't that a guaranteed path to doom? Though he might feel like a mere beast now, surely being a beast was preferable to courting death. Had takeout lost its appeal, or had cola lost its sweetness, or perhaps the neighbor's alluring sister no longer captivated? Frustrating. Truly maddening. Ding! The system has detected that the host has joined the live broadcast expedition into the Forbidden Zone organized by the Xia Nation authorities. The expedition system is now initializing. Initialization successful. The novice gift pack is being distributed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ancient deity bloodline of Luais. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the agility and physical prowess of a master. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Dragonbone Celestial Blade. Luais, one of the ancient primordial deities, formed from the very first strand of lightning in existence, possessing a dragon's body and a human head. Its bloodline can vanquish demons, extinguish gods, ward off evil, and protect against all toxins. Dragonbone Celestial Blade, allegedly forged from dragon bones, capable of slicing through steel as if it were mud, cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Any malevolent entities or creatures bearing tough armor would be rendered as fragile as tofu before it. This blade is said to possess eerie powers, capable of capturing the very souls of the living. System. It's the system. The sudden voice resonating in his mind transformed Jiang Bei's previously bitter expression into one of exhilaration. As a transmigrant, he understood just how remarkable the existence of a system could be. Without a doubt, he was now assured of success in this expedition. Do you accept the novice gift pack? Yes. Those who decline are fools. Jiang Bei silently reiterated in his mind. Boom! As his voice echoed, an immense wave of energy surged through his meridians like a torrential tide, rapidly transforming his body at an astonishing pace. Jiang Bei felt enveloped by a formidable force. His previously frail limbs gradually became robust and powerful under the influence of this energy. Though the changes were not overtly visible beneath his clothing, lacking the exaggerated physique of a fitness trainer, he was nonetheless sculpted enough to appear lean in clothes while revealing toned muscles when undraped. Upon his chest, streams of warmth flowed like a spirited brush, slowly tracing the contours of a mysterious and grand Luai's tattoo. The transformation was fleeting, and once complete, Jiang Bei's face radiated with impatience. He was eager to venture into the Forbidden Zone. Simultaneously, the great blade he bore, wrapped in black cloth, underwent a transformation into the Dragonbone Celestial Blade. The Novice Gift Pack has been fully distributed. The host is encouraged to promptly explore the forbidden zones of this realm. The higher the exploration degree, the more exploration points will be earned. Additionally, slaying the malevolent entities within the forbidden zones will also yield exploration points. These points can be exchanged for items with the system. A golden list materialized before Jiang Bei's eyes. Holy Beast Azure Dragon Bloodline, worth 9,999,999 exploration points. Holy Beast Qilin Bloodline, worth 9,999,999 exploration points. Ancient Golden Crow Bloodline, worth 9,999,999 exploration points. Fonchio Finger, worth 10,000 exploration points. Kueishing Kicking Star, worth 10,000 exploration points. Corpse Whisper, worth 8,000 exploration points. Magan Talisman. The list contained an array of items, yet Jiang Bei's attention was diverted as a female host approached them with a microphone. At that moment, he began to scrutinize his 6 companions more closely. Raymond was a robust soldier, his demeanor resolute, skin bronzed, and eyes filled with determination. Having enlisted at 18, he was now 38, with a storied history of completing countless missions in the Middle East, a true king among special forces, and a captain of their expedition team. Beside Raymond sat the stunning physician, Han Xiaoying, appearing to be in her late 20s, standing just over 1.7 meters tall. Her beauty was striking, and her figure was voluptuous, embodying the image of a mature woman. Next to Han Xiaoying was the survival expert, Wang Banyue, who was not as overweight as one might expect, only slightly exceeding the average in girth. Then there was the ancient martial arts heir, Zhao Yunying, clad in a tight black outfit, her ponytail tied high, and a long spear slung across her back. Her face bore an icy demeanor. It was said that Zhao Yunying's ancestors were the renowned generals of the Five Tigers, with the legendary Zhao Yun among them. Lastly, there were the 2 actresses, Lu Yin and Bai Lu. Their presence was entirely unexpected. Originally, the expedition was not intended to include any celebrities. However, due to the 5 participants being unremarkable amateurs, taciturn, and lacking understanding of the program's dynamics, the authorities, concerned about the broadcast becoming as dull as the Spring Festival Gala, decided to introduce 2 actresses to enhance the show's appeal. They were to create an engaging atmosphere and provide commentary for the audience, simultaneously showcasing the peril ordinary individuals face when entering the forbidden zones. He couldn't shake the suspicion that Bai Lu and Lu Yin were mere pawns in a larger scheme, perhaps even marked for elimination by those in power. Chapter 2. The First Stop, Ping Shan. Zhao Yunying, referring to the image, approached Captain Raymond. I would like to inquire about your confidence regarding this expedition into the Forbidden Zone. S. Jiang Bai surveyed the crowd. The female host had already approached Raymond with a microphone, her face adorned with a professional smile. Raymond rose from his seat, his expression stern as he nodded. Of course, the task assigned to me by the organization. Regardless of the challenges it presents, I shall find a way to accomplish MY team, and I will not disappoint the organization's expectations, nor will we fail the public's hopes. Thank you for your response. Captain Raymond. The female host, satisfied with his answer, proceeded to interview Jiang Bai and his companions in turn. She then approached Bai Lu and Lu Yin. As a female star, you have never participated in such activities. Do you have confidence in this operation? Absolutely, Bai Lu and Lu Yin replied, their smiles sweet and reassuring. Meanwhile, major platforms were live-streaming the situation of Jiang Bai and his 7 companions, pinning their broadcast to the top. Given that this was an official event, the viewership had already soared to over 10 million and was rapidly increasing. The barrage of comments flowed like a meteor shower across the screen. Oh my gosh, I see my beloved Yunai, the fair-skinned Meng Yin. I had heard that my Lu would participate in this program. I adore her. Look, it's Yanzi, my Yanzi. How could I possibly live without you? Yanzi, stop being infatuated upstairs. The stars you speak of are merely here for a cameo. Have you not noticed the identities of the 5 in front? A battle-hardened Special Forces king, a 28-year-old medical doctor, a top wilderness survival expert, an ancient martial arts heir, and the leader of the Thieves Guild. These 5 constitute the true celestial lineup. Oh, how I adore Han Xiaoying. Her figure, her looks, her charm. She's simply my dream sister. Especially those long legs. If she could treat me just once, allowing me to live an extra 30 years, I would gladly accept. That soldier is so robust. Upon seeing Captain Raymond's muscles, I suddenly found my husband less appealing. Dear, if I call out Captain Raymond's name at night, you wouldn't mind, would you? North of the Yellow River, Yun Ying is the fairest. That icy demeanor, that valiant appearance. It has utterly captured my heart. If possible, I would trade my brother's lifelong impotence for just one smile from her. Jiang Bai is also quite handsome. Isn't. He is practically the epitome of a charming gentleman, my ideal father figure. Moreover, he has achieved such prominence at a young age, being the leader of the Thieves Guild, that there truly no one paying attention to Wang Banyue. As these comments surged, the screen cleared. Upstairs, Wang Banyue is left for you. Return Jiang Bai to me. I want Raymond. The viewers in the live stream were ecstatic. Outside the studio, a helicopter descended slowly. Raymond glanced at the time and stood up. Team members, the time has come. We must depart. All right. Jiang Bai and the other 6 rose simultaneously, strapping on their already prepared backpacks and weapons as they walked toward the helicopter. This mission differed from ordinary operations due to its official nature. They could not only bring their own gear, but could also request supplies from the organization. The organization proved generous, as long as the requests were reasonable and did not involve prohibited items or lethal weaponry. They would be accommodated. For instance, Raymond was equipped with specialized weapons for Special Forces missions, firearms and grenades. Han Xiaoying's suitcase contained adrenaline, anesthetics, serums, and other medical supplies that were difficult to procure outside. As for Jiang Bai's backpack, he cast a glance back at it and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was filled entirely with food. Naturally, to allow the viewers to experience the genuine dangers of the Forbidden Zone. Once they reached the site, the organization would not provide any assistance, barring unforeseen circumstances. Buzzing filled the air as the 7 boarded the helicopter, which gradually ascended. The adventure had begun. Finally, anticipation swelled for their explorative journey. Prayers were offered, hoping that my Bai Meng Yan would return safely. The Forbidden Zone, that was the territory of my Menggu. He would surely be fierce. Various live streams featured a flurry of anxious comments. Meanwhile, on the plain, after Jiang Bai and his companions settled in, a small white sphere floated above them, taking over the role of the camera. This was the latest invention of the Summer Kingdom's military. The Sprite Ball.it was an artificial intelligence equipped with 3,600 lenses, capable of live streaming in a full 360-degree view, seamlessly switching angles to present the most captivating moments. The female host, seeing that the 7 had taken their seats, walked toward them in her high heels. Ladies and gentlemen, The first stop of your expedition has been revealed. You are to venture into the forbidden zone of Pingshan in Shaanxi since ancient times. Shaanxi has been shrouded in mystery, renowned for its famous corpse drivers and the art of gu. Alongside numerous legends and tales, the region is characterized by rolling mountains and intersecting rivers, picturesque yet perilous. The Pingshan you are to visit lies amidst the mountains of Shaanxi, desolate and often enveloped in toxic mists, where no birds dare to fly. Even an aircraft passing overhead struggles to discern Pingshan's true visage. It is home to various unknown toxins, including venomous creatures that can deliver a fatal bite. According to official data, over the past 3 years, a staggering 786 adventurers have perished in Pingshan, with an additional 321 cases remaining uncertain. Furthermore, the danger level of Pingshan ranks 8th among all forbidden zones in our country. The female host paused for a moment, glancing at the crowd before continuing. Ladies and gentlemen, we estimate to reach the periphery of the Pingshan Forbidden Zone by 1 p.m. You have 2 hours remaining to change your equipment. After 2 hours, I can only wish you good fortune. Pingshan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin and Bai Lu turned pale, and even Raymond's brow furrowed. He had never feared wilderness survival or exploration. As a Special Forces king, he held absolute confidence in his ability to endure such environments. What truly terrified him were toxins, something every explorer dreaded, especially those that were unknown, and one could guarantee the potency of the toxins they might encounter. Only Jiang Bai remained composed, possessing the bloodline of Lei Zhe. He was virtually immune to toxins and thus unperturbed. However, he was now pondering whether the emergence of Pingshan was a coincidence or an unfortunate twist of fate, reminiscent of a certain book he had read in his past life. Oh my heavens! Is the organization truly so reckless? Pingshan is notorious as the land of 1,000 poisons, where even birds refuse to soar above. This is madness. Are they not sending us to our doom? Even if it is an expedition to various forbidden zones, there is no need to start with one as formidable as Pingshan. Alas, my Han Xiaoying, my Zhao Yunying, my Bai Lu, my Yin Zi, they may not return from this. Mengo, my Mengo. Chapter 3. Ready for departure, Sister Lu Yin. Do you think we will die? Bai Lu inquired, drawing closer to Lu Yin, her apprehension palpable. She was frightened of death that I cannot say. Lu Yin replied, shaking her head sadly, her gaze drifting to the front where Raymond Saturday, just moments ago, she had contemplated withdrawing. But could she truly back out? This was an official operation, not something one could join or leave at will. Long before their departure, they had signed a life and death agreement with the organization. In the organization's own words, life and death are dictated by fate. Wealth and honor are dictated by heaven. To succeed is to gain immense fortune. To fail is to perish. Her age. Over 30, she had lingered in the entertainment industry at a mediocre level, lacking any standout works to her name. If she did not ascend soon, she would fade into obscurity within a few years. Thus, when she saw the announcement of the official expedition to the Forbidden Zone, she immediately chose to sign up. She was desperate to prove herself. She was gambling, betting that she could survive the Forbidden Zone. If she returned alive, backed by the powerful organization, she would surely rise to stardom. That if she did not emerge, then at least she would die trying. Surely, she would come back alive. Lu Yin gazed at Raymond and the other 5, a glimmer of hope igniting in her heart. This moment. Having moved past their initial concerns, Raymond swiftly adjusted his mindset. He stood up, surveying everyone present before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, while I am unaware of the supplies you have all brought, the journey to Pingshan is fraught with peril, and I hope you will heed my advice. Firstly, do not carry anything unrelated to this expedition. Prioritize water and food. Secondly, I recommend that everyone, like myself, request a set of Special Forces combat uniforms from the organization. They will protect your lives in critical moments. Thirdly, avoid bringing items with strong odors, as they may attract the wild beasts of the Forbidden Zone. Lastly, ensure that you carry supplies in accordance with your physical stamina. Those with greater endurance may carry more, while those less fit should carry less. Or not be greedy. Avoid the risk of being unable to carry your load or becoming breathless after just a few steps. Of course, if you're uncertain about what supplies to bring, I am more than willing to assist you in selecting them. Additionally, we are a team, And for our upcoming expedition, I hope everyone can unite and refrain from internal conflicts or displaying individual arrogance. Raymond's gaze primarily fell upon Lu Yin and Bai Lu. The two young women nodded obediently. Very well. Let's begin changing our equipment. Raymond was the first to leave his spot, striding toward the female host ahead. Lu Yin and Bai Lu followed closely behind. The interior of the helicopter was not spacious. Aside from the seats for the 7 of them, there remained only the host and a heap of equipment. Raymond approached the gear, meticulously selecting supplies. His main focus was on Lu Yin and Bai Lu, as he had no need to worry about the other 4. Han Xiaoying, being a physician, undoubtedly carried medical supplies. Wang Banu, the plump one, was an expert in wilderness survival and would choose his own provisions. Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying appeared to be seasoned professionals, requiring no oversight from him. Only Lu Yin and Bai Lu were novices, necessitating his careful attention. Aren't you going to change your equipment? Han Xiaoying inquired curiously, noticing Jiang Bai, Zhao Yunying, and the plump man standing still. No need. My gear is all set, the plump man replied, patting his large backpacks on both his front and back, along with a stainless steel pot. Zhao Yunying remained silent. I don't need to either, Jiang Bai remarked, tapping his backpack. For this operation, he had already devised a plan. Raymond and the others would lead the way while he would focus on slaying monsters, ensuring no one snatched his kills. That if this trip to the Bottle Mountain was indeed the one from his memories, it could prove to be quite lucrative for him. Small change, merely small change. No, rather, small bits. All right, I'll give you these 2 backpacks. Raymond worked quickly, soon selecting the necessary supplies for Lu Yin and Bai Lu. The 2 young women accepted the backpacks, weighing them in their hands. The packs were not heavy, probably around 10 kilograms, which was just within their capacity to carry. Thank you, Captain Raymond. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude and own need for thanks. You may choose your combat attire yourselves, Raymond replied sternly, turning to resume his seat. The helicopter soared through the sky. Before long, Lu Yin and Bai Lu returned to their seats, clad in their combat uniforms. Dressed in their gear, they exuded a certain charm that I adore it. I truly do. They look stunning in their combat uniforms, especially Lu Yin. Her beauty cannot be diminished even by the uniform. I still prefer my Bai Lu. Her flowing hair in the combat uniform makes her my dream girl. Did you not notice? Among the 7 present, only Lu Yin, Bai Lu, and Captain Raymond are wearing combat uniforms. The other 4 are not. It seemed that those 4 held impressive statuses, leading them to believe that combat uniforms were unnecessary. The live chat was abuzz, while the atmosphere inside the helicopter was eerily quiet. Raymond remained silent, Wang Banu too, while Zhao Yunying wore a frosty expression and Jiang Bai sat like a sage in deep contemplation. Han Xiaoying scanned the group and finally understood why the officials had suddenly included 2 female celebrities. Given their silence, it seemed likely that the viewership would dwindle rapidly. Oh, by the way, Captain Raymond, may I ask you a question? Han Xiaoying suddenly spoke up. Of course, Raymond nodded. You're 38 this year. Have you settled down? Do you have a daughter or a son? Upon hearing Han Xiaoying's question, Raymond suddenly looked awkward, scratching his head in embarrassment. I have not yet settled down. I have spent these years overseas and have had no time to start a family. I see that. I apologize for my boldness, Han Xiaoying said with a sheepish smile before turning to the plump man. Banu, is there a girl you like? Sigh, the plump man replied, his face clouded with sorrow. Actually, there's always been a beloved girl in my heart. She loves me dearly, and we are mutually attracted to one another. I have proposed marriage to her multiple times, but her parents disapprove? Han Xiaoying interjected curiously. All present, including Jiang Bai, perked up their ears, eager for the plump man's juicy gossip. The plump man wore a forlorn expression. That it's not that her parents disapprove. It's just her husband does not agree to our marriage. Bai Lu, who was drinking water, erupted in laughter upon hearing the plump man's words. What on earth? Her husband doesn't agree. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Goodness, you're already fooling around with someone else's wife. And now you want to marry her? It's a miracle he hasn't killed you yet. That I could have guessed the girl's disapproval, her parents' disapproval, even her brother's, but never would I have imagined it was her husband who objected. Banu, so you are that kind of plump man. You truly live up to your reputation as a wilderness survival expert. You are quite audacious. Chapter 4. No entry, life and death at your own risk. Han Xiaoying's lips twitched, She realized she should never have asked the plump man. It was a futile endeavor. However, there was still one person left. Han Xiaoying turned to Jiang Bai. Jiang Xiaoga, do you have a girlfriend or someone you fancy? Here it came. With Han Xiaoying's question, many girls in the live chat suddenly brimmed with anticipation. After all, Jiang Bai was exceptionally handsome. His charm radiated a sunny demeanor, akin to a bright, cheerful young man, making it hard for anyone to feel negatively towards him. Realizing he had become the center of attention, Jiang Bai pondered for a moment, locking eyes with Han Xiaoying and smiling gently. Not at the moment. But if Sister Ying is willing to be my girlfriend, then I would have one that I'll have to think about it. Han Xiaoying replied politely with a smile, then glanced at the icy Zhao Yunying, ultimately deciding against pursuing the question and redirecting it to Lu Yin and Bai Lu that if you have boyfriends, what kind of boyfriends would you hope for? I hope for a tall, handsome boyfriend who can give me a sense of security. Bai Lu answered first. I feel the same. Lu Yin nodded in agreement. Me too. Han Xiaoying chuckled, adjusting her posture. The journey continued in silence, with only Lu Yin and Bai Lu occasionally chatting with the magical orb. At 1 p.m., after 2 hours of travel, the helicopter finally touched down in the region of Shaanxi. The 7 of them disembarked, their backpacks in tow. Before them lay a mountain range shrouded in mist, dense forests blocking out the sun. Even in bright weather, the towering trees obscured the sunlight, casting an ominous shadow over the entire forest. This forest resembled a primordial world, with thick fog swirling amidst the mountains. Obscuring the path ahead, the trees stood tall and sturdy, their branches lush and leafy, forming a dense sea of foliage. The 7 of you, I wish you good fortune. The female host waved goodbye from the helicopter before it took off. Another helicopter arrived, circling above Jiang Bai and his companions. This was an official rescue helicopter, ready to spring into action should anything untoward happen to the group, in the eyes of the officials. It was preferable to avoid casualties entirely, though a few deaths were acceptable. As long as the probability remained low, let's organize our gear and set off, Raymond said solemnly, grasping his assault rifle and leading the way into the depths of the forest. Let's go. Han Xiaoying was the second to follow, her small backpack slung over her shoulder and a silver first aid kit at her waist. We're off. We're off. The plump man carried a backpack on each side, with a large pot strapped to his back. Zhao Yunying remained silent, following quietly. Let's go. Jiang Bai signaled for Bai Lu and Lu Yin to proceed first, taking up the rear himself. The magical orb flitted above the 7, capturing every moment and expression on their faces. This was the convenience of technology. It required no manual operation and could automatically follow their movements. IT begins. The long-awaited adventure is finally underway. I hope they return safely. Jiang Xiaoga is so handsome, so gentlemanly, allowing the ladies to go first while he takes the rear. From this moment, I'm a fan of Jiang Xiaoga. Jiang Xiaoga is indeed very handsome. I just want to ask if he cooks. He can come find me. I'm your most loyal fan. By the way, is Wang Banu a bit of a goof? Bringing a big pot for an expedition into a forbidden area? The sound of crunching leaves echoed as the 7 walked, their footsteps creating a symphony of sound. Yes, they walked. Jiang Bai observed Lu Yin and Bai Lu. He noticed that although the 2 were visibly fatigued, they did not complain or throw tantrums. This was a commendable trait. In his past life, he had encountered many stories of celebrities embarking on adventures. Yet those celebrities often carried frivolous items like basketballs or guitars. Point 1, named Zhang Dada, was utterly useless. Spending the entire trip complaining and acting like a diva, treating the expedition as mere play, did the officials invest such resources and effort for them to play house? If he were the protagonist of those books, he would ensure that none of those troublesome celebrities return alive. The act of saving others was fundamentally impossible. The group set off on their journey. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the leader, Raymond, suddenly halted. His gaze swept over a stone tablet by the roadside before settling on the others. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter the forbidden area. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time. Once we step inside, it will be too late to turn back. The group's expressions were resolute, including Lu Yin and Bai Lu, who had no intention of retreating. Well then, since everyone is determined to proceed, let us rest here for 15 minutes. T3:15, we shall depart as scheduled. Raymond announced, glancing at his watch. Ah, finally a chance to rest, Bai Lu exclaimed, her legs giving way as she sat on the ground. Jiang Bai approached the stone tablet for a closer inspection. It was a four-sided monument, each face inscribed with four large characters. Together, they read, "Forbidden area ahead, no entry. Trespassers bear responsibility for life and death." The characters were not modern script, appearing as if they had been carved long ago. "Jiang, are you interested in this stone tablet?" Han Xiaoying inquired as she stepped forward. Jiang Bai shook his head, about to sit down to rest when he noticed the plump man suddenly crouching on the ground, his ear pressed to the earth as if he were listening to something. "Shoo!" The plump man signaled to the group, his expression serious as he strained to hear. After about 10 seconds, he stood up, his face alight with joy. "Raymond, everyone, I heard water. There's definitely a stream nearby, not far from here to a stream." Bai Lu and Lu Yan's eyes brightened. Although the forest was devoid of sunlight, it felt damp and oppressive. After walking for 2 hours, they were drenched in sweat, and the thought of washing their faces in the stream was refreshing. "Since you claim there's a stream ahead, you shall lead the way. Let us seek it out," Raymond said, his demeanor serious as he remained vigilant. "All right." The plump man took the lead. "Let's go." Lu Yan and Bai Lu assisted each other to their feet. Jiang Bai once again fell to the back of the line, that he realized that his teammates were remarkably self-sufficient. He didn't need to lead or search for water. His only responsibility was to walk at the rear, content to be a formidable predator. After 5 to 6 minutes of walking, a stream appeared before the 7 of them. The stream was narrow, akin to the one by their homes as they approached. A refreshing breeze swept over them. How delightful. If only I could have a sip. Bai Lu licked her cracked lips, instinctively wanting to draw closer to the stream. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Raymond. "Raymond, is this water safe to drink?" Chapter 5. The Ancestral Hall. Raymond nodded, then shook his head. "The stream's water is fresh and drinkable. However, this is the mid to lower section of the stream, and we cannot ascertain if there are any toxic creatures upstream. I recommend we venture further upstream before drinking, and no need for such trouble." Han Xiaoying pulled a transparent plastic cup from her medical kit, filled it with water from the stream, and added a drop of blue reagent, shaking it vigorously. The reagent did not dissolve in the water, but sank quickly to the bottom of the cup. Han Xiaoying smiled and nodded at the group. "The water is non-toxic and safe to drink." The group looked on in confusion. Han Xiaoying explained with a smile, "This reagent is a toxin test agent. It can detect the toxins of most organisms in the world. That if the water were toxic, it would turn or ed. As you can see, the reagent remains blue and has not changed color, indicating that the water is safe." "Such a thing exists? How come I didn't know?" The plump man was astonished. A wilderness survival expert. He knew all too well the perils of toxic water and food. "This is my latest research achievement, yet to be unveiled. So, of course, you wouldn't know about it," Han Xiaoying replied confidently, drinking the contents of the cup in one gulp. The group watched her intently. About a minute passed. 2 minutes. A full 3 minutes elapsed before they finally relaxed, seeing that Han Xiaoying was indeed unharmed. "Plump man, use your pot to fetch some water. That will boil it for drinking," Raymond commanded. The plump man unstrapped the large pot from his back and began to fill it with water. Lu Yan and Bai Lu quickly gathered firewood. Just then, a faint rustling sound emanated from the nearby bushes. Raymond's expression tightened, his weapon aimed at the underbrush as he cautiously approached, before he could get close. Someone moved even faster. Jiang Bai darted into the bushes like a cheetah. What astonishing speed! Raymond's eyes narrowed in surprise. When did he make his move? The plump man was equally astonished. Zhao Yunying gripped her spear tightly, her eyes ablaze with battle intent. The group watched closely as the bushes rustled. Moments later, Jiang Bai emerged from the foliage, holding a raccoon and wearing a look of disappointment. He tossed the raccoon before the others, dejectedly saying, "This little creature was what I thought was some wild beast. Who would have thought it was just this rubbish?" Raymond crouched down to examine the raccoon, his heart sinking further as he assessed the situation. A swift kill. The raccoon had been dispatched with a single strike, a fatal wound to its neck point. One must remember that raccoons are agile creatures, particularly in the dense forest, and they can move with remarkable speed. For an ordinary person to catch up to a raccoon is no easy feat. let alone deliver a fatal blow. He had always considered himself battle-hardened and capable. Yet if he were to set down his firearm and attempt to slay a raccoon with a knife in this thick forest, he would undoubtedly fail. A formidable individual. Jiang Bai was indeed a force to be reckoned with. In that moment, Raymond gained a profound understanding of Jiang Bai's prowess. Quietly, Raymond stowed away the raccoon's carcass. Raccoon meat is still meat. It could prove useful in a critical moment. You are impressive, Zhao Yunying remarked. This was the second time Jiang Bai had heard Zhao Yunying speak. Her voice was melodious yet cool. Reminiscent of someone he knew, Zhang Qilin. Both were similarly cold and reticent. Captain Raymond, we have gathered the firewood. Bai Lu called out from behind the group. Let us proceed to boil water, once the water is ready. We shall take a brief rest before continuing our journey, aiming to find a resting place before nightfall, Raymond said, stepping forward to the woodpile. He produced a lighter and ignited the kindling. Indeed, it was a lighter. They were on an expedition, not a survival mission, so there were no restrictions on the types of supplies they could bring. How did Jiang Bai manage to dash out like that? My goodness. Raccoons are a protected species, and Jiang just killed one. Is that really all right? Surely the authorities won't pursue this. Why did Raymond collect the raccoon's corpse? Could it be that he intends to eat it? And yet my Bai Lu is obedient, quietly gathering wood without a hint of star-like arrogance, and Wei Yanzi is also commendable. The water gurgled and boiled in the pot. The first order of business after boiling the water was to let it cool. After a few more minutes, once the water was drinkable, the seven filled their water bottles and drank heartily before resuming their journey towards Bottle Mountain. Now it was 3:30 in the afternoon. 15 minutes past the time Raymond had allotted for their break. We must quicken our pace. It's 3:30 now, and the humidity in the forest is increasing. Rain is imminent. We must find shelter before nightfall and the rain begins. Otherwise, we risk catching a cold if we get soaked, Raymond stated with utmost seriousness. He glanced upwards. Dark clouds were gathering in the sky. Let us move. We are in Xiangxi, the territory of the corpse transporters. Perhaps we can find a nearby ancestral hall or similar location, Jiang Bai suggested, backpack in tow. That if this truly was the Bottle Mountain of his memories, there should indeed be an ancestral hall ahead. Onward, the seven of them wasted no time in advancing. Due to the impending rain, they moved with remarkable speed, even Bai Lu and Lu Yin keeping pace. The mountain path was rugged and difficult. Yet no one complained. 2 hours later, darkness had fallen, and they could barely discern the trail ahead. Thunder rumbled as lightning flickered across the sky. At last, before the rain could descend, the group stumbled upon an abandoned ancestral hall in the wilderness. The hall was in a state of disrepair, clearly bearing the scars of time and the ravages of weather. Its walls were marred with mottled stains, and parts of the roof had begun to collapse. The windows were shattered, revealing a foreboding interior. Raymond pushed the door open and stepped into the hall, the ground and walls coated in dust and cobwebs, a clear indication that no one had set foot here in a long while. The air was thick with a musty odor, creating an oppressive atmosphere. In the hall, several dilapidated coffins lay abandoned, and a statue loomed in the center, equally covered in cobwebs and dust. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A few mice scurried across the beams. It seems we have no choice but to rest here tonight, Raymond announced. Raymond scanned the abandoned ancestral hall, confirming the absence of danger before removing the backpack from his back. Are we really going to sleep here? Bai Lu asked fearfully. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the grotesque expression of the deity statue, startling Bai Lu. Instinctively, she stepped back and fell into Jiang Bai's embrace. Hey, you stepped on my foot, Jiang Bai said, patting Bai Lu's shoulder. Chapter 6. The Night Watchman. Oh, I'm sorry, Bai Lu replied, still shaken, hastily stepping away from Jiang Bai's arms, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. For some inexplicable reason, when she had dove into Jiang Bai's embrace, she had felt a profound sense of security, reminiscent of her childhood days spent nestled in her father's arms. It was as though, with this man present, no danger could truly threaten her. Boom! The violent thunder roared through the night sky as a torrential downpour began, bringing with it a cool breeze. All right, everyone, let us eat something and rest quickly. Fatty, help me start a fire, Raymond instructed. Glancing at the night sky, he pulled out an entrenching tool and struck at the abandoned tables and chairs within the hall. Soon, A warm fire blazed in the ancestral hall. The seven gathered around the fire. Lu Yin and Bai Lu began to unpack the compressed food from their backpacks, preparing to distribute it to everyone when Raymond shook his head. Everyone, I personally advise against consuming the food from your backpacks, just yet we have no idea how long this exploration of the forbidden area will take. 3 days, 10 days, or perhaps even longer. Therefore, we must plan for the long haul. If we eat the food now, we may find ourselves in a dire situation later when we truly need ITAS for tonight. Raymond retrieved the corpse of a raccoon and turned his gaze towards the corner, where a rodent, roughly the size of an adult cat, lurked. He drew the military dagger strapped to his calf and approached the rat. Whoosh! A spear, faster than his own speed, struck the massive rodent dead in the corner. It was Zhao Yuning's spear. Unfazed by the gazes of the others, Zhao Yuning walked over to the corner, retrieved her spear, and tossed the rat to Raymond, leaning silently against the coffin. "All right, I'll take care of it," Raymond said, placing the dagger back and carrying the 2 animal corpses outside to quickly clean them under the rain to the makeshift barbecue rack. He diligently grilled the 2 corpses. Jiangbai glanced at the animals and suddenly recalled the breakfast he had purchased for everyone that morning. He quickly rummaged through his oversized backpack, producing several meat sandwiches and offering them to Raymond. "Ray, how about we have this for dinner? I bought them this morning, and they'll spoil if we don't eat them soon." The mention of meat sandwiches made Fatty's eyes light up. Raymond nodded. "You distribute them first." "Sure." Jiangbai handed out the sandwiches, and when it was his turn and Raymond's, only 1 sandwich remained in his hand. He had originally bought 7, eaten 1, leaving 6 that you take it. "I prefer it fresh and hot." Raymond smiled at Jiangbai. "All right." Jiangbai did not hesitate, taking the sandwich and retrieving a spice box from his backpack, offering it to Raymond. "Ray, you might need this. Barbecue seasoning. This is a good find." Raymond's eyes brightened as he accepted the spice box without reservation. Although he was a soldier, he was still human, if given the choice. He preferred to enjoy spiced barbecue. After their meal, the 7 were satiated. Raymond glanced at the time. "Everyone, it is now 6:30 p.m. I will now assign the night watch duties for tonight. Jiangbai and Zhao Yuning. You will take the first shift from now until 10 p.m. I will take the second shift from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. Fatty and Han Xiaoying, you will cover the final shift from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. tomorrow morning." As for Lu Yin and Bai Lu, Raymond looked at the 2 women. "You need not keep watch tonight. Just sleep peacefully. Does anyone have any objections? If not, we will proceed as planned." "Ray, you're taking the night shift alone for 5 hours. Fatty began to protest, but Raymond silenced him with a piercing glare. "Objections noted, but we will proceed as planned." With that, Raymond embraced his weapon and laid down before a coffin, a SA soldier. Even in sleep, his weapon would not leave his side. "Get some sleep," Jiangbai said, patting Fatty's shoulder. "All right." Fatty opened a coffin, threw out a corpse, and lay inside. Tears welled in his eyes. "I'm truly moved. Ray is undoubtedly a soldier of the people and a great leader. He not only gave all the meat sandwiches to the team, but also considered us at every turn, taking on extra hours of watch alone. You know, the hours from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. are the most tiresome for us. This means Ray chose the most taxing time to keep watch. But most importantly, he didn't teammake our dear Bai Lu stand watch. How considerate. How caring. What a big, warm-hearted man. I am a top-notch night watchman, and I can assure everyone that the most challenging part of keeping watch is not the duration, but the middle hours. During this time, it's nearly impossible to get any real rest. Jiangbai and Zhao Yuning can sleep until morning, while Fatty and Han Xiaoying can rest until 3 a.m. Only Ray has to wake up once in the middle, which significantly affects his sleep quality. The viewers in the live stream were touched by Raymond's actions in just a few minutes, he gained hundreds of thousands of fans within the ancestral hall as everyone fell asleep. Only Jiangbai and Zhao Yuning remained awake. With nothing to do, Jiangbai removed the dragon bone blade from his back, examining it closely. This dragon bone blade gleamed a brilliant gold, as if forged from pure gold. Yet its material was a mysterious substance. Its shape resembled that of a Tang sword but was slightly shorter, making it more suitable for close combat. The blade was exceptionally sharp, glinting with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Under the glow of the fire, the blade exuded a fierce aura, as if it could devour the lives of its enemies at any moment. The hilt was adorned with a dragon eye gemstone, emitting a soft glow that complemented the blade's cold light, making the entire sword appear even more enigmatic and majestic. "What a fine blade," Zhao Yuning remarked, her gaze captivated by the dragon bone blade. Jiang Bai waved the blade in the air a few times before sheathing it. "Indeed, a good sword," Zhao Yuning replied, closing her mouth. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was nearly 10 p.m. The two sat before the fire, neither making a move. "What is going on? It's already 10. Why haven't either of them woken Ray? Could it be they wish to spend time alone together? Please, 3.5 hours, and the two Haven T exchanged more than 3 words. If they could spark something, I'd email Antarctica for them. You don't understand? This is mutual support. They must have sensed Ray's intentions and want to take on the watch a bit longer. Every extra minute they guard means Ray gets an extra minute of sleep. What a loving team. It's far more united than the small team led by our incompetent leader, who bickers incessantly. Be quiet. Ray is awake. Chapter 7. The Cat Demon. Old lady, thank you for your hard work. I'll take over from here, Raymond said as he approached the two, tossing a piece of wood into the fire. I intended to let you sleep a bit longer, but since you're awake, we'll head to bed now. Jiang Bai stretched, stood up, and casually found a coffin lid to lie down on. Zhao Yuning followed suit without a word. Raymond sat before the fire, a smile gracing his lips. Before they set out, he had worried that the team members, due to their diverse backgrounds, would be unruly and opinionated, making leadership difficult. However, it seemed the team was far easier to manage than he had anticipated. Crackling sounds echoed as the wood burned in the fire. In the middle of the night, Bai Lu woke from her dreams, clutching her stomach. She pulled out a few sheets of toilet paper from her backpack and walked up to Raymond, slightly embarrassed. Ray, I need to use the restroom, urgently. Raymond switched on his flashlight, scanning the ancestral hall before handing it to Bai Lu and pointing to a room at the front. You can go in there. Be careful. Okay. Bai Lu took the flashlight, glancing back nervously as she walked towards the room. Raymond added more wood to the fire, and a few minutes later, a scream echoed from the room, causing Raymond's expression to tighten as he hurried towards it. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning sprang from their makeshift beds, rushing to the room. Inside, Bai Lu was nowhere to be found. Only a flashlight lay on the ground along with a pile of feces and several sheets of toilet paper. Raymond picked up the flashlight, illuminating the room. It was cluttered with debris and thick with dust, and one window had been shattered by some creature, but a trail of animal footprints marred the floor. What on earth happened? 3 overweight individuals hastily followed suit into the room. Bai Lu was nowhere to be found. Lei Meng's expression was grave as he directed his flashlight towards the footprints on the ground. They were paw prints of a raccoon. Had Bai Lu been abducted by a raccoon? The seriousness etched on the face of the hefty man was palpable. Impossible. Bai Lu weighs at least 45 kilograms. How could a mere raccoon possibly carry her away? Lu Yin exclaimed in terror. What do you think, brother? The hefty man turned to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai, with a solemn countenance, replied, The raccoon has become a spirit. Records in strange tales have noted that animals, after living for centuries, can absorb the essence of the sun and moon, transforming into spirits. It is highly likely that Bai Lu has been captured by a raccoon spirit. Is there truly such a thing as spirits in this world? Lu Yin gasped in astonishment. Jiang Bai remained silent, casting a glance at the feces on the ground, judging by the hardness of this. Bai Lu has likely been experiencing constipation recently. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched involuntarily. Are we really discussing Bai Lu's constipation now? We should be focusing on how to rescue her. You all stay here. I will go find her, Lei Meng declared, flashlight in hand, ready to head out. Jiang Bai seized his arm, insisting, Let me go instead, I have a gun. Within 10 steps, I am faster than a bullet. Before Lei Meng could respond, Jiang Bai swiftly leaped through the window. Zhao Yuning glanced at Lei Meng and followed Jiang Bai's lead, jumping out of the window as well. The spirit orb soared into the air, circling before also flying out the window. Oh my heavens, what on earth has happened? How did Bai Lu go missing? Spirits. Could it be that there are indeed spirits in this world that have abducted Bai Lu? My poor Lulu, captured by a spirit just when she went to the restroom. May the heavens protect her. I pray nothing happens to her, for she's my favorite star. Damn constipation. Why is Jiang Bai's focus so different from everyone else's? Lulu, my Lulu, you'll be fine. I would trade the hefty man's life for yours. The hefty man replied, "Thank you, but I feel somewhat offended." Outside the ancestral hall, the rain continued to pour. Jiang Bai's figure darted through the streets like a spirit cat. The raindrops drenched his hair, yet he paid no heed. If he was not mistaken, the creature that had taken Bai Lu must be that cat demon from his memories. That was a true spirit, a glimmering point of exploration. He could not allow Lei Meng to seize this quarry. This was his prey, and no one would take it from him. Behind him, Zhao Yuning followed closely, matching his speed like a shadow. How did she keep up? Was she intending to steal his kill? Jiang Bai mused, quickening his pace in an attempt to shake her off. Yet, Zhao Yuning seemed determined not to relent. Closely trailing him, the two wove swiftly through the streets, like twin bolts of lightning slicing through the night. The spirit orb floated above them, live streaming their frantic chase. Goodness, have you noticed? Their speed is astonishing. As if they are flying. Could they truly possess lightness skills? If they participated in the Olympics, the other competitors wouldn't stand a chance. What a pairing, one handsome and one dashing. Oh no, I am utterly shipping this couple. But I feel Zhao Yuning is not suited for Jiang Bai, for Jiang Bai is mine. Thunder rumbled, splitting the night sky. Ahead, 5 raccoons blocked the path of Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning. You take 2, I'll take 3. Let us finish this quickly. Jiang Bai drew his dragon bone blade. The tips of the gun and the edge of the blade glided past each other as they continued forward, leaving behind 5 slain raccoons. This is truly the ultimate pairing. Did you see their movements? My brother just spat at the screen. I saw nothing that I wish for Bai Lu's perspective. I hope she is all right. After a frenzied dash, Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning arrived at a pile of rubble. Scanning the area, they spotted a short old woman in purple garments, kneeling before a stone tablet, her back to them. Bai Lu lay discarded on the ground, motionless and with a look of sheer terror on her face. Upon seeing Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning approach, a glimmer of hope flickered in Bai Lu's eyes. What was that? A person? Who is so diminutive? Could she be the spirit? Viewers on the screen widened their eyes, fixated on the unfolding scene. Sensing the viewer's wishes, the spirit orb flew closer to the cat demon, providing a close-up of her features that it was a face that was neither human nor cat, grotesquely distorted. Wrinkles and spots covered her visage, her eyes sunken and glimmering with a green light, her mouth slightly ajar, revealing sharp teeth. What in the world is that? Oh my heavens! I'm terrified. I'm home alone tonight. I need my readers to comfort me. I am so scared. May Buddha protect me. Amen. Damn it, I was just about to enjoy myself, and that nearly scared me to death. Chapter 8. Slaying the Cat Demon. Upon noticing the spirit orb, the cat demon slowly turned her head, fixing her gaze on Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning. What a pair of eyes they were, filled with mockery and derision. Demon. Zhao Yuning gripped her spear and prepared to advance. Jiang Bai quickly intervened, saying, "Let me handle this." Firmly grasping the dragonbone blade, he dashed toward the cat demon with the speed of a tempest. Simultaneously, a potent stench assaulted his nostrils. As he drew nearer to the cat demon, the odor intensified, nearly overwhelming him. On his chest began to radiate a searing heat, as if warning him of something. The cat demon remained still, her expression increasingly mocking, a smirk playing at her lips. "You are truly seeking death." Jiang Bai quickened his pace, closing the distance to 5 meters from the cat demon. Alarmed, the cat demon suddenly became frantic, her fur bristling like a porcupine, warily eyeing Jiang Bai, emitting a low growl of fury. "Stop your howling. Your illusions will not work on me." Jiang Bai smirked slightly, his steps swift as he lunged forward, the dragonbone blade slicing towards the cat demon's head like a flash of lightning. In a moment of desperation, the cat demon unleashed a foul gas from her tail, attempting to flee into a hole beneath the stone tablet. She moved quickly, but Jiang Bai's blade was swifter. With a flash of steel, the cat demon was cleaved in two, blood spraying forth. The stench permeated the air. Jiang Bai quickly held his breath, bending down to pick up the remains of the cat demon, hoisting Bai Lu onto his back without hesitation, and turned to dash towards Zhao Yuning. Once beyond the foul stench, Jiang Bai finally dared to breathe freely. He turned to look at Bai Lu, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the 300-year-old cat demon. You've gained 300 exploration points." The system's voice echoed. A smile graced Jiang Bai's face. Zhao Yuning glanced at Bai Lu, gripping her spear with one hand as she began to walk back toward the ancestral hall without uttering a word. "Hey, can you at least help me carry something?" Jiang Bai called out from behind, burdened with Bai Lu on his back and the cat demon's corpse in one hand. "I asked that it. Is it over already?" I envisioned a grand battle lasting 300 rounds. Are spirits really that weak? There must be something more to this. Did the cat demon accept Jiang Bai's bribe? What? The cat demon is dead. Then it's all good that Lu Lu, my Lu, is safe. Thank you, Jiang Bai. I thought the cat demon was formidable, but it turns out it merely existed to highlight Jiang Bai's prowess. Song Yu was merely a junior clerk. Today, he had just quarreled with his girlfriend of 3 years and intended to drown his sorrows in alcohol at home. By chance, he opened the official exploration live stream that many were discussing today. He initially thought it was just a game similar to ordinary survival, with professionals guiding a few celebrities through a relatively safe deserted island for a few days. Little did he know what he would witness. Spirits, the very spirits his teacher had been searching for. Since the founding of the nation, there has been a saying, after the establishment of the nation, spirits are not allowed to become entities. But his teacher did not believe it. His teacher felt that nature is full of wonders, and there must be spirits hiding in the forbidden depths of the mountains. They were simply concealed from human knowledge. If they could be discovered and studied, humanity might uncover methods to break natural lifespans, opening a new door. Unfortunately, his teacher never found any evidence of spirits in his lifetime and was deemed a madman by other research professors. Even the higher-ups did not support his teacher. Now, he was witnessing it, the existence of real spirits that I need to call my teacher. Song Yu hastily grabbed his phone, disregarding the alcohol and the time. Dialing his teacher Yang Tianqi's number. Beep, beep. After a few rings, the call connected and a hoarse voice came through. "Little Song, what brings you to call so late?" "Teacher, you must see the official organization's live exploration in the forbidden area. Spirits, there are living spirits appearing." Song Yu spoke, his words tumbling over each other. "What?" Yang Tianqi exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly opened the live broadcast room. Upon witnessing Jiang Bai swiftly slay the cat demon matriarch with a single stroke, his breath quickened and he trembled uncontrollably. A supernatural being, indeed. At long last, I have discovered a true supernatural entity. The heavens have finally shown their favor. Tears of excitement streamed down Yang Tianqi's cheeks, a testament to his exhilaration. Xiao Song, oh no, I shall personally call the higher-ups. Regardless of the cost, I must procure the corpse of this supernatural being. Yang Tianqi shouted with fervor, swiftly hanging up the phone and dialing a mysterious number. The rain fell mercilessly upon the earth. Jiang Bai returned to the mortuary, carrying Bai Lu on his back. Upon seeing Jiang Bai safely retrieved Bai Lu, Raymond breathed a sigh of relief. Although everyone present had signed a life-and-death agreement, if someone were to truly perish as captain, he would bear the brunt of the consequences. "What happened to her?" Lu Yin asked with concern, stepping forward to take Bai Lu from Jiang Bai and laying her gently on a coffin lid. Among those present, she and Bai Lu were the stars, and she felt a deeper connection with Bai Lu, genuinely fearing for her well-being. "Yes, fine. She must have fainted from the stench," Jiang Bai remarked, tossing the cat demon matriarch's corpse aside and wiping the rain from his face. "Let me take a look." Han Xiaoying approached Bai Lu, prying open her eyelids and checking her pulse. "Yes, all right." It seemed she was simply overwhelmed by the stimulus and momentarily lost consciousness. A bit of artificial respiration should suffice. In that instant, all eyes turned to Jiang Bai. "Why are you all looking at me?" Jiang Bai asked, puzzled. "Jiang Xiaoge, you saved Bai Lu. Should you see this through to the end?" Lu Yin inquired tentatively. "Me." Jiang Bai pointed at himself, then shook his head. "I cannot. My first kiss is reserved for my future bride." "What a pity." "Very well. I shall take it upon myself," Lu Yin replied with a resigned shake of her head, gradually leaning down, her lips approaching Bai Lu's, just as their lips were about to meet. Bai Lu suddenly opened her eyes. "You're awake." Lu Yin stood upright in surprise. "Thank you," Bai Lu said, slightly embarrassed. In truth, she had awakened long ago. The bumpy journey and heavy rain made it surprising that she hadn't. However, upon waking, still shaken, and feeling a profound sense of security against Jiang Bai's back, she decided to feign unconsciousness. Chapter 9. Bottle Mountain, thank goodness you're awake. Rest up, Jiang Bai said, leaving the room. Everyone, let us take a break. He lay back down on his coffin lid. The others dispersed. Bai Lu wanted to say something, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing till a night of silence passed. The following morning, golden rays of sunlight streamed into mortuary, awakening the group from their slumber. Their condition was markedly improved compared to the previous day. After a simple meal, they gathered their belongings and prepared to set out once more. The plump fellow, noticing Jiang Bai carrying the cat demon matriarch's corpse, approached with curiosity. Xiao Ge, why do you keep carrying that corpse? By the way, was it really a raccoon cat that abducted Bai Lu yesterday? Jiang Bai waved the cat demon matriarch's corpse. Indeed, it was this very raccoon cat that took Bai Lu last night. To be precise, it was no ordinary raccoon cat, but a supernatural being with 300 years of cultivation. Supernatural beings truly exist in this world. The plump fellow gasped, his curiosity piqued. Despite being an expert in wilderness survival, he had never encountered a supernatural entity. Raymond looked at Jiang Bai with equal intrigue. Jiang Bai nodded. They do exist. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes last night, I would not have dared to believe it. When we found Bai Lu, she was under the control of this raccoon cat. Strangely, its face was not that of a cat, but rather that of a half-human that moment. It was kneeling in reverence to something, and upon seeing us arrive, it did not flee in fear, but rather mockingly awaited us. And how did you manage to slay it? It was a supernatural being, the plump fellow asked again. Jiang Bai scoffed lightly. Though this raccoon cat is a supernatural being, its cultivation was far too shallow. Its greatest skill was merely an illusion. Unfortunately for it, its illusion held no sway over me, and I dispatched it with a single blow. Illusion? The plump fellow furrowed his brow. Zhao Yuning glanced at Jiang Bai. It's true, Bai Lu interjected. When I was under the control of this raccoon cat, what I saw was not a raccoon cat at all, but a stunning beauty. The place where I found myself was not a chaotic pile of rocks, but rather a quaint courtyard filled with ancient charm. I witnessed the beauty the raccoon cat transformed into, engaged in a marriage ceremony with a man, reminiscent of ancient customs, as they worshipped the heavens that I was to be their sacrificial offering. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaoge arrived and, with a single stroke, felled the raccoon cat. The scene then morphed into a chaotic pile of stones, and shortly after, I was rendered unconscious. Recalling the events of the previous night, Bai Lu felt a lingering trepidation. Had Jiang Bai not rescued her, her lifeless body would likely be cold by now. She instinctively glanced at Jiang Bai, an unusual feeling swelling within her. Wow, how fantastical! The plump fellow exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Jiang Xiaoge, you still haven't explained why you're carrying that corpse. Lu Yin interjected, It's quite simple, that I've often read novels that mention how the flesh of supernatural beings can enhance human capabilities. I thought I might find a moment to consume this corpse and see if it truly can elevate our physical prowess. I see. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's explanation, everyone present suddenly understood. All right, time is of the essence. Let us depart, Raymond declared, shouldering his backpack and leading the way out of the mortuary. The others followed suit. Jiang Bai remained at the rear of the group, as he had the previous day. The 7 of them exited the mortuary. The forest, freshened by the rain, felt noticeably cooler than the day before, with the air carrying a hint of crispness, though the path had become treacherous, dotted with puddles and mud. Fortunately, everyone was equipped with sturdy footwear, making navigation manageable. As they walked, the plump fellow suddenly moved from the front of the group to Jiang Bai's side at the rear. He subtly tugged at Jiang Bai's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Ge, tell me, do you have feelings for Bai Lu? Why do you ask? Jiang Bai responded, slightly taken aback. The plump fellow smiled mysteriously. Last night, when you learned Bai Lu had been captured by the raccoon cat, you dashed out faster than any of us. You can't tell me you don't have feelings for her. Thus, they had orchestrated for you to perform artificial respiration on Bai Lu last night. Jiang Bai felt a flush of embarrassment. He knew the plump fellow had misunderstood. His rapid response had been driven by a fear of others competing for the kill, yet he could not reveal this. Plump fellow, do you think my speed was due to feelings for Bai Lu? Is that not the case? The plump fellow wore a knowing expression. Jiang Bai chuckled, patting the plump fellow on the shoulder. I acted that way because she is our teammate. However, your words have reminded me. Should you ever be captured by a supernatural being, I shall be sure to take my time in rescuing you, lest others misconstrue my intentions. With that, Jiang Bai chose to ignore the plump fellow. The plump fellow stood there, flabbergasted, before hastily exclaiming, "Don't be like that, Xiao Gu. I was just joking." Though their voices were low, they did not escape Bai Lu's ears. Upon hearing the plump fellow's words, Bai Lu felt a small thrill of delight within her, only for it to dissipate upon hearing Jiang Bai's response. It turned out he merely regarded her as a teammate. Bai Lu, oh Bai Lu, could it be that you have developed feelings for him? She pondered, chiding herself for her disappointment. Yes, just a bit handsome. Slightly skilled, a tad courageous, a bit cheerful, and he saved you once. You absolutely cannot have feelings for him. Bai Lu consoled herself internally. The more she reassured herself, the more vivid the events of the previous night became in her mind. Particularly the sight of Jiang Bai slaying the raccoon cat, the quintessential hero saving the damsel in distress. No, the company will never allow you to be with him. Bai Lu, you must remain clear-headed. Do not fall into the throes of love. With a shake of her head, Bai Lu cast aside her unrealistic thoughts. Lu Yin caught a glimpse of Bai Lu and, as someone who had experienced such emotions, recognized Bai Lu's unusual demeanor. The group navigated through the forest. Noon, they finally emerged from the woods, arriving at the summit of another mountain. The blazing sun bathed the seven in its warmth. A gentle breeze wafting through, offering a touch of coolness. Standing atop the mountain, they gazed into the distance. Look over there! What is that? Lu Yin suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a distant mountain. The group followed her gesture and beheld a mountain that appeared as if sculpted by divine hands, its sloping form reminiscent of a colossal bottle lying on the horizon. The entire peak was shrouded in mist, elusive and majestic, exuding an air of mystery. The mountain's midsection, lush trees flourished, vibrant and teeming with life. The mountain stream babbles gently, its crystal-clear waters revealing the pebbled bed beneath. There it stands, Ping Shan. The expression on Raymond's face instantly turned grave as he retrieved a pair of binoculars to gaze upon Ping Shan. Chapter 10. The abandoned Miao village is that Ping Shan. Indeed, it resembles a bottle. The expedition team has finally arrived at Ping Shan, and my sleepless night has not been in vain. It is said that Ping Shan is perilous, ranking 8th among the forbidden places in our country, yet I perceive no evident danger. What distinguishes it from an ordinary mountain? I believe I could venture into Ping Shan myself. Ping Shan is notorious for its venomous creatures. If I am not mistaken, the mists enveloping the mountain must be filled with toxic vapors, which bodes ill for the expedition team. Considering the distance to Ping Shan, it will likely take us another day to reach it. I shall first embrace my girlfriend for a brief repose, and tomorrow I shall resume watching the live stream. Awaken upstairs. You have no girlfriend. The bullet comments surged in a frenzy as the viewer count in the live stream soared to over 30 million. The camera zoomed in on Ping Shan and the expedition team. Raymond, have you discovered anything? Jiang Bai inquired from behind Raymond. Raymond nodded, lowering the binoculars, and turned to address the 6 individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, I bear both good and bad news. The bad news is that the path ahead is treacherous. Reaching Ping Shan will likely require another day. The good news is that I have found a village at the foot of this mountain. We can spend the night there. A village? How can there be a village in a forbidden zone? The hefty man furrowed his brow. I do not know. Let us go and investigate. Having traveled all morning, everyone should take this opportunity to rest, Raymond suggested, taking a sip from his water bottle. Like the tea last, we can rest. The hefty man plopped down onto the ground. Let us sit over there. Bai Lu and Lu Yin found a small embankment to settle upon. Jiang Bai gazed quietly at Ping Shan, aware that a formidable challenge awaited them the following day. 6-winged centipedes, sentient white apes, the reanimated corpses of Yuan dynasty generals. Raymond, brother, come quickly. There is a wooden tablet here. Suddenly, Bai Lu exclaimed, What wooden tablet? Raymond and Jiang Bai approached to see 4 large traditional Chinese characters inscribed on it. Grave of the junior sister. You are sitting atop someone else's grave. Raymond remarked in astonishment at the 2 women. Bai Lu and Lu Yin gasped, hastily rising from the mound and bowing toward it. The grave of the junior sister, Jiang Bai's expression remained unchanged, his gaze contemplative as he regarded the grave. If he was not mistaken, this mound was likely the resting place of that woman. However, if she perished here, it implied that Ping Shan had long been plundered by her senior brother, and the mountain itself should have been blasted to rubble. Yet the current state of Ping Shan shows no signs of destruction. What could this mean? Buzz! Buzz! Just as Jiang Bai pondered this perplexity, a helicopter descended from the sky, and a soldier parachuted down. After saluting Raymond, he turned to Jiang Bai and said, "Comrade Jiang Bai, someone is looking for you." The soldier handed Jiang Bai a phone that was currently in conversation. "Hello, this is Jiang Bai." Jiang Bai took the phone. "Hello, Comrade Jiang Bai. I am Professor Yang Tianqi from the Biological Research Institute. I see you possess a peculiar corpse. I wish to purchase it. Name your price." Yang Tianqi's tone was filled with excitement. "You wish to buy the corpse in my possession?" Jiang Bai glanced down at the cat demon elder's corpse, initially contemplating keeping it for sustenance. However, since there was now an offer, he considered selling it. After careful thought, Jiang Bai replied, "I can sell you the corpse. How about this? A flat price of 3 million. There was a moment of silence on the line before a clenched teeth response came. "Fine. 3 million it is. I will arrange for the funds to be transferred to you. Simply hand over the corpse to the soldier." "Okay." Jiang Bai hung up the phone, passing both the phone and the corpse to the soldier. The soldier saluted and returned to the helicopter with the items. The helicopter departed. The group remained seated, resting. Did I undervalue it? Jiang Bai gazed after the departing helicopter, suddenly feeling that his asking price had been too low and he should have demanded more, as the other party had acquiesced too easily. Approximately half an hour later, Raymond checked the time, and the group continued their descent down the mountain. Descending proved far less laborious than climbing, and they moved at a significantly faster pace. By the time they reached the village, it was merely around 3 in the afternoon. However, Raymond decided not to proceed further and opted to stay in the village for the night. Though early, there were no better lodgings ahead. Continuing would only lead them to spend the night in the wilderness. In these vast mountains, sleeping in the wild was hardly advisable, setting aside the multitude of poisonous creatures. The unpredictable weather alone could wreak havoc upon them. This was an ancient and dilapidated Miao village, with wooden structures long since decayed, roofs overrun with moss and weeds, and some houses had even collapsed, leaving only remnants of walls. The streets were narrow and uneven, paved with cobblestones that had worn down to an unrecognizable state. Garbage and debris littered the sides, creating an eerie silence with no sign of life. "I had hoped for a warm meal and perhaps to meet a Miao girl," the hefty man lamented, disappointment evident on his face. "That I hear Miao girls excel at witchcraft and can manipulate hearts. Aren't you afraid they might cast a love spell on you, binding you to this village for eternity?" Han Xiaoying teased. "That would be splendid. With my appearance, what Miao girl would waste a love spell on me?" "In my view, even if a Miao girl were to cast a spell, it would be on Zhang Xiaoge, ensuring he remained by her side forever. Wouldn't you agree, Zhang Xiaoge?" The hefty man winked at Jiang Bai. "Those in love do not require spells. A heart exchange for a heart is the best strategy. If one finds a true love, what harm is there in cherishing her for a lifetime?" Jiang Bai replied calmly, leading the way into the Miao village. Han Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with interest as she appraised Jiang Bai's back. "Let us proceed." Raymond followed closely behind Jiang Bai. The village was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound, resembling a desolate realm, as the seven traversed several streets. Suddenly, the crowing of a rooster pierced the stillness. A rooster. Jiang Bai and Raymond exchanged glances, resolutely following the sound. They arrived at a narrow alley, and upon reaching the source of the crowing, they found an elderly man, approximately 60 or 70 years old, with white hair, feeding a few chickens in a courtyard. Is anyone there? Both Jiang Bai and Raymond furrowed their brows, a sense of vigilance rising within them. They had just scoured the village and found no one, and now a person unexpectedly appeared, raising their suspicions. What sort of person resides in a forbidden area? "Gentlemen, are you here for an adventure?" the old man asked without turning, his back to them. "Indeed, we are," The hefty man boldly stepped forward to the wooden fence of the old man's yard, knocking on the wooden gate and inquiring loudly, "Old man, I ask you, how can such a large village have only you? What happened to the other villagers?" Chapter 11. The Dangers of Ping Shan and the Other Villagers. The old man slowly turned his head, revealing a grotesque face covered in dark spots, and spoke in a low voice. "The others in the village have long since perished. Now, I am the sole survivor. If you too are here for adventure, I advise you to turn back. Ping Shan is a place of death." The old man grinned ominously, then turned away to continue feeding his chickens. "Old man, do you dare to curse us?" The hefty man's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the old man's words, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to storm into the yard to teach the audacious elder a lesson. "Hefty man, stop," Raymond called out, stepping in front of him with a sincere demeanor. "Sir, you mentioned that the people in this village are all dead. How did they meet their demise? Come in, and I'll tell you." The old man opened the wooden gate for Raymond and the others, leading them into the courtyard and into a simple wooden house. Inside the rudimentary abode, aside from a few wooden furnishings, there were no electronic devices whatsoever, and a kettle of water was boiling over a fire in the center of the room. "7 gentlemen, would you care for some water? I shall pour you a cup," the old man offered, turning to fetch wooden cups from a cabinet, placing them before the 7, and filling them with water from the kettle. "Thank you, sir. Sir, you mentioned that the villagers are all dead. What exactly transpired?" Raymond inquired as he accepted a cup. The old man set down the kettle, a contemplative look crossing his face. "This happened over a century ago during the Republic era. More than 100 years ago, this village was home to hundreds of families. Though isolated, they lived in peace and prosperity. But one day, a group of soldiers clad in yellow uniforms arrived at the village. This group of soldiers belongs to a nearby warlord's faction. Upon hearing rumors of a grand tomb hidden within the Bottle Mountain, they sought to plunder it in exchange for military provisions. Initially, there was a semblance of harmony, as the warlord and the villagers kept to their own affairs. The villagers collectively believed that once the warlord's men had finished their looting, they would depart. However, to their astonishment, the warlord's troops lingered in Bottle Mountain for over half a month, suffering considerable losses during their stay. It was then that the villagers learned of the venomous centipedes that inhabited the mountain, whose bite could turn a person into putrid mush. Fortunately, the warlord's band included skilled individuals who soon uncovered the treasures within the tomb, hauling them out in baskets filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Yet, their fortunes were short-lived. It remains unclear who let the secret slip, but shortly after the first faction discovered the treasure, another contingent clad in blue uniforms arrived at Bottle Mountain. Their actions were brutal. After subjugating the first faction, they massacred the entire village, seemingly incurring the wrath of the heavens. Unlike the first faction, they failed to find any treasures and suffered grievously under the assaults of the poisonous centipedes. Ultimately, they were annihilated by the resistance of the first warlord's troops. It is said that over 10,000 men from both factions had ventured into Bottle Mountain, yet fewer than 10 emerged alive. The gathered individuals, save for Jiangbai, listened intently to the elder's words, their expressions somber. "Sir, you mentioned this occurred over a century ago, yet you appear to be in your 60s. How do you know of such events?" Zhang Bai's gaze gleamed with a flicker of curiosity as he scrutinized the elder's demeanor. "It was my father who told me," the elder replied thoughtfully, lifting a cup of water to his lips. "When he was merely a teenager, he was taken to the mountain by the first warlord as a guide. It is thanks to this that he survived. Then, sir, I have another question. You mentioned that Bottle Mountain harbors poisonous centipedes capable of turning a person into mush. Are they numerous?" Raymond inquired. "I cannot say. They might be plentiful or scarce. Please, sit here and enjoy your water while I tend to my chickens that I shall return to speak with you once I have fed them." The elder replied, shaking his head as he ambled toward the wooden door. As he reached the threshold, he paused and turned back to regard the 7 of them. "Dear guests, with the recent rains, the mountain paths are treacherous. If you are not in haste, you may stay here for the night." The elder's smile was eerie as he exited the wooden cabin. "What do you think of the elder's words? Are they true or false?" Raymond's grave gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Jiangbai. "What is your opinion?" Jiangbai nodded. "It is true. I've come across records of Bottle Mountain in ancient texts related to tomb raiding. This place was once a site for alchemy throughout various dynasties, later transformed into a burial ground by a general of the Yuan dynasty. Within the tomb lies a flying centipede, measuring over 20 meters in length. Bearing 6 wings, capable of swallowing clouds and exhaling mist, as well as soaring through the skies, it is also known as the six-winged centipede, a centipede over 20 meters long. Brother, is such a creature truly existent? The stout man exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Jiangbai nodded again. Indeed, according to ancient texts, aside from the six-winged centipede, the tomb also houses countless smaller venomous centipedes, each capable of turning a person into putrid mush with a single bite. Atop that mountain lies the body of a general from the Yuan dynasty, long since turned to a corpse, impervious to blades and bullets. There is also an ancient white ape, imbued with intelligence, possessing immense strength, commanding its kin, and exhibiting a merciless nature. Jiangbai relayed the dangers he had gleaned from the ancient texts, preparing Raymond and the others mentally for what lay ahead. Do not pry too deeply. He added, inquire further would be to confirm that I have indeed seen the ancient text as for its whereabouts. I accidentally burned it during my childhood. Upon hearing his account, the assembled group collectively inhaled sharply, their faces reflecting sheer horror. With so many monsters, how can we possibly survive? Lu Yin and Bai Lu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Raymond's expression grew even more grave. Goodness, is what Jiangbai says truly credible? A centipede over 20 meters long that can swallow clouds and soar through the skies. Are zombies truly a reality? I wonder if my great-grandfather has become one. If so, let him come and bite me. I want to be invulnerable. He cursed, recalling how a friend had suggested an expedition to Bottle Mountain, praising its scenic beauty. Thank heavens I didn't go. Otherwise, I would have turned into a mass of putrid mush. If there is a tomb in Bottle Mountain, does that not imply that Jiangbai and his companions are destined for riches? What nonsense! Even if treasures lie within the tomb, they belong to the state. Who would dare to sell them? No, they should be experts. Experts would exchange 500 yuan and a banner for the treasures, then create a replica to place in a museum while discreetly selling the real items. As a biologist, I must assert that such massive centipedes cannot exist in this world. It defies the laws of nature. Not heed Jiangbai's fanciful tales. Chapter 12. Arrival at Bottle Mountain. The atmosphere within the wooden cabin was exceedingly tense. Bai Lu and Lu Yin had turned pale, while the stout man and his companions remained silent, and Raymond furrowed his brow, staring at the ground. After a prolonged silence, Raymond lifted his head, fixing his serious gaze upon Jiangbai. Brother, since your ancient text documented the dangers of Bottle Mountain, does it also contain any methods of countering them? Jiangbai shook his head. Unfortunately, it does not. That ancient text was inadvertently burned when I was very young. However, I do possess a method of overcoming the threats. What method? Raymond, along with the stout man, turned their attention to Jiangbai. He smiled. The six-winged centipede, the Yuan dynasty general, and the white ape may be formidable, but I alone can slay them with a single strike of my blade. As for the smaller venomous centipedes within the tomb, all we need to do is request 100,000 roosters from above, and we can eradicate them entirely. In nature, all things are interdependent. Roosters are the natural predators of centipedes. Once the 100,000 roosters arrive, even if the smaller venomous centipedes number in the millions, they will merely become a feast. This. Raymond and the stout man exchanged brightened glances. Of course, why did we not think of this solution sooner? They realized that in the grand scheme of things, they had the backing of the entire nation, that if they could indeed eliminate the dangers of Bottle Mountain, it would benefit not only the surrounding populace, but also the country itself. Wait here. I will contact the higher-ups immediately. True to his military nature, Raymond strode purposefully out of the room. Monsters, leave one for me. Zhao Yuning looked at Jiangbai, her eyes gleaming with eagerness, a thirst for battle evident in her demeanor. Jiangbai shook his head resolutely. No, all the monsters are mine. Not a single one will be shared. We agreed beforehand that you cannot intervene. How stingy! Zhao Yuning withdrew her gaze, clearly displeased with Jiangbai's response. Brother, are you all dividing up the monsters? The stout man asked in astonishment, his small eyes brimming with curiosity. No, you misheard. Jiang Bai denied. He had already resolved that upon encountering any exceptional creature, he would strike it down at the earliest opportunity, ensuring Zhao Yunying would not have the chance to snatch it. This included Raymond as well. Perhaps due to Jiang Bai's confidence, Lu Yin and Bai Lu appeared significantly more relaxed, their previous trepidation waning. Outside the wooden cabin, Raymond ended his satellite communication and re-entered, standing before the group with a serious expression. Ladies and gentlemen, the higher-ups have agreed to our request and will dispatch 100,000 roosters to assist us. However, we must confirm the existence of the poisonous centipedes in Bottle Mountain. Furthermore, they have instructed us to safeguard the cultural relics and avoid unnecessary destruction. That we will. Jiang Bai and the others nodded in unison. Excellent. Then let us all retire early tonight. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall march toward Bottle Mountain. Raymond declared resolutely. As he spoke, the elder re-entered the wooden cabin, his voice low. 7 guests. I have prepared dinner for you, that if you do not mind, please join me for a meal. Very well. The 7 rose and followed the elder. In the dead of night, a single oil lamp illuminated the entire wooden cabin, where Jiang Bai and his companions crowded together on the floor. Though the village had many rooms, the atmosphere was too eerie for them to choose to sleep apart. Thus, they huddled together in one cabin. Raymond lay at the outer edge with his firearm, followed by Lu Yin, Bai Lu, Zhao Yunying, Han Xiaoying, Jiang Bai, and the stout man. Yet as Jiang Bai observed the stout man, who sprawled and encroached upon his space while asleep, he helplessly leaned toward Han Xiaoying. The space on the floor was already cramped, and the stout man's movements left him with barely half a single bed's worth of room. Excuse me, do you mind if I shift over a bit? Jiang Bai asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. He was positioned awkwardly, less than 10 centimeters from Han Xiaoying, able to feel her breath with each inhale. Not at all. Good night, Jiang Bai. Han Xiaoying smiled sweetly, slowly closing her eyes. The gentle flutter of her eyelashes betrayed that her heart was anything but tranquil at that moment. Good night. Jiang Bai gazed upon Han Xiaoying's exquisite visage. Subsequently, closing his eyes, a night passed in silence on the 3rd day at dawn. The crowing of roosters shattered the tranquility of the morning that a party of 7, fully equipped, embarked on their journey to Pingshan, laden with their accompanying bundles. The most climactic moment was imminent, a reward for my 2-day vigil in the live stream. The spectacle of 100,000 Kuan chickens battling centipedes stirred my excitement. My blade was already yearning for action. Tell me, who would emerge victorious if the 6-winged centipede faced off against Jiang Xiaoge? As a biologist, I assert that according to the laws of nature, such gargantuan centipedes simply do not exist. Do not be deceived by Jiang Bai, a geographer. I find the location of the mental asylum remarkably suitable for biologists. Biologists, report immediately a neuroscientist. I discern that the biologist's mind is not quite normal. They should consume 6 walnuts, a dog expert. I must mention that one of my dogs has recently claimed to be a biologist and made inappropriate remarks, prompting my decision to neuter it. As the father of a biologist, I lament that my son, bitten by a dog in his youth, has not been quite right since, claiming the title of biologist daily. The ascent was undoubtedly fraught with twists and turns. Even though Jiang Bai and his companions had prepared themselves mentally before setting out, traversing the muddy and uneven mountain path proved exceedingly arduous. This was particularly true for Bai Lu and Lu Yin, who were not adept at climbing and found each step grueling under the weight they bore. Nevertheless, Jiang Bai refrained from extending a helping hand to alleviate their burdens. Adventure is not child's play. If they required assistance merely to ascend a mountain, they would have no choice but to withdraw or perish on the path of exploration. No one would willingly carry a burden in such perilous terrain. As for licking, that was out of the question. It was always others who licked him, never the reverse. Raymond wielded a spade, leading the way, clearing the obstructive weeds along the path, occasionally dispatching venomous snakes that emerged from the underbrush with a swift strike. After several hours of climbing, Jiang Bai and his party reached a sheer cliff by midday. Before them lay Pingshan, shrouded in mist. From a distance, it appeared unremarkable, but up close, its grandeur was awe-inspiring. Truly, nature's craftsmanship is unparalleled. Such a scene, it is no wonder that a grand tomb was constructed here. Han Xiaoying, gazing at Pingshan, remarked in wonder. While the view was splendid, it was time for us to be tested. This would be a tough battle, and you must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. Jiang Bai stated solemnly, his gaze fixed on the precipice beneath his feet. Chapter 13. Beneath the Cliff. Venomous centipedes. Brother, do you think there is something beneath this cliff? Raymond inquired as he noticed Jiang Bai's unwavering focus on the abyss below. Whether there's anything down there, we shall soon discover. Fatty, pass me your rope. Jiang Bai received the rope from Fatty, securing one into a large stone at the cliff's edge and the other around his waist, preparing to descend, but he knew what lay beneath the cliff. Though the viewers in the live stream remained oblivious, he deemed it necessary to enlighten the audience about the dangers of the Forbidden Zone. For instance, those small centipedes. He wondered if those with a fear of clusters would be frightened. Wait, I'm coming down with you, Raymond interjected, retrieving his own rope from his backpack and securing it to a stone as well. Zhao Yuning mirrored his actions. You're going down too? Jiang Bai exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Yuning nodded silently. Very well. Since you all wish to descend, follow me. Jiang Bai untied the rope from his waist and walked towards the underbrush at the cliff's edge. Raymond and Zhao Yuning exchanged glances, puzzled by Jiang Bai's intentions. Yet they complied and stepped into the foliage. The mischievous spirit ball wished to follow, but was met with a stern glare from Jiang Bai. What are you following for? In the thicket, Jiang Bai produced a small dagger, designed for both the young and the old, and sliced his fingertip, applying the blood to the arms of the two companions under their bewildered gazes. Brother, what are you doing? Raymond questioned, increasingly perplexed at no questions. This is for your own good, Jiang Bai replied, licking the blood from his finger before stepping out of the underbrush and swiftly securing the rope at the cliff's edge, beginning his descent. Raymond and Zhao Yuning followed suit, and the three descended at a remarkable pace, the spirit ball swirling around them. Emerging through a veil of mist, the sight below the cliff unveiled itself to Jiang Bai and his companions, simultaneously revealing itself to the live stream audience. They found themselves atop the roof of an ancient building, where the tiles were uneven, some roofs shattered, exposing large, gaping holes. Scattered across the rooftop lay a collection of tattered garments. As they landed on the roof, Raymond used the barrel of his gun to prod a yellow military uniform, glancing at it with a furrowed brow. This is military attire from the Republic of China era. It seems that gentleman did not deceive us. This place indeed witnessed the presence of warlords during that time. Follow me, Jiang Bai instructed, pointing towards a nearby, gaping hole, leaping into it without hesitation. Raymond and Zhao Yuning followed closely behind. Below the hole lay a dim, damp, and disorderly chamber, its floors strewn with tattered military uniforms from the Republic of China, long since worn to shreds. Their arrival seemed to disturb the room's inhabitants, as countless centipedes emerged from the military garb and the crevices in the walls, swarming towards them in a dense mass. The centipedes were pitch black, adorned with a striking red stripe along their backs. Unmistakably venomous, their sheer numbers quickly covered the entire floor, presenting a terrifying sight. Are these the poisonous centipedes? Raymond's expression was focused, gripping his firearm tightly, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire. Zhao Yuning remained equally vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Everyone, stay still, Jiang Bai whispered. Goodness, there's so many centipedes. Spirit Ball, swiftly redirect the camera from these centipedes. My fear of clusters is about to flare up. Why girlfriend asked why I threw up in her mouth. It is simply too revolting. This world is decidedly unkind to women. Why must these centipedes be so grotesque? Can't they be a tad more adorable? My goodness, even watching the live stream makes my hair stand on end. I can't fathom how Jiang Xiaoge and the others endure this. Within the chamber, the centipedes multiplied, drawing ever closer to Jiang Bai and his companions. A cold sweat beaded on Raymond's forehead. Even he, a seasoned warrior, felt a surge of dread at the sight of such an overwhelming number of centipedes. He even mentally prepared himself for the possibility of sacrificing himself, reduced to mere sludge. However, the scene he envisioned did not unfold. As the centipedes approached within 2 meters, they suddenly halted, as if sensing something terrifying, becoming disordered and turning upon one another in a frenzy. Let us say centuries' time is insufficient for them to be completely eroded. In light of this situation, he could only attribute it to one reason. Someone must have relocated these corpses. But who? in their right mind, would transport thousands of bodies to such a place. Chapter 14. The renowned host Ray, look, tents, so many tents. As the 7 of them ventured a short distance, a patch of dilapidated tents appeared ahead. Bai Lu joyfully exclaimed, pointing at the tents. The presence of tents indicated that they would not have to sleep on the streets tonight. This would likely be their resting spot. Raymond approached the tent encampment, scrutinizing it carefully. Some tents were in tatters, while others remained relatively intact and could still be used. The chubby one rummaged through several tents and discovered numerous pots, bowls, and bedding. Ray, look over there. It seems there's a person. Lu Yin pointed towards the grass with her mouth covered, exclaiming in astonishment that a person? Raymond, armed and cautious, slowly approached the thicket. There lay a stout man clad in sneakers, jeans, and a red and white top, unconscious amidst the grass that its him. How did he end up here? Lu Yin gasped. Lu Yin, do you know him? Raymond inquired, his expression solemn. Lu Yin nodded. He is Haitao from Mango TV. The one who publicly knelt before the Koreans. That's so. Upon hearing about the kneeling, the group's impression of Haitao diminished. Yet, how could he possibly be here? Lu Yin furrowed her brow, suddenly smacking her forehead. I remember now. Before we set off, I saw a news report about a civil aviation plane that suddenly crashed over Shaanxi, and even the rescue teams couldn't locate it. I recall that the news mentioned the famous host Haitao was also on that flight. I never expected he would land here on Ping Mountain. Regardless, let us first wake him up. Raymond crouched down, confirming that Haitao was still breathing before gently patting his face. Almost simultaneously, the viewers outside the live stream went into a frenzy. Everyone, I just searched the news, and indeed, there was a plane crash recently. All the passengers are missing. Haitao, it's Haitao, my favorite star. I thought he had perished with the plane. This is wonderful news. What a coincidence that the search team has found a survivor of the crash. Doesn't that mean the black box might also be near Ping Mountain? With a survivor, we can uncover the reasons behind the crash. In summary, this was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Damn it, why didn't this guy die? Kneeling before the Koreans, he has utterly shamed our Xia country. Wake up, wake up! Under Raymond's prodding, Haitao gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? He drowsily opened his eyes, greeted by several faces. Haitao, you're awake, Lu Yin asked, her tone filled with joy. Lu Yin, it's you. Recognizing her, Haitao sat up from the ground, surveying his surroundings in confusion. Lu Yin, where is this? How did I end up here? And are you all filming a show? We are participating in an official expedition. Lu Yin was about to explain, but Jiang Bai stepped forward, interrupting her. No, we're not filming a show. We're simply here for adventure. Not filming a show. Haitao scanned the area again, confirming he saw no crew. Hey, you're awake. Raymond spoke up at that moment. Only then did Haitao notice Raymond, and upon seeing his military attire, he became agitated. A soldier. You are a soldier, Raymond nodded. Good, good. Since you're a soldier, I, as a host from Mango TV, command you to take me to a safe place immediately. Sorry, I cannot comply. Raymond rejected without hesitation. Cannot comply? Haitao became more animated, standing up and pointing at Raymond. On what grounds can you not comply? You are a soldier and have the obligation to ensure the safety of the public, especially someone of my status. Protecting me is your duty, as well as your responsibility as a soldier. Why can't you do that? I command you one last time. Take me to a safe place, or I will report your behavior to your superiors. Suit yourself. That a trace of displeasure crossed Raymond's face. Suit myself? Huh. Haitao, infuriated by Raymond's attitude, glanced at the backpack behind him and reached out to snatch it. What's in there? Food? Hurry up and bring it to me. Raymond's expression darkened entirely. He considered teaching Haitao a lesson, but refrained due to his identity, allowing Haitao to seize his backpack instead. Indeed, there's food and water. Haitao pulled out a pack of compressed biscuits and water from a bag, devouring them hungrily. Damn it, I can't tolerate this any longer. The chubby one rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Haitao, but Jiang Bai pulled him back. Jiang Bai glanced at the situation, slowly murmuring 3 words for him to hold back. He had long heard that some celebrities behave one way in public and another behind the scenes. Now that he had an opportunity, he intended to observe closely. Haitao's audacity stemmed from the absence of cameras and the presence of a soldier. After all, Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were equally incensed by Haitao's behavior. What kind of person is this? Not only is he ungrateful to those who saved him, but he also dares to give orders. Just because he is a host, does that mean he is superior? I've heard his character is terrible, but never witnessed it firsthand that I can't believe his character is this poor. How can someone like this be a host? My friend Tao Tao was right. Isn't it the duty of soldiers to serve us? If we're in trouble, how is it wrong to ask for their help? That is their obligation and an honor. Otherwise, why do we have soldiers? Besides, our Tao Tao is a top host. If anything happens to him, it's a loss for the hosting world. On the contrary, Raymond is just a soldier. What is the harm in him giving a little? Our country has plenty of soldiers. They don't lack one. The comments flooded the encampment. Haitao finished the last bite of the compressed biscuit with a satisfied belch. That soldier, your water bottle is empty. Bring me some water later, and remember, I want purified water. He tossed the water bottle to Raymond and casually sat down in a nearby spot. Chapter 15. Haitao, as shamelessness you. Anger flickered in Raymond's eyes. Were it not for his identity in the live broadcast, he would have relished the chance to teach Haitao a lesson. Let it go, Ray. Let us quickly set up our resting spot. The chubby one noticed Jiang Bai's intention and hurriedly stepped in to soothe Raymond. Suppressing his fury, Raymond turned to tidy up the grass in the encampment. Lu Yin and Bai Lu began to assist, gathering usable items to dry in the sun, while organizing pots and bowls together. Haitao sat on the ground, his gaze sweeping over Han Xiaoying's figure, a glimmer of lust flashing in his eyes. However, realizing Han Xiaoying was not someone to mess with, he shifted his focus to Lu Yin, calling out, Lu Yin, come over and massage my legs and shoulders. Otherwise, be wary of my potential blacklist. Lu Yin, already disliking Haitao, felt her anger boil upon hearing his words. Grabbing a stone, she hurled it at Haitao, shouting, Need your grandmother's legs. If you dare, blacklist me right now. Upon being refused by Lu Yin, fury surged on Haitao's face. Just as he was about to explode, he noticed Lu Yin pulling a knife from her backpack. Instantly, his anger was doused, and he dared not utter a word, fearing Lu Yin might stab him. Silence enveloped the scene. About an hour later, a cleared area emerged, accommodating a tent for 7 people to sleep in. Haitao saw there were only 7 sleeping spaces in the tent and immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, his face darkening as he confronted Raymond arrogantly. Hey, soldier, what do you mean by this? Why are there only 7 bedding sets? I command you to find me a clean and sanitary bedding set. I want to sleep among you. Raymond ignored Haitao, glancing at the others. Let us go. We will likely stay here for the next few days. We need to search for water sources first. All right. The group had no objections. Although they had brought some water, it was insufficient, and they needed a new source. The 7 of them disregarded Haitao as they donned their backpacks and headed out of the encampment. Hey, where are you all planning to go? I'm talking to you, soldier. Upon witnessing the departure of the 7 individuals, Haitao suddenly grew anxious, hastily rising to approach them. Nevertheless, the 7 remained indifferent to his presence. That soldier, should you abandon me, and if anything were to happen to me, the responsibility would rest squarely on your shoulders. I have family up there who would ensure you face dire consequences. Haitao declared with an air of arrogance. Raymond inhaled deeply, turning his head. We are going to search for a water source. If you wish to join us, then follow. This was somewhat acceptable to Haitao, who quickly fell in line behind the 7 that he attempted to position himself beside Han Xiaoying and Zhao Yunying, but was met with a fierce glare from Zhao, forcing him to settle alongside Bai Lu. The mountain path was arduous. While the 7 adapted with relative ease, Haitao struggled. His corpulent frame left him panting for breath after only a few hundred meters, prompting a demand for a rest. Reluctantly, Raymond acquiesced. After a series of stops and starts, they finally arrived at a small creek a few miles away after an hour's trek. Once Raymond ensured the area was safe, he began to assign tasks. Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning were to keep watch, while Haitao, Bai Lu, and Lu Yin were tasked with gathering firewood. He and the overweight individual, along with Han Xiaoying, would handle washing dishes, fetching water, and starting the fire. You all can gather firewood yourselves. That is your own responsibility that I refuse to partake, Haitao declared upon hearing of his assigned task. Bai Lu, fuming, retorted, We are all working. Are you so special? You all chose to work voluntarily. What does that have to do with me? Did I compel you to labor? If you wish to toil, that's your own folly. Besides, I am a host. If I injure my hands doing such menial tasks, can you compensate me? Though you, Bai Lu, are a big star, my connections are beyond your imagination. Haitao rebutted with unwarranted bravado. You, Bai Lu stammered, pointing at him in frustration. Forget it, Bai Lu. Let him be, Lu Yin interjected. Attempting to soothe her friend. Humph, Bai Lu huffed, turning back to gather firewood. Haitao cast a glance at Bai Lu, reclining on the ground with his legs crossed. I am truly astounded. There are men like this in the world. Even lesser than a woman, he mused. Bai Lu and Lu Yin were hard at work while he lounged about, regretting ever having watched a show before. Are you all brainless? My Haitao is right. Is he not? This work is not something he forced Bai Lu to do. They willingly chose to labor. Why blame my Haitao? Exactly. My Haitao is a renowned host. If he were to injure himself while working, who would take responsibility? Such tasks should be left to those who are suited for them. Isn't that Raymond a soldier? He should handle it all. How can someone like Haitao have fans? Indeed, like attracts like. And trash will always congregate with trash. By the creek. The group worked in harmony and soon had a pot of water boiling. Jiangbai pulled out a packet of dried vegetables, preparing to add it to the pot. When Bai Lu produced several eggs and 2 packets of noodles from her backpack. Hey, let's eat this today. Where did you get that? Raymond asked, puzzled, as he recalled not providing Bai Lu with noodles or eggs. Bai Lu smiled, explaining, I traded my necklace with a village elder for these. Why goodness, Bai Lu. You mean to say you exchanged your necklace for these few noodles and eggs? If memory serves, that necklace is worth several thousand. Lu Yin exclaimed in surprise. If it benefits the group, a necklace is of little consequence. Bai Lu shrugged nonchalantly. You've outdone yourself, Jiangbai said, taking the noodles from Bai Lu and tossing them into the pot, followed by cracking the eggs inside and adding a pinch of salt. In no time, a modest yet hearty afternoon meal was ready. Each of the 7 took their bowls and sat before the pot. Initially reclining, Haitao noticed that none of the 7 called him to eat, causing his expression to darken. He promptly stood and approached Lu Yin, snatching her bowl and chopsticks to scoop the eggs into his own. What are you doing? There are only 7 eggs in the pot. If you take them all, what will we eat? Bai Lu glared at Haitao. Haitao dismissed her concern, saying, but there are still noodles, aren't there? You can eat those. Noodles are still an option. Besides, it's just a few eggs. I will return tenfold when we get back. You, Bai Lu seethed. With a crash, the overweight individual slammed his bowl to the ground. I won't eat anymore. You all can have it. I'm off to relieve myself. Chapter 16. Do not let him return alive. Noticing the overweight individual wandering into the brush, Haitao remained unfazed, relishing the eggs in his bowl. What sort of person is this? He contributes nothing while working, but only selects the best food to eat, utterly disregarding others. Can one be so shameless? My Haitao merely took a few eggs from them. Must they truly be so petty? Haitao has promised to repay them tenfold. Why quibble over a few eggs? Haitao is indeed magnanimous, offering to repay them tenfold, unlike their small-mindedness if it comes to it. When they return, we, the fans, will repay them 100-fold. Those few eggs were exchanged for Bai Lu's necklace worth several thousand. Do you fans truly intend to return a few million? Are the eggs from the mountain comparable to those from the city? If I drink a bottle of water from you in the desert, would you accept 10 bottles in return? Some fans are truly clueless. I wonder how their parents raised them. The live stream was filled with scornful comments. Bai Lu and the others glared angrily at Haitao. Let us eat, Raymond said, suppressing his fury. Reluctantly, the group began to eat the noodles that a few minutes later, the pot of noodles was completely consumed. Haitao rubbed his belly, lounging comfortably on the ground. Hey, the overweight guy's been gone for quite a while. Do you think he might have encountered any danger? Lu Yin asked, glancing worriedly toward the brush. Do not fret. He will be fine, Jiangbai reassured her with a smile. Just then, the overweight individual emerged from the brush. A broad smile on his face, he walked directly up to Haitao, beaming. Have you had enough to eat? Would you like some more? Haitao patted his stomach and waved his hand. I am full. You all can enjoy the noodles at your leisure. All right, since you are full, we shall begin our meal. The overweight individual said, turning back toward the brush and returning with 2 wild chickens, calling out to Jiangbai and the others. "Hey, let us boil some water. We're having wild chicken and chicken soup." Upon seeing the wild chickens, Bailu's anger began to dissipate. "Get the pot, boil the water, and pluck the feathers." With everyone's cooperation, the two wild chickens were quickly prepared, one for roasting and the other for soup. "If only we had some spices," the overweight individual lamented, gazing longingly at the pot of soup. "Spices? We have some," Jiangbai exclaimed, retrieving a bag filled with goji berries, red dates, and other seasonings from his backpack and tossing it into the pot. "Brother, you brought this?" the overweight individual asked, astonished. Jiangbai merely smiled in response. Approximately half an hour later, both the roasted chicken and chicken soup were ready, and the seven began to feast joyfully. This is truly delicious. "Wild chicken is far more flavorful than eggs," the overweight individual exclaimed between bites. Haitao wished to partake, but realized he was already too full, unable to eat another bite, that he understood that he had been tricked by the overweight individual. Watching Jiangbai and the others savor the roasted chicken and soup, the livestream fans of Haitao were not pleased. This group is truly vile. They clearly have wild chickens, yet hide them away. Still bickering over those few eggs with Haitao. What sort of people are these? Absolutely despicable. Especially Raymond, a soldier, who shows no inclination to assist Haitao, only thinking of themselves that we must report this to the authorities and demand that they apologize publicly to Haitao. Indeed, they must apologize to Haitao. I can only say that the overweight individual has done splendidly. The overweight individual is impressive. The overweight individual is impressive. After finishing the two wild chickens, the group was thoroughly satisfied. Raymond checked the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon that he stood, readied his backpack, and addressed the group. "Everyone, it is getting late. We should head back." All right, the overweight individual began to rise to retrieve his backpack, only to find a note tucked beneath it. He contemplated for a moment before discreetly pocketing the note. "I will not leave. I have yet to rest enough," Haitao declared darkly. "You refuse to leave?" Jiangbai approached Haitao with a slight smile. "Are you certain you wish to stay? Do you know the identities of the 7 of us?" Haitao cast a dismissive glance at Jiangbai. "Aren't you just an expedition team?" "What? Do you dare abandon me?" Jiangbai chuckled, pointing to a small hovering sphere above. "We may indeed be an expedition team, but we are the official expedition team for the live broadcast of the Forbidden Zone exploration. Do you see that sphere in the sky? It's called the Spirit Sphere. It has been live streaming 24/7. Everything you have done has been broadcasted live." "What?" Upon hearing the news of the live broadcast, Haitao instantly straightened his posture, casting a disbelieving glance at the little spirit ball. He had heard whispers about the official's grand expedition into forbidden territories, but his eagerness to travel to South Korea to meet his beloved Appa had caused him to pay little heed to it. Moreover, at that time, the official had not announced the guest list for the adventure. Thus he had given it no further thought. If what Jiangbai said were indeed true, then his previous actions would be inexcusable. No, he must make amends. A bead of sweat trickled down Haitao's forehead. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he quickly rose to his feet and smiled at the little spirit ball. "Greetings to the family in the live stream. I am Haitao, and it is a privilege to encounter the official exploration team here. That I would like to clarify that my previous actions were merely scripted antics intended to lighten the atmosphere of the show. Therefore, I wish to remind everyone to take care of themselves. Haitao will always be here to accompany you. Thank you all." Wow, I knew my Haitao had good character. It turns out it was all a script to enhance the show's atmosphere. Now that he's clarified everything, I wonder what those haters will say next. Exactly, those little fairies are bound to be defensive now. They can't hold a candle to Haitao and keep hurling insults at him. I'll just smile and remain silent. The brain is a wonderful thing. It's a pity some of you have evolved so much that you forgot to bring along, and oh wonder some fans are called brainless fans. It turns out they truly are. The live stream was abuzz with chatter as Jiangbai and his companions set off. Aware of the live broadcast, Haitao refrained from complaining on the way down the mountain, gritting his teeth and doing his utmost to keep up with the exploration team. However, his overindulgence had left him feeling nauseous as he hurried along. The chubby guy lagged at the back of the group, intentionally keeping a distance from everyone else. Ensuring that the little spirit ball was oblivious to his presence, he discreetly pulled out a note, which read, "Do not let him return alive, D. Oh, not let him return alive." The chubby guy's eyes glimmered with suspicion as he quickly swallowed the note, feigning nonchalance while trailing behind the group. Chapter 17. The walled city to be by the time the group returned to camp. Dusk was approaching. Just as Jiangbai removed his backpack, preparing to rest in the tent, he heard the distant sound of buzzing helicopter blades. He looked up to see hundreds of helicopters flying low towards the cliff in front of Bottle Mountain. "Ray, you all stay here. I'll go take a look." Jiangbai tossed this remark over his shoulder, shouldering the dragonbone blade and grabbing a rope as he dashed toward the cliff. The little spirit ball hovered closely above him. Lightened by the reduced weight, Jiangbai moved swiftly, reaching the cliff's edge in mere minutes. He tied one end of the rope to a rock and leapt off the cliff. Meanwhile, helicopters were landing near the bottom of the cliff, their doors opening to release an uncountable number of roosters, flapping their wings as they descended towards the rooftops. These roosters were not the farm-raised chickens, but rather free-range, aggressive cocks. They soared through the air, eagerly diving into the holes on the rooftops. Their cacophony indicated their excitement. Among the throng, Jiangbai even spotted a few exotic breeds, the fury roosters, which possessed eyelids akin to humans. Before long, the entire base of the cliff was dominated by the army of roosters, excitedly clucking and crowing to as if sensing a threat. Countless venomous centipedes emerged from the crevices of the rooftops, preparing to engage in battle with the rooster army. The impending clash between the chickens and centipedes was imminent. The roosters wielded sharp claws and beaks, capable of crushing a centipede with a single strike. The venom of the poisonous centipedes seemed ineffective against the roosters, as it often took dozens of bites to fell a single cock. Jiangbai hung suspended in midair at the cliff, waiting that he was anticipating the arrival of the six-winged centipede. Here it comes. The long-awaited battle between the chickens and centipedes is finally upon us. Our roosters are truly formidable, he exclaimed, spotting his own prized rooster among them. Devouring a small centipede, I never imagined my chicken would contribute to the nation. Unlike me, just a useless being, for reasons unknown. He suddenly felt a twinge of pity for the centipedes, likely unaware that one day they would face an army of roosters from the sky. Look, what is Jiangbai doing? Someone pondered. Could he, like us, be enjoying the spectacle of this chicken and centipede battle? As the little spirit ball streamed the scene below, viewers of the live broadcast became agitated. Jiangbai remained quietly suspended at the cliff. An hour passed. The six-winged centipede had yet to appear. 2 hours passed. Still no sign of the centipede. Jiangbai glanced at the darkening sky and began to climb back up the cliff. He surmised that the six-winged centipede must be intimidated by the 100,000 roosters, too frightened to make an appearance. After about 10 minutes, Jiangbai returned to the camp. Raymond and the others quickly surrounded him, asking, "Brother, what do you think? Is our rooster army capable of exterminating those poisonous centipedes?" Jiangbai nodded. "As long as they can eradicate them, that's all that matters." Raymond breathed a sigh of relief. The chubby guy scrutinized Jiangbai's hands. "Brother Jiang, did you come back empty-handed? Didn't T catch a couple of roosters for soup?" "Brother, what are you thinking? Those are official roosters, not to be casually taken." Bai Lu interjected. "That is indeed a valid point." The chubby guy conceded. "All right, everyone, let us rest early." Jiangbai patted the chubby guy on the shoulder before turning to return to the tent. The night passed without incident. The next morning, before the sun had risen, the sound of crowing shattered the tranquility of Bottle Mountain. The 100,000 roosters crowed in unison, their cacophony echoing for miles around. Another round of the chicken and centipede battle was about to commence. Jiangbai packed his bag and led Raymond and the others toward the cliff. After a fresh rain, they encountered roosters everywhere along the way, in the grass, on branches, upon reaching the cliff's edge. They were taken aback by the sight before them that a group of roosters stood in formation at the cliff's edge, organized under the command of a fury rooster, preparing to leap down. My goodness. Have these chickens become sentient? They can line up? The chubby guy exclaimed in shock. These chickens have been interacting with humans for years. They've picked up a bit of human essence that you see that rooster at the front? Jiangbai pointed to the foremost fury rooster and explained, "That one is a phoenix-type rooster. Known as the fury rooster, it is the nemesis of all poisonous creatures, specifically targeting them, and they only appear in Fury County. It seems the officials have some skilled individuals behind them to have found the fury rooster." The fury rooster, a phoenix type? The chubby guy shook his head, indicating he had never heard of it. Let us go. We can't descend the cliff. We'll find another entry point to the tomb, Jiang Bai declared as he led the group toward the mountainside. An hour later, the team wandered along the mountainside, and whether by design or happenstance, Jiang Bai kept circling the area. The others fared well enough, but Haitao suffered greatly. He was already out of shape, and having not eaten breakfast that morning, he was now ravenous and utterly exhausted. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he complained, "Brother Jiang, why do we keep wandering around? What exactly are we searching for? We've been at this all morning. Can't we take a break? We're looking for a stone door. If you're tired, you can sit here and wait for us." Jiang Bai replied without turning around. The Haitao looked around at the overgrown surroundings, occasionally spotting venomous snakes slithering through the grass, making him shiver, and he dared not speak further. After about another half hour of wandering, Jiang Bai stopped before a stone door. "Brother Jiang, what is this place? Is it the tomb of a general from the Yuan dynasty?" Han Xiaoying asked, puzzled. Jiang Bai shook his head, pointing at the stone door with a grave expression. "This is the walled city. That aren't you curious where the corpses of those warlords from the Republic of China went?" "The walled city?" Han Xiaoying furrowed her brow slightly. Jiang Bai turned to Raymond. "Ray, you should have explosives, right? Could you help me blow this stone door open?" Raymond hesitated. He could see that the stone door was quite old, likely an antique, but upon observing Jiang Bai's resolute demeanor, he thought for a moment and nodded. "All right." Raymond retrieved explosives from his backpack and, after a few adjustments, distanced himself from the stone door and pressed a remote control. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and the area was instantly shrouded in smoke and flying debris. When the dust settled, the group saw that the once sealed stone door had been blasted open, leaving only a small hole for passage. A foul stench wafted from the opening. Chapter 18. Haitao, this is selfishness. Ugh. The women gag at the foul odor. The putrid scent arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Jiang Bai surveyed Raymond and the others. Everyone. This is the walled city, a trap set by the tomb owner to ensnare grave robbers. Without a doubt, it is laden with traps. You all wait for me outside while I go in to investigate. Wait, I shall accompany you inside. Raymond stepped forward, his expression solemn as he declared, "I am a soldier and your captain. I have no reason to allow you to enter alone while I remain outside. That contradicts the principles of a soldier. That I will follow you in as well," the stout man asserted resolutely. "And so shall we," chimed in Han Xiaoying, Bai Lu, and Lu Yin in unison, although Zhao Yunying merely nodded. Her determination was unmistakable. "Are you all truly going inside? It is fraught with peril and may lead to death," Jiang Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Han Xiaoying smiled gently. "We are a team, an entity united in this adventure. If we retreat at the first sign of danger, what then would be our purpose? We might as well withdraw entirely. Rest assured, we shall not be a burden to you." Prior to embarking on this expedition, we signed a death waiver with the authorities. Within the forbidden grounds, life and death are subject to fate. No one can be blamed. Very well. Jiang Bai refrained from further persuasion, for as Han Xiaoying stated, life and death are dictated by fate, and fortune lies in the heavens. You shall wait outside. Raymond cast a sidelong glance at Haitao. "No, I too wish to enter. My legs belong to me. You cannot dictate my movements." Haitao exclaimed with an air of righteous determination. Upon learning that Jiang Bai and his companions were part of the live-streamed exploration crew within the Forbidden Zone, Haitao had pondered the matter throughout the night. He recognized the immense popularity of this venture. That it was the first time in years that the government of Xia country had organized and heavily promoted such an event, which would be broadcasted on major streaming platforms, including state television. This was a sensational event, a symbol of popularity. How many celebrities wished to partake, only to be turned away by the authorities? Yet here he was, encountering this small team in the wild. Was this not a divine opportunity for him to gain fame? If he could ride the coattails of their popularity, he could not only rewrite his past, but also ascend to become a top-tier star domestically, perhaps even internationally renowned. Thus, he had to enter the Wang city. Only by joining the exploration team could he seize the opportunity for fame, transforming his fortunes and becoming a sensation on Mango TV. As for the danger, he had contemplated it, but he did not believe the authorities would genuinely send them to their doom. Moreover, despite his arrogance, he was not foolish. Through a day of observation, he had discerned that Raymond and the others were skilled individuals, each possessing a unique talent. He could not fathom that they would stand by and watch as he perished in front of a national audience. Once inside Wing City, life and death are one's own responsibility. Do not touch anything indiscriminately, Jiangbai warned as he glanced at Haitao before stepping into the city. The others followed closely behind. They entered a long, dimly lit corridor with oil lamps hanging from the walls. As they approached, the lamps ignited automatically. Jiangbai and Raymond led the way, followed by Han Xiaoying, Zhao Yunying by Lu Yin, and finally the stout man and Haitao. The corridor was eerily quiet. After walking for some time, a grand door appeared ahead. T last. We're nearing the end. I thought we were caught in a ghost wall. The stout man chuckled as he stretched lazily. Turning, he noticed Haitao exploring something on the adjacent wall, and his expression darkened as he shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Did I not tell you not to touch anything? What if you trigger a mechanism?" Haitao, unfazed, turned back. "I merely found this mural intriguing and wish to observe it up close for our viewers. Besides, we have traversed quite a distance without encountering any traps, have we not? Even if there were mechanisms, after all these years, they must have rusted and become inoperative." As he spoke, Haitao's right hand struck the wall with force. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the sound of mechanisms activated, and hundreds of dark holes appeared above the walls, from which arrows sprang forth. Haitao froze on the spot, his complexion paling. "Get down," Jiangbai shouted, turning and pulling Han Xiaoying down with him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arrows shot forth like a torrential downpour. In that critical moment, Haitao yanked Bai Lu in front of himself, using her as a shield while he crouched low. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several arrows struck Bai Lu, causing her to collapse limply to the ground. Bai Lu! Bai Lu! The stout man cried out, attempting to rush forward but was held back by the barrage of arrows. Bai Lu going offline. "Haitao, you scoundrel! You used Bai Lu as your human shield. You have condemned her to death. Murderer! Law enforcement, you must arrest him and bring him to justice. This has nothing to do with my Haitao. He only acted out of desperation to save himself. It was not intentional. Who told Bai Lu to be slow?" "Exactly. We agreed that life and death are our own responsibilities before entering Wing City, that if something happens to Bai Lu, it is merely bad luck." "You bastard! Haitao, you ignored the warnings and triggered a trap, causing Bai Lu's demise, and yet you have brainless fans defending you. I swear if I encounter one of Haitao's fans outside, I will strike them down. Count me in. Let us unite and unleash our fury on Haitao's followers." As arrows rained down, after several rounds, all the small holes ceased to expel any more arrows. Lu Yin crawled forward, embracing Bai Lu tightly as she wept. Bai Lu, please don't leave us. Wake up. You will be fine. Don't frighten me." Bai Lu slowly opened her eyes, her voice weak. "Sister Lu Yin, I am dying that I can no longer accompany you. When I am gone, could you take my body back to my parents? Do not leave me here. It is too dark, and I am afraid that I promise I will. Please, Bai Lu, if you have any last wishes, speak them. I shall do everything in my power to fulfill them." Lu Yin cried, tears streaming down her face. Bai Lu turned to Jiangbai. "Brother Jiangbai, may I ask you for one final request before I pass?" "Speak. In truth, I regained consciousness that night you rescued me. Lying on your back gave me an inexplicable sense of safety, so I feigned unconsciousness to allow you to carry me back before I leave this world. Could you hold me once more, so I may depart in peace?" Bai Lu gazed at Jiangbai with hope. Chapter 19. Haitao's demise. Very well. Jiangbai stepped forward, taking Bai Lu from Lu Yin's arms. "The feeling of lying in your embrace is truly wonderful." Bai Lu smiled faintly, slowly closing her eyes. "Oh, you truly are dying. Wake up, don't sleep." Jiangbai shook Bai Lu gently. "There's such a thing as pretend dying?" Bai Lu opened her eyes, confusion evident in her gaze. Jiangbai did not respond. Instead, he pulled out the arrows embedded in her chest, smiling as he said, "This combat suit you were especially designed by the military. It has bulletproof capabilities. Not only arrows, but even a regular handgun could not penetrate it. So, please come back to life." Bai Lu looked down her chest, realizing no blood was flowing and feeling no pain. She instinctively touched her body, her joy bubbling over. So, I'm fine. I don't have to die. Jiangbai nodded, helping her to her feet. I don't have to die. I'm truly fine, Bai Lu exclaimed with uncontainable joy, leaping into Jiangbai's embrace. Thank goodness she is unharmed, Haitao murmured softly. His words reached the stout man's ears, igniting a fury within him that could no longer be contained. He approached Haitao and kicked him to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks while shouting, "How dare you speak? Do you have any idea you nearly caused Bai Lu's death, leading to the loss of teammate? I swear I will end you." Haitao was no match for as the crowd hastily dropped to the ground. A sudden barrage of arrows descended upon them. The rain of arrows arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Once the arrow storm subsided, the portly man scrambled to his feet, his face flushed with fury as he approached Haitao, seizing the latter by the collar and admonishing, "You scoundrel, do you genuinely wish to see us perish? Watch as I bring you to ruin." With that, he raised his fist menacingly. "Fatty, release him at once," Raymond interjected sternly. "Humph." Reluctantly, the portly man let go of Haitao and was about to return to the back of the line when, out of nowhere, an arrow shot towards Jiangbai's face, who was just preparing to draw his blade. With a quick flick of his eyes, the portly man lunged forward and tackled Jiangbai to the ground, shouting, "Brother, be cautious. Everyone, get down." Whoosh! The arrow flew over the heads of Jiangbai and the portly man. Just as Haitao exhaled in relief and prepared to lie down, a sickening sound pierced the air as an arrow found its mark in his throat. Haitao's pupils dilated in shock as he stared incredulously at the arrow embedded in his neck, casting a defiant glance at the portly man before his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! More arrows rained down, and everyone lay still, frozen in place. He has died. My Haitao has truly perished. This is murder, plain and simple. The IT is the portly man and Jiangbai who have caused the demise of my Haitao. I shall bring them to justice for this act of murder. Absurd. How can Haitao's fate possibly be linked to the actions of the portly man and Jiangbai? He has finally met his end. How can it not be related? Were it not for the portly man and Jiangbai dropping to the ground first, could that arrow have struck Haitao? They're the ones who brought about Haitao's demise. Are you suggesting that Haitao's life holds value, while Jiangbai's life does not? Should he have stood in front of Haitao to shield him from arrows? Jiangbai merely acted to save the portly man. What fault lies with him? To borrow your own words, who instructed Haitao to take his time in lying down. Exactly. Before entering the trap city, we all agreed to take responsibility for our own lives. Haitao's misfortune is simply a result of his ill fate. We must call the authorities. We must ensure that Jiangbai and the portly man are apprehended. As a lawyer, I conclude from the recent live stream that there is no connection between Haitao's death and the actions of the portly man and Jiangbai. First, the trap was triggered by Haitao himself, and he was killed by his own device. Second, Haitao voluntarily entered the trap city, having been informed of its dangers by others in the group beforehand. Third, the actions of the portly man and Jiangbai fall under the category of rescue, as they acted in a state of emergency, which does not constitute any illegal behavior. That IT is akin to walking down the street with your partner when a large truck suddenly charges towards you. In a moment of panic, you pull your partner out of harm's way, but the truck collides with someone else instead. Should you and your partner bear any responsibility for that? The answer is no. This scenario is classified as an emergency response. With lawyers weighing in, some of Haitao's fans are bound to be disheartened that if you truly cared for Haitao, why didn't you accompany him on his descent? The rain of arrows ceased, and the crowd rose to their feet. The portly man gazed at Haitao's lifeless body, lost in thought. Is there any hope left for him? Raymond turned to Han Xiaoying, who shook her head solemnly. With an arrow through the throat, his body has grown cold. Even a deity could not save him. Alas, he has ultimately succumbed. Raymond let out a long sigh, a hint of self-reproach etched upon his face. Han Xiaoying stepped forward to offer comfort. Raymond, you need not bear such heavy guilt. The forbidden grounds are fraught with peril. None of us can guarantee that we will emerge unscathed each time. Perhaps the next to fall will be you, or me. That I understand, Raymond replied, lifting his gaze to the portly man and Jiangbai. Fatty, brother, could you please carry his body outside and hand it over to the soldiers, so they can return it to his parents? Of course, Jiang Bai and the portly man nodded in unison. Together, they lifted Haitao's body and made their way out. This time, the spirit orb did not follow. Outside, after handing Haitao's body over to the soldiers and watching them depart, Jiang Bai turned to the portly man. "Fatty, you tackled me on purpose just now, didn't you?" The portly man shrugged nonchalantly that I did not. "I merely sought to protect my teammate from harm, ha." Jiang Bai chuckled, wrapping an arm around the portly man's shoulders that I appreciated. "When we return, I shall treat you to some skewers that I in that case. I shall order the expensive ones. I expect a feast." The portly man reciprocated the gesture, and the two walked side by side, bantering and laughing as they made their way through the passage. Once they were a short distance from Raymond and the others, they simultaneously released each other and feigned somber expressions. Chapter 20. Slaying the zombies. Raymond. Haitao's body has been taken away. Shall we continue our journey? Very well. The 7 of them arrived at the stone gate. Jiang Bai stepped forward to inspect it, giving Raymond a nod of approval. Raymond retrieved a pack of explosives and placed it at the base of the stone gate before swiftly retreating and pressing the button. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the stone gate was blown apart. Seasoned Special Forces operative. Such precision demolition was second nature. As the gate crumbled, a foul stench wafted out. Once the odor dissipated, Jiang Bai and his companions ventured into the trapped city. Before them lay a gruesome sight. Bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground. In the midst of the carnage lay a black iron coffin. They truly are here. Upon seeing the bodies, a smile crept onto Jiang Bai's face. The portly man, puzzled, inquired, "Brother, I fail to comprehend why you are so intent on finding these corpses. You have relatives among them?" Jiang Bai shook his head with a grin. "Not at all. None of these corpses belong to my kin. The reason I sought them is that the elder of the village below mentioned that nearly 10,000 souls perished here. Yet as we traversed this path, we have encountered not a single corpse. Thus, I began to ponder whether these bodies might have been exploited by someone with ulterior motives, for this mountainous region is a prime location for necromancy. It appears my suspicions were indeed correct. Fatty, prepare to open the coffin." Jiang Bai gestured towards the black iron coffin. He had not disclosed that if someone were indeed raising the dead, it would provide him with a wealth of exploration points. This was the true reason he had ventured into the trapped city in search of these corpses. Understood. The portly man first retrieved a candle, ignited it, and placed it in the southeastern corner of the trapped city, thoughtfully covering it with a transparent plastic dome. "Fatty, what are you doing?" Lu Yin asked, bewildered. Even Jiang Bai was momentarily taken aback. He had instructed the portly man to prepare tools for opening the coffin. Not to light candles. It seemed the portly man's identity extended beyond that of a mere survival expert. This is a traditional ritual, lighting a candle for the deceased and allowing the spirit to guide us. It is a pact between the ancestor and the tomb owner that you see the flame on the candle. If it continues to burn, it signifies that the tomb owner consents to our opening the coffin and taking the treasures within. Should the flame extinguish, we must return all the items we have taken from the tomb and bow 3 times in submission. Then retrace our steps. If we breach this agreement, the ancestor will no longer protect us, and the tomb owner will keep us trapped within. The portly man boasted slightly. Yes, that's so. Lu Yin and the other women nodded in understanding. But what does it mean to cover the candle? Jiang Bai mused internally, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The portly man procured his tools and approached the black iron coffin, turning to Jiang Bai. "Brother, I am truly about to open the coffin." "Proceed." Jiang Bai nodded. "All right then." The portly man used his tools to pry off the nails securing the coffin lid and exerted force to push the lid down at once. It did not budge. Twice. Still it remained unmoved. "Fatty, allow me to assist you." Bai Lu volunteered, stepping forward. The two of them combined their strength, and with a resounding crash, the coffin lid was pushed open just enough to create a gap. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind swept through at that moment. Lu Yin shivered involuntarily, instinctively glancing at the candle, only to see the flame turning green. Turning back, her face was filled with terror. "Fatty, perhaps we should refrain from opening the coffin. The candle's flame has turned green. Whether it turns green or red is of no concern. As long as the candle remains lit, we are fine." According to our ancestors' rules, a lit candle signifies that the tomb owner agrees to my actions. Should the tomb owner dare to rise from the dead, it would mean they have broken the rules, and I shall cut them down, the portly man retorted dismissively before turning to Jiang Bai. By the way, brother, if something rises from the coffin, you can handle it, right? Jiang Bai smiled and nodded, casting a curious glance at Bai Lu. Just moments ago, when the portly man approached the coffin, his laissez tattoo had shown no response. However, as soon as Bai Lu neared the coffin, the tattoo emitted waves of warmth, leading him to suspect a certain constitution, the undead raising sacred body of the evil emperor. If Bai Lu possessed this constitution as well, he would truly be lucky. 1, 2, 3. Bai Lu pushed with all her might. The portly man and Bai Lu strained as they pushed against the coffin lid. With a thunderous sound, the entire lid was overturned and crashed to the ground. The portly man peered into the coffin and quickly waved to Jiang Bai and the others. Brother Raymond, come quickly. The occupant of this coffin is none other than a warlord from the Republic of China. Though he has lost an eye, Fatty, stop looking. Quickly pull Bai Lu back. That fellow is about to turn into a corpse. Jiang Bai felt a surge of warmth in his chest and hastily shouted towards the rotund man. Hurry up! Without hesitation, the portly fellow grasped Bai Lu and sprinted towards Jiang Bai's direction. Raymond raised his firearm, aiming at the coffin. Bang! Just as the two plump figures had scarcely made it a few paces away. A withered hand emerged from the coffin. Oh my God, it really is a zombie. The portly man turned back in shock, urgently pulling Bai Lu to Jiang Bai's side. Bang! Another desiccated hand reached out, and a zombie clad in a tattered yellow military uniform from the Republic of China, with only one eye, sprang forth from the coffin, standing rigidly within it. It let out a furious roar, shattering the coffin into splinters. A zombie, indeed a genuine zombie. Damn, there truly are zombies in this world. Quickly, summon the Buddha. Where's Uncle Jiao? Hurry, fetch Uncle Jiao. Call for the fated ones, and Guangxi, Elder Jinshi would suffice as well. Father, if I were to excavate our ancestral grave and discover that our forebears had turned into zombies, they wouldn't bite me, right? At the moment the zombie emerged, viewers in the live streaming room became utterly agitated, the barrage of comments shooting across the screen like shooting stars. Little brother, it's all up to you now. In the city of Wang, the portly man shouted to Jiang Bai, retreating a few steps with Bai Lu. Raymond and the others also stepped back, granting Jiang Bai the space to demonstrate his prowess. Even Zhao Yunying was no exception and no problem. Jiang Bai gestured an OK sign to the group and drew the Dragonbone Skyblade from his back. Roar! The zombie howled, a foul stench wafting from its mouth. Jiang Bai glanced at the sprite-like orb, a faint smile gracing his lips. Friends in the live stream, you must pay close attention to this next strike of mine, for it shall be swift. With a whoosh, Jiang Bai's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before the zombie. Without waiting for the zombie to retaliate, he struck down, a glint of cold light slicing through the air before the zombie. Sheathing his blade, Jiang Bai did not spare a glance at the zombie. Striding directly towards the portly man and the others, a loud clatter echoed as the zombie's head fell heavily to the ground. Its body severed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a century-old zombie, earning 100 exploration points. Chapter 21. Corpse Monster. What the hell did I just witness? That cold light, and the zombie perished. Jiang Xiaoga's strike was indeed swift. So fast that my eyes could hardly keep pace that I'm willing to call him the Blade Master. Wow, Jianggu is so handsome. He seems like a deity to me now. I would call him Jiang Shun. My personal god of love, Jiang Shun. Jiang Shun, damn, how strong is Jiang Xiaoga? I feel like the zombie is merely trash before him. Utterly unable to gauge his strength, that I hope the upcoming general from the Yuan dynasty can provide him with some challenge. Likewise, I shall send a few rockets to Jiang Xiaoga. Thanks to Jiang Bai's girlfriend for the God tier certification. Thanks to Jiang Bai's wife for the carnival. The gifts in the live stream poured in like bamboo shoots after rain. In the city of Wang, Jiang Bai approached the portly man and the others with an air of ease, shrugging lightly, all sorted. The portly man remained silent, pointing behind Jiang Bai with a face full of terror. Xiao Xiaoga, look behind you. They have turned into corpses. Jiang Bai swiftly turned around, only to see hundreds of corpses that had lain on the ground staggering to their feet like zombies. Some of their bodies had already begun to decay. Is this a zombie? Fear flickered in by Lu's eyes. Let me take a look. Jiang Bai dashed forward, reaching a corpse and swiftly severing its head, his vision suddenly clearing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a common corpse monster. Earning 10 exploration points. The world before Jiang Bai grew brighter as he began to slaughter these corpse monsters. Little brother, we'll help you. Raymond dispatched a corpse monster with his entrenching tool. Zhao Yuning was even swifter, dispatching a corpse monster with a flick of her spear. And no need. You all go protect them. Jiang Bai shouted anxiously, his heart aching. Those were his exploration points. Hurry up and kill. We must speed up. Transforming his grief into strength, Jiang Bai's pace of slaughter quickened. The Dragonbone Skyblade, dancing effortlessly in his grip, each strike claiming a small corpse monster's life. Not a single small corpse monster could withstand a second blow from him. Why does it seem so much less dangerous watching Jiang Xiaoge's livestream? I feel like even I could take down a small corpse with a single strike. The storm has ceased, and you think you're capable now. Brothers upstairs, you can't even chop through a chicken bone. Where does your confidence come from slay these corpses? You'd only become one of them that we've already reported it to the authorities. Jiang Bai and the portly man must bear legal responsibility. We must give Tao Tao an explanation. The corpses have gone cold, and yet there are those still lamenting over Hai Tao's demise. How deeply they must love Hai Tao. Brothers, your wives are here. Why are the insults so filthy upstairs? Within the city of Wang, Jiang Bai and his companions continued their slaughter of the corpse monsters. Indeed, it was slaughter. The corpse monsters were utterly defenseless against them. This moment, Jiang Bai suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Regret that his teammates were so strong. If only they were the burdens common in other stories. Then no one would be stealing his kills. Approximately 3 minutes later, the last corpse monster fell before Jiang Bai. He gazed at the corpse monster slain by Zhao Yuning and Raymond, his heart bleeding. During the course of the battle, he had personally dispatched half of the corpse monsters, earning 1,200 exploration points, while the remaining half was dealt with by Zhao Yuning and Raymond. This meant he had effectively lost 1,200 exploration points. Just thinking about that number brought tears to Jiang Bai's eyes. Little brother, what's wrong? You seem rather downcast. Bai Lu asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Jiang Bai forced a smile, kneeling before the black iron coffin and scrutinizing it closely. The black iron coffin was in tatters, revealing its internal contents clearly. The interior was inscribed with charms drawn in red paint, densely scattered all around, but he gently touched the charms with his finger, then brought his finger to his nose to sniff, his expression instantly turning serious and grave. Over a century had passed, and logically, the charm should no longer retain any scent. Yet he detected a faint whiff of blood from his fingertip. This blood scent was exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible unless one paid close attention. Little brother, what have you discovered? Han Xiaoying stepped forward, the scent of blood. There is a blood scent on the charms inside the black iron coffin. It suggests that someone opened this coffin not long ago, meticulously inscribing these charms with fresh blood. Jiang Bai said, picking up a nail that the portly man had carelessly discarded, though the nail was old. Its tip was remarkably sharp, clearly having been deliberately sharpened. Someone specifically inscribed these charms. Han Xiaoying furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Step aside. Let me take a look. The portly man squeezed to the front of the coffin, shining his flashlight on the charms above. These charms seemed to resemble the corpse-rearing charms of Mao Shan, yet they also seem somewhat different. If what little brother says is true, that these charms were indeed inscribed recently, then who would dare to come to this perilous, forbidden ground of the Bottle Mountain to rear corpses? Moreover, look at this zombie that little brother dispatched. It is evidently a figure from a century ago. What sort of person could live for a century and be unwavering in their pursuit to rear this corpse? The portly man questioned, his eyes scanning the coffin. A century. Jiang Bai's pupils constricted, deep in thought. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the city of Wang. Everyone turned their heads in unison, only to witness enormous dragon heads abruptly rising from the walls surrounding the city. These dragon heads spewed forth streams of liquid, cascading down to the ground, and as the liquid flowed, a sharp stench began to permeate the city. What is that smell? Lu Yin covered her nose and inquired, T.S. tongue oil. someone has triggered the mechanisms of Wang City. They intend to burn us alive here. Run, the portly man exclaimed in a panic, immediately bolting towards the passageway leading out. Just as Jiang Bai was about to turn to leave, a fist-sized creature suddenly burst forth from the zombie he had slain. This creature had wings and resembled a beetle, yet it was many times larger than a typical beetle. The IT flapped its wings and flew straight at Jiang Bai. "Little brother, be careful," Bai Lu, standing by the stone door, shouted anxiously. Jiang Bai had already sensed the commotion behind him, and just as he prepared to strike at the creature, a gunshot rang out and the bullet struck the creature squarely. Jiang Bai turned to see Raymond, holding a pistol, slightly nodding at him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the demise of one insect, more insects erupted from the corpses on the ground. They flew through the air, heading directly towards Jiang Bai and his companions. Chapter 22. The Dwindling Qilin. Run, hurry, this is a corpse beetle, and they possess deadly venom. The stout man shouted loudly at the stone gate, anxiously waving his arms towards the crowd. Go. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai and his companions swiftly charged towards the stone gate. Upon their arrival, the corpse beetles in Wang City had gathered into a surging tide of insects. These creatures swarmed through the air in dense clouds, blotting out the sun and relentlessly pursuing Jiang Bai and the others. "You all go ahead. I will hold them off." Jiang Bai glanced back at the approaching swarm and swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, slicing open his left palm and forcefully sprinkling his blood at the entrance of the stone gate. Buzzing filled the air. The corpse beetles seemed to fear Jiang Bai's blood, halting their advance less than a meter from the gate, buzzing restlessly in place. "Move," Jiang Bai urged, catching up with the others. "Damn it, why do I always have to witness this? My trypophobia is acting up again. It's terrifying. Corpse beetles, can someone enlighten us on what exactly they are?" Corpse beetles, a type of creature that parasitizes on corpses, feeding on them. They are large, prefer darkness, fear fire and light, and are highly venomous. A single bite could potentially turn one into a zombie. During their breeding season, they can burrow into living bodies and can survive for 100 years without food. Wow, are corpse beetles really that formidable? But why do I feel that they are terrified of Jiang Xiaoga's blood? The moment his blood was spilled, they dared not pursue, and why mother asked me why I discarded the exploration gear. I believe living is far more important. The forbidden area is simply too perilous that I concur with the above. Is it not preferable to remain alive? Why venture into the forbidden area to seek death? Even Jiang Xiaoga and his group had to flee upon encountering the corpse beetles, let alone us ordinary folks that in the tunnel. The group was sprinting towards safety. Suddenly, the stout man turned back to glance at Wang City and then dashed towards it. "Fatty, what are you doing?" Jiang Bai shouted. The land of corpse cultivation is often ominous. Should these corpse beetles escape Wang City, it would spell disaster for the people of Xiang 11. It is better to take this opportunity to set them ablaze. Once and for all, the stout man shouted as he quickly approached the stone gate, retrieving a fuel canister from his backpack and hurling it into Wang City. Boom! The mixture of tung oil and corpses ignited upon contact with the flames, erupting into a more powerful blaze that transformed Wang City into a city of fire. Under the immense flames, the swarm of corpse beetles grew increasingly agitated, attempting several times to break through Jiang Bai's blood barrier. "Move!" Jiang Bai grasped the stout man and, after leaving a few more drops of blood at the stone gate, swiftly made his way out of the tunnel. The passage was long, yet none of the seven dared to ease their pace, all running at the fastest speed towards the exit. Even Bai Lu and Lu Yan were no exception. Though they were both breathless, they did not dare to stop for even a moment's rest. A scorching wave emanated from Wang City, occasionally accompanied by the anguished cries of the corpse beetles. Approximately 20 minutes later, the group finally emerged from the tunnel, reaching a hillside several hundred meters from Wang City. Bending over, gasping for breath, "We've finally made it. I'm utterly exhausted." The stout man plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "I can't run any longer. I've never run such a distance in my life." Bai Lu mirrored him, sitting down on the ground as well. Her complexion was flushed, and her long black hair was drenched in sweat. "Let's all take a breather." Raymond stood guard with his assault rifle. Scanning the surroundings, 20 minutes of running was nothing to him, a seasoned Special Forces soldier. Jiang Bai turned around to look back at Wang City, observing plumes of black smoke rising through the gaps in the tunnel and hillside. The smoke carried a putrid odor, wafting towards the sky, dissipating some of the toxic mist that usually enveloped the area around Ping Mountain. What are you thinking about? Han Xiaoying approached Jiang Bai, carrying a medical kit. Nothing much. I was just pondering why he would do such a thing. What is his purpose in cultivating corpses? So, you know who is cultivating the corpses? Han Xiaoying asked with a smile. Jiang Bai shook his head. It is precisely because I do not know that I feel perplexed. Han Xiaoying tucked a strand of hair behind her ear without responding further, instead glancing at Jiang Bai's left hand. Your left hand is injured. Do you need me to bandage it? All right, I would appreciate it. Jiang Bai extended his left hand. It bore several long cuts. Han Xiaoying meticulously disinfected the wounds, sprinkled some healing medicine, and then bandaged them with gauze. While tending to his injuries, Han Xiaoying asked, Jiang Xiaoge, I have a question that I am uncertain whether to ask that, of course. You may choose not to answer. I am curious as to why your blood can repel those corpse beetles, causing them to refrain from approaching. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai replied, It is due to Qilin blood. When I was young, I consumed a piece of Qilin blood that had been preserved for thousands of years. It altered my blood, allowing me to withstand most poisons in the world, and granted my blood the effect of repelling insects. However, it also brought me danger. Because of the changes to my blood, no blood type in this world can match mine, that I cannot afford to lose too much blood, or I will undoubtedly perish. Jiang Bai fabricated an explanation. Until he achieved a certain level of power, he would not easily reveal the secrets he harbored. I see. Han Xiaoying nodded in understanding. Is there a medical doctor present? Could someone enlighten us on whether what Jiang Xiaoge said is true? I'm a medical master's student. Qilin blood is indeed a traditional Chinese medicine that can invigorate blood circulation, alleviate pain, and stop bleeding while promoting tissue regeneration. However, I have never heard of Qilin blood rendering a person immune to all toxins or insect bites. I am Nanpai Isan Shu. What Jiang Xiaoge said is true. The Qilin blood he speaks of is not the same as what we know. Anyone who has robbed graves would understand. I still have matters to attend to. So I shall log off now. It's true. In its early stages, Qilin blood only has ordinary effects and is often used to fumigate corpses. However, as time passes, its color changes from dark red to black. The older it is, the darker it becomes. At that point, its properties change, allowing it to repel malevolent insect from one's blood. Wow. These two above me seem to possess some genuine knowledge that I think they truly do. Chapter 23. Into the Underground Palace. After resting for a period on the hillside, the women finally regained some strength. Raymond glanced at his watch and realized that it was already 4 in the afternoon. He looked up at the group. Everyone, it is now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Should we continue exploring, or should we return to the camp to rest and venture out again tomorrow? The group's gaze turned to Jiang Bai. Among those who ventured into Wang City, Jiang Bai contributed the most. Unbeknownst to him, everyone had already regarded him as their core support. Let us take a break for the night, Jiang Bai suggested after some contemplation. All right, since that's the case, we will return to the camp and explore again early tomorrow, Raymond affirmed, shouldering his backpack as he headed back to camp, with the others following behind. I'll be by the time they returned to the camp. It was around 5 o'clock, and the distant horizon was being covered by a dark cloud. That moment. The camp was not as tidy as it had been when they left. The tents were askew, threatening to collapse at any moment, and bedding was carelessly strewn aside as if someone had rummaged through it. Someone has been here. Raymond frowned, wielding his weapon as he began to survey the surroundings. Jiang Bai entered the tent, scanning the area, and picked up a tuft of gray hair from the ground. He held it to his nose for a sniff, then exited the tent and called out. Raymond, everyone, there's no need to search. It should not be human. The most urgent matter now is to tidy up the tents. Looking at the sky, it seems likely that it will rain again tonight. Raymond nodded in agreement, directing his gaze towards the stout man, Lu Yin, and Zhao Yunying. Fatty, you three come with me to fetch some barrels and search for food. Jiang Bai, you by Lu, and Han Xiaoying stay behind to secure the camp and restore the tents. We aim to have dinner before the rain starts. Understood. The 6 nodded in unison. Raymond and the stout man took off their backpacks and handed them to Jiang Bai and the others before heading towards a nearby stream with several wooden barrels. Bai Lu and Han Xiaoying began to repair the tents while Jiang Bai meticulously inspected the perimeter of the camp. About an hour later, the camp was restored to its former state. Raymond returned with 2 large barrels of water, accompanied by Zhao Yunying holding a large rooster and Lu Yan. "Raymond, where's Fatty?" Bai Lu inquired, noticing the stout man's absence. "Oh, he went to gather mushrooms," Raymond replied, setting the 2 large barrels down to begin boiling water and preparing the chicken. A few minutes later, the stout man returned, cradling a pile of red and white mushrooms. "I'm back. Tonight, I'll treat you all to chicken stew with mushrooms," the stout man boasted, showcasing the mushrooms in his hands. "Fatty, are you sure these mushrooms are not poisonous?" Lu Yin instinctively questioned. The stout man patted his chest, confidently assuring, "Rest easy. I guarantee they are safe." "All right, then." Lu Yin chose not to press further. Amidst the bustling activity of everyone, a delightful chicken stew emerged shortly. Gazing at the pot filled with chicken and mushrooms, the stout man suddenly remarked, "If only there were some staple food to go with it." "Staple food? I have some." Jiang Bai extracted a 5-kilogram bag of rice from his backpack. Could it really be? The chubby man was taken aback. "Of course, there's more." Jiang Bai produced a 5-kilogram bag of flour, a vacuum-sealed package of pork, a bag of cold dishes, along with various condiments. M.Y. lips began to twitch in disbelief, and the gazes of Lei Meng and the others turned towards Jiang Bai with astonishment. "Let us feast," Jiang Bai declared with great generosity. He had refrained from revealing these provisions earlier, uncertain if further sustenance would be available. Yet now, with 100,000 roosters at their disposal, there was no fear of scarcity. "In that case, let us indulge in a hearty meal today," the chubby man responded, pulling out his own food supplies from his backpack. Soon, a sumptuous spread was laid out before the 7 of them. Chicken stew with mushrooms, stir-fried meat with mushrooms, cold dishes, and roasted pork skewers. Observing the lavish feast of Jiang Bai and his companions, the live stream audience grew discontent. "Damn it, I'm here slurping instant noodles while they're dining on a banquet atop Bottle Mountain. Are they adventuring or vacationing? Is there any justice? I desperately wish for a giant dumpling to appear and soothe my wounded soul. I bet Jiang Xiao's backpack is filled with nothing but food. If I lose the bet, I'll marry him. If I win, he must marry me." I could hear the scheming upstairs even from Mars. "Wake up, you're a man. Your wife would be more fitting." Thunder rumbled, just as the netizens were expressing their thoughts in the live stream. Heavy rain abruptly descended upon Bottle Mountain. Jiang Bai and the others gazed at the rain-soaked scenery, relishing their feast with unrestrained joy. The night passed without incident. The rain had ceased, and the sky cleared to a brilliant blue. Jiang Bai and his party awoke to the crowing of 100,000 roosters, quickly tidying themselves and preparing their gear. "Today, we shall advance into Bottle Mountain. I urge everyone to remain vigilant. Refrain from touching what should not be touched. I do not wish to witness a repeat of yesterday's unfortunate events, nor do I want to see anyone perish. We all understand." Lei Meng's sharp gaze swept over the group. "Understood, Captain Lei," the 6 responded in unison, nodding their heads. "Good. Let us set off." Just as Lei Meng was about to lead the way, Jiang Bai halted him with a hand. He whispered something in Lei Meng's ear, and the latter turned back towards the tent. Minutes later, Lei Meng emerged once more, nodding at Jiang Bai. The group set off, quickly arriving at the edge of a cliff where the distant sounds of roosters could still be heard. Jiang Bai paused, surveying the group, and he made a small incision on his left hand with a dagger, smearing his blood on each of their faces. "Friends, the underground palace of Bottle Mountain is infested with poisonous centipedes. Although we have 100,000 roosters beneath us, it is likely that some centipedes remain hidden. My blood will deter them from approaching you. Remember, once we descend into the underground palace, do not wipe off the blood. Do we understand?" Xiao Ge, the 3 women, Han Xiaoying, Zhao Yunying, and Lu Yan, responded. Zhao Yunying also nodded lightly. "Let us enter the tomb." Jiang Bai took the rope from the chubby man and, alongside Lei Meng, led the way down the cliff. Following them were Bai Lu, Lu Yan, Zhao Yunying, Han Xiaoying, and the chubby man. The 7 descended slowly along the rope until they reached the bottom of the cliff, where they were met with the ground strewn with feathers and numerous dead roosters, poisoned and lying flat. Their combs a dark purple, clearly victims of toxicity. Exchanging glances without a hint of hesitation, they hurried to the opening in the roof, jumping down one by one. In truth, Jiangbai knew that the quickest way to the underground palace was to dig a hole at the mountain's base. However, lacking a pangolin, he certainly could not request the government to send a bulldozer. Upon entering the room, in stark contrast to their previous visit, there were no small centipedes. Instead, chicken feathers and droppings littered the floor. While groups of roosters scoured the corners for poisonous centipedes, this was the historical site of alchemy, and judging by its appearance, this room must be an annex. The chubby man, flashlight in hand, surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, this is an annex, yet it is also the closest we can get to the tomb of the great general of the Yuan dynasty. Jiangbai smiled, asking, "Chubby, can you guess where the Urn City we visited yesterday lies in relation to us?" Urn City? The chubby man pondered. "We entered through the mountainous belly to reach the Urn City entrance that it should be beneath our feet." Jiangbai shook his head with a smile. "No, you are mistaken. Urn City is actually above us." "Above us? How is that possible? We clearly descended the mountain yesterday," Bai Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Lei Ming furrowed his brow and thought, "It's the terrain. It's due to the geography of Bottle Mountain. Yesterday we appear to descend, but in reality, we reached the second level of Bottle Mountain. Today, we seem to be on the mountain, yet we have actually arrived at the third level, which is the tomb of the great general of the Yuan dynasty. The underground palace of alchemists throughout the ages." "Indeed, that is correct," Jiangbai nodded, leading the way out of the annex with his flashlight. Outside was a straight corridor, with oil lamps hanging on the walls, their light long extinguished by the passage of time. The chubby man illuminated the corridor with his flashlight, revealing walls adorned with vibrant murals that depicted scenes from the life of the general. "Do you know who this general is, Xiao Ge?" the chubby man inquired, approaching the murals. Jiangbai shook his head. "I do not know. However, according to ancient texts from the Thieves' Guild, this general was notorious for his bloodthirsty nature, ultimately becoming a zombie after death, hanging on to life by a thread. After transforming into a zombie, he did not rest, often emerging from Bottle Mountain to absorb the essence of humans, seeking one day to attain immortality. Thus, locals refer to him as the King of Corpses from Xiangxi. During the Qing dynasty, a master attempted to subdue this corpse king, only to be turned into a dried corpse himself. If this corpse king truly exists, his power must be at least 700 years old. 700 years. Bai Lu and Lu Yin gasped in shock. The zombie from the Republican era had already frightened them. How terrifying was zombie that had existed for 700 years be? "Xiao Gu, Captain Lei, come quickly. There are words on this mural," the chubby man suddenly called out to the group. Jiangbai and his companions hurried forward. This mural was larger than the others, depicting a formidable general clad in armor, astride a spirited steed, wielding a peculiar black blade as he charged into battle. Beside the mural were small inscriptions. "This must be Mongolian script. Does anyone here understand it?" Jiangbai asked, looking at the chubby man and the others. They all shook their heads simultaneously. "Let me try." Han Xiaoying stepped forward, illuminating the text with her flashlight as she read. "This is the Fagspa script used during the Yuan dynasty, detailing the life of this great general. His name is not inscribed, only that in his youth he followed monk to battle in Europe. During his campaigns, he personally led his troops to conquer cities, slaughtering over 800,000 people from various European nations. Earning the title of Mongolia's bravest warrior, he wielded a fearsome blade that could sever hair and slice through iron as though it were mud. When the blade was drawn, the heavens darkened, akin to ghostly soldiers passing through, leaving no trace of life. He possessed another skill, capable of stirring sand and stone, turning anyone touched by the flying sand into pus. After Monk's death, this general served under Kublai Khan, helping him establish the great Yuan dynasty. During this time, his thirst for blood grew insatiable, requiring the slaughter of dozens daily to satisfy his desires. Due to his overwhelming malice, he was buried within Bottle Mountain, hoping to leverage its energies to transform into an immortal. "Did you say he killed how many people?" the chubby man exclaimed in shock. 800,000. Holy crap, 800,000. Even the infamous Bai Qi only slaughtered 400,000 at most in a single event. Kill 800,000 in one go. Doesn't that make him even more formidable? Are there any archaeologists who could translate this for us? Is what is written here true? European citizens, I wonder if you tremble at the sight of this mural. A historian. I can confirm that this is indeed true. However, we cannot accept it entirely. It is well known that some tomb owners tend to exaggerate their achievements in their tombs. According to historical investigations, there is no such record in Europe. You see, the phrase here implies he wishes to use the magical energies of Bottle Mountain to transform into an immortal, coupled with the zombie from Urn City. This general's strength must be substantial. It is uncertain who is stronger, he or Jiang Shao. Gu.800,000. What a terrifying bloodlust. Even if it were 800,000 pigs, it would take days to slaughter them. Bai Lu said, covering her mouth in fear. Jiang Bai chuckled nonchalantly that, is it truly so difficult to slaughter 800,000? What if we include women and children? Let us not forget, during that era, there was a saying, those who cross the wheel shall be slain. But there couldn't have been that many people, Bai Lu countered. Jiang Bai smiled, a hint of coldness in his expression. What if I said I flattened the wheels? Wouldn't that make it easier? Bai Lu was momentarily stunned, her lips parting several times without uttering a word. From Jiang Bai, she sensed a chilling aura that starkly contrasted with the sunny disposition of the cheerful young man she had encountered earlier. The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily ceased. Is this the understanding of the Wheel of Fortune Slayer? She pondered. She had thought herself to be ruthless enough, having personally brought about the demise of her son. Yet she had not anticipated that Brother Jiang could be even more merciless. Even Jia Su would have to bow down in respect upon encountering this young man. Stand up. I command you to rise the wheel. Enough, he was merely jesting with you. Let us proceed, Han Xiaoying reassured Bai Lu, patting her shoulder. Let us go. Jiang Bai led the way, flashlight in hand. As the group advanced, the ground gradually revealed the corpses of large roosters, some having perished from poison, others from arrows. The murals adorning the walls grew increasingly vibrant, yet Jiang Bai's party, not being members of an archaeological team, paid little heed to the artwork. Specialized archaeologists would come to investigate after they left this place. Upon traversing the corridor, they arrived before a massive stone tablet. At a glance revealed that it bore 16 ominous characters inscribed in crimson ink. Place of the corpse. Living beings keep away. Trespassers shall plummet into hell. Bai Lu and her companions turned towards Jiang Bai. If prior to their participation in the program they had dismissed the existence of supernatural entities, they now found themselves believing that if a weasel could attain sentience, then could the dead not become zombies? What if the warning inscribed on the stone was indeed true? Damn it, we've come this far. Who are we trying to frighten? The plump man scoffed, drawing out a spade and advancing towards the stone tablet. The others quickly followed suit. Upon passing the stone, everyone was left speechless, Bai Lu and Lu Yan's faces paling in an instant. Chapter 25. Dreams from 700 years ago. Behind the stone tablet lay a mural, somewhat obscured by the passage of time, yet still revealing discernible outlines. The mural depicted two figures, one clad in armor, brandishing a fearsome blade, exuding an aura of coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Unmistakably a general. The other figure, dressed in a black tactical jacket and wielding a knife that glimmered with golden light, bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Bai, his handsome features partially obscured by unruly bangs, and his deep-set eyes flickering with indifference and resolve. The two stood in stark contrast, representatives of entirely different eras, seemingly engaged in a fierce duel. How is this possible? Bai Lu gasped, instinctively glancing at Jiang Bai. The likeness was uncanny. The figure in the mural not only mirrored Jiang Bai's appearance, but also donned the same attire and wielded identical weaponry. Could it be that this esteemed general of the Yuan dynasty foresaw Jiang Bai's arrival over 700 years ago? Has he truly transcended to become an immortal? Lu Yin trembled as she spoke. Even the plump man and his companions regarded Jiang Bai with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. They could discern that the stone tablet had aged considerably. Not a recent creation. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow. The sprite or broadcast the mural from the stone tablet. Goodness, the figure depicted truly resembles Brother Jiang. Could it be that this general of the Yuan dynasty prophesied Brother Jiang's arrival? No way, this is absolutely impossible. The Book of Changes doesn't he possess such prowess? How could a general from the Yuan dynasty predict the future? Is there a deity or a historical expert among us to elucidate this matter? I am a historical expert, and I am equally baffled, a voice replied. Could it be that Jiangbai had ventured here 700 years ago, thus being immortalized in this mural? The plump man's eyes were wide with shock. Indeed, did a man from 700 years ago truly dream of Brother Jiang? Is it possible that our dreams could reflect future events? The group exchanged incredulous glances, filled with astonishment. What could this mean? Are dreams genuinely glimpses of the future? Last night, I dreamed of sharing a bed with numerous starlets. Could that possibly be true? Upstairs, what you experience is not dreaming, but rather fantasy. But if dreams are indeed reflections of future realities, then my dream of readers enjoying my books and becoming prosperous must surely come to pass. Can someone provide clarification? Could it be a matter of magnetic fields? Perhaps the ancient individual was not dreaming all, but rather glimpsed the future due to some magnetic anomaly? The online viewers erupted in frenzied speculation. Brother Jiang, what are your thoughts? Raymond inquired, turning toward Jiangbai, the subject of the discussion. Jiangbai smirked disdainfully. Whether it be a dream or prophecy, or whether this corpse king of Xiangxi truly became an immortal, who can foresee our arrival? We shall only uncover the truth by pressing onward. Rather than indulging in chaotic conjectures, I prefer to reach the end and witness the so-called truth. I have never believed in the future. I only trust in the path I tread. Very well, let us continue onward. Raymond nodded affirmatively. Let us go. Jiangbai and his party leaped over the stone tablet and proceeded further, after several minutes. They arrived in an underground palace, nestled within the mountain's belly, surrounded by solid rock, presenting a truly magnificent sight. Upon entering, one could observe the entire mountain hollowed out, forming an expansive space. Within this space were several palaces. Their architectural style reminiscent of the outer structures, but far more exquisite and opulent. Additionally, a subterranean river flowed around the palace, its crystal-clear waters bubbling softly. Chapter 26. The Six-Winged Centipede. Is this truly an underground palace? Bai Lu and Lu Yin were rendered speechless, awestruck by the grandeur of the entire complex. The underground palace spanned the size of several football fields, with a lamp illuminating the surroundings every few meters. While hundreds of corpses lay upon the ground, the yellow military uniforms they wore indicated they were remnants of the warlord's henchmen who had first ventured here to plunder during the Republic of China era. Most notably, the underground river appeared from a distance like a silver dragon, winding sinuously through the palace. The river's crystal-clear waters reveal the very bottom, shimmering faintly as if imbued with a mysterious force coursing within. An arch bridge spans the surface of the river. Directly opposite stands a grand palace, flanked by the auxiliary halls of the underground palace. What a magnificent sight! It is indeed my first encounter with such an extensive underground palace. Raymond's expression mirrors astonishment. Treasure! There must be riches within this underground realm. The stout man's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the palace ahead, and he boldly strode forward. However, after only a couple of steps, a sudden clicking sound echoed, and a stone tile beneath his feet gave way without warning. Everyone be cautious. There are traps, Jiangbai warned, on high alert. Zhao Yunying and Raymond simultaneously drew their weapons. The stout man froze, his foot resting on the sunken tile. That a minute passed, yet nothing changed within the underground palace, and the so-called trap remained elusive. 2 minutes elapsed, and still no trap appeared. Jiangbai nodded toward the stout man. Slowly, the stout man lifted the foot he had placed on the tile. Crack! Crack! As he raised his foot, the tile he had pressed down gradually ascended. Still, no trap revealed itself. Goodness, that was a close call, the stout man said, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, letting out a sigh of relief. Raymond and the others also relaxed their vigilance. Jiangbai approached the tile, tapping it with his fist, then carefully pried it open with his dagger. Peering inside, and addressed the group. Empty. The mechanism beneath this tile has been sabotaged. Was it their doing? Raymond pointed toward the hundreds of corpses not far away. Jiangbai hastily moved to inspect the bodies, shining his flashlight upon them, revealing some riddled with arrows, while others appeared to have been bitten by some creature. Suddenly, A venomous centipede sprang forth from one of the corpses, lunging directly at Jiang Bai's face. Instinctively, Jiang Bai drew his blade and sliced it in two. A faint rustling sound emerged within the underground palace, prompting everyone to turn their attention toward the noise. To their dismay, the stone walls were crawling with venomous centipedes, swarming towards Jiang Bai and the others, swiftly enveloping the entire space. Gulp. The stout man nervously swallowed, brandishing his entrenching tool as he focused on the advancing centipedes. "What shall we do, brother?" Bai Lu, hiding at the back of the group, anxiously observed the mass of centipedes, nearly in tears. Having heard Jiang Bai mention the numerous centipedes within the underground palace, she never anticipated such a vast number. Just the sight of them was enough to terrify anyone. "Do not panic. My blood will deter these venomous centipede from approaching you too closely. We shall slowly retreat from the underground palace and lure a horde of Koan chickens in," Jiang Bai declared. Sprinting to the forefront of the group, the 7 of them cautiously began to backtrack toward the passage. With a thunderous crash, a deafening sound erupted behind them as they retreated a few steps, and they turned to see a massive stone door crashing down, sealing their exit. "What on earth does this Yuan dynasty general intend to trap us here?" the stout man shouted. The crawling centipedes drew ever closer. "Raymond, is there any way to blow this stone door open?" Han Xiaoying inquired. Glancing at Raymond, he surveyed the underground palace and the stone door, shaking his head at "No, we cannot use pinpoint explosives. The thickness of this door far exceeds that of the previous 2. And given our location within the underground palace, any attempt at demolition could very well lead to a collapse. If that happens, we'll all be buried alive. Then what shall we do? Must we fight our way out?" Han Xiaoying asked, drawing a dagger from her calf and warily eyeing the venomous centipedes on the ground. "Damn it. If this Yuan dynasty general seeks to trap us, then let us simply fight our way out. After all, we have the brother's blood. These centipedes will not dare to approach us." The stout man gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes as he raised his entrenching tool to strike at the centipedes below. Just then, as the stout man dispatched a few centipedes, a cacophony of rooster crows erupted within the underground palace. Everyone turned to look. Emerging from a passage directly opposite them were hundreds of proud roosters, led by a magnificent specimen known as the angry clear sky chicken. The resounding crow of the rooster sent waves of panic through the centipedes, compelling them to abandon Jiang Bai and his companions in favor of the approaching fowl. A fierce battle between chickens and centipedes was imminent, that I knew there would be a way out. Behold how timely our Koan chicken army arrives. The stout man chuckled. "Let us advance," Jiang Bai urged as he stepped toward the main hall. The palace was grand and imposing, its plaque inscribed with the words "Dan Furnish Treasure Pavilion." As they drew near, the group caught a faint scent of medicinal herbs wafting from within. Is this the site of alchemical practices throughout the ages? Raymond mused, brandishing his firearm as he stepped forward to push open the palace doors. Just as the stout man was about to follow, he suddenly felt something sticky fall upon his face. "Is it raining?" He looked up, only to be struck with horror as his eyes widened in fear. A centipede, over 20 meters in length, loomed above him, its black body composed of more than 22 segments, each adorned with 4 pairs of legs. Most alarmingly, it sported 6 pairs of wings, and its maw was larger than the stout man's head. "The 6-winged centipede! Run! It's a 6-winged centipede!" he shouted in terror, grabbing anyone nearby and racing toward the Dan Pavilion. Bang! Bang! Raymond aimed his firearm at the monstrous centipede, pulling the trigger repeatedly. The bullet struck the creature's body, inflicting only minor damage. The centipede screeched in anger, launching itself from the ceiling of the underground palace, aiming directly for Raymond. Clearly, his previous actions had provoked it. It moved with remarkable speed, reaching Raymond in the blink of an eye, its enormous antennae lunging toward him. Jiang Bai swiftly shoved Raymond aside, shouting, "Raymond, you and the stout man should take cover. Leave this creature to me." "Understood," Raymond replied without hesitation, retreating with the stout man into the Dan Pavilion for safety. Whether it was the stout man, Raymond, or the women accompanying them, they all understood that against such a colossal 6-winged centipede, they would be of no assistance whatsoever, rather than complicate matters and distract Jiang Bai. It was far wiser to remain hidden, ensuring they did not become a burden. While unity is commendable, one must also discern the circumstances. Remaining behind when one knows they are a hindrance is either foolishness or malice. Who would they wish to endanger? As for the six-winged centipede before them, what could they possibly contribute to Jiang Bai's efforts? All they would do is become a liability, perhaps even nourishing the centipede. "Can you let go of me now?" Zhao Yunying shot a cold glance at the stout man, her gaze fixed on the six-winged centipede outside the damp pavilion. Outside, Jiang Bai unsheathed the dragon-bone celestial blade from his back, confronting the six-winged centipede. Sensing the threat posed by Jiang Bai, the centipede remained perched atop the palace ceiling, refraining from immediate attack. Having lived for over a millennium, it had developed a level of intelligence. Perceiving within Jiang Bai a power that instilled fear, the two adversaries regarded one another, each searching for a flaw in the other's defenses. The ethereal sprite floated in the air, broadcasting the six-winged centipede's visage to the audience. In an instant, the majority of online viewers fell silent. Goodness, I thought the brother was jesting when he mentioned a 20-meter centipede in the Miao village. That I never imagined it to be true. This creature sends chills down my spine, and I can hardly fathom the courage Jiang Bai possesses to face it head-on. This defies all logic. I have studied atheism for 20 years, and suddenly, a creature of this magnitude appears before me. That I would sooner believe that the sisters have stopped fighting than accept this as reality. What does such a centipede even eat? Setting aside the facts, can anyone here deny its existence? Why is it called a centipede and not a centimother? I am Yang Tianqi from the Biology Institute. Jiang Xiaoyu, the creature you sold us previously has greatly aided our research. I wonder if you would consider selling the body of this centipede? Name your price. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Inside the underground palace, after observing Jiang Bai for a moment, the six-winged centipede grew increasingly agitated. With a sudden dive, it hurtled toward Jiang Bai, its legs knocking over stone pillars adorned with eternal lamps along its path. The oil from the lamps splattered onto the corpses below, igniting flames that swiftly engulfed the entire underground palace. "Come at me!" Jiang Bai stood resolute, refusing to yield to the impending assault of the six-winged centipede. On the contrary, excitement gleamed in his eyes in the fleeting moment when the six-winged centipede lunged at him. He leaped into the air, executing a flawless backflip that landed him squarely on the creature's back. The sharp glimmer of his blade sliced through the air, the dragon-bone celestial blade, radiating a chilling brilliance, struck forcefully against the pair of wings upon the six-winged centipede's back. The centipede's robust body, which could withstand even a barrage from an assault rifle, crumbled like fragile paper under the blade's luminous edge. As Jiang Bai effortlessly severed one pair of wings, a pained roar erupted from the six-winged centipede, its massive form thrashing wildly within the confines of the crypt, occasionally crashing against the walls, making it difficult for Jiang Bai to maintain his footing. Clinging tenaciously to the centipede's exoskeleton to prevent himself from falling, he relentlessly swung the dragon-bone celestial blade, continuing his assault on its wings. In mere minutes, the remaining 4 pairs of wings were also cleaved from the six-winged centipede. Now wingless, the creature flailed about like a headless fly, violently colliding with the walls of the crypt in a desperate attempt to dislodge Jiang Bai, who refused to let go. With a final slash, as the last pair of wings fell away, the six-winged centipede plummeted heavily to the ground, utterly bereft of its ability to fly. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Bai leaped off the creature. The six-winged centipede writhed in agony on the ground, spewing forth streams of black liquid that exuded a noxious odor, inducing a sense of nausea. Jiang Bai covered his mouth and nose, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he observed the grounded six-winged centipede. It was not the monster's strength that instilled fear, but rather its capacity for flight. Were it not for the confines of this crypt, inflicting serious injury upon the six-winged centipede would have been a far more daunting task. Goodness, did he just injure the six-winged centipede so easily? The pudgy figure and his companions, hiding within the alchemy tower, looked on in astonishment as Jiang Bai effortlessly severed the centipede's 6 pairs of wings. They had just witnessed the horror of the six-winged centipede firsthand. Its mere presence had nearly suffocated them. Yet now, this fearsome creature lay defeated, its wings severed without a hint of resistance. They struggled to fathom the extent of Jiang Bai's formidable strength. It's he that moment. Everyone was left pondering the enigma of Jiang Bai's prowess. A riddle yet to be unraveled. Ray, if it were you, would you be able to cut off the six-winged centipede's wings with such ease? The pudgy one asked, his curiosity piqued. Raymond glanced at him, but offered no reply. Wasn't he also cowering in the alchemy tower? If he could overpower the six-winged centipede, he wouldn't need to hide there, would he? He was indeed a king of special forces, but he had never encountered a centipede of such magnitude. Best to keep quiet if you can't contribute anything useful, he thought to himself. He is not human, that he is not human. Raymond reassured himself. Yuning, what about you? Seeing Raymond's silence, the pudgy one turned his gaze toward Zhao Yunying. No, but I could easily break your limbs, Zhao Yunying replied coldly, her eyes fixed on Jiang Bai, filled with a fervent yearning for battle. Damn it, Brother Jiang is truly extraordinary. I expected a fierce struggle. But instead, it was a one-sided victory. The six-winged centipede is nothing but trash. Trash. You think you could take it on? That thing stands 6 stories tall, and even watching from behind a screen terrifies me. How dare you call it trash? It's not that the six-winged centipede is weak, but rather that Brother Jiang's strength is overwhelming. The centipede simply couldn't provoke his true potential. I suggest we send the great general of the Yuan dynasty and the white ape to assist. Someone chimed in. Enough chatter. Let us see the show. I want to watch Brother Jiang perform a striptease within the crypt. Jiang Bai and the six-winged centipede sized each other up when suddenly an angry chicken swooped down towards the centipede. What the hell? A chicken dares to steal my kill, Jiang Bai exclaimed, leaping into action to kick the angry chicken away. The monsters were his to conquer. No one could take that from him. In that brief moment, the six-winged centipede seized the opportunity to scuttle away swiftly into the distance. With its limited intellect, it understood that if it couldn't win, it could at least flee. Hey, you think you can escape? Jiang Bai bellowed, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Ignoring the angry chicken, he pounced like a leopard, instantly positioning himself behind the six-winged centipede, with both hands gripping the dragonbone celestial blade. He lunged forward, aiming for the creature's segmented body. The blade, razor-sharp, effortlessly penetrated the six-winged centipede's tough exterior, embedding itself deep within it. A painful shriek emanated from the centipede as it thrashed about, desperately attempting to shake off Jiang Bai's relentless assault. However, he clung to the dragonbone celestial blade, refusing to relinquish his grip. The six-winged centipede swung its tail with force, toppling the lampposts adorned with eternal lights, hurling them towards Jiang Bai. He nimbly evaded these attacks, constantly adjusting his position. Suddenly, a cunning plan formed in his mind. He feigned being dazed from the blows, allowing his aura to diminish as if he had lost consciousness, closing his eyes and letting the six-winged centipede carry him away. The creature, sensing a shift in Jiang Bai's presence, assumed it had succeeded in incapacitating him and emitted a series of excited calls that quickened its pace, its colossal form heading straight for a cauldron. With a thunderous crash, the six-winged centipede smashed through the cauldron, leaping down into its depths, all while the pudgy one, Raymond, Bai Lu, and other onlookers stared in shock. Brother Jiang, Jiang Bai, they shouted, rushing from the alchemy tower to the edge of the cauldron, calling out desperately. The cauldron had already sealed shut, isolating them from Jiang Bai and rendering their cries futile. Quick, let us search for a mechanism to open this cauldron, the pudgy one urged, scanning the surroundings with urgency. Han Xiaoying, Bai Lu, and the others frantically searched for any hidden levers. They couldn't comprehend how Jiang Bai, who had previously held the upper hand, could suddenly succumb and be taken into the depths of the cauldron. There's no mechanism here. I can't find anything either. The girls despaired after their search yielded no results. Raymond, steeling himself, pulled a bundle of explosives from his backpack, his piercing gaze sweeping over the group. Ladies and gentlemen, since there's no mechanism, we'll have to blow this cauldron open. I don't know what lies beneath, nor Jiang Bai's current condition. But if we opt for detonation, it could cause the entire crypt to collapse, burying us all here. Now, I present you with a choice, to blow it up or not. Blow it up, Han Xiaoying declared resolutely that I want to see him alive, or his body if he is dead. Bai Lu nodded, Jiang Bai saved me. I choose to blow it up, Zhao Yuning echoed, raising her hand slowly. The only one left was the pudgy one. His eyes were steely. I choose to blow it up, too. In my life, I've hardly acknowledged anyone, but Jiang Bai is one of them, and I refuse to believe he could fall so easily. All right, then we shall blow it up. With everyone's agreement, Raymond placed the explosives on the cauldron lid, set a timer, and led the 5 away from the cauldron. What on earth happened? My younger brother just went to vomit. How could Jiang Bai be in trouble? I know he had just heavily injured the 6-winged centipede. It's a good thing something happened, Dad. I was just having some fun with my wife. And he was shouting Jiang Bai's name, asking him to exert himself, that you'll get used to it. If you can't satisfy her physically, at least appease her psychologically. A little green on the head makes life more flavorful. In the depths of the cauldron, Jiang Bai felt a sudden sensation of weightlessness before crashing heavily to the ground. Turning his head, he glanced at the 6-winged centipede and slowly released the dragonbone celestial blade. Feigning death, sensing Jiang Bai's aura dissipate, the 6-winged centipede, elated, began to scurry about the cauldron, reveling in its perceived victory. Seizing the moment, Jiang Bai cautiously opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. The space was significantly smaller than the crypt. Littered with corpses and dilapidated alchemical furnaces, the clothing of the corpses varied in age, some in ancient garb, others resembling military attire from the warlord era. After a moment of crawling around, the 6-winged centipede, noticing Jiang Bai's stillness, coiled around a massive cauldron, expelling a white inner core to commence its healing process. Now was the moment. Observing the 6-winged centipede finally expel its inner core, Jiang Bai sprang into action. Leaping up from the ground toward the inner core, the centipede, engaged in healing, suddenly realized its inner core was missing. Its enormous head twisted in confusion as it turned to discover its healing core was now clutched in the hands of a man, the very man who had just severed its wings and rendered it unconscious. Thanks, Jiang Bai said, swallowing the 6-winged centipede's inner core without a moment's hesitation. The 6-winged centipede, sensing the theft of its inner core, was immediately engulfed in fury, unleashing a roar of wrath. Its colossal form, resembling that of a dragon, surged toward Jiang Bai with a formidable aura. Alas, it had forgotten that even in possession of its inner core, it was no match for Jiang Bai. How much less so now that it had lost it. In the face of the 6-winged centipede's assault, Jiang Bai remained unfazed, deftly sidestepping its attack with a swift movement. He then leaped into the air, akin to an agile leopard, landing directly upon the centipede's back. Without hesitation, he drew the dragonbone blade that was embedded in the creature's spine. With a sharp sound, the dragonbone blade was extracted, releasing a spray of foul green blood that splattered into the air. Jiang Bai did not falter. He continued to traverse along the centipede's back toward its nape, each step taken with remarkable steadiness. The 6-winged centipede writhed frantically on the ground, twisting its body in a desperate attempt to dislodge Jiang Bai. Yet he clung on resolutely to in a mere 3 steps, he transformed into 2, his figure darting like a bolt of lightning to reach the creature's nape, with a powerful push of his legs and a crouch. The dragonbone blade gleamed with a chilling light as it plunged directly into the centipede's head. A mournful whimper escaped the 6-winged centipede as its body convulsed violently. Die! Jiang Bai exclaimed, withdrawing the dragonbone blade and delivering a flurry of thrusts. Piercing the centipede's body a dozen times, the creature's struggles grew feebler, until at last, it lay still. Chapter 29. The Thief's Token. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the millennium-old 6-winged centipede and earning 1,000 exploration points, the system's voice chimed. A smile gracing Jiang Bai's face. This battle had yielded abundant rewards. Not only had he acquired 1,000 exploration points, but he had also obtained the centipede's millennium inner core. His ruse of feigning death had allowed the centipede to bring him to this elixir well, enabling him to avoid the spirit orb and secure this inner core. Now, his mission was accomplished. Jiang Bai sensed the transformations brought about by the inner core. He noted that while his physical prowess and strength had not significantly increased, his recovery speed had markedly improved. The knife wound he had sustained prior to entering the underground palace was already beginning to scab, likely to heal completely within a day, The bloodline of Blue Eyes had already granted him extraordinary recovery abilities. And now, with the addition of the six-winged centipede's inner core, it was as if he had been given wings. As he reveled in his enhanced recuperative powers, Jiangbai withdrew the Dragonbone Blade, preparing to survey the surroundings of the elixir well. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from above, sending a cascade of dust and debris raining down. "Brother, Jiang Xiong, are you down there? How are you? Are you all right?" The voice of the portly man called from above. "I'm fine. Below is a small chamber," Jiangbai responded loudly. "Good, then wait for us that we'll come down immediately." A black rope was tossed down, allowing the portly man and the others to descend to the elixir well. "Jiang Xiong, it's a relief to see you're unharmed. You nearly scared us to death just now," the portly man exclaimed, joyfully embracing Jiangbai. "Glad to hear it," said Lei Man, patting Jiangbai on the shoulder while scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "You're not hurt, are you?" Han Xiaoying inquired after much hesitation. "No." Jiangbai shook his head. "That's good." Like Lei Man, Han Xiaoying began to survey the entire area beneath the elixir well. "Brother, are you really all right?" "I distinctly saw you faint just moments ago," Bai Lu said, her face filled with concern. Jiangbai chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Of course I'm fine. I was merely pretending that it was to deceive the six-winged centipede, allowing it to lower its guard so I could strike it down in one fell swoop." "You killed the six-winged centipede?" The portly man gasped. It was then that the group noticed the lifeless body of the six-winged centipede not far away. There it lay, motionless, with a pool of green blood seeping from its body. "Oh my heavens, it truly is dead. Brother, you're incredible." The portly man gave Jiangbai a thumbs up. Han Xiaoying, glancing at the centipede's corpse, suddenly caught sight of a peculiar figure dressed in strange garments beside an alchemical furnace. She quietly approached the body, donning a pair of white gloves to search it, and soon retrieved a dark golden token. "Jiang Xiong, come quickly and see what this is," Han Xiaoying called out to the others. The group hurriedly gathered around. "Let me see the token." Jiangbai reached out for it. "Be careful. It might be poisoned," Han Xiaoying cautioned, handing the token to Jiangbai. As he examined the token closely, he noted that the front bore the character for theft, while the back displayed the character for command. "A thief's token?" Jiangbai mused. "Could this possibly belong to your thief sect?" the portly man questioned. Turning to Jiangbai nodded. "Indeed, this is the thief's token of our sect. I never imagined it would appear here." "What is the thief's token?" Bai Lu asked, puzzled. Jiangbai's expression turned grave as he explained. "The thief's token is our sect's ancestral token. Its significance to us is akin to that of the Imperial Jade Seal to our nation. Only those in possession of the thief's token are deemed worthy to become the true leader of the thief's sect, chosen personally by our founder." The portly man gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the corpse on the ground. "So, if the thief's token is found on this corpse, does that not imply that this body belonged to a predecessor of your sect? One of its former leaders?" Jiangbai remained silent, and under the gaze of the others, he delivered a swift kick that sent the head of the corpse flying. Following that, he seemed still unsatisfied and unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the lifeless body. "Jiang Xiong, what are you doing?" the portly man asked, bewildered. The onlookers were equally perplexed, and even the viewers in the live stream were confused. They could not comprehend why Jiangbai, seemingly confronting a predecessor, would treat the corpse in such a manner. That wretched being stole the thief's token from us hundreds of years ago, leading our sect into decline, causing rifts among branches as they fought for leadership. Jiangbai spat venomously, delivering another powerful kick to corpse. "Now that I have finally found this wretch, I swear to obliterate its remains, ensuring it suffers even in death." The portly man and the others exchanged glances, taken aback. "Calm down, Jiang Xiong. You must remain composed," the portly man urged, stepping forward to restrain Jiangbai. None of them had anticipated such an outcome. "I thought this corpse belonged to Jiang Xiong's predecessor. I never expected it would end like this," one remarked. Considering Jiang Xiong's demeanor, it appears he is genuinely enraged. "If someone stole your Imperial Jade Seal, leading to its absence for centuries, would you not be furious? By the way, what exactly is the thief's sect?" Another inquired, seeking clarification. "What would you do if you obtained the Imperial Jade Seal?" "Don't ask. The answer is to present it to the state and let them restore the nation to me." Why is it that the Imperial Jade Seal eludes everyone else but finds its way into my possession? It signifies that I am destined for greatness. If I ascend to the throne, I shall ensure that foot massages are included in the National Health Insurance Scheme. Point 1 aircraft carrier per province. 1 heavy armored brigade per county. Calm down, the portly man soothed, attempting to pacify Jiangbai. Jiangbai took several deep breaths, choosing to ignore the corpse on the ground, that he stowed the thief's token in his pocket and turned to survey the surroundings. That a few kicks to relieve his pent-up frustration were sufficient. He needed to proceed with caution. What he had stated was true. The thief's token was indeed an item of their sect, a symbol of leadership, stolen from them. However, the decline of the thief sect was not solely due to the loss of the thief's token. According to his grandfather, the sect had been suppressed by others, leading to its downfall. Chapter 30. Unable to restrain, I cut it. The area beneath the elixir well was not particularly spacious. The group donned gloves and began to rummage through the various corpses. Brother Lamon, come quickly. I found another token, Bai Lu shouted from beside one of the bodies, prompting Jiangbai and the others to gather around. This token looked entirely different from the thief's token. The thief's token was triangular with a straight base, crafted from dark gold, while this token was square and made of bronze. Whose token could this be? The portly man inquired, intrigued as he took the token for closer inspection. This is the waist token of the Guanshan Taibao, Jiangbai replied. Guanshan Taibao? The group looked at Jiangbai in confusion. Jiangxiong, who exactly are the Guanshan Taibao? Bai Lu asked, perplexed. Jiangbai explained confidently. The Guanshan Taibao is one of the 4 great families in the tomb raiding world. Since ancient times, a saying has circulated, the southern 9 gates and the northern 4 factions. In truth, beyond these 13 organizations, there exist 4 great families. They're the Guanshan Taibao of the Feng clan, the Jiuyu General, the Yinyang Duangong, and the Jushi Fa Wang. Collectively, they are referred to as the 4 great families. With the Guanshan Taibao, particularly renowned for their expertise in paper figures and witchcraft, there are so many organizations among tomb raiders. Raymond furrowed his brow. Tomb raiders? Jiangbai glanced at Raymond and said, Captain Lei, you claim they are tomb raiders, but are you aware that many organizations in ancient times held a status akin to that of modern archaeological teams, if not even more esteemed? Each faction possesses its own unique techniques. For instance, the Mo Jin Xiao Wei from the northern 4 factions, which traces its origins to Cao Cao, was established by him for the purpose of procuring military provisions and is classified as an official thief. They are renowned for their creed of if the rooster crows and the lights go out, do not touch the gold. Before opening a coffin, they must light a candle at the southeastern corner. If the candle goes out, they must immediately exit the tomb. Furthermore, take the Guanshan Taibao, a title personally bestowed by Emperor Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhong. You dare to label them tomb raiders? If we were to truly assess their skills in tomb exploration, it is not that I look down upon archaeological teams, but even 10 such teams would pale in comparison. After all, how could an organization that has only emerged in the last century rival techniques that have been passed down for millennia? Wouldn't you agree, Fatty? The fatty, with a sheepish smile, chose not to respond that let's go. There is nothing left in this Dan. Well, let's ascend and take a look. Jiangbai approached the rope, grasped it, and swiftly climbed into the underground palace. Inside, a group of large roosters was still engaged in combat with small centipedes. Jiangbai surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling upon the Dan building and one of its side halls. That it was evident that the Dan building was a place for alchemical practices, while the sign above the side hall read Chubao Lu, indicating it was a repository for books. The sound of rustling came from behind as Fatty and the other 6 climbed into the underground palace one after another. Let us explore the Dan building. Jiangbai led the way towards it. Upon entering, they found the hall to be desolate, with only an alchemical furnace standing solitary in the center. The shelves around it were filled with various jars and bottles, some shattered, while others remained intact, yet all were shrouded in a thick layer of dust. Jiangbai approached the alchemical furnace, peering inside, which was enveloped in darkness, the bottom littered with blackened remnants of medicinal herbs that emitted a foul odor. Do you think there are any remnants elixirs in these jars? Fatty inquired curiously, approaching a shelf and vigorously shaking a jar he had picked up. A soft clinking sound echoed from within. Come quickly. There are indeed elixirs inside. Fatty exclaimed, his expression brightening as he opened the jar and poured out 3 black pills, rushing to show them to the others. Are these pills still consumable? Bai Lu asked, her large eyes examining the elixirs. Han Xiaoying took one from Fatty's hand, scrutinizing it closely before shaking her head. I cannot say for certain. By all accounts, these elixirs, having been here for such a long time, should have lost their efficacy. However, the existence of this underground palace is so extraordinary that we cannot make assumptions based on conventional wisdom. Whether these elixirs are consumable, I will need to take them back for further research. With that, she retrieved a transparent bag from her medical kit, carefully placing the elixirs inside. There's no need for such trouble. Jiangbai stepped forward, took the remaining 2 pills from Fatty, and without a moment's hesitation, swallowed them whole. Brother, are you really just going to eat them like that? Bai Lu's face reflected her astonishment. Lu Yin and Raymond also looked at Jiangbai in shock. I've seen bravery, but never such recklessness. What if those pills are poisonous? It's fine. My body contains Qilin blood, which can dispel all toxins. Brother, how do they taste? Have they expired? Fatty asked eagerly. Jiangbai pondered for a moment. These pills have a sweet flavor, accompanied by a herbal taste, somewhat reminiscent of herbal candy, as for their efficacy. Just then, he felt an unsettling heat in his lower abdomen, a sign that something was stirring within him. But he turned to Fatty. Hurry and check that shelf. What kind of elixirs are these? Right away. Fatty returned to the shelf, wiping the spot where he had taken the jar, and noticed 3 characters inscribed. Longhu Dan. Longhu Dan. Brother, it's Longhu Dan. Fatty shouted toward Jiangbai. I thought, it is indeed this. Jiangbai restrained the fire within him and said, Longhu Dan. The others present were not naive, and they instantly understood the significance of this elixir, their expressions shifting. Brother, why don't you go to the Dan well? Bai Lu regretted her words as soon as they were uttered. What kind of reckless suggestion is that, especially in front of the viewers in the live stream? No need. Tumir Longhu Dan won't push me over the edge. Jiangbai's face was serious. Longhu Dan, can someone enlighten me on what this is? I thought it was just an elixir, but it turns out to be Longhu Dan. I would like 100 of these. I want to gift them to my readers. Jiang Xiaoga, you must hold on. Once you return from the Forbidden Grounds, I will surely help you eliminate the toxins from the elixirs. By the way, I have a twin sister that I represent an international medical company. Jiang Xiaoga, are you willing to sell that Longhu Dan in your hand? I would offer 1 million to purchase it for research. What do you think? If Jiang Xiaoga can't hold back, which of the 4 ladies present will he choose? Will he want them all? Are you really all right? Han Xiaoying asked, concern evident in her tone. As a physician, she understood the intricacies of medicine and poison. While it is said that every medicine has its toxicity, when the medicinal properties outweigh the toxic ones, it is considered a remedy. Conversely, if toxicity surpasses medicinal properties, it is deemed poison. However, there's one type of medicine that does not fit the mold of poison, and that is the very elixir Jiangbai ingested. With a sharp sound, Zhao Yunying unsheathed her dagger and handed it to Jiangbai. Her expression as cold as ever. If you can't hold it in, just cut it out. Jiangbai's mouth twitched. Even if he were to die, he would never resort to such measures. That is absolutely out of the question. Chapter 31. The Art of Longevity Elixirs. Thank you, but I can manage. Jiangbai declined Zhao Yunying's offer and turned to continue his examination of the jars. Some contained medicines, while others were empty. This time, Jiangbai refrained from sampling, instead entrusting all the elixirs to Han Xiaoying for her research. After a thorough search, Jiangbai indeed discovered a promising elixir among the jars, the Qihua Shunju. Jiang Xiaoga, what is the Qihua Shunju? The 7 of them gathered around, intently observing the hundreds of red pills before them, and Bai Lu could not help but inquire. The Qihua Shunju is an antidote pill. It was commonly employed by tomb raiders in ancient times to counteract the various toxins found within tombs, thereby mitigating the risks of poisoning. Unfortunately, with the passage of time and development, the formula for the Qihua Shunju has long been lost. I never expected to find its finished product here, Jiangbai explained with a calm demeanor, casually placing the Qihua Shunju into his backpack. The discovery of the Qihua Shunju was indeed fortuitous for their future explorations, as it could effectively prevent certain toxins, sparing him from having to shed blood each time. Since the Qihua Shunju has appeared in this Dan building, could it be possible that its formula is also here. I believe I should search more thoroughly. This would benefit not only us, but also the nation," Raymond interjected, casting his gaze around the Dan building, that if the formula truly exists, it is most likely to be found in the adjacent library. Jiang Bai pointed outside to the library. "Let us go and take a look." The seven of them exited the Dan building and approached the library, pushing open the door to enter. Inside the library, darkness enveloped them, and a musty scent wafted in the air. Fatty stepped forward to light an oil lamp. As the flames flickered to life, the scene within the library gradually came into focus, revealing utter chaos. The shelves, which should have been neatly arranged, lay toppled in disarray. Bamboo slips that served as books were scattered haphazardly across the floor, as if ransacked by bandits. A scene of utter devastation. Time had eroded most of the books, rendering them brittle and fragile. Occasionally, small poisonous centipedes would emerge from the pages, sending shivers down one's spine. Deep within the library stood a wooden writing desk, upon which rested a box that seemed out of place amidst the surrounding disorder. This box appeared to be crafted from an unknown metal, showing no signs of deterioration whatsoever. This is likely where the alchemist intended to flee. Or perhaps it was left in haste by the Yuan soldiers, resulting in such chaos. Jiang Bai warned, surveying the library. "Everyone, please exercise caution. Do not touch the books on the ground, lest a centipede crawl out. You all search around. I will investigate that large box," Fatty said, striding directly towards it, drawing his dagger to pry it open. "Fatty, be careful. Watch out for traps," Raymond called out. "Don't worry." Fatty carefully inserted his dagger into the seam of the box, prying it open bit by bit. Thankfully, Raymond's concerns were unfounded. There were no traps on the box. As it creaked open, a faint medicinal aroma wafted out, revealing an intact bamboo slip within. Could it really be a bamboo slip inside here? The rotund man furrowed his brow, initially anticipating the presence of some precious treasure or elixir within, only to be met with a mere bundle of bamboo slips. He extended his hand to retrieve the bamboo slips from the chest. They were not heavy, resembling the thickness of a single bamboo stalk, fitting comfortably in his palm. As he held the slips aloft, his gaze fell upon the inscribed characters on their exterior, causing his breath to quicken with urgency. He called out to the others, "Hurry over. I believe I have stumbled upon something extraordinary." "What is it? Perhaps the recipe for the Chi Hua divine pearl?" Raymond hastened to gather his companions, rushing to the rotund man's side to see the slips in his grasp, which bore the words "Longevity Elixir Technique" in bold characters. Instantly, the pupils of all present constricted, their faces betraying a look of terror. Longevity Elixir Technique. Could this truly be the method for attaining eternal life? Lu Yin gasped in astonishment. The rotund man glanced at the others, instinctively reaching to unfurl the bamboo slips. "Do not touch that." A voice thundered like a clap of thunder. The rotund man's hand froze mid-motion, and as he lifted his gaze, a figure, akin to a specter, snatched the slips from his grasp. It was Jiang Bai. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai hurled the bamboo slips inscribed with the Longevity Elixir Technique into the flames outside the library. Boom! The slips ignited upon contact with the fire, the flames consuming them rapidly. "Brother, that was the method for eternal life. Why would you burn it?" the rotund man exclaimed, panic seizing him as he prepared to dash outside. "I dare anyone to retrieve it." Jiang Bai brandished the dragonbone celestial blade, positioning it at the rotund man's neck, his gaze icy as he surveyed the 6 individuals present, with the blade poised against his throat. The rotund man felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Could it be that the method for eternal life truly exists in this world? Why would Jiang Bai destroy it? Quick, someone must go and recover it. That could be our key to immortality. If you do not want it, I will gladly take it. Time is of the essence. The slips are nearly consumed. Jiang Bai. Why would you incinerate it? This is an ancient method for longevity. Even if it does not grant eternal life, surely it could extend one's lifespan. The rotund man lamented, recalling tales of ancient figures like Peng Zhu, who allegedly lived for 800 years, and the Pill Mountain, a renowned site for alchemy throughout history. Is it not possible that the method for longevity is indeed real? A chorus of disbelief erupted among the viewers in the live stream, their comments flooding in with urgency. As the bamboo slips disintegrated into ashes, Jiangbai finally withdrew the dragonbone celestial blade from the rotund man's neck, exhaling a sigh of relief. The method for longevity must never fall into their hands. Otherwise, they would attract immense trouble, even drawing the ire of those above. Never underestimate the lengths to which some will go in pursuit of immortality. They would commit any act in its name. The only solution is to destroy it immediately, in full view of the live stream audience, thereby extinguishing any notions some may harbor that, of course. Another option would be to reveal the longevity elixir technique publicly before the audience. However, doing so would likely plunge society into chaos. Who can say what such a method entails? What if it requires the hearts of 999 infants to achieve this so-called longevity? How many innocent lives would be lost, and how much public outrage would ensue? He had no desire to become another Yang Yuan, a victim of public discontent. Chapter 32. Can Emperor Qin and Han Wu achieve longevity? Esteemed guests, Jiangbai began, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Longevity is a universal aspiration. Yet I must pose a question. Does true longevity exist in this world? In days of yore, did not Emperor Qin, Han Wu, Tang Zong, and Song Zhu, along with the legendary Genghis Khan, each embody unparalleled brilliance? Did they not tower above the masses? If they had attained longevity, would we be witnessing a change of dynasties today? Would we even have the opportunity to take the stage? If they had achieved eternal life, would our current nations still bear the names of De Qin, De Han, or De Tang? If they had lived on, what place would there have been for Liu Bang's revolt against the White Serpent, for Li Shimin's coup at the Xuanwu Gate, or for Zhao Kuanyin's ascension in a yellow robe? What of Zhu Yuanzhang's Ming dynasty? And what of our current Xia? The so-called method for longevity is merely a ruse concocted by ancient charlatans, a form of sorcery. Our modern technology is advanced. We can perform heart transplants, even head transplants. Yet who among us has truly achieved immortality? If we cannot accomplish it with our current advancements, what grounds do we have to believe that the ancients could attain everlasting life? Merely based on the trinkets before us? Throughout history, countless lives have been lost due to this obsession with longevity. We cannot allow further innocent lives to be sacrificed. Can we? Raymond pondered for a moment before affirming. Indeed, Jiangbai speaks wisely that I, Raymond, have never believed in the existence of a method for eternal life. That if such a method were real, why would the alchemists here not utilize it instead of relocating? In my view, the so-called method for longevity is merely a deception, a ploy to ensnare the ancient elites that we, too, believe it to be a fraud. Bai Lu and Lu Yin concurred simultaneously. Han Xiaoying smiled faintly, while Zhao Yunying remained silent, her expression cold, their gazes fixated on the rotund man, who had exhibited the most anxiety moments earlier. With a resounding slap, the rotund man struck his own face, remorse flooding his features. What was I thinking? Why was I so eager upon seeing the method for longevity? Why did I feel such an overwhelming desire to possess it? Jiangbai, I apologize. My impulsiveness got the better of me. I am grateful you intervened. Jiangbai chuckled and shook his head. In truth, your desire to claim the longevity elixir technique was a natural response. You fell victim to its allure? Victim? Of what allure? The rotund man inquired, bewildered. Jiangbai did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached the chest and examined it closely before continuing. Rotund man, did you not catch a whiff of an enticing fragrance when you opened the chest? If I am not mistaken, that scent was a form of intoxicating aroma, designed to amplify your inner greed. The existence of that bamboo slip was solely to ignite your yearning for longevity. Imagine if a band of tomb raiders were to stumble upon the longevity elixir technique, driven by such intoxicating allure. What chaos might ensue? They would turn on one another. Lu Yin interjected without hesitation. Precisely, Jiangbai affirmed. They would become ruthless, wielding their blades against their own. This was the true intent of the one who left behind the bamboo slip. Yet, despite my desire for the longevity technique, I never harbored any thoughts of violence, the rotund man protested. Increasingly perplexed, he spoke truthfully. Just moments prior, upon witnessing Jiangbai cast the slips into the fire, his first impulse had been to retrieve them, devoid of any violent intent. Not even when Jiangbai had brandished the blade at his neck had he considered taking action. Are you suggesting that you wish to confront Jiang Bai? Raymond shot a surprised look at the rotund Oh, you think yourself capable of overpowering him, or that he would falter in his resolve? Do you believe your skin tougher than that of a six-winged centipede? Fortunate indeed that you refrained from acting. Otherwise, you might have found yourself transformed into another six-winged centipede, left to breed in obscurity. Raymond chuckled amiably. The rotund man opened his mouth, instinctively wiping the sweat from his brow. Jiang Bai, however, paid no heed to their banter, instead scrutinizing the chest before him. There's something amiss with this chest? Han Xiaoying inquired, stepping forward. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow, glancing at the distant ethereal orb, and murmured, "Do you not find it peculiar? Why is this chest placed so conspicuously, immediately visible upon entry? And coincidentally, it contains the method for longevity. When I seize the slips from your grasp, I notice something odd. Although the slips were ancient, they bore a layer of wood oil, indicating that someone has been maintaining them for years. Are you implying that someone deliberately placed the bamboo slips in this chest before our arrival?" Anticipating our discovery, Han Xiaoying pondered aloud, her brow furrowed. Jiang Bai nodded slightly. "That is my suspicion. However, the dust upon the chest cannot lie. Who could have placed the slips within without disturbing the dust? More importantly, we have never wronged anyone. Why would this individual repeatedly seek to ensnare us? Could it be your brother?" Han Xiaoying suggested, her gaze fixed on Jiang Bai with implied meaning. "Are you referring to him?" Jiang Bai's eyes narrowed. Han Xiaoying nodded subtly. "Jiang Bai, Sister Xiaoying, what secrets are you two whispering about?" Bai Lu approached with the ethereal orb in tow. "Nothing of consequence, merely searching for mechanisms within this place." Jiang Bai replied, providing a convenient excuse. Not that he wished to withhold the truth from Bai Lu, but their adversary remained in the shadows while they stood in the light. Once the knowledge spreads among many, it becomes all too easy for the other party to sense the anomaly, prompting them to conceal themselves even deeper, ultimately detrimental to their interests. Furthermore, informing Bai Lu would be futile. She lacks any means of offense and cannot contend with the situation. It would be wiser to keep her in ignorance. First, to bewilder the adversary, and second, to spare her from the constant vigilance and anxiety that would otherwise plague her. A mechanism? What mechanism? Is there truly a mechanism here? "I will assist you in searching for it," Bai Lu declared, diligently inspecting the area surrounding the desk. "Have you discovered anything?" Raymond inquired, approaching with the portly individual. Jiang Bai shook his head. "Nothing significant. However, there is a matter I wish to discuss privately with you." Team Leader Raymond. "Very well. Let us step outside." Raymond gestured toward the exit. The two exited the study, where Jiang Bai leaned in to whisper into Raymond's ear. "What? Are you serious?" Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, Raymond's expression turned grave. "I currently lack evidence." Jiang Bai shrugged lightly. "I will be exceptionally vigilant. We must not alert the snake by stirring the grass," Raymond replied earnestly. Chapter 33. The Poisonous Lingji. Team Leader Raymond, Brother Jiang, come quickly. We have discovered a mechanism. Bai Lu's voice echoed from within the study. Jiang Bai and Raymond hastened back inside, where they beheld a large hole in the ground beneath the desk. Bai Lu and her companions were strenuously attempting to move the desk aside. "Indeed, there's a mechanism here," Jiang Bai remarked, approaching the hole for closer inspection. He reached beneath the desk. His fingers grazed something resembling a button. He pressed it firmly. With a click, a wooden box atop the desk sprang open. "How could there be a hole here?" Han Xiaoying feigned confusion, retrieving a green glow stick from her backpack and tossing it into the hole. Clink! Clink! The sound of the glow stick striking the bottom echoed from within. The hole was not particularly deep. "You all wait here. I will descend to take a look," Jiang Bai announced, then leaped directly into the opening. With a thud, he landed on the ground below. Jiang Bai illuminated the area with his flashlight, revealing a pitch-black passageway, narrow enough for a single person to traverse. A line of muddy footprints marked the ground, the soil appearing freshly disturbed, indicating recent passage by someone who had ventured along the mountain path. "Little brother, what is it like down there?" The portly one called from above. "It's a passage. The rest you shall see for yourselves," Jiang Bai replied, crouching to pick up a clump of soil from the footprints, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. The dirt carried a foul odor. reminiscent of the stench of decay he had encountered in Wang City. Oh, it is him. Jiang Bai straightened, a flicker of menace crossing his eyes that a black rope was then tossed down, allowing the 6 others to descend into the hole. As a seasoned Special Forces operative, Raymond immediately noticed the muddy footprints upon his arrival. Like Jiang Bai, he picked up a clump of dirt and sniffed it, frowning in contemplation. How could there be footprints here? Could it be that others have visited aside from us? Lu Yin questioned, perplexed. It appears that may be the case. I will follow this passage to investigate further. Jiang Bai subtly glanced at Han, Xiaoying, and Raymond before leading the way with his flashlight. The passage was narrow, and the 7 proceeded in single file. The portly one, trailing at the rear, tapped Bai Lu on the shoulder and whispered Bai Lu, Haven T, you notice that Jiang Bai and team leader Raymond have suddenly become rather secretive? Bai Lu turned back, shaking her head. Not at all. They seem perfectly normal to me. You truly Haven T sensed anything? The portly one pressed, unconvinced. No, Bai Lu replied curtly, turning away to ignore him. After several minutes, the group emerged from the passage, finding themselves on the mountainside of Bottle Mountain, overlooking an endless cliff below, with a sheer rock face across from them several meters away. Jiang Bai surveyed the area, spotting what resembled a centipede-like climbing ladder affixed to the cliff above. What kind of ladder is this, resembling a centipede? Lu Yin asked, her eyes brimming with curiosity. This is the centipede climbing ladder of the Unloading Ridge Warriors. Could it be that the footprints in the passage were left by members of the Unloading faction? Did they not vanish during the Republican era? The portly one raised his brows, looking at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai remained silent, his gaze fixated upon a massive Lingji mushroom on the opposing cliff. The Lingji was enormous, akin to a wash basin, and its size suggested it was no less than 1,000 years old. Portly one, hand me the grappling gun, Jiang Bai requested. Sure, the portly one complied, having spotted the Lingji and understanding Jiang Bai's intentions, quickly retrieving the grappling gun from his backpack and handing it over. Taking the grappling gun, Jiang Bai expertly adjusted its aim, targeting the cliff beside the Lingji. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, the gun's head, tethered by a rope, shot forth like a bullet, embedding itself into the cliff face across. Turning to his companions, he instructed, You all wait here. I will return shortly. Be careful, and put on these gloves. Han Xiaoying offered a pair of white gloves. Thank you. Jiang Bai accepted without hesitation. Once equipped, he grasped the rope tightly and nimbly ascended, akin to a graceful goose, swiftly reaching the side of the Lingji. Upon nearing the Lingji, Jiang Bai noticed its roots had already penetrated deep into the cliff. He gripped the root firmly, exerting force to yank the Lingji from its perch. Crack! Crack! As the Lingji was dislodged, the surrounding cliff began to crumble, rocks cascading down in increasing numbers. Boom! With a final effort, Jiang Bai uprooted the entire Lingji, deftly maneuvering to return to the cave entrance. Boom! Just as he returned, the section of the cliff from which the Lingji had been extracted began to collapse. Lingji, such a colossal Lingji! The portly one exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he reached out toward the prize find. Do not touch it. It is highly toxic, Jiang Bai warned, switching the Lingji to his other hand, revealing that the glove he wore had turned black, displaying evident signs of corrosion. The portly one stared in disbelief at the Lingji. Such potent toxins, it can even corrode gloves. Han Xiaoying scrutinized the Lingji. Her interest piqued. Does that mean it is worthless? Jiang Bai gazed intently at Han Xiaoying. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. No, not worthless. It is incredibly valuable. Lingji is already a rare medicinal material, and this 1,000-year-old specimen is even more so. Though it harbors toxicity, that very quality enhances its value than a toxic Lingji. This is unprecedented globally, making it a first of its kind, with immense potential for research. If you are willing, I would offer 800 million renminbi to purchase IT. She spoke. Han Xiaoying extended 2 fingers towards Jiang Bai, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the ethereal orb above. How much? 800 million. The portly one gasped in astonishment. Han Xiaoying nodded. 800 million is my maximum offer. It does not reflect the full value of this Lingji. The portly one was left utterly speechless. Bai Lu and Lu Yin regarded Jiang Bai with envious eyes. How much? This Lingji is worth 800 million. Does that mean Brother Jiang will become a billionaire overnight? 800 million. For those who are not in need of money. Exchanging such an amount for 1,000-year Lingji is an exceedingly advantageous deal. After all, this rare find could prove life-saving in critical moments. Who is sistering, really? It feels as though 800 million is merely pocket change in her eyes. Han Xiaoying, female, 28 years old, a medical doctorate, an expert at the International Medical Research Institute, a successor of ancient Chinese medicine, adept in the study of pharmaceuticals and toxins. She has developed numerous new medications, holds over a dozen patents, and possesses a personal fortune exceeding 30 billion. With her fair complexion, striking beauty, and admirable figure, she is the embodiment of my dream companion. Chapter 34. The sound of an explosion at the camp. Amidst the envious gazes of the others, Jiang Bai retrieved a roll of cling film from his backpack, carefully wrapping the Lingji before placing it back in his bag. But, little brother, why are you putting it away? Are you not planning to sell it? And why bring cling film on an adventure? Are you afraid the Zhongzi 1 to be fresh? The portly one asked in astonishment. Jiang Bai chuckled. Didn't T-Sistering just mention that 800 million is her maximum offer? Not the Lingji's true value. What if someone offers even more? Such a greedy fellow. Han Xiaoying shot a glance at Jiang Bai. All right, Raymond interjected, since the Lingji was discovered and harvested by you. Little brother, how it is handled is entirely your prerogative. We have no right to intrude. Instead of envying you, it would be more prudent for us to take this opportunity to rest and contemplate our next steps. Alas, at long last, they could finally rest. The plump one plopped down onto the ground with a thud. Bai Lu, Lu Yin, and he supported each other as they settled down as well to AT this moment. It had been over 2 hours since they descended into the underground palace. This 2-hour adventure, coupled with the fright brought on by the 6-winged centipedes and the small venomous centipedes, had left them utterly exhausted. And once they sat down, they had no desire to rise again. Raymond retrieved water and food from his backpack to distribute among the group, then turned to Jiang Bai and inquired, Young man, do you think we should continue our exploration or return to rest for a while? To be honest, I truly wish to go back and take a nap. Then let us return, Jiang Bai replied without hesitation. Return? The plump one hesitated and glanced at the two. Raymond, young man, shouldn't we ascend the centipede-hung mountain ladder to take a look? What if there truly are people from the... Jiang Bai shook his head. No. Let us call it a day. Tomorrow, after we have rested, we can return to explore the mysteries of this bottle mountain. All right. Seeing that Jiang Bai had made up his mind, the plump one no longer argued. Young man, plump one, who exactly are the... Can you tell me about them? Bai Lu asked curiously. Plump one, why don't you explain? Jiang Bai shrugged and found a spot to sit down. The plump one scratched the back of his head. Smiling awkwardly, Young man, perhaps you should be the one to explain. I don't know much about them very well. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Bai began. Bai Lu, within the Danjing, I previously mentioned the 9 southern and 4 northern factions of Tomb Raiders. He is one of the northern 4 factions and is also the largest in terms of numbers. They revere the Western Shu overlord as their patriarch, and most of their disciples are from the Green Forest. They spread across the world, roaring like tigers in the mountains. With just a wave of a hand, they can quickly assemble a force of hundreds of thousands. Their methods of tomb raiding are as numerous as their members, with tens of thousands descending into tombs, leaving no stone unturned. They are also extreme nationalists, using every means at their disposal against nations that might threaten the Han Central Plains that it is said that Elbu was once a part of the. So, does that mean he is quite powerful? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Bai nodded solemnly. Indeed, they are formidable to the saying that describes them. In the 36 trades, tomb raiding reigns supreme. Excavating tombs and digging pits is the strongest. I once heard my grandfather say that during the Republic of China period, the faction dominated the northern 7 and southern 6, ruling over 13 provinces in the Green Forest underworld. Even many warlords of that time had bowed down before the. Unfortunately, they later fell into obscurity due to unforeseen circumstances during the Republic of China. So powerful. Bai Lu was astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. She began to suspect whether it was truly a tomb raiding faction. What kind of tomb raiding faction has hundreds of thousands of members? Goodness, is really that formidable? Unifying the 13 provinces of the Green Forest. ISNT that even more impressive than Zhang's family in northeast China back in the day. Little Lu only had the 3 provinces of northeast China as his territory. If is this strong, what about the other 3 major factions? Are they equally impressive? Is this still a tomb raiding faction? ISNT this outright a warlord. I confess I'm actually the leader of, currently trapped in a tomb, and only need $100 to free myself. When that time comes, I will appoint everyone as the heads of their respective provinces. How does young Jiang know so much? Tomb raiding is still raiding. And tomb raiding is also raiding that I have a bold guess. Young Jiang ISNT, the overall leader of all tomb raiding factions. Is he? I am the fiancé of Hai Tao. And regarding the matter of Wang Banyuan Jiang, by causing my husband's death, I have already reported it to the relevant authorities. I will make them pay. Hai Tao's death is entirely a consequence of his own actions and has nothing to do with the plump young man. This great saintly mother has emerged again. Indeed, indeed. Who doesn't he know that Hai Tao's wife is a great saintly mother? The comments flooded in. Meanwhile, various pharmaceutical companies began leveraging connections to purchase the spiritual mushrooms in Jiang Bai's possession. Boom! In front of the cave, Jiang Bai and his companions were resting on the ground when suddenly a deafening explosion echoed from afar. The sound was coming from the direction of their campsite. Let us go, it seems we have a catch. Jiang Bai stood up, dusting off his pants with a smile. What catch? What hook? The plump one looked bewildered. Jiang Bai exchanged a glance with Raymond but offered no explanation. The 7 of them packed their belongings, and Jiang Bai shot the tip of the harpoon gun at the opposite cliff, sliding down the rope directly to the adjacent precipice. Following him were Han Xiaoying, Zhao Yunying, Bai Lu, Lu Yin, the plump one, and Raymond. After the 7 managed to reach the shore, they wasted no time resting and hurried toward the campsite to be by the time they arrived. An hour had passed. The campsite was in disarray. The tents they had set up lay in tatters, reduced to countless fragments and rendered unusable, while the ground bore a massive crater. Who was it? Who blew up my tent? Seeing the camp destroyed, the plump one was instantly furious, brandishing his engineer's shovel and surveying the surroundings cautiously. Let us go. Perhaps there is a surprise in the pit. Jiang Bai patted the plump one's shoulder and stepped forward to peer into the crater. Inside lay several corpses of white apes, their bodies mangled and dismembered, some missing feet, others missing hands. How could there be white apes here? The plump one approached. Could it be that the ones rummaging through our campsite yesterday were them? Were they trying to steal our belongings? Are they relatives of the Yamei monkeys? Bai Lu speculated with a wild imagination. Jiang Bai shook his head. They didn't come to steal. They came to probe our strengths. Preparing to kill us. Chapter 35. The duel with Zhao Yunying. Kill us. Bai Lu and the others turned to Jiang Bai in unison. Jiang Bai nodded like her figure was as light as a feather, and the spear in her hand danced like a nimble serpent, glinting with a chilling brilliance as it lunged directly at Jiang Bai's face, in the face of Zhao Yunying's fierce onslaught. Jiang Bai remained unperturbed, standing steadfastly in place. Just as the spear was about to pierce his body, he leaned slightly forward, skillfully evading Zhao Yunying's attack. In the next moment, he straightened his waist, exerted his strength in an instant, and delivered a powerful kick towards Zhao Yunying. Quick to react, Zhao Yunying crossed her spear before her chest, attempting to block Jiang Bai's strike. With a thunderous crash, both were jolted backward by the force of their clash. Jiang Bai retreated 3 steps, while Zhao Yunying was pushed back 5. I have retreated 2 steps less than you. Will you continue? Jiang Bai asked Zhao Yunying calmly. She offered no reply, instead swinging her spear once more as she charged at Jiang Bai. This time, her speed was even greater, and her strength more formidable. With a thrust that was as swift as lightning, the attack carried a fierce momentum that sliced through the air. Faced with Zhao Yunying's strike, Jiang Bai did not dare to underestimate her. Like a wraith, he nimbly weaved through her assaults, effortlessly evading each of her advances. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the open space. Onlookers, including a rotund companion, could barely keep up with their speed, watching the duel in astonishment, as if witnessing a spectacle in fast forward. After a while, Jiang Bai seized an opportunity and suddenly swung his blade, pressing it against Zhao Yunying's neck. I concede. The formidable beast to come will be yours to face. Upon seeing the dragonbone heavenly blade poised before her neck, Zhao Yunying admitted defeat without hesitation. Bai retracted his weapon and smiled slightly, saying, "In truth, you have not lost. The martial arts you practice are meant for battlefield combat, while I lean more towards the ways of the wilderness. Should we find ourselves on horseback in the heat of battle, I would not match your prowess. Yet in these wilds, within this tomb, I hold the advantage. Teach me." Zhao Yunying fixed her gaze on Bai. "Very well. I shall teach you when time permits." He did not refuse her request. "Are we finished?" Just then, Raymond and the others snapped back to reality, gazing at Bai and Zhao Yunying as if they were extraordinary beings. "We are done. Let us tidy up and rest well, preparing to face the giant white ape tonight." Bai shrugged and settled in a clean spot, pulling various food from his backpack. "Who won?" The rotund companion turned to Zhao Yunying and Bai, still reeling from the earlier spectacle and unaware of the outcome. "Ahem. Rotund friend, quickly fetch some water and prepare a meal. Did you not hear Jiang Shaoge mention that there is another hard battle to face tonight?" Raymond cleared his throat, pulling the rotund companion towards the creek with several buckets. Through their days together, he had noted that the rotund companion's emotional intelligence was rather lacking. "Then let us help with the fire." Bai Lu and Lu Yan volunteered. The two gathered a pile of wood and ignited a fire. Raymond and his companion worked swiftly. Approximately an hour later, several roasted and stewed chickens were prepared. Once everyone had their fill, they tidied their sleeping area and lay down. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon. Zhao Yunying reclined on the ground, gazing at Bai, who was tending the fire. Lost in thought, suddenly she sprang to her feet and sat opposite him, opening her mouth to utter 3 words. "You are strong." "And you as well," Bai replied, and once more, silence enveloped them. Chapter 36. The giant white ape. "I am truly amazed." One an icy goddess, the other a steel-hearted man. Their juxtaposition resembles a mute observing a wooden figure, struggling to utter a single word. It is evident. Aside from his combat prowess, Jiang Shaoge's emotional intelligence is rather lacking. A beautiful woman sits directly across from him, yet he cannot muster a single word. Is this not the perfect moment to win over Zhao Yunying? Is it possible that Jiang Shaoge does not harbor feelings for Zhao Yunying, but rather desires another? No, I sense he wishes to have them all, but I understand, man. Let us all take a break and rest until nightfall. Observing Jiang Shaoge and Yunying, it seems they are once again as silent as they were at the ancestral hall. As night gradually enveloped the earth, darkness spread like a tide. Time passed quietly, and before long, it was deep into the night, just as the viewers in the live stream commented, aside from the initial brief exchange. Bai and Zhao Yunying maintained an unbroken silence throughout. That a gentle breeze rustled, carrying a hint of chill. Bai's ears twitched slightly, his gaze drifting toward the distant woods as he calmly announced, "They are coming. Prepare yourselves." Hearing his words, Zhao Yunying rose and quickly melded into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Bai extinguished the fire with his foot and, like a specter, vanished into the night. The entire camp fell into a hushed stillness, save for a few tattered tents standing solitary. Swish, swished in the depths of night, agile silhouettes darted through the woods, gracefully gliding from branch to branch with remarkable speed, swiftly approaching the camp. Bang, bang, stones rained down from the trees, pelting the tents like a torrential downpour. One by one, the tents buckled under the onslaught, collapsing. Bang, bang, the stones multiplied, and soon every tent in the camp lay flat against the ground, the earth strewn with rocks of various sizes. Yet not a sound emerged from the camp. Screech, screech, the woods echoed with urgent calls from the apes. Dozens of white apes streamed through the trees, utilizing the moonlight to swiftly reach the camp. They behaved like humans, quickly tearing open the tents, seemingly searching for something. Empty. Every tent was devoid of occupants, entirely barren. Screech, screech. One white ape, upon discovering the emptiness, began to call out into the woods. More than a dozen white apes emerged from the trees. Rushing into the camp, they, too, began to overturn tents in search of something. Meanwhile, not far from the camp, Bai and his companions lay quietly on the ground, observing the unfolding events. My heavens, brother, you were indeed correct. These white apes have come to attack us at night. Just look at those stones they are hurling. Had we not hidden in advance, those alone could have crushed us, the rotund companion whispered, patting his chest in relief. After their meal today, they had rested briefly before shifting their position to hide in the grass, waiting for the white apes to arrive. Indeed, they had made the right choice. Had they remained in the camp tonight, they would have surely become mere pulp. I never imagined these mountain-dwelling white apes to be so merciless and bloodthirsty. We had no intention of harming them. Yet they seek to eliminate us entirely. Jiang Shao, go. Shall we make our move? Raymond inquired, gripping his assault rifle as he looked towards Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai turned to the group, whispering, not yet, but we must wait for the ancient white ape to appear. Raymond, have you prepared the explosives I instructed? He continued. Once the moment is ripe, detonate them to eliminate these white apes that do not hesitate. These apes are no longer mere animals. Their behavior mirrors that of demons. They are a plague upon the land. Rest assured, I will ensure it is done, Raymond replied earnestly. Good. Jiang Bai fell silent, his gaze fixed on the camp. He was waiting for the ancient white ape to materialize. Only by vanquishing that ancient white ape could he thoroughly resolve the troubles posed by the ape clan and garner more exploration points. Prior to tonight, he had instructed Raymond to bury all the explosives around the camp, all in preparation to deal with this group of white apes. In the camp, upon the arrival of the second wave of white apes, they stumbled upon the corpses of the white apes that had been killed earlier in the day. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of their kin, the white apes erupted into a frenzy. They howled into the woods, violently smashing everything in the camp. Deafening roars shattered the night, and the ground trembled as though something immense had trampled upon it. Reverberating with a thunderous boom, "It has arrived. Everyone be cautious," Jiang Bai warned, turning his attention back to the camp. Thud, thud. The tremors drew closer. The watchful eyes of Raymond and the others. A white ape towering over 4 meters emerged slowly from the dense woods. This white ape possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, its muscles bulging. Its fur was gray, and it clutched 2 large roosters in its hands, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. As the white ape made its entrance, the smaller white apes in the camp fell silent, respectfully standing aside. Roar. The great white ape let out a thunderous roar, tilting its head back as it stuffed the large rooster it held into its mouth, chewing vigorously, with bright red chicken blood streaming down its chin. This spectacle caused Raymond and his companions to gasp in astonishment. It was their first encounter with such a colossal white ape, its size rivaling that of the King Kong from the movies. Today, I have truly opened my eyes, exclaimed the rotund man, his disbelief palpable. What does this signify? As we continue our adventures, we might even encounter creatures larger than this white ape. Brace yourselves, I'm going out to slay it. Jiang Bai clapped the hefty man's shoulder, rising slowly from the underbrush. That moment, the white ape seemed to sense Jiang Bai's presence, directing its piercing gaze toward his direction. Come forth. Jiang Bai unsheathed the dragon-bone blade from his back, gripping it with one hand as he charged toward the white ape. With a deafening roar, the white ape lunged at Jiang Bai. The 2 adversaries met midway. Before Jiang Bai could make a move, a massive fist hurtled toward his head. The fist, akin to a raging tempest, bore down upon him. But as it was about to connect, Jiang Bai leaned back slightly, his feet nimbly shifting positions, evading the blow with the grace of a willow in the wind, swiftly maneuvering behind the white ape. He focused intently on the prominent gash on the creature's rear. Raising the dragon-bone blade without hesitation and plunging it into the wound, a deafening roar reverberated through the air as the white ape raised its head, its face instantly contorting with a mix of sorrow and rage. It felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation and pain. Jiang Bai, agile as ever, withdrew the dragon-bone blade from the depths of the white ape, seizing the opportunity while the creature wallowed in its anguish. He swiftly approached the beast, utilizing his height advantage, and without a moment's hesitation, he targeted the ape's most vulnerable area with a powerful kick. The resounding crack echoed like the shattering of an egg. The white ape emitted another furious roar, its pupils dilating as bloodshot veins filled its eyes. It clasped its vital region with both hands, crumpling to the ground like a giant shrimp, its face twisted in agony, its body convulsing uncontrollably. The rotund man, hidden in the grass nearby, felt a chill run down his spine at this sight, instinctively shielding his own rear and front. The barrage of comments in the live stream chat was overwhelming. I thought this would be a battle of titans, but instead, I witnessed a cunning old fox. Brother Jiang is indeed devious, targeting the most sensitive spots. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. One might think Brother Jiang is a sunny, cheerful lad, but in reality, he is an exceptionally sly individual. Why do I suddenly feel a draft beneath me? My heart aches with a white ape for 3 seconds. The white ape, having lived for so many years, could never have imagined that its purity would be shattered by the hand of a man. With a furious roar, the white ape lay on the ground. Its bloodshot eyes fixated on Jiang Bai. If looks could kill, Jiang Bai would have perished 100 times over. It's time to end this. Jiang Bai raised the dragonbone blade, plunging it mercilessly into the heart of the white ape. Crimson blood gushing forth, splattering onto Jiang Bai's body and face. The white ape let out a final, unwilling roar toward the small white apes nearby, its gaze gradually fading. The little white apes began to hurl stones at Jiang Bai in a tidal wave of fury. Jiang Bai withdrew the dragonbone blade and sprinted into the distance, calling out to Raymond, "Team Ray, detonate." A tremendous explosion erupted in the camp, a grand pyrotechnic display unfolding. Fireworks enveloped the entire area, sending the little white apes soaring into the sky. Severed limbs scattered everywhere. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for slaying the millennium-old white ape, earning 1,000 exploration points." Jiang Bai rejoined his team. Observing the dragonbone blade in Jiang Bai's grasp, the rotund man felt an inexplicable discomfort in his backside. Raymond instinctively stepped back from Jiang Bai. "Are you all right?" Han Xiaoying offered a pack of tissues to Jiang Bai. "I'm fine," he replied, accepting the tissues to wipe down his body and the dragonbone blade. As the smoke cleared, the 7 of them approached the now dilapidated camp. The once pristine ground was marred with deep craters, littered with the corpses of white apes, blood staining the earth. The camp is ruined. "It seems we'll have to find a place to rest for the night," Raymond sighed. "If it were possible, I wouldn't want to use explosives to destroy the pristine environment of Ping Mountain." "Let us find a clean place," Jiang Bai suggested, leading the way down the mountain. After about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at an open area where they quickly built a fire and settled down for the night. Buzzing filled the air. Just as Jiang Bai lay down, a helicopter descended from above. A soldier jumped out, saluting Raymond before addressing Jiang Bai. "Comrade Jiang Bai, hello. Professor Yang Tianchi just contacted us. He is willing to pay 20 million for the corpses of the 6-winged centipede and the white ape." "Will you sell them?" "Sell? Absolutely. But the corpses need to be transported back by U.M. Current mission is not yet complete," Jiang Bai replied without hesitation. "You needn't worry about that. We have our means to transport them back. Additionally, a pharmaceutical company has contacted us, willing to pay 1.2 billion for the Lingji you possess." "What do you say? 1.2 billion? Jiang Bai pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "I'm not ready to sell this Lingji just yet. We can discuss it once I return." "Very well." The soldier saluted again and returned to the helicopter. As the aircraft took off, Jiang Bai reclined back on the ground, soon spotting another helicopter carrying the white ape's corpse departing. A night passed in silence. The next morning, as the rooster crowed, the sun slowly rose from the east. Jiang Bai and his companions awakened, freshened up briefly, and set off toward Ping Mountain. On the way, noticing the women appearing somewhat drowsy, the rotund man cheerfully exclaimed, "Ladies, I just thought of a riddle. Care to guess?" "What riddle?" The group suddenly became intrigued. Ahem, he cleared his throat, a smug expression gracing his face. "The riddle goes like this. Which female celebrity does the production team fear the most? Which female celebrity does the production team fear the most?" The group collectively frowned in confusion. The rotund man's eyes gleamed with mischief as he declared, "You can't guess, can you? Brother Fat, which female celebrity does the production team fear?" Lu Yin asked. Puzzled, he tilted his head back triumphantly. "The production team fears Bai Lu, for it sounds like white recording." Jiang Bai was left speechless. Such a niche joke. What a cold riddle. Han Xiaoying ignored him. Boring. Zhao Yunying similarly dismissed him one by one. The 6 of them leaped over the rotund man, none acknowledging him. "Hey, don't walk away. Is my riddle not entertaining?" The rotund man hurried after them. The path up Ping Mountain was treacherous. The seven continued their trek until noon before finally reaching the summit. The narrow peak, resembling a bottle's mouth. It was a rugged terrain adorned with bizarre rocks. The ground uneven, surrounded by dense reeds, with a lush forest in the distance, its trees tall and majestic. Is the tomb of the corpse king of Xiangxi truly here? Raymond inquired, gazing at a stone peak ahead. Jiangbai nodded. It must be here. The Ping Mountain is divided into 4 sections. Wangcheng, the underground palace, and the elixir well. We have searched all of them and found no trace of the corpse king's tomb. This fellow is indeed a genius. While others build their tombs underground, he chose to construct his at the mountaintop. The rotund man chimed, It should be a burial site from the Yuan dynasty. Distinct from ordinary tombs. Let us hurry and find the tomb, Raymond urged, gun in hand as he proceeded forward. The women, including Bai Lu, quickly followed suit. The rotund man deliberately lagged a few steps behind, sidling up to Jiang Bai and whispering, Brother, there should be some burial goods inside the tomb. You think we can take them? Jiang Bai shot him a glance and pointed at the floating spirit orb above. The implication clear. What do you think? He countered. After a moment of contemplation, the rotund man suddenly had a light bulb moment, smacking his forehead in realization. Brother Jiang is indeed perceptive. This is a reminder to discreetly acquire what's available rather than making a fuss about it. This time, I shall engage in some treasure hunting as the field expert. Wang Banyue. Excited by the prospect of the burial goods, the rotund man rubbed his hands together and swiftly caught up with Jiang Bai and the group. Raymond led the way. Suddenly, a black backpack by the roadside caught his attention. He approached and picked it up. It was a modern mountaineering backpack, stained with blood and entirely empty. This must belong to some adventurer. Judging by the bloodstains, this individual has likely met with misfortune. It is highly probable that he was consumed by the white ape, Jiang Bai remarked. Consumed by the white ape? The women exclaimed in astonishment. Raymond furrowed his brow. Jiang Bai nodded, retrieving a long white hair from the ground where a backpack had fallen. Clutching the hair, he ventured deeper into the thicket beside the road, with Raymond and the others hastily following suit. After a few minutes of walking, Jiang Bai led the group to a patch of grass, where a corpse lay. The body was in a state of decay, with its internal organs completely absent, replaced instead by writhing maggots that covered it densely. As they approached, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Beside the corpse lay an identification card. Jiang Bai picked it up, revealing the identity of the deceased. Male. Wang Changde, 32 years old, from Changsha. Raymond, take this ID back to his family, Jiang Bai instructed, tossing the card to Raymond. Understood. Raymond accepted the ID, stowed it away, and donned a pair of white gloves as he knelt before Wang Changde's body to examine the cause of death meticulously. Undeterred by the filth of the maggots, he felt from the back of Wang Changde's head down to his abdomen. The back of Wang Changde's skull was sunken, bearing marks of a heavy blow. Though it was not fatal, the true cause of death lay in the wound on his abdomen, which showed no signs of surgical intervention. It appeared more as if a savage beast had violently excavated his innards. Considering the behavior of the white apes last night, it confirmed Jiang Bai's assertion that Wang Changde had indeed been slain by that group of white apes. They had first incapacitated him with stones before savagely tearing open his abdomen to extract his organs. As Raymond spoke, his expression turned grave. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu and Lu Yin instinctively shuddered at the horrifying imagery. Have the authorities locate his family so he can return to his roots, Raymond said. Removing his gloves and covering Wang Changde with 2 large leaves he had picked from the grass. Let us proceed. It is inherently perilous within this forbidden zone, and it is a minor mercy that he can at least return to his origins. Jiang Bai mused, turning to exit the thicket. Cases like Wang Changde's were not uncommon in this realm. Most had perished within the forbidden grounds, and those who managed to escape were exceedingly rare. Yet, despite the heavy toll of death and injury, the inhabitants of this world continued to flock to the forbidden zone as if entranced. This was precisely why the authorities vigorously promoted their exploration activities. Even when lives were lost in the tunnels, the broadcast continued unabated. For the authorities, it was preferable to avoid fatalities, yet a few deaths were inconsequential. It was only through death that fear could be instilled. The 7 emerged from the thicket and returned to the path. Raymond glanced at the sun hovering in the sky and said, "Everyone, after a morning of walking, let us take a moment to rest. Once the sun has set, we shall seek out the tomb of the corpse king of Shanxi." The group settled on the ground. As time passed, the sun gradually descended. T3 in the afternoon. They finally arrived at the stone peak, where the breathtaking spectacle of nature left by Lu and the others in awe, realizing that nature was the most skilled sculptor of all. Look at that protruding stone on the peak. Combined with the surrounding rocks, doesn't it resemble someone giving us the middle finger? Bai Lu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, does this signify nature's disdain for us? Lu Yin chimed in. Let us not dwell on that. We should hasten to locate the tomb of the corpse king of Shanxi. The chubby man, wielding a military shovel, surveyed the area. "Chubby, the task of locating the tomb is yours," Jiang Bai patted him on the shoulder. "Huh, little brother, aren't you searching?" The chubby man looked bewildered. Jiang Bai shrugged. "I would like to, but I am utterly ignorant regarding feng shui. I'll learn when I return. For now, the task of finding the tomb falls to you." "But I don't know either," the chubby man exclaimed, realization dawning on his face. Jiang Bai's lips twitched slightly from the moment the chubby man produced a candle to place on the ground. He had recognized him as a tomb raider. Yet, as a tomb raider, how could he be so clueless about feng shui? "Never mind. I shall take over," Han Xiaoying stated, pulling a compass from her backpack and wandering around the stone peak, muttering to herself, "Little brother, is she reliable? Perhaps we should request some explosives from above and blow this peak apart." The chubby man whispered. Jiang Bai ignored him, having come to the realization that he could not rely on the chubby man for tomb raiding. "I've found the entrance." Just then, Han Xiaoying called out to the group, waving from a short distance away. They quickly turned to see her pressing down on a stone. Suddenly, the entire stone peak began to tremble violently. With a thunderous rumble, the sound of mechanisms echoed as debris fell from the peak, and the ground slowly sank, revealing a massive opening. "That we found it," the chubby man shouted excitedly, dashing toward the entrance, with Jiang Bai and the others quickly following suit. This was a flat cave. The entrance was not deep, only about 3 meters, and there was a staircase leading directly to the tomb chamber. "At last, we have located the tomb of the corpse king of Shanxi." The chubby man rubbed his hands together, impatient to dive into the cave. Jiang Bai quickly restrained him. "Let the tomb chamber air out first." Chapter 39. The candlelight is also a candle. 20 minutes later, after ensuring the air in the tomb chamber was normal and free of issues, the group descended the stairs into the chamber. The tomb chamber was approximately 180 square meters. Compared to the vast underground palace below, it seemed rather insignificant and particularly cramped. In the center of the chamber stood a stone coffin, surrounded by 4 sturdy pillars, each adorned with intricate and colorful carvings. This Yuan dynasty general not of sound mind. Why reside in such a small space when there is such a vast underground palace? The chubby man could not help but comment. Jiang Bai did not respond, instead walking over to the 4 pillars to examine them closely. Each pillar bore a vividly depicted figure. Their postures varied. Yet beneath each, a line of small text was inscribed in the script of the Fagspa. If I am not mistaken, these pillars depict the 4 heavenly kings of Buddhism: the king of the East, the king of the South, the king of the West, and the king of the North. During the Yuan dynasty, the people's faith in Buddhism was particularly profound, especially Tibetan Buddhism, which was highly revered. This general, who had taken countless lives in life, had chosen to depict the 4 heavenly kings in his tomb chamber, accompanying his corpse, perhaps harboring hopes of being guided to enlightenment by them. Han Xiaoying stepped forward earnestly, stating, "Is it not absurd that this man, having taken countless lives, wishes for the 4 heavenly kings to lead him to enlightenment after death? What audacity!" The chubby man squeezed beside Jiang Bai and Han Xiaoying, directing his flashlight at the 4 pillars. "Buddhism teaches that one can achieve enlightenment by laying down the butcher's knife. This Yuan dynasty general may very well have entertained such thoughts," Jiang Bai remarked, then shifted his gaze to the coffin at the center. "Little brother, shall we open the coffin?" Bai Lu inquired, holding a rope, her face lighting up with excitement at the prospect. "Yes," Jiang Bai asserted decisively. "Having finally located the tomb of the Yuan dynasty general, how can we not open the coffin? Who else would dare explore it if we do not? All right, Bai Lu ran toward the coffin with a rope. Wait, wait! Hearing the intention to open the coffin, the chubby man hurriedly stopped Bai Lu, pulling out a candle from his pack and lighting it in the southeastern corner. All right, you may proceed. The chubby man nodded at Bai Lu. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Bai Lu tied one end of the rope to the coffin lid and the other around a large pillar before pulling with all her strength. Bai Lu, what are you doing? I asked you to open the coffin. The chubby man looked utterly perplexed. Opening the coffin, Bai Lu replied, then explained, Chubby, this is my latest method for opening coffins that I devised. It is well known that many tomb owners, to prevent grave robbers from plundering their tombs, install mechanisms within the coffin that would kill any intruders who attempted to open it. Therefore, I devised this method over several days, instead of approaching the coffin directly. We use the rope from a distance to pull the coffin lid off. This way, even if there are mechanisms inside, they cannot harm us. What a clever idea! Upon hearing Bai Lu's explanation, the chubby man's eyes suddenly brightened. He stepped closer to her, grabbing the rope. Let us do this together. On three. With a sharp tug, the coffin was pulled open, just a crack. A chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the candle in the southeastern corner. Lu Yin glanced back at the candle, cautioning, Chubby, the candle has gone out. Huh. The rotund man turned his head, and upon noticing the extinguished candle, released the ropes and approached the candle. He reignited it, placed a transparent cover over it, and flashed a smile at the crowd, saying, My apologies, I forgot to cover the candle earlier. Bai Lu, let us continue pulling. The man returned to Bai Lu's side, and together they exerted themselves to lift the coffin lid. With a sharp noise, another gap was pried open. The candle, now covered, was extinguished once more. Oh no, it's out again. Lu Yin exclaimed, a hint of terror in her voice. Out again. The rotund man expressed disbelief, glancing at the snuff candle, and his face instantly contorted with anger. Damn it, are they forcing me to exert my skills? It seems that without some serious effort, we won't be able to open this coffin today. He grumbled, withdrawing another candle from his backpack and heading to the southeast corner. After gently pressing the base, the candle illuminated like an electric light. This time, I shall see how you extinguish my candle. He placed the candle in the corner and returned to Bai Lu for the third time. Han Xiaoying curiously picked up the candle the man had set down, scrutinizing it, and asked, bewildered, Are you sure this is a candle and not a lamp that merely resembles one? The rotund man turned back with a chuckle. A candle lamp is still a candle. Our ancestors didn't say we couldn't use a lamp as a substitute for a candle. Moreover, times are changing. We live in an era of advanced technology. Who still carries candles when they go out? The traditions left by our ancestors should evolve too. If anyone disagrees, they could go seek out my ancestors. Han Xiaoying was momentarily at a loss for words, and even Zhang Bai and Raymond were unsure how to respond to the rotund man. Yet, upon reflection, they realized he did have a point. A candle lamp is indeed still a candle, just one that is ignited by fire and the other by battery. Rotund man, you should just pray that your ancestors continue to bless you. I fear even their coffin lid might not hold. Han Xiaoying returned the candle lamp to its original position. The rotund man waved his hand dismissively. Unconcerned, it's fine if my ancestors don't bless me. That's all right as long as Brother Jiang is here to look out for me. Jiang Bai appeared speechless. Come on, Bai Lu, on three, pull. The rotund man shouted, gripping the coffin lid tightly and exerting all his strength. With their combined efforts, the lid was gradually lifted, and a chill emanated from within. The temperature in the tomb seemed to drop several degrees in an instant, causing involuntary shivers. Nearly simultaneously, gusts of eerie wind began to howl through the tomb corridor and walls. The winds intensified, as if countless vengeful spirits were lamenting. Raymond gripped his assault rifle tightly, his eyes warily fixed on the coffin. The rotund man glanced back at the candle lamp, seeing it had not been extinguished. A triumphant smile crept upon his lips. Bai Lu, the candle remains lit, which indicates the tomb's owner consents to us opening the coffin. Let us put in a bit more effort and pull it open. All right, Bai Lu nodded. Point 1, 2, pull. With a thunderous crash, the coffin lid fell to the ground, fully exposing the coffin's interior. Chapter 40. The combat power of Zhao Yunying. The wind howled violently. The candle lamp was toppled by a gust of ghostly wind. The 7-person team, disregarding the lamp, eagerly gathered around the coffin as it opened, peering inside, They beheld a layer of golden silk lining the coffin, shimmering brilliantly, dazzling to the eye. Resting atop this golden fabric was the lifeless body of a robust man clad in black armor, clutching a short black dagger. His features were clearly discernible, as if he had just recently passed, with wrinkles and subtle expressions clearly visible on his face. Surrounding the corpse were various treasures of gold and silver, glimmering enticingly, stirring the greed within them that were going to strike it rich. The rotund man's gaze became fervent. Han Xiaoying seemed to be searching for something, her eyes sweeping over the array of jewels in the coffin. Disappointment flickering in her eyes. Wow, so much gold and silver. Is the expedition team about to hit the jackpot? Just one of these could be worth a fortune. Some experts are about to get rich again. Trading $500 plus a banner for this much treasure is no wonder so many want to be experts. It's a surefire profit. Forget the gold and silver. Look at that candle lamp. It's about to go out. Can the Corpse King of Xiangxi extinguish the lamp? Heavenly spirits, please manifest. Tomb raiding is the rotund man's expertise. I'm merely an observer. If there are any ghosts, may they not seek me out. The lamp is going out. In the tomb, the seven were gathered around the coffin. Suddenly, a resounding boom reverberated, shaking the ground violently. The tremors intensified, causing decorations on the ceiling to break away. Countless fragments of stone and dust rained down. Jiangbai glanced around and urgently called to the others. Quick! This tomb seems to be collapsing. Run! Raymond urged the four women to flee first. Jiangbai looked up at the floating spirit orb. Noticing several falling stones about to strike it, he sprang forward to grab the orb and pulled Raymond along as they dashed for the exit. My apologies. I'm not trying to take your burial items. It's my ancestors' command that if you have any grievances, take them up with my ancestors. The rotund man saw Jiangbai whisking away the spirit orb, muttering something to the general of the Yuan dynasty, then hastily snatched a handful of gold and silver treasures from the coffin, stuffing them in his backpack as he followed Jiangbai and the others. Boom! Boom! The tremors escalated. The four great pillars at the cardinal points collapsed under the falling debris. Boom! A loud crash erupted from the stone coffin as the Yuan dynasty general's body shot upright from within. The rotund man turned back, startled, and quickened his pace, shouting, Brother, help! The Yuan dynasty general has risen from the dead. We must flee. Jiangbai released Raymond and pulled the rotund man along. Roar! Behind them came the furious roar of the Yuan dynasty general. None of the seven lingered, quickly racing from the cave to the outside world. Just as the rotund man and Jiangbai emerged, a thunderous crash sounded as the falling debris sealed the entrance. Wow, I'm so glad I ran fast. The rotund man patted his chest. Still shaken to this moment, Jiangbai finally released his grip on the spirit orb. Buzz. The spirit orb floated into the air, resuming its live broadcast. What happened just now? Why did the live stream go dark? Was it because the tomb collapsed? How could a well-structured tomb collapse? I think I heard the rotund man shout that the Yuan dynasty general had revived. The audience in the live stream room was baffled. Atop the mountain, the rotund man and his companions were gasping for breath. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a noise emanated from the blocked entrance. Several large stones flew apart as if blasted away, and a towering figure gradually emerged from the cave. It came out. The rotund man's heart raced, and he quickly retreated with Han Xiaoying and Bai Lu, leaving only Zhao Yunying and Jiangbai in the forefront. Do you wish to engage it in battle? Jiangbai asked, turning to the battle-ready Zhao Yunying. She remained silent, firmly gripping her spear and nodding resolutely. All right, I'll give you the chance. Just remember not to take it head-on. Jiangbai retreated to where the rotund man and others stood. Zhao Yunying awaited the Yuan dynasty general in silence. Roar! As if sensing the threat Zhao Yunying posed, the Yuan dynasty general let out an enraged roar, emitting a nauseating stench as he swung his ancient black blade. Launching an attack at Zhao Yunying, he raised the blade high, viciously aiming for her head. Zhao Yunying reacted swiftly, gripping her spear tightly and blocking the strike. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Zhao Yunying felt a tremendous force reverberating through her arms, causing them to tingle. She swiftly kicked out her right foot, delivering a powerful blow to the Yuan dynasty general's chest. Utilizing the recoil, she leaped into the air, executing a perfect backflip and landing several meters away. Roar! The Yuan dynasty general, unyielding, continued to pursue her, howling in fury. Zhao Yuning's gaze sharpened. She leaned forward slightly, her feet barely touching the ground as she surged toward the Yuan dynasty general like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, she was within 3 meters of him. With a powerful thrust of her legs, she launched herself into the air, executing a flawless 180-degree spin, her spear gleaming ominously as it hurtled toward the Yuan dynasty general like a shooting star. In the face of Zhao Yuning's assault, the Yuan dynasty general instinctively raised his ancient black blade, positioning it across his chest to shield his vital areas. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Zhao Yuning's spear struck the blade with tremendous force, causing the ground beneath the Yuan dynasty general to sink under the impact. As her initial strike failed, Zhao Yuning quickly adjusted her approach. She gripped the long spear tightly with both hands, exerting force as her body executed a graceful somersault, landing steadily on the ground. Simultaneously, the spear in her grasp darted forward like a venomous serpent, swiftly aiming at the general of the Yuan dynasty. Her spear technique was exceedingly rapid, unleashing a flurry of thrusts in the blink of an eye. Although the general retained the combat instincts from his former life, his body had long since stiffened, rendering his movements slow and unable to keep pace with Zhao Yuning's speed. Gradually, he became a mere punching bag for her, enduring her relentless onslaught with no means of defense. Zhao Yuning herself was not without discomfort. Each strike of the spear against the general's body resonated with a crisp impact, akin to striking a wall of bronze and iron, causing her arms to tingle slightly. Chapter 41. The Death of the Yuan Dynasty General. Goodness, this quiet fellow possesses such formidable combat power, the rotund man exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment, mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He was not alone. Even Raymond and Han Xiaoying gazed at Zhao Yuning in utter disbelief. Particularly Raymond, who had thought himself a paragon of strength as a special forces soldier, now found himself overshadowed by both Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning. He felt his position as captain was somewhat diminished. Among them, Jiang Bai remained the most composed. Observing the scene of one person and one corpse, he calmly remarked, Zhao Yuning is a descendant of the legendary Zhao Zilong of Changshan, having trained in martial arts since childhood. Thus her combat prowess is naturally formidable. With her current martial skills, she would rank among the top martial generals throughout our history. This is still without the bloodlust and experience that would further hone her abilities. Given time, she could potentially reach the level of her ancestors. It is a pity, however, that she is a woman, born in an era that does not favor her. Jiang Bai let out a wistful sigh. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Wow, while I never underestimated Zhao Yuning, considering her capable of holding her own, I thought she was more of a fighter akin to Ip Man, able to take on 10 opponents. I never imagined she could actually exchange blows with the general, even dominating the fight. This duel flows seamlessly, a level of execution even television dramas cannot replicate. You tell me it's real combat? Had I not witnessed it myself, I would hardly believe it. Ancient martial arts. Is this what is referred to as ancient martial arts? To hell with Taekwondo. From this day forth, I shall learn ancient martial arts, aiming to take on 10 foes myself. Beyond the Milky Way, my Yuning is both fierce and beautiful. Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning together would be an unstoppable force. I am shipping this couple hard. I truly wish for them to be together. The comments flooded in. Jiang Bai, contemplating the Yuan dynasty general, suddenly had a realization and turned to the rotund man. Say, does this Yuan dynasty general not qualify as having achieved immortality? He was a figure from 700 years ago, and after all this time he can still walk, fight, and even speak. That not a form of immortality? Immortality, the rotund man stared at the general, shaking his head without a second thought. If this is what immortality is, then I would rather not have it. That's so. Jiang Bai chuckled lightly. In truth, what we refer to as immortality may indeed resemble this. People yearn for eternal life, but who can genuinely achieve it? In my view, with our current technology, we have already taken the first step towards immortality. Look at those wealthy individuals and celebrities on the screen. They are in their 50s and 60s, yet appear to be as youthful as the younger generations, if not more so. Are they not the embodiment of what we call immortality? The rotund man found himself a loss for words to some extent. Those who maintain their bodies in pristine condition through care could be considered to have achieved a form of immortality. At 60, some are graced with silver hair and deep wrinkles, while others appear as vibrant as young maidens, full of life. Suddenly, Zhao Yuning's icy voice cut through the air. The flames of war spread. With a resounding crash, Zhao Yuning's spear swept horizontally, sending the Yuan dynasty general flying several meters. She walked towards the onlookers, her spear in hand, and paused beside Jiang Bai. "I cannot defeat him." "Very well." Jiang Bai shrugged lightly, leaping down from the stone and brandishing his dragonbone blade towards the general. Roaring in fury, the Yuan dynasty general, feeling insulted by Zhao Yuning's departure and the arrival of what he perceived to be a weaker opponent, unleashed a menacing cry. A surge of dark energy erupted from his mouth, his eyes glinting with malice as he charged at Jiang Bai, wielding a black ancient blade. In an instant, he was upon Jiang Bai, raising the ancient blade high to strike down upon him. Jiang Bai deftly sidestepped, evading the blow, and simultaneously swung his dragonbone blade towards the general's neck. The clash of blades produced a sharp sound, igniting a shower of sparks. With a powerful push, Jiang Bai forced the general back several steps. He quickly pressed the advantage, striking again at the general. The general hastily raised the black blade to block Jiang Bai's assault, but Jiang Bai delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, the force sending the general staggering backward. Seizing the moment, Jiang Bai unleashed a series of lethal arcs with his dragonbone blade, imbued with a chilling intent. Advancing on the general attempted to employ the same tactic, lifting the black ancient blade to intercept the dragonbone blade. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Jiang Bai vanished like a ghost, executing a sliding maneuver past the general and positioning himself behind him. He swiftly turned the blade's edge, slicing through the general's midsection with astonishing speed. A piercing sound echoed as the general's heavy armor crumbled like tofu beneath the blade's edge, black, foul-smelling blood gushing forth. After the strike, Jiang Bai did not relent. He stood tall, performing a flourish with the dragonbone blade as he circled around the general's neck. With a mighty roar, the general remained rooted in place. Before the astonished gazes of the rotund man and others, his body fractured into 3 segments, collapsing to the ground with a putrid stench rising into the is. He truly dead this easily. The rotund man blinked in disbelief. "Your blade is impressive," Zhao Yuning remarked succinctly. "At long last, he has perished." Bai Lu and Lu Yan simultaneously exhaled in relief. They were aware of Jiang Bai's formidable strength. Yet the foe had been a centuries-old adversary. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the 800-year-old general, earning 800 exploration points. With the points credited, a smile spread across Jiang Bai's face as he picked up the black ancient blade from the ground and waved towards Raymond and the others in the distance. Raymond, along with his companions, hurried over. "Fatty, hand me the gasoline from your backpack," Jiang Bai instructed. Right away, the rotund man opened his backpack and produced the gasoline, handing it to Jiang Bai. Without a glance, Jiang Bai poured the entire contents over the general's corpse, then retrieved a lighter to ignite the gasoline and the body together. "Brother, can't this corpse be sold for money?" Lu Yan inquired, recalling the bodies of other creatures like the white ape, feeling regret as she witnessed Jiang Bai incinerate the Yuan dynasty general's remains. Jiang Bai shook his head with a smile. Chapter 42. Return to the Miao village. It cannot be sold. "What a pity," Lu Yan expressed her lament. Flames engulfed the corpse, an unpleasant odor wafting through the air. "Let us depart." Jiang Bai slung his backpack over his shoulder and began his descent down the mountain, followed closely by Raymond and the others. The group of 7 had scarcely taken a few steps when a thunderous roar erupted behind them. They quickly turned to see the stone peak that had buried the Yuan dynasty general beginning to collapse, massive boulders tumbling down the mountainside. With increasing speed, the peak crumbled, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. "Run! The peak is about to collapse," Jiang Bai shouted urgently, not looking back as he dashed down the mountain. With Raymond and the 6 others hastening to keep up, the seven raced down the mountain path, none daring to let their guard down or fall behind. About an hour later, they reached the base of the mountain and stood atop a small hill, gazing back at the now collapsed peak. Only half of the bottle-shaped mountain remained. My goodness. Thank heaven we ran fast. Otherwise, we would have been crushed into a pulp. The rotund man gasped, hands on his knees, panting heavily. But why did the peak collapse so suddenly? Bai Lu inquired, puzzled. It's a mechanism, one from the tomb of the Yuan dynasty general. The collapse of the peak must be the final trap designed by the general for his own tomb. Should anyone discover his tomb and open his coffin, the mechanism would trigger, causing the peak to collapse and bury both the tomb and any grave robbers within it. In doing so, the treasures within his tomb would be safeguarded, and no one would know the location of his burial site. Jiang Bai explained with conviction. Goodness, are ancient people truly so devious? Isn't this tantamount to burying grave robbers alive? Alas, the majestic Bottle Mountain has vanished without a trace. It is indeed a lamentable loss, for it was a marvel of nature, a natural treasure of our nation. In truth, I find some solace in the collapse of Bottle Mountain, as it spares us from the avarice of those with ulterior motives seeking to plunder its secrets. The archaeological team must be in despair. They had anticipated uncovering hidden treasures, only to witness the mountain's sudden demise in the blink of an eye. That if they wished to locate the tomb of the great general from the Yuan dynasty, they might as well dig beneath the earth. In contrast to the mountain's collapse, my greater concern lies in whether our adventures at Bottle Mountain have come to an end. Will the authorities organize a second expedition? A wave of reluctance washes over me. This thrilling live exploration has become a cherished source of solace after my workday. Each evening, I have reveled in the escapades of Jiang Xiaoge and his companions. And if this is where it concludes, what shall I do? After indulging in this program, I find it difficult to engage with any other variety shows. I share your sentiment. A sudden wave of frustration has washed over me. Let us proceed on the gentle hillside. Jiang Bai withdrew his gaze from Bottle Mountain and began his descent. Where are we headed? Han Xiaoying inquired curiously, observing Jiang Bai's retreating figure. Onward to further adventures. Jiang Bai replied without turning back. Although our time at Bottle Mountain has concluded, we have yet to thoroughly explore its surroundings. Who knows what extraordinary wonders may lie hidden? Indeed, Han Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried to catch up with Jiang Bai. Let us go. Raymond waved his hand, leading the group of four, including the portly fellow, down the mountain. Their faces were alight with smiles, particularly the portly man's, whose grin was the most radiant of all. During their expedition to Bottle Mountain, he had discreetly pocketed a wealth of gold and jewels, which would yield him a fortune upon sale. The seven adventurers made their way down the slope as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow upon them, elongating their silhouettes against the backdrop of twilight. 7 days later, under the cover of night, seven figures approached the deserted entrance of a Miao village, pausing at its threshold. Oh dear, these past few days have utterly exhausted me. Tonight, I can finally indulge in a bath and enjoy a good night's sleep, the portly man exclaimed, stretching with a hint of excitement. Upon hearing the mention of a bath, Han Xiaoying and Bai Lu exchanged smiles, for they had not bathed in over 10 days and felt as though they were on the verge of becoming unbearable. The sweat accumulated over this period left them feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Let us make our way to the elder's home. Jiang Bai suggested. 7 days had elapsed since the collapse of Bottle Mountain. During this time, they had scoured every corner of the mountain and explored all the nearby peaks. Regrettably, they had encountered no additional supernatural beings, resulting in no progress in their exploration points. Let us proceed, Raymond called as he took the lead. They arrived once more at the familiar courtyard, greeted by the same elder. Seeing the seven adventurers return, the elder appeared unfazed, opening the gate to usher them inside. Congratulations, dear adventurers, for surviving your journey. You are the first group in years to descend from Bottle Mountain unscathed. He declared, Please wait. I shall prepare dinner and heat some water for you. Much appreciated. We can manage on our own, Raymond replied. Nonsense, as guests. You must allow me to serve you, the elder insisted, waving his hand dismissively as he lit the oil lamp. Departing the room. Finally, a good night's sleep awaits. The portly man tossed his backpack aside and sprawled onto a nearby bed. Could it be him? Han Xiaoying asked in a hushed tone. Jiangbai nodded silently. Time passed as they awaited the elder's return. Approximately an hour later, the elder knocked on their door, entering with a platter of dishes and placing it on the table. These dishes are all grown by me, free from toxins and preservatives. You may eat without worry. Additionally, the bathing water will be prepared shortly. Once you've dined, you may cleanse yourselves, the elder assured them. Thank you. Raymond nodded in acknowledgement. Enjoy your meal, the elder smiled before exiting the room. Finally, it's time to eat. The portly man leaped from the bed and rushed to the dining table. Upon seeing the food laid out, his expression shifted to one of dismay. Roast chicken and chicken soup again? How can it be chicken once more? After 7 days on Bottle Mountain, I'm utterly sick of it. Just eat. If we endure tonight, we shall return home by morning, and then you can indulge in whatever you desire without anyone stopping you. Jiangbai urged, picking up his chopsticks and sampling the food, nodding at the others to join him. The 7 gathered around the table, sharing bites as they savored their last evening at Bottle Mountain. The following morning, a helicopter would arrive to transport them home. After the meal, Bai Lu and Han Xiaoying took turns bathing, while Jiangbai and the portly man stood guard outside the door. Listening to the sounds of water, Jiangbai surveyed the elder's courtyard. Particularly the chicken coop that the elder maintained, he distinctly recalled the last visit, where a dozen chickens had populated the coop. Yet now there was not a single one in sight. Jiangbai, come here for a moment. Raymond beckoned from within the room. Portly man, keep watch at the door, Jiangbai instructed, nodding toward him before re-entering the room. As Raymond quickly closed the door behind Jiangbai, he retrieved a bamboo slip from beneath the bed and handed it to him. Look at this, Jiangbai. Taking the slip, Jiangbai's eyes widened in disbelief as he read the inscription. This is the formula for the red fire divine pearl we've been searching for. Raymond nodded, gesturing toward a cabinet across the room, that I found this slip in a hidden compartment of that cabinet. I can now say with complete certainty that the elder is the one who attempted to kill us in the tomb. What we lack now is evidence, something to identify him, Jiangbai mused. Recalling the events at the library, the underground passage, the conspicuous chest, the longevity elixir, the formula for the red fire divine pearl, the elder, these memories formed a coherent narrative in his mind. Raymond, I have a plan to make him confess. We can do this tonight, Jiangbai whispered conspiratorially in Raymond's ear. Raymond nodded in agreement. Around 10 o'clock that night, the 4 women had finished bathing, emerging in their everyday attire. They found Raymond and the portly man seated in the courtyard. Engaged in light-hearted conversation with the elder, dressed in a blue casual outfit, Bai Lu scanned the area, noticing Jiangbai's absence. Curiously, she asked Raymond, where is Jiang Xiaoga? Why isn't he here? He had some business and left early. He mentioned that since we've already exited Bottle Mountain, we can take the helicopter home in the morning. Thus, he decided to leave ahead of us and suggested we contact him once we return. Raymond replied casually, Oh, I see. Bai Lu's expression dimmed with disappointment as she considered her attire. Well, since Jiang Xiaoga has left, let us make the most of our time and rest. We should aim to return to the city as early as possible. Han Xiaoying suggested, brushing her damp hair aside as she turned back toward the room. Let us retire as well. Raymond patted the portly man on the shoulder. The 6 of them returned to their room, leaving the elder alone in the courtyard, lost in thought. Under the bright moon, a gentle breeze rustled the willow leaves. The temperature in the village was perpetually cool, accompanied by the sounds of cicadas chirping in the grass. Inside their room, the lights had dimmed, and the rhythmic sounds of snoring filled the air. Suddenly, soft footsteps echoed in the courtyard. A shadow, aided by the moonlight, approached the window of the room where the portly man and his companions resided, stealthily inserting a bamboo tube through the opening, releasing a billowing cloud of white smoke. After dispersing the smoke, the shadow brandished a sharp, curved knife and crept to the door, skillfully unlocking it before pushing it open and entering. Inside, the snoring continued, and beams of moonlight filtered through the window, barely illuminating the room's furnishings. The shadow surveyed the interior, gripping the knife tightly, moving cautiously toward Raymond, raising the weapon to strike at his neck. Hey, are you that eager? What benefit do you gain from killing them? A teasing Jiangbai gently shrugged. The old man lowered his head to gaze at Raymond, his curved dagger poised at Raymond's throat. With a swift motion, Raymond opened his eyes, one hand gripping the old man's wrist while the other drew a pistol from his waist, aimed squarely at the old man's temple. "Don't move. If you do, I will shoot you." With a click, Raymond twisted the old man's wrist with force, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground as a few oil lamps flickered to life, rousing the portly man and the others from their slumber. "Speak. Why do you wish us harm?" Jiang Bai approached a chair and seated himself. The old man sneered, his voice dark and brooding. "Why do I wish you harm? Because you intend to venture to Bottle Mountain. All who set foot there must perish. That I know that once you capture me, my days are numbered. But if you seek the reason for my malevolence, you shall have to wait for the next life. I would rather die than divulge it." "Oh, you're quite stubborn, aren't you? Do you believe I won't strike you?" The portly man stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves, ready to act. "Humph." The old man turned his head away, ignoring the portly man. "You old fool, just watch me strike you." The portly man raised his hand. "Stop, fatty." Jiang Bai halted him, fixing his gaze on the old man. "You just said that all who go to Bottle Mountain must die. Are you implying that you've encountered other adventurers who sought Bottle Mountain, and some of them fell victim to your schemes?" "Indeed. Over the past 3 years, exactly 41 adventurers have met their demise at my hands," the old man declared, lifting his chin with a hint of arrogance. "Are you a descendant of that great general of the Yuan dynasty?" Jiang Bai inquired. "No, are you the last descendant of this village, wishing to monopolize the treasures of Bottle Mountain?" "Not that either." "Then are you a descendant of those 2 warlords?" "Far from it. If you are none of these, why do you harm others here?" Jiang Bai feigned confusion. "I will not speak," the old man replied, turning his head defiantly, embodying a resolve of silence. Jiang Bai chuckled, slowly rising to confront the old man. "You belong to the corpse-rearing sect, do you not? Your presence at Bottle Mountain is not for the sake of gold and jewels, but rather to harness the thousands of corpses here, along with this location's feng shui and treasure energy, to create a powerful corpse king under your control. Your motive for killing adventurers is to prevent them from uncovering your plan, thus sparing yourself from unwanted trouble. You intended to eliminate us from start. But upon realizing our strength exceeded your expectations, you sought out your breeding ground, Wangcheng, causing your meticulously crafted scheme to falter after over a century of planning. Hence, you devised a plan to place that book on longevity in the library, laced with alluring incense, hoping to incite our greed and incite us to turn against one another. If I'm not mistaken, the quantity of alluring incense in that bamboo tube would have been even greater. Correct? Yet, you never anticipated that we would not open that bamboo tube at all, but rather incinerate it, thwarting your plan. Am I correct? Jiang Bai surveyed the old man with a bemused smile. Chapter 44. The Death of the Old Man. Upon hearing Jiang Bai laid bare the truth, the old man ceased to feign ignorance and scoffed coldly. "Indeed, I have been rearing corpses in the realm of Bottle Mountain. That bamboo slip was intentionally placed in the box for you to find. However, you are mistaken about one thing, that I do not kill those individuals out of fear they will disrupt my plans. Rather, ancient texts record that to cultivate a powerful corpse king, one must feed it fresh blood every 49 days. I captured those individuals to serve as nourishment, sacrificing one every 49 days to sustain my corpse king. Alas, the corpse king I have nurtured for a century has ultimately met its end at the hands of a mere youth such as yourself. My century of effort has gone to waste." "Wait a moment," the portly man interjected suddenly. "You just said you've been nurturing the corpse king for a century, yet you are only in your 60s? How could you have done so?" "Humph," the old man scoffed disdainfully. "Ignorant child, I'm already 121 years old. The claim of being in my 60s was merely a ruse." "You are 121? Bai Lu," and Lu Yin gasped in astonishment. Jiang Bai then remarked, "He is indeed over 100 years old. The father he previously mentioned is, in fact, himself. He is the very guide who led the first warlord up the mountain. I now suspect that the villagers in the settlement were not killed by the second warlord, but rather by him alone, all to sustain his corpse rearing. Is he mad? To rear a corpse king. He slaughtered over 1,000 villagers?" the portly man exclaimed, staring incredulously at the old man. The old man offered no rebuttal. But what was his true aim in nurturing corpses for a century? Was it merely to obtain a powerful corpse king? No matter how strong his corpse king might be, could it rival the great general of the Yuan dynasty? Han Xiaoying frowned and posed the question aloud. Jiang Bai pondered this in his mind when suddenly, A flash of insight struck him. His pupils constricted as he grasped a startling realization. Possession T rears corpses to achieve possession of the Corpse King. I once read in a book that the undead are cast aside by heaven and earth, existing outside the 3 realms and 6 paths, unwelcomed by the 5 elements. Their physical forms are formidable, immortal and indestructible, yet their overwhelming strength results in the absence of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, rendering them devoid of intelligence, that if someone were to seek out a Corpse King and, through secret methods, merge their own soul with that of the Corpse King, they could be reborn through the body of the Corpse King, thereby achieving the so-called immortality and eternal youth. Does this not imply that this old fool nurtures corpses with the intent of achieving immortality? The portly man was filled with astonishment. Immortality? Jiang Bai scoffed derisively. That is merely a notion found in certain texts. Who can truly claim to achieve immortality? Just consider the nature of the soul. Who can accurately define what the soul is? As for the records in ancient texts, who can guarantee their veracity? Historical records can be altered, let alone ancient writings. Fatty, write a book tomorrow. Embellish it with grand claims. Say that one can achieve godhood through daily exertion of strength, and then place it 2,000 years into the future. Your book will become an ancient text, revered and studied by countless people. Some texts are best taken lightly. There is no need to take them at face value. Ancients were also prone to exaggeration. Whoever believes such nonsense is truly a fool. Just like him. Jiang Bai pointed at the old man. The old man thrashed violently in Raymond's grip, shouting loudly, "Ignorant child, what do you understand? The ancestors recorded that when man and corpse unite, they become invincible, that if one can find a Corpse King and merge their soul with it, they can achieve invulnerability and immortality. The records of the ancestors are not something a mere child like you can critique." Jiang Bai replied with disdain. "Oh really? If your ancestor is so formidable, I wonder if he succeeded. He's still alive? Bring him forth. I shall duel him." The old man fell silent. Realizing the futility of his retort, he was aware of Jiang Bai's strength, having witnessed it firsthand. The 800-year-old Corpse King had been dispatched with just a few strikes. Not to mention, even if his ancestor were alive, he likely would not stand against Jiang Bai. "Enough, by your expression. It seems your ancestor has long since passed. Fatty, bind him up. We shall turn him over to the relevant authorities by morning." Jiang Bai waved his hand casually. "Very well." The portly man produced a length of hemp rope, preparing to bind the old man tightly. Kek. The old man suddenly erupted into a chilling, bone-chilling laugh, his sinister gaze sweeping over everyone present before finally resting on Jiang Bai, a mocking sneer escaping his lips. "Ignorant child, I admit I have fallen into your trap and am now at your mercy. But to think you could hand me over for public judgment is nothing short of a delusion. I have lived for over 100 years. What sort of storm have I not weathered? I have long since placed life and death aside. They are but fleeting moments to me. Today, you shall not take me away." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden splatter echoed through the air. The old man expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, crimson liquid trickling down his chin, staining his teeth a vivid red, his visage transforming into one of fierce and terrifying intensity. To be frank, I had already ingested poison before making my move. Your aspirations to judge me are utterly futile. Kek. The old man threw back his head in laughter, but the smile abruptly froze on his face, and his head slumped weakly downward. Han Xiaoying stepped forward to check the old man's breath, turning back to announce, "He's dead. Goodness, this old coot is ruthless enough to take poison and end his own life at the slightest provocation." The portly man exclaimed in astonishment, retracting the rope. "Since he has taken poison and died, we cannot allow his body to rot in the wilderness. Let us cremate him and find a suitable place to bury him." Jiang Bai suggested, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Very well." Raymond did not decline. The group carried the old man's corpse outside, where they constructed a pyre in the courtyard and laid the body upon it. The crackling sound of burning wood filled the air. The old man's remains were engulfed by the roaring flames, gradually consumed until nothing but ashes remained. "Let us return." Jiang Bai cast a final glance at the old man's body before turning back to the room. His proposal to incinerate the body stemmed from his fear that the old man might feign death. Now, reduced to mere ashes in the inferno. Even a celestial being could not intervene. Chapter 45. Return to the city. System settlement. The fierce blaze raged throughout the night, only extinguishing once the last log had been reduced to embers. As dawn broke, heralded by the sun rising slowly in the east, a helicopter descended into the dilapidated courtyard, where a professionally smiling female host awaited, microphone in hand, ready to greet Jiang Bai and his companions. Shall we proceed? Inside, Raymond gathered his equipment and led the way out. Welcome back, our adventurous team. Your journey has been nothing short of spectacular. The hostess exclaimed, stepping forward to shake hands with each of the 7 members. The authorities have arranged accommodations for you. If all is satisfactory, we can return now. With a smile, she added, at last, we can go home. The faces of the 7 brightened with smiles as they boarded the helicopter and took their respective seats. As the helicopter ascended, the hostess held a tablet in one hand and a microphone in the other, addressing the enchanted sphere before her with a cheerful demeanor. Greetings to all our viewers. With the return of our adventurous team, our expedition to Ping Mountain draws to a triumphant close. This journey was filled with challenges and surprises, and our team has exemplified unwavering spirit and the power of collaboration. Over the course of this lengthy and exhilarating adventure, we have endured countless nights and days, bearing witness to the mysteries and dangers of Ping Mountain. Now, the members of our expedition team have successfully boarded the helicopter, ready to return to the city, where they will take a brief respite in the accommodations arranged by the authorities. To regain their strength and energy, I understand that many of you may feel reluctant to part ways, but do not fret. The journey to Ping Mountain is merely the first stop on our program. In 3 days, our expedition team will embark on a new adventure, and you can all eagerly anticipate the next location of their challenges. Thank you all. The hostess bowed to the enchanted sphere, and the live stream screen gradually faded to black. Is it finally over? How bittersweet. The anticipation for the next episode surged. It's just 3 days. I senti it. I shall sleep well during this time. And when the next episode airs, I will be right here, awaiting the broadcast. The expedition to Ping Mountain had concluded. Who could have imagined that the final boss was not the general of the Yuan dynasty, but the old man who had appeared from the outset? Does anyone know which hotel they will be checking into? I want to meet them at the airport and request autographs. Among life's 5 great joys, I share them with Han Xiaoying, Zhao Yunying, Bai Lu, and Lu Yin. All of you shall meet the cat demon old lady, the 6-winged centipede, the white ape, and the general of the Yuan dynasty. Friends, see you in 3 days. See you in 3 days. See you in 3 days. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream. As the number of viewers remained consistently high on the airplane, the 7 retrieved their phones, quietly refreshing to catch up on recent events. During their expedition, they had been unable to carry their phones. Jiang Bai opened the news to search the trending topics. The top 10 headlines were all about them. Jiang Bai versus the 6-winged centipede. Jiang Bai versus the Yuan dynasty general. Zhao Yunying versus the Yuan dynasty general. The duel between Zhao Yunying and Jiang Bai. The highlights of the Ping Mountain expedition. The true identity of Han Xiaoying. Jiang Bai paid little attention to the trending news, focusing instead on an article about international shopping. IT reported that a family involved in international shopping had issued a statement, which was subsequently pinned by netizens. The family claimed they had submitted materials to the court, preparing to sue the entire expedition team for 1.8 billion yuan in damages. However, beneath the statement, there was an official comment that read only, "Cherish life, stay away from forbidden places." Jiang Bai chuckled at the family's declaration, casually shutting off the screen and closing his eyes to recharge. My goodness, in just over 10 days, I gained more than 10 million followers. It's simply astonishing. I too have gained 20 million, came the response. Behind them, Bai Lu and Lu Yin marveled at their follower counts, utterly astounded. In such a short time, they had gained millions, surpassing their growth over the years since debuting. It was worth noting that the majority of these were genuine fans, not purchase followers. This is truly incredible, Lu Yin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She knew her gamble had paid off. Although the journey to Ping Mountain was fraught with peril, most of it was merely thrilling without true danger. I wonder how many followers the young man has gained. Amid their joy, Bai Lu turned her gaze to Jiang Bai. noticing him resting with closed eyes, and she stifled her curiosity, refraining from asking. After about an hour in the air, the helicopter landed on the rooftop of a hotel. One by one, the 7 disembarked, and on the rooftop stood a line of fully armed soldiers, led by a young female officer exuding composure. Upon seeing Raymond, the officer immediately saluted him, saying, "Major Raymond, welcome back. Thank you for your hard work." Major, Jiang Bai and the others were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances at Raymond. They had anticipated that Raymond might hold a high rank, but they were astonished to learn he was a major. The authorities had dispatched a major to accompany them on their expedition. Major Long Yun, no need for formalities. It is all in service to the people, Raymond replied, returning the salute. Another major, the plump companion, was utterly dumbfounded. Major Raymond and esteemed members of the expedition team, we have prepared rooms and a welcome banquet for you at the hotel. Please follow me. Major Long Yun gestured, leading the way. The group descended from the rooftop and entered their hotel rooms. It seemed the authorities recognized the fatigue from their expedition, for the accommodations were lavish, with each member assigned their own private room. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Bai shed his clothes and stepped into the bathroom for a refreshing shower. After changing into comfortable attire, he made his way to the banquet hall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exploring Ping Mountain. Exploration degree is 120. This time, the exploration points will be multiplied by 1.2. Total exploration points. 5280. Points earned from defeating creatures. Cat Demon Old Lady 300 Century Zombie 100 Corpse Monster 1200 Six-Winged Centipede 1000 Millennium White Ape 1000 Yuan Dynasty General 800. Total, 4,400 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 9,680 exploration points. The system's voice chimed, but Jiang Bai paid it no mind as he entered the banquet hall. The room was neither too large nor too small, and by the time Jiang Bai arrived, the others had already taken their seats. Major Long Yun raised a cup of tea, stating, "Everyone, your efforts during the Ping Mountain expedition have been commendable. On behalf of the authorities, I toast to you with this tea instead of wine." With a gulp, Major Long Yun downed her tea. She then pulled out 7 bank cards, sliding them across the table towards Jiang Bai and his companions, esteemed friends. These cards contain the tips you received from viewers during the live stream. I am now returning them as instructed. Jiang Bai, you receive 500 million yuan. Major Raymond, Zhao Yunying, Han Xiaoying, Bai Lu, and Lu Yin each received 100 million yuan, while Wang Banyue received 8 million. Chapter 46. The next expedition destination. Why do I only have 8 million? Upon hearing his amount, the chubby fellow's face fell in dismay. In no comparison, no harm. Perhaps the viewers in the live stream have yet to discover your inner beauty. Major Long Yun replied without changing expression. Smack! The chubby man slammed his hand on the table, rising quickly to pocket the bank card under the gazes of his companions. 0.8 million it is. Next live stream. I, Fat Master, will use my charm to conquer every single viewer in the live stream. Oh, the others were speechless. Bai Lu laughed, teasing, "Fat brother, I thought you were going to refuse the money because you found it too little." Who would refuse money? It's time to eat. The chubby man plopped back down in his chair, eagerly grabbing chopsticks to dig in. Let us eat. Raymond prompted to the dining table. Laughter and chatter abounded. Everyone except for Raymond even indulged in a few drinks. Has anyone ever seen someone drinking in the morning? The meal lasted for more than 2 hours. The gathering dispersed, and everyone returned to their respective rooms. Jiang Bai lay on the plush mattress, just drifting into a slumber when a knock resonated at the door. Bare-chested, he rose to open it, revealing Han Xiaoying standing outside, clad in a pristine white nurse's uniform. She held a bowl of hangover soup and offered Jiang Bai a gentle smile. I noticed you drank quite a bit earlier, so I prepared this hangover soup for you. Additionally, I would like to discuss the matter of that Lingji mushroom. She paused, her gaze inquisitive. May I come in? Please do, Jiang Bai replied, stepping aside to allow her entry before returning to sit on the edge of the bed. Han Xiaoying entered, deftly closing the door behind her. Placing the soup on the table and slowly unfastening the buttons of her nurse's uniform, revealing delicate lace beneath. Sister Ing, what are you doing? Jiang Bai exclaimed, startled by her actions. Can't you see what I intend to do? Han Xiaoying smiled, inching closer, a floral scent wafting toward Jiang Bai. All right, This is quite the test for an old hand, he thought, momentarily losing his composure and pressing Han Xiaoying down. What followed was a time of repose for the old hand. As the city lights began to twinkle, another round moon ascended into the sky. Jiang Bai and Han Xiaoying awoke from their slumber. Han Xiaoying rose and retrieved 2 pills from her pocket, swallowing them without hesitation. "What medication are you taking?" Jiang Bai inquired, curiosity piqued. "Contraceptive pills," she replied, flicking her long hair over her shoulder as she took a glass of water and downed the pills. Afterward, she reclined back onto the bed, wrapping her arms around Jiang Bai's waist, adopting a demure demeanor. "Oh, by the way, regarding that Lingji mushroom, I have 2 proposals for you. First, I will purchase the Lingji for 1.2 billion. Second, we can sign a contract where you provide the Lingji, and our company will contribute. We will jointly research the properties of the mushroom, and the profits from a successful study will be split 50-50. Jiang Bai pondered this for a moment. Both options had their merits. The first was straightforward and direct, while the second promised greater potential benefit. Through his research online, he had come to understand Han Xiaoying's background. She was not just wealthy. She was exceedingly affluent, that if he collaborated with her pharmaceutical company to study the Lingji, and they discovered unprecedented medicinal properties, his future would be secure. Yet the downside was the uncertainty of the time it would take to yield results. After some deliberation, he finally decided. "I choose the second option that I knew you would," Han Xiaoying replied, rising from her seat. "Wait here. I will fetch the contract." Jiang Bai pulled her back gently. "Let's not rush for the contract just yet. It can wait until tomorrow. After all, you've just taken your medication. We shouldn't let its effect go to waste, should we?" The following morning, when Jiang Bai finally awoke, Han Xiaoying had already vanished. Dressing quickly, he ventured outside, where he learned from the staff that Raymond, Fatty, and Zhao Yunying had left the previous evening, and even Bai Lu and Lu Yan had gone out for shopping early that morning. Bored, Jiang Bai returned to his room, idly scrolling through Douyin. The first video that caught his eye was an official announcement regarding the area of Pingshan. The official statement read, "Pingshan boasts beautiful scenery and welcomes everyone for barbecues. The locals are quite hospitable, but beware of poisonous centipedes that roam the hills." Upon seeing this, Jiang Bai could only shake his head in disbelief. The government certainly knew how to be cryptic. "Don't you enjoy adventure? Come on, with poisonous centipede around. Do you dare to venture?" Numerous comments from netizens flooded in. "Don't trust the official words. If they want me dead, they should just say so instead of luring me to Pingshan. Who knows how many poisonous centipedes are lurking there? Great, my wife suddenly supports my adventure plans. She was always against it before, that I suspect she has ulterior motives. Hey sister, it's me, the neighbor Xiaowang. Has my brother gone out for an adventure?" Days slipped by unnoticed. In these 2 days, Jiang Bai had not seen hide nor hair of Raymond and the others. However, Bai Lu and Lu Yan visited him daily, showering him with clothes and gifts, making him feel as if he were being pampered. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, with only 1 night left before their second expedition, Fatty and the others finally made their appearance. Accompanied by Long Yun, the 8 of them gathered around a large round table. Standing, Long Yun raised her teacup. "Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning you will embark on your second adventure. Here, I wish you a safe and victorious return in advance." With a gulp, Long Yun drained her cup, setting it down with a serious expression. "However, the destination you are heading to is far more perilous than Pingshan. You must prepare yourselves adequately. The place you will venture to is the Death Sea, located in the Lopner region. A forbidden area. What? Are you saying we're to go to the Death Sea?" Fatty exclaimed, astonished. Long Yun nodded. "Brother Fatty, what exactly is the Death Sea? Are we setting sail?" Bai Lu asked, puzzled. Fatty took a deep breath and explained. "The Death Sea, also known as the Desert Sea, is an expanse of endless sand. It is desolate, devoid of life. And when you stand there, all you see is boundless sand stretching as far as the eye can see. It often experiences fierce sandstorms that darken the sky, earning it the local moniker of the Black Desert, a place abandoned by the heavens. Throughout history, few have emerged alive from that desert. Even seasoned survival experts and adventurers have perished there. There remains lost to the sands out of Pingshan is a beginner's challenge. The Death Sea is an extreme test. Is it really that dangerous?" Bai Lu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "Indeed," Fatty scoffed dismissively. Danger is an understatement. It is exceedingly perilous. We will face drastic temperature fluctuations between day and night, scarcity of food and water, and the relentless winds of sand, along with unseen quicksand and various hidden toxins buried within. Most critically, the magnetic field in that area is unstable, causing most electronic devices to malfunction, leaving us disoriented. Should we lose our way, there would be no hope of escape. Decades ago, a 1,000-member expedition from the Eagle Nation ventured into the Death Sea. Well-equipped, yet not a single one returned alive. The gravity of Fatty's words silenced the group, even causing Jiang Bai to furrow his brow. If Ping Shan represented a confrontation with unnatural entities, the Death Sea would be a battle against nature itself. The overwhelming force of nature dwarfs human existence. The atmosphere at the table turned somber. Long Yun, sensing their apprehension, continued, although the Death Sea is fraught with danger, the military will provide you with the most advanced electronic equipment to assist you in this expedition. In certain situations, we can even enable the Sky Eye for you. The Sky Eye, Raymond exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wow, Fatty gasped, clearly taken aback. The Sky Eye, a recent innovation from Xia country, is a national treasure. There are 3 major satellite positioning systems globally: the Eagle Nation's GPS, the Russian GLONASS, and Xia country's Beidou. Above these 3, there exists a unique entity known as the Sky EYES, its name suggests. The Sky Eye can ignore any signal interference, monitoring the globe. Wherever the Sky Eye gazes, malevolence is revealed. It is a national asset. Would they truly activate the Sky Eye for us? Raymond asked incredulously. Long Yun nodded lightly. With the Sky Eye operational, your expedition to the Desert Sea will be secure. Fatty's expression shifted from disbelief to excitement. However, Long Yun then changed the subject. While the Sky Eye can be activated, its usage is limited. You will still need to rely on your own skills. Furthermore, last night Professor Chun, who has been studying the culture of the Western regions, reached out to us. Their archaeological team is collaborating with an overseas company to unravel the mysteries of the Western regions. They wish to hire you as special consultants to escort them there. They're offering a generous sum of 100 million. You may want to consider this. Everyone, including Raymond, turned their gaze toward Jiang Bai simultaneously. They all understood that while Professor Chen appeared to be hiring them, he was indeed seeking Jiang Bai. I refuse. Jiang Bai resolutely declined without a moment's hesitation. What a ridiculous notion. The title of special consultant may sound appealing, but in reality, it merely designates them as bodyguards. The moniker Professor Chen immediately evokes the image of an elderly man, especially when coupled with a few pampered, arrogant archaeologists who have never faced adversity. Wouldn't that be a burden? To expect him to protect such encumbrances is absolutely out of the question. Does he lack money? He once did, but now he is far from it. Does one not see the affluent lady seated beside him? Have you not given this a second thought? Professor Chen and his team are exceptionally well prepared for their expedition to the Western regions. They not only carry a wealth of supplies, but also have brought along 15 archaeologists and over 30 fully armed security personnel. Should you choose to accompany them, not only would you secure a fortune of 100 million, but you would also benefit from an abundance of resources. Long Yun urged that I shall still refuse. Jiang Bai's stance grew even more resolute. 15 archaeologists equate to 15 burdens. This was more than he had anticipated. If he were to agree, he might as well offer his services as a free nanny next door, at least earning a good reputation in return. Very well. Since you are so resolutely opposed, I shall convey your refusal to Professor Chen, Long Yun said without further persuasion. The 8 of them commenced their meal. Just as Bai Lu picked up a morsel, she turned to see Lu Yin with her head bowed in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Yin, do you have something on your mind? Why do I feel your spirits are rather low? Bai Lu inquired, puzzled. Lu Yin lifted her gaze to scan the group briefly before lowering her head again, a hint of guilt in her voice as she spoke. I cannot join you in the adventure this time. What? Why not? Lu Yin, are you withdrawing? Bai Lu's voice rose, her expression one of confusion. Lu Yin buried her head even lower, filled with remorse. It's not that I want to withdraw, but our company has decided to replace me with Bao Dagwan. Bai Lu immediately grew anxious. This is an official program. Your company can't just swap personnel as they please. Who do they think they are? Does the official body approve? Lu Yin shook her head, neither affirming nor denying. Bang! The hefty man slammed his palm on the table, rising in anger. This is utterly intolerable. Your company is truly overstepping its bounds, bullying us in the process. Can they just replace team members without consulting us? You must call your boss right now. I would love to inquire about his intentions. Calm down, my friend, Jiang Bai interjected, casting a stern glance at the hefty man before turning to Lu Yin. Lu Yin, I ask you, do you wish to continue adventuring with us? Lu Yin nodded. Then do as the hefty man suggested and call your boss. Inform him that we are open to additional personnel and arrangement for guest appearances. However, all must sign a waiver of life and death. Once we enter the Forbidden Zone, the risks are theirs to bear. Whether they emerge alive depends solely on their capabilities, Jiang Bai stated calmly. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately retrieved her phone, nervously dialing a number. Beep, beep. The call connected. Just as Lu Yin was about to speak, the hefty man snatched the phone from her hand and pressed it to his ear. Hello. Are you the owner of Lu Yin's company? Let me make it clear. Do not even think about replacing personnel. Don't assume that just because you have a bit of money, you can dictate terms. When I was out and about, you were still in diapers. Let me tell you, do not even consider inserting your hands into our expedition team. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it and see whether your wealth outweighs the number of my brothers. Furthermore, I have a message for you. You may add personnel or arrange for guest appearances, but your people must be prepared for the possibility of death. Once we enter the Forbidden Zone, the responsibility for life and death lies with them. We will not risk our lives to save someone irrelevant. Snap, the hefty man concluded, abruptly hanging up without allowing the other party a chance to respond. He is indeed formidable, Jiang Bai thought, giving the hefty man a thumbs up. Let us continue our meal that I will handle this matter, Raymond interjected. Chapter 48. The second stop, the Sea of Death. After the meal, the seven returned to their respective rooms for final preparations. Just as Jiang Bai lay down in his room, a knock resounded at the door. He rose to open it. It was the hefty man, who hurriedly glanced around before entering Jiang Bai's room and shutting the door behind him. Why are you not in your own room at this late hour? Jiang Bai asked, his face a mask of disdain. The hefty man made a hushing gesture, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and whispering, Here, take this card. During the past few days, I've visited the ghost market and sold all the jewels I pilfered from the tomb of the Grand General of the Yuan dynasty. It totaled 800 million. We shall split it evenly, with 400 million in this card for you. Rest assured, the card is completely secure. It belongs to an anonymous account I opened overseas. When did you sneak jewels? I was unaware of this. Jiang Bai exclaimed in surprise. The hefty man shot him a disdainful look, throwing an arm around Jiang Bai's shoulders. Come on, you're just pretending. When you grasped that little spirit ball in the tomb, were you not signaling me to hurry and grab the jewels? Don't worry, brother, I understand you. The hefty man patted his chest. Well, Jiang Bai felt somewhat speechless. He had grasped the spirit ball to prevent it from being damaged by falling debris. However, now that the hefty man had brought the money, there was no reason for him to continue feigning virtue. He could not be like some protagonists in novels who descend into tombs, face life and death, and emerge with nothing, merely serving as free bodyguard for the archaeological team. Going into the tomb with nothing and coming out with nothing would render the entire endeavor pointless. As for the state authorities, can you guess why so many antiques end up overseas? It is simply because certain experts acquire them at low prices, then pass off fakes as genuine in museums while selling the real items. Do they face any consequences? Not at all, as long as connections are strong. Even if they cut in line, it can be spun as merely overtaking. The hefty man and Jiang Bai shared a moment of mutual understanding. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? The hefty man looked at Jiang Bai. I have something to attend to. You should head back for now, Jiang Bai said, pushing the hefty man towards the door. The hefty man opened the door, revealing Han Xiaoying standing outside in a black evening gown. Han Xiaoying, what brings you here? Oh, I see. I see what you two are up to, the hefty man realized, pointing at them with a cheeky grin. Get lost. Jiang Bai kicked the hefty man in the rear, pulling Han Xiaoying into the room and shutting the door behind them. Such a lecherous nature. Devoid of loyalty, the hefty man rubbed his backside, unbothered, and merrily returned to his own room. What brings you here? Inside the room, Han Xiaoying wrapped her arms around Jiang Bai's neck, gazing deeply into his eyes. I came to deliver some funds. Do not mind him. Jiang Bai gradually leaned down. After slaying so many monsters, is it not time to enjoy a little? The following morning at 8 o'clock, the seven boarded a helicopter for another departure. The female host, microphone in one hand and tablet in the other, skillfully opened the live broadcast. Yes, soon as the stream began, the viewer count soared to over 100,000. They have finally arrived. I waited 3 long days for this moment. Do you know how I spent those days? I can't wait to see my most handsome Jiang Xiaoge again, though I wonder where they will be adventuring this time. Host, quickly turn the camera to my beloved Yuning. She is truly the epitome of a cool goddess in my eyes. Why is the viewership only at 100,000? Come on, brothers, let's boost the numbers. The female host, observing the barrage of comments, wore a professional smile. Greetings to all the viewers in the live stream, that I know you are all curious about our adventure destination, so I shall not dilly-dally. This time, our exploration team will venture to the forbidden area known as the Sea of Death, located in the Lop Nur. This name may be unfamiliar to many, but according to official data, the number of known fatalities in the Sea of Death has reached a staggering 3,000 over the past decade, with countless more missing. Moreover, the Sea of Death ranks 6th among the most perilous forbidden zones in our country, a ranking that speaks volumes about its dangers. Next, let us conduct an interview with Captain Lei. The female host approached Raymond with a microphone. Captain Lei, do you have any word for the viewers regarding this expedition? Raymond contemplated briefly. Greetings to all the viewers in the live stream. I am Raymond, that I would like to take this opportunity to earnestly remind everyone to cherish life and steer clear of forbidden zones. The dangers lurking in these areas far exceed our imagination. Do not seek momentary thrills at the expense of your safety. Remember, you are not just accountable for yourselves. Your families are also counting on you. Think of your parents, your spouses, and your children. Do not let the gray-haired mourn the loss of the young, nor allow wives to lose their husbands and children to lose their fathers. Certainly, our expedition team will continue to broadcast the dangers of the forbidden area live for everyone. Thank you all, and special thanks to Captain Lei for his remarks. The female host moves the microphone aside. The helicopter soars through the sky. The group of 7 remains silent, with only the female host chattering incessantly. The portly man leans closer to Jiang Bai and whispers, "Brother, when did you two start your clandestine affair?" "No, when did it begin to develop?" "You've kept it quite hidden." Jiang Bai glances at the man, but does not respond. 4 hours later, the helicopter descends in a village named Aganbu. Jiang Bai and the others disembark. This village is markedly underdeveloped. At a glance, most of the houses are constructed from yellow earth. Despite its backwardness, the village is not lacking in inhabitants. Come, I will take you to collect supplies. The female host leads the way. Navigating through several streets, she brings them to a large courtyard guarded by a dozen soldiers. 4 modified pickup trucks laden with supplies are parked inside. Unlike their previous expedition to Ping Mountain, this time they must traverse the entirety of the western regions, entering the Lop Nur from the Yumen Pass. The journey includes vast stretches of uninhabited desert, necessitating ample supplies. In addition to essential water and food, they must also carry tents, gasoline, and more. What splendid provisions! The portly man exclaims as he lifts a tarp from one of the trucks, revealing an array of sophisticated weaponry. His excitement palpable that moment. Long Yun emerges from a nearby building and approaches Lei Meng, handing him a list. "Here is your supply list. Feel free to check if there's anything you need to add." Lei Meng glances at the list for a moment before passing it to Jiang Bai. "When did you arrive?" The portly man asks Long Yun, astonished. "Last night." Chapter 49, Deity or Demon King? Guide. We need a guide. Jiang Bai declares after reviewing the list. "GG. Come here." Long Yun calls out to a room. Coming. A middle-aged man clad in ethnic attire jogs over. "GG. Do you have a guide who has been to the Sea of Death?" Long Yun inquires. The village chief's expression grows troubled. "We do have one, but he has some issues." "What kind of issues?" Jiang Bai interjects. The village chief glances at Jiang Bai. "He is a madman. A madman." Both Jiang Bai and Long Yun furrow their brows simultaneously. The village chief nods. Indeed, he is mad, but he was not always so. He He became suddenly unhinged. Do elaborate. Long Yun requests, sigh. The village chief exhales deeply. His name is Ali. He was once our finest guide, destined for greatness. But 5 years ago, for reasons unknown, he insisted on leading a group to the Sea of Death, and we could not dissuade him. He was gone for over half a year. Just when we had resigned ourselves to the belief that he had perished in the Sea of Death, he returned. However, upon his return, he had lost his sanity, secluding himself in his room and drowning his days in alcohol, muttering about how they had offended the deities, that the deities were angry and would bring divine retribution upon mankind. Even more disturbingly, he cuts his wrist weekly to feed a black snake with his blood, worshipping it with fervent prostrations. You know, there are no deities in this world. We have urged him countless times, yet he refuses to listen. Instead, blaming us for offending the deities and hurling abuse our way. I see. Jiangbai contemplates for a moment before saying, Village chief, can you take me to meet this Ali? Follow me, the village chief sighs, shaking his head as he leads the way. Jiangbai and Long Yun follow closely behind. The three traverse several narrow alleys until they arrive at a dilapidated courtyard. The village chief stands at the entrance and calls, Ali, are you home? You have esteemed guests. Ali. The village chief's calls receive no response, prompting him to lead Jiangbai and Long Yun into the courtyard. The yard is cluttered with bottles, both liquor and beer. The main door is tightly shut, and the windows are obscured by curtains. Ali, are you feeding the snake again? The village chief strides forward and pushes open the door, a beam of light flooding into the room, seemingly startling something, as a shadow darts quickly into a ceramic jar atop a cabinet. Jiangbai follows into the room, where he sees a disheveled man with a pale complexion kneeling on the ground, clutching a dagger in his right hand, poised to cut into his left wrist. Ali, what are you doing? The village chief exclaims, rushing forward to seize the dagger from Ali's grasp. The deities! You have disturbed the deities. They will punish you. Ali appears oblivious to the village chief's words, mumbling incoherently as he dashes to the door, forcefully shutting it to block the sunlight. Once the light is extinguished, he breathes a sigh of relief, glaring at the village chief with fury. Ali, why are you so obstinate? There are no deities in this world. The village chief exclaims, frustrated. Ali pays no heed, returning to his previous position, bowing his head repeatedly against the ground. Is this what you call a deity? Jiangbai inquires, picking up the ceramic jar from the cabinet. Don't touch that. You will offend the deities, and the entire village will suffer, Ali yells, lunging forward to snatch the jar from Jiangbai's hands. However, he is no match for Jiangbai. With a swift motion, Jiangbai sidesteps and kicks Ali to the ground, pinning him beneath his foot. The deities! You must return the deities to me. If you continue this way, their wrath will descend upon us, and the land will be engulfed in blinding sands. We will all perish. Ali roars, struggling to rise but ultimately failing. That's so? Jiangbai scoffs, reaching into the jar. Please, I beg you not to. Ali's face pales with terror. Jiangbai disregards him, pulling out a black snake from within. With a loud crash, Jiangbai carelessly tosses the jar to the ground, shattering it. It's over. It's over. You have offended the deities. You will die any moment now. We will all share your fate. The deity's wrath will soon engulf the entire Akiganbu village. Endless sands will consume this place, and we shall all perish. Ali seems to lose all spirit, becoming despondent. Ali, it's just a snake. I told you, there are no deities in this world. The village Long Yun shook his head, having already given up on Ali. Jiangbai offered no response. Single-handedly carrying Ali out of the room, he had discerned the cause of Ali's madness. Unlike ordinary madness, Ali's insanity stemmed from a mental collapse. As if he had witnessed a horrific scene that shattered his psyche, yet his intellect remained intact. In truth, he possessed a means to cure Ali by exchanging a calming pill from a system shop. However, a single calming pill required 1,000 exploration points, and he was reluctant to squander his points on Ali. Thus, he could only bring Ali back, hoping that Raymond and the others might have a solution. In a vast nation like Xia, with a population exceeding 2 billion, surely there was someone capable of healing Ali if all else failed. Electroconvulsive therapy could be employed to Jiang Bai made his way back to the courtyard. Ollie incessantly muttered about some demon king and deities. Upon seeing Jiangbai return with a person in tow, the chubby man approached, scrutinizing Ollie. "I say, Brother Jiang, why have you brought back a madman?" "This is our guide." Jiangbai casually tossed Ollie onto the ground. Ollie did not rise, instead curling up like a large shrimp, trembling all over the guide. The chubby man kicked at Ollie. "This lunatic can't possibly be our guide?" Jiangbai nodded. "His name is Ollie, the only person in the entire village who has ventured into the sea of death and returned alive. It seems he was subjected to some frightful experience, which transformed him into this state. I brought him back to see if anyone has a method to cure him. How can we treat him?" The chubby man shook his head, indicating his helplessness. "Leave him to me." Han Xiaoying stepped forward. "Very well." Jiangbai lifted Ollie and followed Han Xiaoying into a room. Inside, Jiangbai bound Ollie to a bed and nodded at Han Xiaoying. Han Xiaoying produced a packet of golden needles and, with intense focus, began to insert them into Ollie's head. As each needle punctured his skin, Ollie's expression grew increasingly serene. Once the last needle was inserted, Han Xiaoying wiped the sweat from her brow. "I have initially stabilized his condition, but for a complete recovery, he must confront the fears within his heart. He must emerge from the grip of fear. That will be arduous." Jiangbai handed Han Xiaoying a glass of water and untied Ollie. Time passed slowly. Approximately an hour later, Ollie gradually awoke from the bed, his gaze clear as he surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. Upon seeing Jiangbai and the others, he asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "I am Jiangbai, and she is Han Xiaoying, the one who has treated your madness," Jiangbai replied. "You have cured my madness? Is it truly you who have healed me? I am really better?" Ollie glanced at his hands and hurriedly rolled off the bed, kneeling before them. Jiangbai blocked him with his foot, saying, "Do not rush to express your gratitude. Our purpose in treating you is not without motive. We need you to guide us to the Sea of Death." "The Sea of Death?" Ollie was taken aback, then seemed to recall something, fearfully waving his hands. "No, we cannot go to the Sea of Death. That place is not meant for humans. It is a hell on earth, and no one can return alive from the Sea of Death. No, I refuse to go there." "Ollie," Han Xiaoying interjected, "while we have stabilized your condition, to entirely eradicate your affliction, you must confront your deepest fears. Otherwise, your condition will relapse, and you will revert to madness. Now is your final opportunity to confront your fear. Of course, you need not go to the Sea of Death. We will not force you. However, the choice remains yours. Will you live a normal life, or continue in madness?" Ollie found himself torn between choices. Although he had been mad, he retained memories of his actions. Reflecting on the events of the past 5 years, contemplating his future, he felt an unwillingness to endure a life of madness again. Yet, the thought of returning to the Sea of Death filled him with trepidation. "Think it over carefully. We will give you half an hour. After that, we will leave," Han Xiaoying stated, rising to exit the room. Jiangbai followed suit. Whether to go or not rested solely on Ollie's decision. This expedition to the Sea of Death posed a risk of death for everyone involved, including himself and Ollie. Outside the room, the chubby man tossed a backpack to Jiangbai. He took it back to the vehicle. There were 4 vehicles in total. Raymond drove one alone, while Jiangbai and Han Xiaoying shared one. The chubby man and Lu Yin shared another, and Bai Lu and Zhao Yunying shared the last. Time ticked away. Soon, the half hour had elapsed. With a roar, all 4 vehicles revved their engines and drove out of the courtyard. "Wait, I'm coming with you." Ollie burst from the room, shouting towards the 7. "Get in the car." Jiangbai gestured towards Raymond's vehicle. With a rumble, after Ollie climbed aboard, all 4 pickups departed in succession. The tiny spirit ball flitted through the air, keeping pace with the trucks. Exiting the small courtyard, the 4 vehicles traveled along the highway. 2 hours later, they had distanced themselves from the administrative area, covering over 100 kilometers. The scenery along the road grew desolate, with nothing but yellow sand stretching as far as the eye could see, devoid of any signs of life. "Brother, are you satisfied with the arrangement of the vehicles?" the chubby man asked over the intercom, his tone laced with teasing. "What? Do you want the whole world to know about this?" Jiangbai retorted, "What do I care? If it were me, I'd be thrilled for everyone to know." The chubby man chuckled. "Indeed, you're quite the character, The story of you marrying someone else's wife has already spread far and wide. Do you know what the netizens call you? What do they call me? They call you the Wild King because you're wild and your surname happens to be Wang, Jiang Bai replied. A misunderstanding. It's merely a misunderstanding. The chubby man laughed. All right, enough of that. Ali said we need to drive another 400 kilometers to reach the edge of the Taklamakan Desert, their SA restaurant at the entrance to the desert, which is our only supply stop before we enter. Let us all pick up the pace to reach that restaurant before dark. Additionally, there are vehicles trailing us. Raymond's voice crackled through the intercom. Jiang Bai glanced back at a few hundred meters behind them. Dozens of pickup trucks were pursuing that we needn't worry about them. Those vehicles are likely from the archaeological team. Major Long mentioned that the archaeological team was also departing in the past few days. And the road we are taking is the only route to the western regions. That ITS, not surprising to encounter them on the road. The chubby man's voice echoed over the intercom. Jiang Bai seized the intercom. No, they are coming for us. Chapter 51. Encountering the archaeological team. Just as Jiang Bai had predicted, the dozens of pickup trucks overtook them and came to a halt across the road. The doors swung open, and dozens of fully armed foreign mercenaries disembarked. Leading them was a tall, blonde woman clad in a black leather jacket. Stay in the vehicle. I will go down to investigate. Raymond halted the vehicle, opened the door, and approached the woman. Jiang Bai and the chubby man followed suit, walking toward her. Are you with the archaeological team? Why are you blocking our path? Raymond confronted the mercenaries without a hint of fear. The woman ignored Raymond, her gaze fixed on Jiang Bai. Mr. Jiang, my name is Aliyah, the head of security for this archaeological team, that I would like to speak with you. Speak about what? Jiang Bai replied, his expression impassive. Our company is collaborating with Professor Chun to jointly explore the mysteries of the western regions that we have seen your skills through your live broadcasts, Mr. Jiang. Therefore, we would like to invite you and your team to serve as special consultants for our archaeological team. Of course, if you feel the remuneration we offered previously was insufficient, we can negotiate. Money is not an issue. Aliyah spoke in fluent Chinese. Special consultant? Jiang Bai chuckled and shook his head. I'm afraid I must decline. Why is that, Mr. Jiang? Exploring the western regions with us and accompanying us to the Sea of Death are not mutually exclusive. This is merely a matter of convenience for you and will not interfere with your live broadcasts. In fact, if you accept our invitation, you could earn a substantial sum. Why do you refuse, Mr. Jiang? Surely you're not against money. Aliyah asked, puzzled. Do you truly want to know? Jiang Bai locked eyes with Aliyah. She nodded. Please, Mr. Jiang, I genuinely wish to understand your reason for refusal. The IT is simply because you are too inexperienced. I do not wish to carry a bunch of dead weight, Jiang Bai stated bluntly. We are too inexperienced? Aliyah momentarily froze, quickly following up with an explanation. Mr. Jiang, I believe there is a misunderstanding regarding our team. We have undergone special training. That is merely a burden, Jiang Bai interjected. Cutting off Aliyah. It is well known in various adventure literature that mercenaries are often considered expendable. Adding to that, the presence of 15 members from the archaeological team is a significant liability. Such a combination is formidable enough to deter even celestial beings. You call someone a burden? Who are you referring to? A burly man behind Aliyah voiced his discontent that I was speaking of you. So what? The hefty fellow stepped forward, confronting the large man. That I see you're looking for trouble. The latter retorted, preparing to step out of the group. Aliyah hastily grabbed his arm, saying, Wayne, return to the group. Do not provoke unnecessary conflict. Seemingly reluctant to defy Aliyah's command, the man begrudgingly retreated back. Aliyah continued. Mr. Jiang, could you enlighten us on how we have fallen short and how we might demonstrate our capabilities? If we prove our strength, would you consider our invitation? Jiang Bai pondered for a moment. Extending 5 fingers. Let us do this. If you can withstand 5 of my moves, I will agree to be your special advisor. Should you fail, you must refrain from bothering us in the future. How does that sound? Agreed. Aliyah nodded, removing her backpack and tossing it to Wayne. Everyone stepped back, creating a space for Jiang Bai and Aliyah. My apologies, Mr. Jiang. Aliyah initiated the attack, her long, powerful legs propelling forward like a whip aimed at Jiang Bai's head. Her agility and speed were commendable, yet to Jiang Bai, they appeared somewhat lacking. He remained rooted in place, and just as Aliyah's leg was about to strike him, he nonchalantly raised a hand, effortlessly grasping her ankle. Instantly, Aaliyah found herself in an unusual stance, yet she refused to concede. With a sharp crack, she swiftly drew a sharp dagger from her waist and aimed a fierce slash at Jiang Bai's neck. Seeing this, Jiang Bai stepped back slightly, easily evading Aaliyah's fierce attack. Subsequently, he loosened his grip, causing Aaliyah to lose her balance and fall heavily to the ground in a split position. Undeterred, she struggled to rise. Before she could regain her footing, a finger pressed against her forehead. "Woman, do not move. If this were a gun, you would already be dead." Jiang Bai's in the depths of Jiang Bai's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered. Indeed, Comrade Xiao Jiang recognized those eyes, yet he was uncertain how much Comrade Xiao Jiang truly comprehended about the Ghost Hole clan. Professor Chen inquired, his face brimming with anticipation. Jiang Bai did not respond immediately. After indulging in a savory bun, he gradually spoke. Within the ancient texts of the Thieves' Guild, there are indeed references to the Ghost Hole clan. However, before I address your query, I must ask you, Professor Chen, to candidly reveal your purpose for seeking the Ghost Hole. I ask it to delve into the realm of imaginary spaces, to lift a curse, or perhaps to acquire the treasures of the Ghost Hole Queen? To be forthright, my journey to the Ghost Hole is to seek my father. Professor Chen confessed. "To seek your father?" Jiang Bai felt a twinge of surprise. Professor Chen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am searching for my father. His name is Chen Tianhua. He was once an archaeology professor, devoting his life to the study of Western region cultures. In the 1990s, he heard of matters related to the Ghost Hole Queen and personally led his students to the Taklamakan Desert in search of the ancient Ghost Hole clan. He never returned, and all of his students perished in the desert. Initially, decades had passed since this incident, and Professor Chen had thought to put it behind him. Yet, just a month ago, he began experiencing frequent nightmares. I dreamt that my father was trapped in darkness, his body crawling with black serpents. Pleading for my help, he revealed to me that a great secret lies within the Ghost Hole, a secret that could explain the disappearance of the Western region. A secret potent enough to transform the entire field of archaeology, and he wanted me to rescue him. Thus, after days of contemplation, he applied for a renewed exploration plan for the Western region and collaborated with foreign companies, hoping to uncover his father's remains and unravel the mystery of the sudden disappearance of nations in the Western region. Comrade Xiao Jiang, if you possess any knowledge, please share it with me. Exploring the Western region has been my father's and my lifelong aspiration. Professor Chen, filled with excitement, reached out to grasp Jiang Bai's hand. Jiang Bai discreetly withdrew his hand and, after a moment's thought, asked, "Professor Chen, may I pose one final question? Was it a man surnamed who led your father to the Ghost Hole?" "Surnamed who?" Professor Chen shook his head. "My father went to the Ghost Hole independently. There was no one surnamed who guiding him, nor did any of his students bear that surname." Chapter 53. The Peculiar 7.IC, Jiang Bai mused. This forbidden place is indeed peculiar. Both the Ghost Hole mentioned by Professor Chen and the Bottle Mountain they had visited bore striking resemblance to a certain book he had perused in his previous life. However, they both lacked a crucial figure. Comrade Xiao Jiang. Comrade Xiao Jiang. Professor Chen softly called as he noticed Jiang Bai lost in thought. Jiang Bai snapped back to reality, his expression grave as he regarded Professor Chen. To be candid, our ancient texts contain very little about the Ghost Hole clan that I have only encountered fragments of information. According to the records of the Thieves' Guild, the Ghost Hole clan originated from the Demon Kingdom. As for the Ghost Hole Queen you mentioned, she is merely a ghostly matriarch of the Demon Kingdom. Demon Kingdom? Which country might that be? Professor Chen inquired, filled with curiosity. Jiang Bai shook his head. I am uncertain. All I know is that the Ghost Hole is fraught with peril, its dangers rivaling those of the Sea of Death. Danger? How dangerous can it be? We possess ample weaponry and equipment. What peril could we not overcome? Even if there are mummies, we could turn them into a sieve. Wayne from another table scoffed. Jiang Bai disregarded him and continued. Ancient texts record that the journey to the Ghost Hole is beset by flesh-eating ants known as army ants, which can swarm in the hundreds of thousands and reduce a person to mere bones in an instant. There exists a black serpent named Ahan Jingxiong, hidden in darkness, whose venom is so potent that even an elephant would struggle to survive 10 breaths. There's a creature known as the fire and water pill bug. Upon contact, it turns to ash or freezes into an icy statue. Additionally, there is a flower called the corpse fragrance devil's tongue, which induces hallucinations and transports one into dreamlike realms. Most importantly, the ancient texts suggest that the ghost hole queen may still be alive, her eyes capable of ensnaring one in imaginary spaces. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, Professor Chen inhaled sharply. He understood the ghost hole was dangerous, but he had not anticipated it to be so treacherous. Jiang Xiaogu, with such perils in the ghost hole, is there a way to counteract them? Jiang Bai shook his head, then nodded. There's indeed a method to mitigate the dangers. You must locate a man surnamed Hu to lead you. Perhaps then, you and your companions may have a chance of emerging from the ghost hole alive. Otherwise, your expedition is destined for certain demise. It is a place that even my Thieves Guild ancestors dared not revisit after their first encounter. But where can I find someone surnamed Hu? Professor Chen was at a loss that I in this vast sea of sand. There was not a soul in sight besides their own. Where could he seek out a man named Hu? Jiang Bai chose not to engage further with Professor Chen, silently resuming his meal. The extent of his revelations to Professor Chen was merely for the sake of the audience and the higher-ups. Otherwise, he would have preferred to remain silent. Professor Chen was not his father. Why should he concern himself so deeply? Just as the phrase in their life and death agreement stated, upon entering the forbidden grounds, life and death are one's own responsibility. As adults, they must be accountable for their actions. After their meal, Jiang Bai and his companions returned to their respective quarters. Raymond and Ollie shared a room, Bai Lu and Lu Yin shared another, while Han Xiaoying and Zhao Yuning occupied a third. He had no choice but to share a room with the chubby companion that a night passed without incident. The following morning, as Jiang Bai and his companions emerged from their rooms to pack their belongings, Aaliyah and Professor Chen's group were also in the midst of gathering their things. Both parties exchanged nods as a form of greeting before boarding their respective vehicles and departing the small courtyard. The weather was splendid, with gentle breezes sweeping through, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Due to the single road, both groups traveled together, frequently overtaking one another. Particularly, the chubby companion and Wayne were at odds, racing fiercely along the road. Han Xiaoying, behind the wheel, glanced at Jiang Bai in the passenger seat several times, hesitating to speak. Time passed, and the wind and sand intensified on either side of the road, obscuring visibility ahead. Suddenly, with a screech, Han Xiaoying slammed on the brakes, pointing to the right side of the road. Someone is calling for help ahead. Jiang Bai peered ahead and saw a woman and 6 men waving at Professor Chen's vehicle. Upon noticing the vehicle halt, the woman, carrying a camera, rushed to the window of Professor Chen's car, seemingly speaking urgently, before climbing into the pickup truck with the other 6 men. Jiang Bai's gaze narrowed as he seized the walkie-talkie and called out, "Team Ray. Chubby, be cautious. Those individuals may not be human. Let Professor Chen's group proceed first, and we will follow behind them." "Understood," came the simultaneous replies from Team Ray and the chubby companion. Among the vehicles in the lead, Raymond and the chubby companion gradually slowed down, quickly merging with Jiang Bai's vehicle. What did Jiang Xiaogu mean by that? Are those 7 not human? Could they possibly be ghosts? That seems implausible. It's broad daylight. Even if they were ghosts, they wouldn't dare to appear in daylight, right? Aren't they all afraid of sunlight? Or could it be that Jiang Xiaogu mistook them, seeing humans as ghosts? Or is it that the oddity he referred to concerned something else entirely about those 7 individuals? The live stream's comments scrolled by. Jiang Bai and his group continued their journey down the road. At noon, they halted before a stretch of sand dune. As far as the eye could see, it was an endless desert, devoid of anything but sand. Professor Chen's group began boiling water to prepare a meal. At this moment, Jiang Bai scrutinized the 7 individuals who had joined them midway. There were 6 men and 1 woman, each carrying a camera, with no other possessions in sight. Jiang Bai focused his attention on the woman. She was tall, her long hair cascading freely behind her, and her face bore a pure smile. They were all members of a film crew, reportedly scouting locations for a television series. Their presence by the roadside was due to their vehicle getting stuck in the sand, and they were awaiting assistance by chance they encountered Jiang Bai's group. They hope we can accompany them to their crew and help them extricate their vehicle, Aaliyah explained that I've assessed them. They bear no calluses on their hands and are without strength, indicating they are not affiliated with any other factions. Merely ordinary people. Yes, that's so. Jiangbai could not deny a smile, stepping toward Professor Chen's group. Comrade Xiao Jiang is here. Come, sit with us. Professor Chen, seated on the ground boiling water, quickly rose to greet Jiangbai as he approached. Jiangbai nodded at Professor Chen before stepping in front of the woman, extending his right hand with a gentle smile. Hello, I'm Jiangbai. Hello, I'm Xiao Weihe, the woman replied, extending her hand to shake Jiangbai's lightly, her smile sweet. Hello, Jiang Xiao, I'm Yi Yixin, introduced a female student standing beside Professor Chen, rising to greet Jiangbai. Hello, Jiangbai and Yi Yixin exchanged a handshake, casting a meaningful glance at Professor Chen and his group before turning back to join their own team. Chapter 54. The Dead from 3 years ago, Jiang Xiaoge. What's the situation? Have you sensed anything unusual? The chubby man whispered as he leaned closer to Jiangbai. Nothing at present, but you will soon find out, Jiangbai replied casually as he settled down in a vacant spot and closed his eyes. Time passed steadily, and before long, an hour had elapsed. During this interval, Jiangbai occasionally opened his eyes to observe Professor Chen's entourage when he noticed a young male teammate named Chu Ran, who was fervently attending to Xiao Weihe, showering her with attentions and inquiries about her well-being. Finally, after an hour of rest, Professor Chen's group prepared to continue their journey. They packed their belongings and boarded the vehicle. Hey, Xiaoge, why are those 7 people still not getting on the bus? Don't they want Professor Chen to help them get the vehicle out? The chubby man, seated on the ground, expressed his confusion as he watched Xiao Weihe and her 6 companions not boarding the vehicle alongside Professor Chen's group. They can't leave now. We've arrived at our destination. Arrived at a destination? The chubby man looked around, bewildered. But there's no film crew here. Where exactly have they arrived? Just keep watching, Jiangbai urged, his gaze fixed on Professor Chen's group. Seeing that Xiao Weihe and her 6 companions were not boarding, it was Chu Ran who could no longer contain himself. He swiftly opened the car door and rushed to Xiao Weihe, asking, Weihe, we are about to set off. Why aren't you getting on? Hurry up. Xiao Weihe smiled and shook her head. No, we're staying here. You all go ahead, but where are you going? Chu Ran called after her as she turned and walked towards the sand dunes with the other 6. Weihe, where are you going? Chu Ran hurried after them, but as he took a few steps, he seemed to trip over something and fell into the sand, helplessly watching the 7 of them ascend the dune. Thank you. On the dune, Xiao Weihe turned back, a sweet smile gracing her face as she gently waved goodbye to them. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped up a cloud of yellow sand, enveloping the entire dune. When the dust settled, the figures of the 7 had completely vanished from the top of the dune. They vanished. The chubby man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the unfolding scene. They disappeared. The group led by Professor Chen, who had just boarded the vehicle, was similarly astonished, their gazes fixed on the dune. They hurriedly disembarked from the vehicle. Weihe. Chu Ran struggled to rise and dashed up the dune, peering down. All he saw was an expanse of sand, nothing but sand, with not a single shadow in sight. No, this can't be true. How is this possible? Fear flashed in Chu Ran's eyes as sweat trickled down his forehead. He scrambled down the dune towards Professor Chen. Professor, they're ghosts. They all vanished. Chu Ran spoke in a panic, as if gripped by terror, his demeanor bordering on madness. What is going on here? Could it be that ghosts truly exist in this world? A mercenary stammered. Aaliyah frowned and turned to Professor Chen. Professor, you are the expert in this field. Do you have any idea what is happening? Professor Chen shook his head, offering a few words of reassurance to Chu Ran before approaching Jiangbai. Jiang Xiaoge, I must admit my ignorance. This is the first time I have encountered such an occurrence. Do you have any insight into what is happening? Yes, Xiaoge. What on earth is going on? Why did they suddenly vanish? The chubby man chimed in at that moment. All eyes turned towards Jiangbai simultaneously. What the hell is happening? How could those 7 people just disappear? Is there really a ghost in this world? Quick, summon Jiu Shu. Oh my, I'm staying alone tonight. I'm feeling terrified. Is there a reader who can come protect me? I live at silence. Xiaoge is moving. Jiangbai did not respond to the crowd's inquiries. Instead, he stood up, picked up a camera from the spot where Chu Ran had fallen, and returned to the group, tossing the camera into Professor Chen's arms. This may contain the answers you seek. The camera resembled the one Xiao Wei he had around her neck moments ago. Quickly, find a battery for it, Professor Chen urged. After replacing the battery, the camera powered on, revealing a video of Xiao Wei he. She pointed the lens at herself, wearing a sorrowful smile. Above the video, the recorded time displayed was 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Could it be that they died 3 years ago? Professor Chen exclaimed. Quick, play the video and see what she has to say. The chubby man added eagerly. Professor Chen pressed play, and Xiao Wei's voice emanated from the camera. Hello everyone. I am Xiao Wei. Our film crew is currently filming in the Taklamakan Desert. Unfortunately, during the shoot, our vehicle got stuck in quicksand. I am now walking towards the highway with 6 crew members, hoping to seek help from passing vehicles. We have been walking for 3 days and still have not exited this desert. We have run out of water. I fear we may not escape this desert. Look, a sandstorm is approaching, she continued, the camera shifting to reveal a sky filled with swirling yellow sand. The video concluded here. 3 years ago, Lu Yin suddenly recalled something, a flash of realization illuminating her mind. I remember. Xiao Wei, he was a member of that film crew. Xiao Gu, late DUI, and Professor Chen, if I'm not mistaken. Xiao Wei, he should be from the film crew of Xiao, Hikai Lu Jianjiao. 3 years ago, that film crew, consisting of over 100 staff, came to the desert for filming, and they all perished there. This event caused quite a stir in the entertainment industry. Consequently, many film crews have avoided shooting outdoors whenever possible. So, they died 3 years ago. But why can we still see them? Aaliyah's brows furrowed in concern. They are ghosts, their spirits unwilling to rest, seeking to claim us as substitutes. Chu Ran began to ramble, frantically running back to the vehicle. Well, we haven't even reached the ghost inn, and one has already lost their mind, the chubby man remarked. Jiangbai, what is happening? Han Xiaoying inquired. Jiangbai glanced at her, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Everyone, did you all ensure that you saw them just now? What if I told you that I never saw a single one of them? That's impossible. I distinctly saw you shake hands with Xiao Wei. The chubby man immediately refuted. Yes, Jiang Xiaogu. I also saw you shake hands with her, Yi Sin added. Han Xiaoying, Aaliyah, and others nodded in agreement, affirming they too had witnessed Jiangbai and Xiao Wei's handshake. Do you not believe it? Jiangbai observed the group with a faint smile. Xiaogu, it's not that we don't believe you, but the scene of you shaking hands with Xiao Wei was witnessed by all of us. Furthermore, if you didn't see her, how would you know her name? Professor Chen adjusted his glasses. The chubby man and the others nodded in unison. What is going on? We all saw Xiao Wei. Yet Xiao Gu claims he didn't see her. Was he shaking hands with thin air? I just searched online, and 3 years ago, there was indeed a film crew that encountered an incident in the Taklamakan Desert. And there was someone named Xiao Wei among them. How terrifying. I saw them just now. They wouldn't come through the internet to find me, would they? Is there a being that can explain what is happening? Do ghosts truly exist in this world? Nampai Chiu Shou. I can responsibly inform everyone that this world is vast, and it is entirely normal for some abnormal beings to exist, back in the tomb raiding community. I apologize, I had a bit too much to drink. The viewers in the live stream, including Lei Meng and Professor Chen, appeared utterly bewildered. They had witnessed Jiangbai shake hands with Xiao Wei with their own eyes. Jiangbai understood the confusion in their hearts and turned to Lei Meng and the chubby man. Lei Dui, Chubby, you both said you saw me shake hands with Xiao Wei. But what if I told you I was merely shaking hands with the air? I never saw any of them at all. Shaking hands with air? Lei Meng and the others frowned. Xiao Gu, don't scare us. Yi Sin shivered, feeling a chill creep over her despite the blazing sun. Jiangbai nodded that I was indeed shaking hands with in fact, from the moment Xiao Ying pressed the brake, I didn't see anyone by the roadside seeking help. But you remember what I warned you all in the vehicle. I was referring to those individuals for your attention, rather than specifying a precise number. If I had truly seen them, why would I resort to such vague hints? As for how I know her name is Xiao Wei. It is all thanks to Chu Ran. Over the past hour, he has repeatedly expressed his admiration toward the air, calling out, Wei, Xiao Wei, if I remained oblivious to this, I would indeed be a fool. At this point, Professor Chan was even more perplexed. Jiang Xiaoge, if you truly haven't seen them, then why have so many of us witnessed them? Could it be that they are indeed ghosts? Have we all fallen victim? Ghosts? Jiang Bai shook his head. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever heard the term misaligned spacetime? It refers to two parallel realms intersecting. Perhaps you could comprehend them through the lens of misaligned spacetime. In truth, the individuals you see are not who they are, but rather their counterparts from another dimension, or perhaps mere remnants left behind when two dimensions overlap. Some scientists have posited that the world we inhabit is not singular, but rather a series of different worlds we traverse each day, akin to a mirrored space. Each world appears identical, much like a person awakening from slumber, transitioning into the next day. Yet how can you be certain that you have lived from yesterday to today, rather than traverse time in your dreams? If our thoughts do not journey through dreams, then from whence do our dreams originate? In that moment, everyone was utterly bewildered by Jiang Bai's inquiries, their minds struggling to grasp the concept. It was somewhat profound. Smack. The portly man slapped his forehead and timidly inquired. I say Xiaogu among us, the highest degree belongs to an archaeology professor and a medical doctor, while the rest are mere simpletons. Could you perhaps articulate it more succinctly so that we might comprehend? Indeed. Everyone nodded in unison. Jiang Bai reorganized his words. In simpler terms, we encountered a ghost in broad daylight. We should hastily gather our belongings and flee. I, along with Professor Chan and the others, were at a loss for words. Ultimately, had we not encountered a ghost? Portly fellow, let us pack our things and continue our journey. Raymond spoke first that we should prepare as well. Aliyah instructed the mercenaries behind her point. 10 minutes later, Jiang Bai and his group set off ahead. Technically, it should have been Professor Chen's group that departed first, but due to Chu Ran being frightened out of his wits, Professor Chen had no choice but to assign a mercenary to escort Chu Ran back to the inn. The convoy of dozens of vehicles wound its way forward like a colossal dragon, majestically spiraling along the highway. Aliyah sat quietly in the passenger seat beside Raymond, her head bowed. Occasionally, she lifted her gaze to see a streak of crimson illuminating the distant sky. Crimson clouds, Aliyah murmured, suddenly struck by a thought, hastily seizing the walkie-talkie to call out. Xiaogu, fat bro, accelerate and keep pace with our vehicles. If I am not mistaken, a sandstorm is about to arrive that I know of a place where we can shelter from it. And we must reach there before it strikes, or we shall be buried. Understood. Understood, came the voices of the portly man and Jiang Bai over the walkie-talkie. The 4 pickup trucks simultaneously altered their course, veering away from Professor Chen's group and charging into the desert, racing off into the distance. Why did they suddenly leave the convoy? Wayne queried in confusion as he drove. Notify everyone to follow them immediately. Aliyah decisively instructed in an instant. The vehicles of Professor Chen's group turned around, closely pursuing Jiang Bai and the others. An hour later, the travelers were unaware of how far they had ventured when the horizon gradually darkened, as if obscured by something. The portly man glanced back, only to see swirling yellow sands rising like a dark shroud, enveloping the sky behind him, while multiple tornadoes swept through the desert like a scene from the apocalypse. Winds howling mercilessly. The yellow sands danced chaotically, blotting out the sun and casting the world into a dim, sepulchral hue, as if the end of days had arrived. Waves of sand relentlessly battered the car windows, producing a dull thud that instilled fear and unease. Visibility ahead plummeted drastically, falling below 10 meters in this dire environment. Even the sprite-like drone ceased its broadcast, instinctively seeking refuge inside Raymond's vehicle. Aliyah, how much longer until we reach the place you mentioned? This sandstorm feels even more ferocious than an 8th-degree gale. The portly man shouted into the walkie-talkie, gripping the steering wheel tightly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Fat bro, it won't be long now. We should arrive in about 10 minutes, Aliyah's voice responded through the walkie-talkie. Another 10 minutes passed. Under Aliyah's guidance, the group finally reached their destination. It was a dilapidated village constructed of yellow earth. The village appeared desolate, with most of the structures having long since collapsed, leaving only a few that barely remained intact. The group halted in front of a relatively well-preserved building, hastily binding all the vehicles together with chains to prevent them from being swept away by the gale. Aaliyah, are you certain this little earthen hut can withstand an 8th-degree gale? The portly man asked anxiously. Aaliyah smiled confidently. Rest assured, fat bro, we've always sought shelter from sandstorms here. Chapter 56. The Bronze Coffin. Approach with caution. A series of fierce winds arrived as expected, akin to ferocious beasts mercilessly tearing at the land. The gales brought with them a torrent of yellow sand, as if intent on devouring the entire world. Visibility plummeted to less than 2 meters. Fortunately, the structure remained sturdy, withstanding the wrath of the sandstorm. Inside, Jiang Bai's group and Professor Chen's group sat on opposite sides, the atmosphere thick with tension, no one daring to break the silence. Raymond retrieved the sprite-like drone from his backpack and resumed the live broadcast. Professor, will we truly be safe? Yi Yisin asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on the tempest outside, filled with trepidation. IT should be fine. Right? Professor Chen instinctively glanced at Jiang Bai and the others, noticing their calm demeanor, which somewhat reassured him. Time ticked by, and nightfall gradually descended. The sandstorm continued to rage outside, while the individuals inside shared a simple dinner before lying down on the floor to rest. The night watch was divided into 4 groups. The portly man with Lu Yin, Zhao Yuning with Bai Lu, Raymond with Aaliyah, and the final group consisting of himself and Han Xiaoying. Likewise, Professor Chen's group was divided into 4 groups. The temperature in the desert fluctuated dramatically between day and night, making it difficult to stave off the chill even when wrapped in thick coats. Jiang Bai was jolted awake from his slumber by a woman's piercing scream. He sprang up, looking around to find Zhao Yuning, Han Xiaoying, Bai Lu, and Lu Yin all present, which relieved him, but upon turning his gaze to Professor Chen's group, he noticed that Yi Yisin's spot was empty. She had seemingly vanished. Where has Xiaoye gone? Professor Chen asked anxiously. Xiaoye, where are you? He called out, his voice echoing in the room. Professor, I'm fine. Come quickly. I think I've discovered a tomb. Yi Yisin's voice came from the back hall. A tomb? The portly man and Jiang Bai exchanged glances. Let us go. We must hurry. Upon hearing about a great tomb, Professor Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly led the group toward the back hall. Let us follow them and take a look, Jiang Bai said, shouldering his bag and trailing behind Professor Chen's group. Upon arriving at the back hall, they were greeted by the sight of a large hole in the ground. Xiaoye, are you all right? Professor Chen rushed to the edge of the hole and called out that I'm fine. Professor, you all come down quickly. There's a large tomb here. Yi Yisin's voice echoed back, just as Professor Chen was about to descend. Aaliyah stepped forward to restrain him, signaling to 2 mercenaries. The mercenaries understood her intent and lowered a rope into the hole that it's safe down there. Moments after their descent, the cavern echoed with the shouts of 2 mercenaries. It was then that Aaliyah led Professor Chen and the others into the depths. However, before they could act, one individual outpaced them all. Jiang Bai leapt directly from the cave entrance. Below lay a river. Now a stagnant pool due to geological changes that on the other side of the river stood a grand tomb gate, shrouded in cowhide. The gate towered approximately 4 meters high and 3 meters wide. Yi Yisin and the 2 mercenaries who had descended earlier were attentively examining the tomb gate. With a splash, Professor Chen and the others descended into the cave. Upon seeing the tomb gate, Professor Chen's excitement surged. He hurriedly retrieved a flashlight and magnifying glass from his backpack, moving closer to scrutinize the gate. This appears to be ancient Lulan script, a significant discovery indeed, he exclaimed, his fervor intensifying as his gaze remained fixated on the gate. Professor Chen, can we not study the tomb gate just yet? Since we are here, shouldn't we venture inside the tomb for a closer look? The stout man interjected, producing a spade to tear at the cowhide on the gate. Comrade Xiao Wang, please refrain. This cowhide is also an artifact. Let our archaeological team handle it, Professor Chen admonished, halting the stout man's actions that he, along with 2 archaeological team members, cautiously peeled away the cowhide and stored it carefully. With a creak, the tomb gate swung open, releasing a foul odor. Once the stench dissipated, the group stepped into the tomb chamber. It was a remarkably spacious hall, adorned with a dozen stout iron pillars, with burial goods haphazardly strewn across the floor, as if carelessly discarded. As they entered cautiously, oil lamps seemed to ignite spontaneously, their faint glow gradually illuminating the vast hall. That moment. The group could finally discern the scene within. Each of the towering pillars was bound with a decayed corpse. These remains, ravaged by time, had long since transformed into desiccated skeletons. It appeared they had endured brutal torture before their demise, their bodies marred with grotesque scars and missing limbs. The arrangement of the corpses suggested a representation of the various social strata of ancient society. Yet, the identity of the tomb's master and the rationale behind such an unconventional burial design remained a perplexing enigma. Professor Chan observed the corpses on the pillars, furrowing his brow in contemplation. To discern the identity of the tomb's master, we must venture further down, Jiangbai suggested, pointing to a dark passage on the right. Very well, Professor Chen replied with a slight nod, showing no signs of dissent. The group proceeded down the passage to the second level of the tomb. In contrast to the first level, the second chamber was considerably smaller, containing only a bronze coffin. The walls were adorned with various murals. A bronze coffin, the stout man exclaimed, his pupils dilating in disbelief upon sighting it. What do you mean by a bronze coffin? Bai Lu inquired, puzzled. The Fho-in, the Mo Jin Fu, protecting oneself but not the spirits. Vien Ziguan, bronze coffin, do not approach if your fate is not strong. The Shuzongkan, box tomb, circumvent the mountains and ridges, red-clad fiends, grinning corpses, the laughter of ghosts pales in comparison to the cries of the dead. The bronze coffin signifies great misfortune, indicating that it houses something ominous. If, as Professor Chen postulates, this tomb dates back to the Lulan period, then within this coffin lies a great zone from over 1,600 years ago, Jiangbai expounded. Then, shall we open the coffin? Bai Lu looked at Jiangbai, her eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect. The stout man also regarded Jiangbai eagerly. Yes, you and the stout man shall open the coffin. I may not excel in many things, but I am undeniably resilient, Jiangbai affirmed resolutely. A 1,600-year-old Zongzi is worth 1,600 exploration points, AS, for whether the contents will resurrect. I harbor no concerns. With Bai Lu's presence, resurrection is guaranteed. That I seek favorable reviews and prompt updates. All right, Lu Yin, go to the southeast corner and light a candle. Bai Lu, come with me to open the coffin. The stout man handed Lu Yin a candle and gestured toward the southeast corner, then retrieved a rope and approached the bronze coffin with Bai Lu. All eyes were on the duo. Even Professor Chen refrained from intervening, equally curious about the identity of the tomb's master. With a flick, Lu Yin ignited the candle and nodded toward the stout man. Taking a deep breath, he and Bai Lu secured the rope around the coffin, concentrating intently on the task of opening it. A grating sound echoed as they pried open the coffin lid slightly. Suddenly, a chill gust swept through, extinguishing the candle in the southeast corner. The candle's gone out, Lu Yin alerted. Relight it. All right. Lu Yin reignited the candle, hastily placing it within a transparent cover, a trick she had learned from the stout man. Just as she believed they were safe, the flame flickered violently, extinguished once more. Out again, Lu Yin reached for a lantern to replace the candle. But the stout man suddenly rapped on the coffin lid, saying, I say, gentlemen within the coffin, we in Xia have an old saying, once or twice is acceptable but not thrice. You have extinguished my candle twice. If you dare to blow out a third time, it would be a slight against me. That a slight against me is a slight against Jiang Shaogu, and a slight against Jiang Shaogu is a slight against the thief's door. Do you comprehend? He exclaimed, throwing in a phrase in English. Upon hearing the stout man's words, Jiangbai could only feel exasperation. The notion of lighting candles for spirits and extinguishing them was turned on its head by the stout man. One could only wonder how the ancestors of tomb raiders would react to such behavior. Remarkably, it seemed the stout man's words had some effect. After placing the candle in the southeast corner, it remained lit. Come, Bai Lu, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Pull. The coffin lid was opened halfway. 1, 2, 3. Pull. After 3 attempts with a resounding crash, the lid fell to the ground, revealing the contents of the coffin to the onlookers. Inside lay the body of a young male, remarkably well preserved, with features as clear as if he were merely asleep. The stout man and Bai Lu exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sentiment, and simultaneously gasped, "Run!" as soon as the words left their lips. They dashed behind Jiangbai, Meanwhile, Raymond and Liu Yan also retreated, halting only after putting several meters between themselves and Jiang Bai. "Let us have a closer look," Wayne beckoned, leading the 4 mercenaries toward the coffin. "I advise against approaching. It is about to resurrect and will transform into a formidable Zongzi," Jiang Bai cautioned. "A Zongzi?" Wayne turned back, smirking dismissively as he patted his weaponry. "Even if it becomes a Zongzi, with our arsenal, we could easily turn it into a sieve. Suit yourselves," Jiang Bai shrugged lightly and rejoined Raymond and his group. "Good advice falls on deaf ears. I've done my part. They will learn the hard way if they doubt the Zongzi's peril." The 5 continued to approach the coffin. Suddenly, a cold gust swept through, causing the oil lamps in the tomb to flicker erratically. Wayne and his group surveyed their surroundings, finding nothing amiss. But as they turned back, terror gripped their faces. The figure from the coffin now stood before them. The male corpse. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. The corpse let out a foul breath, lunging forward to seize one of the mercenaries, biting into his neck and voraciously drinking his blood. "Help me, quick!" the mercenary cried in panic, his strength waning under the corpses of Professor Chen exclaimed in a state of urgency, turning his gaze towards the spot where Jiang Bai and the others had been standing. To his dismay, that place was now completely deserted. "It seems that Jiang Bai and the others have ventured out," Yi Sin said, her voice trembling with fear. "Ventured out?" Professor Chen paused momentarily, then hurriedly sprinted towards the first floor. "Quickly, we must leave. The power of this Zongzi is far too formidable. Only Jiang Bai can contend with it." A group of over 30 individuals hastily made their way to the first floor, leaving 2 mercenaries to guard their rear. Bang! Bang! Ah! The sounds of gunfire and anguished cries echoed relentlessly. Wayne had barely taken a few steps outside when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, as a frigid embrace enveloped him. Turning around, he saw the male corpse ravenously draining his blood. "Help me!" Wayne reached out his right hand towards Professor Chen and the others, tears of regret streaming down his face as he watched them ascend to the first floor. Upon reaching the first floor, Professor Chen noticed Raymond and the others surveying the grand hall. He scanned the area, but could not find Jiang Bai. "Captain Lei, do you know where Jiang Bai has gone?" "We need him to deal with that Zongzi." Professor Chen gasped for breath. Jiang Bai mentioned he needed to use the restroom. Han Xiaoying replied, "The restroom? I wonder when he will return." Professor Chen anxiously glanced towards the corridor. "We are not Jiang Bai. How could we possibly know when he will come back?" The hefty man rolled his eyes, shining a flashlight around the grand hall. Professor Chen was growing increasingly frantic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, a furious roar reverberated from the corridor as the male corpse emerged for all to see. Indeed, it walked forth, blood still staining the corners of its mouth. "It's here! Quickly, protect the professor!" Aliyah shouted, rallying her team to shield Professor Chen. "What? You didn't manage to kill it?" The hefty man stared in disbelief at the male corpse. Professor Chen felt tears welling up, lamenting their lack of capability, having already lost 5 mercenaries. That moment, a figure unexpectedly appeared from outside the grand hall. "Oh, why is everyone up here? Did you manage to deal with the Zongzi below?" Upon seeing Jiang Bai, Professor Chen and the others released a collective sigh of relief. "Jiang Bai, please act swiftly. This Zongzi is simply beyond our means to handle," Professor Chen implored, his tone laced with desperation. "Of course," Jiang Bai replied, tossing his backpack to the hefty man. Upon receiving it, the hefty man sensed an unusual weight and his eyes flickered with contemplation. Could it possibly contain, he thought, discreetly positioning the backpack in front of him. "Step aside." Jiang Bai leaped over the crowd, drawing the dragonbone blade as he fixed his gaze on the male corpse. The corpse, seemingly empowered by the blood had consumed, radiated an even more potent aura than before. The atmosphere grew tense and suffocating as the two faced off, with Professor Chen and the others holding their breath. Jiang Bai initiated the assault, gripping the dragonbone blade tightly, his figure darting forward like a tempest. The blade slicing through the air towards the male corpse. The corpse, displaying remarkable agility, narrowly evaded the strike by tilting its body, then extended its withered hand, attempting to seize Jiang Bai's arm and pull him down. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Bai delivered a powerful kick to the corpse's abdomen, but it adeptly sidestepped, allowing his attack to miss. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Professor Chen and the others watched anxiously. Should Jiangbai falter, they would likely meet their demise. Wow, this male corpse is impressive. It can actually hold its own against Jiangbai. The hefty man exclaimed in astonishment that I never realized it possessed such skill. Compared to it, the generals of the Yuan dynasty seem rather lackluster. Have you noticed how strikingly handsome this male corpse is? It's hard to believe it has decayed after 1,600 years. I think it's not that the male corpse is formidable, but rather that those mercenaries are woefully inept, having sacrificed 5 lives. With 5 lives given, even my healer could deal damage. Can my husband truly defeat this male corpse? My heart aches for Jiangbai. Goodness, this ancient Zongzi is incredibly powerful, to be evenly matched with Jiangbai. The hefty man continued to express his surprise. He hasn't even exerted his full strength. Zhao Yunying remarked coldly to as the onlookers observed. The battle shifted. The male corpse suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a plume of black smoke that spread like ink, a foul stench permeating the air. Jiangbai quickly leaped back, covering his mouth and nose to avoid inhaling the noxious fumes. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the male corpse vanished from sight. Jiangbai furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept overhead, prompting him to look up, where he found the male corpse hanging upside down from the beam, resembling a ghoul as it lunged towards him. Jiangbai leaped back to evade the attack, causing the corpse to crash to the ground. Without delay, Jiangbai flashed before the male corpse, the dragonbone blade descending mercilessly towards its neck. The corpse sprang to its feet, raising its arms to block Jiangbai's strike, but it underestimated both Jiangbai's strength and the blade's sharpness. In a flash of cold light, the male corpse's arms severed and fell to the floor, followed by its head soaring into the air, landing with a thud. The headless body collapsed to the ground. Done, Jiangbai declared nonchalantly, retracting the dragonbone blade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 1,600-year-old Zongzi, earning 1,600 exploration points. The system chimed. Jiangbai stepped forward to join the hefty man and the others. Is it really over? Professor Chen gulped, gazing incredulously at the male corpse on the ground. The male corpse's ferocity had been evident just moments ago, impervious to bullets, and yet it had been dispatched by Jiangbai with merely 2 strikes. The mercenaries were left in stunned silence, having believed that mere firearms could render even a Zongzi into a sieve. Today, this encounter with Jiangbai and the Zongzi had taught them a harsh lesson. Are you all right? Han Xiaoying inquired with concern. That I'm fine. This Zongzi poses no threat to me. Let's proceed. Aside from this Zongzi, there is nothing particularly extraordinary in this tomb. Jiangbai replied nonchalantly. Let us go. Without hesitation, Han Xiaoying and the others turned to exit the Grand Hall. Wait, Jiangbai, hold on. Professor Chen hurriedly called out as he rushed to Jiangbai's side. May I ask if you know the identity of the tomb's master? Jiangbai pondered briefly. The master of this tomb is likely the Prince of Lulan. Ancient texts record that the Queen of the Ghost Cave ruled over the 36 nations of the western regions through her ghostly eyes. Imposing tyranny, her actions brought untold suffering to the people. Many nations sought to overthrow her, yet they were compelled to submit to her oppressive reign due to the power of her ghostly eyes. However, the Lulan prince was different. He was determined to topple her tyranny. Thus, a sorcerer suggested he poison the queen's wine. As you can see, the queen of the Ghost Cave was not killed by the Lulan prince's poison. Instead, the entire Lulan was swallowed by sand overnight. It is said that after the prince's death, the remaining people of Lulan vanished with his body. Judging by the circumstances here, it seems those people constructed this tomb for the Lulan prince. They likely entombed him in that bronze coffin in hopes of resurrecting him. Unfortunately, the bronze coffin can only nurture malevolent beings. It cannot bring anyone back to life. Having finished speaking, Jiangbai paid no further heed to Professor Chen and led the way out of the Grand Hall. Outside, the sandstorm continued to rage. Jiangbai leaned against Han Xiaoying's leg, opening the system marketplace visible only to him. Instantly, an array of skills and items appeared before his eyes. Ignoring the bloodlines, he focused on the various skills available. Skills such as Fa Huizi, Quissing Kick, 16 characters of Feng Shui, Dragon Seeking Technique, Celestial Star Art, Chimen Duanjia, Clavicle Technique, and more caught his attention. Truth be told, he desired all these skills, yet he refrained from exchanging any. It was not that the skills were lacking. Rather, he deemed them unnecessary for the time being, opting to save his exploration points for when they were truly needed. The underwater breathing technique, for instance, was of no use to him as he had no intention of diving at present. What particularly piqued Jiang Bai's interest was the ability to exchange for physical enhancements in the system marketplace. With merely 10,000 exploration points, he could double his physical prowess across the board. It was worth noting that he currently possessed the agility and physical capabilities of Jiang Bai. If he were to enhance those abilities further, he would possess twice the strength of Jiang Bai. Closing the system marketplace, Jiang Bai rested his head on Han Xiaoying's thigh and gradually drifted into slumber. The hefty man stealthily opened the backpack Jiang Bai had handed him. Gems.it was filled with jewels, seeking favorable reviews, requesting updates that I implore you. Chapter 59, West of the Jade Gate, a night devoid of conversation. The following morning, the sandstorm outside had dissipated and the weather returned to its clear and bright state. It was yet another day brimming with vitality. Jiang Bai and his entourage of 8 meticulously packed their belongings, preparing to embark once more on the journey to the Sea of Death. Due to their discovery of the tomb of the Lulan Prince, Professor Chun and his team had not rested a wink the previous night, engrossed in the investigation of the prince's demise and collecting various data. Consequently, this morning, as they bid farewell, each of them bore dark circles under their eyes. Outside, the 8 of them climbed into a pickup truck and waved goodbye to Professor Chun and his group. Though reluctant to see Jiang Bai and his companions depart, Professor Chin understood all too well that he could not persuade them to stay. Each individual had their own mission to fulfill. Just before leaving, Yi-Sin stood outside Jiang Bai's window, holding out a bracelet, her face awash with reluctance as she spoke. Brother Jiang, this bracelet was given to me by my mother that I wish to gift it to you. As we part ways today, I cannot foresee if we shall meet again. Perhaps, as you said, we may all perish within the tomb of the Ghost Queen. Nevertheless, I would like you to have it as a memento. Should I truly fail to return, I hope you will visit my mother's grave and light some incense for her, informing her that I can no longer visit. As she spoke, tears welled in Yi-Sin's eyes. You will return, Jiang Bai replied with a smile, accepting the bracelet and gently ruffling her hair. He then produced a vial of red serum and handed it to her. Since you have given me a gift, allow me to return the favor. Keep this serum safe. It may save your life at a critical moment. Remember, it must not be given to anyone else. All right, Yi-Sin replied, clutching the serum to her chest and smiling through her tears. Let us go. Jiang Bai waved at Yi-Sin. With a roar, the 4 pickup trucks stirred up a cloud of yellow dust and vanished into the desert under the watchful eyes of Professor Chun and the others. Goodbye, Brother Jiang. Yi-Sin held the serum tightly, waving farewell to Jiang Bai and his companions. Their figures gradually blurred, ultimately merging into the endless desert on the road. Jiang Bai quietly toyed with the bracelet Yi-Sin had given him, his mood seemingly subdued. The gift he had presented to Yi-Sin was not serum at all, but rather his own blood. Within the tomb of the Ghost Queen, countless black snakes lurked, each bite capable of claiming a life in 10 breaths. With his blood being the sole antidote, I hope you can return safely. Jiang Bai sighed deeply, lifting Han Xiaoying's right hand and adorning her wrist with a bracelet. What are you doing with a gift meant for me on your wrist? Han Xiaoying glanced at the bracelet, her expression indifferent. Consider it borrowing flowers to present to Buddha. Jiang Bai shrugged lightly. Pooh, scoundrel, Han Xiaoying retorted, yet the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. The atmosphere turned silent as the pickup truck sped onward. Jiang Bai remained as though in slumber, uttering not a word. Han Xiaoying cast several glances at him, her lips poised to speak but hesitating. You want to ask me about the Phoenix gallbladder, don't you? Jiang Bai discerned with startling clarity. Han Xiaoying's heart raced, her foot pressing down on the brake as she turned to him, her face a mask of shock. How did you know? Jiang Bai smirked playfully. I'm not blind. I noticed the red eye on your right shoulder when I was giving you a back rub. Rest assured, I do know the whereabouts of the Phoenix gallbladder. But that place is exceedingly perilous, and I currently lack the confidence to venture there. Moreover, the Phoenix gallbladder is entangled with far too many secrets, is not only linked to numerous mysteries, but also to a serpent deity and the concept of immortality. Extracting it now would yield us no benefits. You truly know? Tears glistened in Han Xiaoying's eyes, her hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. Fear not, I would never deceive you. Jiangbai wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. All right, I believe you. Han Xiaoying suppressed her inner turmoil, taking a few deep breaths as she sped towards the others. 2 days later, they arrived at the pivotal point of their journey, the Jade Gate. The night air was cool, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The group of 8 erected 2 tents, gathering around a campfire for warmth. After 2 days of companionship, Ollie had emerged from his previous erratic demeanor. He poured a cup of strong liquor for each of Jiang Bai's 7 companions, sitting by the fire as he remarked. This liquor, though potent, is the best defense against the cold. A single sip is sufficient to keep you warm for quite some time. Those of us who work as guides always bring along a couple of flasks of this spirit to stave off the night chill. Brother Ollie, could you share some strange occurrences you've encountered during your guiding days? Bai Lu inquired with sparkling eyes. Ollie seemed to recall something, lowering his head as his expression grew profoundly somber, falling silent. Ollie, if you wish to escape your madness, you must confront the fears within your heart. Remember, you are a man, not a coward. I believe there are no cowards in Ollie's village. Han Xiaoying encouraged from his side. Ollie opened his mouth, gazing up at the starry sky and gritting his teeth. Very well. I shall recount a peculiar incident from 5 years ago. Was 5 years ago when I, much like now, led a team to the Sea of Death. However, the number of people in that group far exceeded our current number, totaling over 100, and among them was a girl named Xiao Zhu, and I was immediately captivated by her beauty and vivacity. We followed the main party, laughing and chatting all the way to the Jade Gate. However, on the very day we arrived, something strange occurred. What sort of strange occurrence? Bai Lu's eyes widened with curiosity. We discovered numerous semi-trailers by the roadside. Mind you, this is a desert. What would semi-trailers be doing here? Moreover, aside from the trailers, we found no trace of any human presence, not a single soul. Instead, we encountered many paper figures inside the trailers, seated as if they were living humans in the driver S and passenger S seats. Initially, we were curious but paid little mind. But do you know, that very night, as we set up camp, those paper figures suddenly came to life, driving the trailers away. As Ollie spoke, he took a swig of the strong liquor. Paper figures driving semi-trailers? That sounded a bit far-fetched, the chubby man scoffed skeptically. And then, Jiangbai inquired. Then we watched in disbelief as those paper figures crashed into a hill and vanished from sight. Chapter 60. The Eerie Paper Figures. Raymond and the others furrowed their brows. Had this been earlier, they would have dismissed Ali's tale as mere storytelling. However, after their myriad experiences, they had come to accept the existence of fantastical elements. Still, the notion of paper figures driving semi-trailers seemed excessively absurd. It would be more credible to speak of ghosts. At least some female ghosts bore pleasing appearances. Brother, what are your thoughts? Raymond turned his gaze toward Jiangbai. The world is vast and filled with wonders. There are countless secrets unknown to mankind. The idea of paper figures driving semi-trailers is not so extraordinary. Let us retire for the night, Jiangbai replied casually. Let us turn in. Raymond noted Jiangbai's reluctance to elaborate and urged everyone to rest. 2 tents had been erected, one for the 4 women and another for the 4 men. The desert night was far colder than anticipated. Even clad in thick coats, the biting chill penetrated to the bone. Inside the tent, Raymond and the others gradually succumbed to sleep, while the chubby man snored as usual. As time passed and the night wore on, the moon hung high in the sky, and the campfire outside had long since extinguished. A gust of yellow sand swept through as Jiangbai drifted into slumber amidst the chubby man's snores. He suddenly heard a faint sound outside the tent, the sound of footsteps upon the sand. Instantly alert, he rolled over, sitting upright, and swiftly covered the chubby man's mouth. What is happening? The chubby man, startled by the abrupt action, gasped for breath, jolting awake from his dream. Brother, what is wrong? Raymond and Ollie also opened their eyes, directing their gaze toward Jiangbai. Shh. Jiangbai gestured for silence, then motioned for them to look outside the tent. In the dim glow of the firelight, several dark silhouettes were gradually approaching, casting shadows against the tent. "What is that?" A glint of malice flashed in the chubby man's eyes as he stealthily reached for his waist. Raymond gripped his firearm tightly, his piercing gaze fixated on the shadowy figures lurking outside the tent. Jiangbai shook his head, signaling for them to remain still. Several dark silhouettes approached the tent. Rather than unzipping it, they encircled it, brandishing torches. Meanwhile, within another tent, the four women also observed the ominous shapes outside. Just as Zhao Yunying was about to rush out with her gun, Han Xiaoying intercepted her. Shaking her head in disapproval, the eight of them remained fixated on the shadows beyond the tent. The gust of yellow sand swept through, and the silhouettes seemed oblivious to their presence, gradually retreating and vanishing into the vast desert. After watching the shadows depart, the stout man let out a sigh of relief. Just as he turned to question Jiangbai, he saw Jiangbai unzip the tent and step outside. The scene beyond was unchanged, save for the numerous footprints scattered about. Jiangbai knelt beside one of the prints, measuring it with his hand. The footprint was only half the size of an adult's, resembling that of a child. "Brother, what were those shadows just now? They nearly frightened me to death," the stout man said as he stepped out of the tent, still shaken. Jiangbai remained silent, standing tall and surveying the surroundings. "Have you discovered something?" Han Xiaoying, accompanied by the three women, approached him. Jiangbai nodded. "You all saw the shadows earlier, did you not? What do you think they resembled?" "Resemble what?" Han Xiaoying furrowed her brow from the shadows on the tent. "I noticed their bodies were peculiar, with small heads and large bodies. Their movements were strange, as if they were being manipulated from behind, somewhat akin to like a shadow puppet show." Bai Lu interjected at that moment. "A shadow puppet show? Jiangbai, are you suggesting that those shadows were actually the paper figures mentioned by Ali?" Han Xiaoying exclaimed in sudden realization. Jiangbai nodded silently. "Paper figures? Damn it, I thought they were something sinister. Turns out they were merely paper figures that I nearly had a heart attack, thinking my ancestors had come to find me," the stout man exclaimed dramatically. "Yet, why are these paper figures in front of our tent? What do they intend to do?" Han Xiaoying asked, perplexed. "Scouting," Jiangbai replied succinctly. "Scouting?" The stout man and the others felt even more bewildered. Just as they were about to inquire further, a strange melody drifted into their ears. Yumen Pass, the eerie gate, blood flows like a river. The song was filled with an unsettling eeriness, causing the group to heighten their vigilance. "Brother, in this desolate desert, where does this song come from? What is it singing about?" Ali scanned the area, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. "Stay in the tent and wait for me. I'll go check it out," Jiangbai said, swiftly moving towards the source of the song. In a few agile leaps, he vanished from sight. His speed was astonishing. It wasn't long before he arrived near Yumen Pass. Concealed behind a sand dune, he peeked out to survey the area. What was once an empty Yumen Pass now hosted a procession of white paper figures. Their expressions were terrifying, and their movements were bizarre, as if they awaited the arrival of a significant figure. A small, glowing orb hovered above Jiangbai, casting a faint light that he glanced at the orb, then suddenly reached out, grasping it tightly. One person and one orb quietly crouched behind the dune, silently observing the paper figures. The eerie song grew increasingly haunting, tinged with sorrow. To Jiangbai's astonishment, a red paper figure, distinct from the white ones, appeared, carrying a red bridal sedan chair, gradually approaching Yumen Pass. After what seemed like a dialogue akin to a shadow puppet show, the procession of red paper figures, still bearing the sedan chair, entered Yumen Pass, disappearing with the gust of yellow sand. Meanwhile, the white paper figures emerged from the gate, carrying a black coffin and moving into the distance, headed towards the very direction of Jiangbai and his companion's camp. Jiangbai observed the white paper figures, then discreetly retreated from the dune, making his way back to the camp. What in the world is happening? Can anyone explain how paper figures can move? Where is the biologist, the previous biologist? Come out and explain this. This is truly bizarre. Isn't this the classic ghostly encounter of the red and white paper figures? Paper figures have partners, yet I do not. I've heard from the elders that paper figures must not be given eyes, for once they are, they attract wandering souls and spirits that refuse to depart the world of the living. transforming into vengeful ghosts that seize human souls. Can you please stop talking? I'm home alone tonight. I just bought some paper figures for a memorial that I'm begging for good reviews. Please update quickly. I'm pleading with you, came the chorus of anxious voices. Chapter 61. The Passage of Paper Figures. Brother, did you find the source of the song? Upon Jiangbai's return to the camp, the stout man and the others hurriedly surrounded him with questions. Jiangbai nodded. Our earlier suspicions were correct. The song is entirely the work of the paper figures that it seems they are conducting a wedding ceremony. And a procession of paper figures is heading our way. A wedding ceremony. The stout man gasped in disbelief. Just as Raymond intended to ask something, he saw Ollie tugging at his sleeve, pointing ahead in terror. Shouting, "Look!" The group turned to see the procession of white paper figures approaching, carrying a coffin. Goodness, they are indeed paper figures. A bunch of paper figures dares to confront us. The stout man's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he pulled out his entrenching tool, ready to confront the paper figures. Jiangbai quickly stopped him. It's futile. They cannot see us, and we cannot strike them, that we are not in the same temporal space. Not in the same temporal space? The stout man turned, confused. Jiangbai nodded. Precisely that we and the paper figures do not exist in the same temporal realm. What we are witnessing is a scene that occurred long ago, merely recorded by nature. You can think of it like a mirage, with nature acting as a natural recording device. Under certain special conditions, it captures unique events, just like the tales of the Elder S passage of ghostly soldiers. Who has ever truly seen them? Is that the case? The stout man felt a bit dazed. This seemed somewhat different from what his ancestors had taught him. That I'm a scientific expert, and I concur with Brother John's perspective. Years of research have shown that nature indeed records certain unique scenes, which are then projected at specific times through light refraction. Much like the mirage everyone sees that I am from the Southern School. And we have encountered similar phenomena before. This is merely a projection, he expounded. Tomorrow, you are to report to the Kyoto law enforcement team. We would like to treat you to a home-cooked meal. One way or another, you will end up in prison, came a voice amidst the chatter. Damn, it's a mirage. I was just about to call the 749 Bureau. The comments flooded in. Outside the camp, Jiangbai and the others stood quietly, not moving. The procession of paper figures drew nearer, allowing them to discern the ink strokes and the terrifying faces. Gulp. Ollie nervously swallowed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Instinctively wanting to shift, "Don't move," Jiangbai whispered sharply. The procession of paper figures continued to approach. Just as Ollie felt increasingly anxious, the figures passed right through them, as if they were a 5D projection, carrying the black coffin into the distance. Only after the last paper figure had departed did everyone exhale a sigh of relief. Wow, it really is a mirage. Brother, how did you know? The stout man turned to Jiangbai, his face a mix of disbelief and awe. Jiangbai smiled faintly. I merely guessed. After all, some things can indeed be explained by science. He refrained from mentioning that he knew the paper figures were illusory because his Luai's tattoo had not given him any warning. Whenever he encountered malevolent entities or spirits, the tattoo would emit a warm sensation to alert him. Since these paper figures are merely a mirage, let us rest quickly and aim to reach the sea of death by tomorrow. Raymond suggested, agreed that a night of silence ensued. The next morning, the group of 8 packed their belongings and continued on their journey. As they passed Human Pass, Jiangbai took a moment to observe, finding the world increasingly intriguing. As they set off, the landscape grew increasingly desolate, devoid of any visible life. By 3 in the afternoon, the group finally arrived at Lop. We've arrived. Brother, we're here. Ollie shouted excitedly into the walkie-talkie. Crackled, the static sound echoed, but there was no response from the device. Let us disembark. We have reached Lop Nur. The magnetic field here is unstable, rendering most electronic devices inoperative. Raymond parked the car at the side, picked up his backpack, and exited the vehicle. Subsequently, Jiangbai and a few others followed suit, each carrying their own bags. Raymond surveyed the group, addressing them. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the Lop Nur. Due to magnetic field anomalies, we will need to rely on our own legs for the next stretch of this journey. It is imperative that everyone stays together and does not fall behind. Ali, since you have previously ventured to the Sea of Death, you will lead us from here, he inquired. Does anyone have questions? None, came a harmonious response from the group. Good, since there are no questions, let us gather our belongings and ensure we have all necessary supplies. Raymond declared decisively. The portly man patted his backpack and large pot. Signaling his readiness, he stepped forward, draping an arm around Ali's shoulder, and asked with a grin, Brother Ali, enlighten me. What exactly is this Sea of Death like? It looks barren and quite similar to an ordinary desert. Ali chuckled softly, nonchalantly removing the man's arm. Fat brother, the reason you think this place resembles a typical desert is that we have yet to reach the Sea of Death. To get there, we must locate the flowing sea. Only upon finding it can we truly arrive at the real Sea of Death. However, discovering the flowing sea is no simple feat, I assure you. When the time comes, you will be utterly astonished. Yes, that's so. I find it hard to believe, the portly man retorted, fidgeting with his fingers. Yes, they just arrived at Lop Nur. The electronic devices were already experiencing interference. I wonder if the spirit orb will still transmit once we venture inside. Bai Lu frowned, clutching a walkie-talkie and persistently attempting to connect to a signal, yet her efforts were in vain. Forget it, if live broadcasting is not possible. We shall resort to recording, Jiang Bai stated, adjusting the dragon bone blade on his back and shouldering his backpack in preparation for departure. Bai Lu, Lu Yin, come over here, Raymond called from the back of the pickup. Upon hearing his voice, the two approached. Raymond opened a box and retrieved 2 handguns, tossing them to the pair. These handguns have been specifically selected for you. This expedition to the Sea of Death is unlike the Bottle Mountain. We may encounter white elephants or smugglers from other countries. With these weapons, you will have a means of self-defense. Remember, never point the gun at a teammate. We understand. The 2 women nodded in unison, excitement evident as they handled the firearms. All right, let us set off. Raymond leaped down from the vehicle and led the way into Lop Nur, followed by Jiang Bai and the others. With the spirit orb bringing up the rear, Chapter 62, The Queen Mother of the West and Longevity. Finally, the expedition team has arrived at Lop Nur. I am quite curious to see how terrifying the 6th-ranked Sea of Death truly is. To have claimed so many lives, in my opinion, Lop Nur does not seem particularly frightening. Didn't you see how easily the others arrived? I believe I can manage as well. Are you floating up there? Thinking it's so easy, the ease with which they reached Lop Nur is due to their ample supplies and Ali, the seasoned guide, leading the way. Otherwise, a regular person would likely find themselves lost in the desert within a day. Exactly, without Ali, that level 8 Gale could tear you apart. Plus, do you have the money to reach the Sea of Death? You might as well focus on earning that 3,000 salary. Those words hit hard. Everyone, be quiet. My 8K HD live stream is lagging. I'm using a 6G network. I'm lagging too. In an office within a military camp in Kyoto, Long Yun gazed at the stuttering large screen before him. Picking up the walkie-talkie with unwavering authority. Team 3, the live stream is experiencing lag. The magnetic field in Lop Nur has affected the Beidou signal. Initiate the heavenly eye and connect to the spirit orb. Understood, a male voice replied over the walkie-talkie. Following Long Yun's command, in outer space, a white orb resembling an eye directed its gaze toward Lop Nur, emitting an imperceptible white light. Instantly, the entire live stream became smooth again. My stream is back. What was that all about? If I'm not mistaken, they must have activated the heavenly eye. Wow, they went all out this time to provide us with a first-hand view of the dangers of this forbidden zone. They even resorted to the heavenly eye. That's a national treasure. It's akin to the floor-sweeping monk of Shaolin Temple. You think the heavenly eye is merely an eye? When it opens, it reveals demons. It exposes the mischief of nations. Even the Eagle Sauce-S nuclear submarines cannot evade the scrutiny of the heavenly eye. I'm an international viewer. Is your heavenly eye really that impressive? Not really. We just boast a bit. Yes, we do. At most, we can incapacitate your internet and blow up your ancestors' graves. Brother Ali, we have been walking for 2 hours in this desolate desert. Are you certain we haven't gone astray? The portly man inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Ali, leading the way, smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, fat brother, we are on the right path. Though I've only been to the Sea of Death once. Do you know why I am confident? Why? The portly man asked, intrigued. Because I navigate by instinct, not by direction, Ollie grinned. You are leading us to our doom. The portly man's expression twitched, growing anxious. Enough, fat brother. Ollie is just joking that as an experienced desert guide. He has his own unique way of navigating. Jiang Bai consoled him that a wind is picking up. Suddenly, Ollie, at the front, announced as he bent down to scoop up a handful of sand and let it scatter. Indeed, a wind is rising. Everyone, follow me. Ollie urged, quickening his pace. The group hastily followed suit. The power of nature is not to be underestimated. None dared to be careless. Even the portly man closed his mouth and closely trailed behind Ollie. The 8-person team hurried onward. Approximately an hour later, under Ollie's guidance, they arrived at a small earthen cave, measuring around 20 square meters. Inside lay a Buddhist statue and a skeleton. Meanwhile, outside, the sky mirrored Ollie's earlier prediction. Violent winds arose, and dark clouds engulfed the heavens. If the previous storm was an 8-level gale, this was a 10-level dragon storm. The sky was shrouded in darkness. Raymond donned a pair of gloves and approached the skeleton, crouching down to examine it. After a moment, he remarked, "This skeleton bears no signs of knife or sword wounds, but is covered in numerous tiny bite marks, indicating it likely perished for being consumed by some kind of insect. Moreover, its skeletal structure differs from that of our compatriots, suggesting it belonged to a foreign mercenary. It has not been dead for long." He stood and turned to Ollie, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was truly devoured by insects. He was one of the members from our last expedition to the Sea of Death, named Gigi Li. Gigi Li? What a peculiar name. The portly man interjected. Fat brother, do not interrupt. Raymond shot him a glare. Ollie, please continue. That Ollie's eyes reflected a hint of nostalgia as he spoke. 5 years ago, I came to Lopner with my mentor and others. Just like today, we encountered a sandstorm along the way. Unfortunately, we weren't as fortunate as today, managing to all take refuge in this cave. During our escape from the sandstorm, my mentor, Xiao Zhu, and 2 other members became separated from the main group and found shelter in this cave. At that time, the statue was already here. Initially, we were all focused on avoiding the sandstorm and paid little attention to the statue. But once the storm subsided, chaos ensued. Countless black insects crawled out from beneath the statue, using their sharp teeth to attack us. In the end, my mentor and I managed to escape, but unfortunately, Gigi Li was a moment too late and was left to become a mere skeleton. Black insects? The portly man instinctively stepped back from the statue, shining his flashlight upon it. Are you saying there are black insects beneath it? Ollie nodded. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow, moving closer to inspect the statue, intent on shifting it. Wait, Jiang Bai, there seems to be something here. Han Xiaoying halted Jiang Bai, retrieving a notebook from the sand beside GGL. It was a notebook bound in sheepskin, showing signs of age. Fat brother, come help me with the flashlight, she instructed. All right. The portly man brought the flashlight closer to her. Han Xiaoying opened the notebook, filled with densely packed English text. After scanning the notes, she remarked, "This is Gigi Li's travel journal. It details their purpose for coming to the Sea of Death and his longing for his wife and children." He recorded that their expedition to the Sea of Death was prompted by someone extracting a sheepskin scroll from a Northern Wei general's tomb in our country. This scroll contained a monumental secret. After years of research, their organization finally deciphered this secret. Immortality. To obtain this so-called immortality, one must journey to the Sea of Death and locate the tomb of a woman from over 4,000 years ago. This woman holds the secret to eternal life. It is said that this woman has left a significant mark in the annals of the history of the Summer Kingdom. She refers to herself as the Queen Mother of the West and claims to possess the secret to immortality. Seeking favorable reviews and urging for more updates, I extend my gratitude to everyone. Chapter 63. The Insect Tide. Immortality, yet again, immortality. Why do these foreigners also covet eternal life? Can they truly comprehend the history and culture of our nation? The rotund man grumbled as he plopped down onto the sandy ground. Jiang Bai, what are your thoughts? Han Xiaoying inquired, turning her gaze towards him. Jiang Bai did not respond immediately. He pondered for a moment before speaking. The ancient texts of the thieves' sect also record tales of the Queen Mother of the West. However, whether she genuinely possesses the method to achieve immortality remains uncertain, as our information is exceedingly limited. Please continue to peruse the notes and see if any other clues remain. Alright. Han Xiaoying flipped to the second page of her notebook, scrutinizing the rows of English text, and remarked, "Indeed, there are additional clues in Gigi Li's notes. It is mentioned that they not only discovered the secrets of immortality held by the Queen Mother of the West within that parchment, but also found a crucial piece of information, a green stone. This stone seems to possess some form of magical power." As Han Xiaoying read on, her brow suddenly furrowed. She flipped back a few pages in the notebook and looked up. "That's all there is." Gigi Li's notes conclude here that he seems to have no idea what that stone is. That a stone. A contemplative expression flickered across Jiang Bai's face. "It must be a meteorite." Ali interjected suddenly, his demeanor calm as he stated, "I once heard from the master that they came to the Sea of Death specifically to search for this meteorite. That it is said that this meteorite possesses miraculous powers, and it is because of its existence that the Queen Mother of the West is able to attain immortality. Unfortunately, the master and his team ultimately failed and perished in the Sea of Death." "Ali, have you ever seen this meteorite?" Jiang Bai inquired. Ali shook his head. "No, we did not find the meteorite last time. We failed midway. In my view, since we have acquired Gigi Li's notes, we might as well pay a visit to the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West and investigate further. It would be a straightforward task, and the round trip wouldn't take too long." The rotund man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I believe that is feasible." Jiang Bai was the first to nod in agreement. "I have no objections either." Han Xiaoying closed her notebook and stowed in her backpack. "Very well. Let us proceed to the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West," Raymond decisively proclaimed. Outside the cave, the yellow sands continued to howl, while silence enveloped the interior. The group took advantage of the ongoing sandstorm to recuperate their strength. Jiang Bai retrieved a facial mask from his backpack and applied it to his face in front of everyone. Raymond and the others stared at Jiang Bai in astonishment. "I say, young man, your last adventure at Bottle Mountain with plastic wrap was one thing, but this time, why on earth are you putting on a facial mask? Are you here for an expedition or a vacation?" The rotund man exclaimed in wonder. Jiang Bai shot a glance at the rotund man, but chose to ignore him. The reason for the facial mask was simply that after packing his backpack, there was a tiny bit of space left. No other items could fit in, so the mask was the only option. It was all about not leaving any voids in the backpack. What does it feel like to wear a mask in the desert? Jiang Bai could only feel a cool sensation on his face. As time passed, the sandstorm outside gradually lessened until it finally vanished. "Let us continue our journey." Raymond stood up, gathering his belongings. The group pressed on. Just a few steps out, the rotund man suddenly felt as though the statue of Buddha beside him had moved. He halted, his gaze fixated on the statue. Bang! 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 The statue began to sway, accompanied by a series of crashing sound from below, as if something were about to break through the earth. "Young man, Raymond, look quickly. That Buddha statue is moving. Could it be that the black insects Ali mentioned are about to emerge?" The rotund man shivered, hastily running to Jiang Bai's side before bolting towards the cave entrance. Bang! Bang! The statue swayed more violently. "Hurry up," Jiang Bai urged, prompting everyone to flee the cave. Just as they stepped outside, a loud bang resonated as the buried statue was forcefully lifted from the ground, unleashing a torrent of countless black beetles that surged forth like a tidal wave. These beetles were relatively small, roughly the size of an adult's thumbnail, yet they were numerous. Their bodies were pitch black, covered in a hard shell, with a pair of delicate wings on each side, resembling an evolved version of a dung beetle. As they emerged from the earth, they immediately spread their wings, blotting out the sun as they swarmed towards Jiang Bai and his companions. Good grief, where did all these insects come from? The worst part is they can fly. The rotund man, trailing at the back of the group, waved his entrenching tool wildly to fend off the insect tide while grumbling. Unbeknownst to him, 2 black beetles flew directly onto his rear and bit down hard. Damn it, they have no sense of honor, biting the glorious backside of yours truly. The rotund man swung his entrenching tool with one hand while hastily swatting at his backside with the other. Run! A splash of blood flicked past as Jiang Bai pulled the rotund man out of the encirclement of insects. The beetles were terrified of Jiang Bai's blood, halting in their tracks before daring to advance. Some clever beetles, however, circumvented the blood and headed straight for the 8 individuals. "Quick, smear my blood on yourselves," Jiang Bai instructed, applying his blood to each of their faces in turn. Buzzing filled the air as the beetles surged forward. Halting just 1 meter away from the group, flapping their wings while hovering in the air, before retreating like a tide. "Finally, we can breathe easy. That was excruciating," the rotund man remarked, patting his rear as he gasped for breath. The others also shared in his relief. "This is..." Ollie, witnessing the insect's hesitance to approach them, felt a surge of astonishment as he incredulously touched the blood on his face. "What do you think? Isn't it remarkable?" The rotund man stepped forward, slinging an arm around Ali's shoulder, boasting, "Brother Ollie, let me tell you, our young man's blood is like treasure. With his blood around, not even a few insects, let alone demons and monsters, would dare to come near. How about this? Since you are guiding us, I won't demand much for the blood he smeared on your face. Just give me 100 or 80,000, and we'll call it even." Ollie looked at the rotund man with an odd expression. "I say, fat brother, it's one thing for me to guide you without payment, but now you are turning the tables and asking me for money?" He shook off the rotund man's arm and strode ahead. "Hey you!" The rotund man pointed at Ollie, opening his mouth in protest. "Ollie, I want to know how so many insects managed to escape 5 years ago." Han Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chapter 64. The Sea of Death? Our master let us out last time. Just like our young man today, he smeared some powder on us, and the insects stopped attacking us. Ollie replied earnestly, "Yes, that's so." Han Xiaoying's eyes glimmered with doubt, but she chose not to press further and continued to follow Ollie. The group pressed on WY now. It was nearing dusk, yet they had no intention of stopping to rest. The sandstorm could return at any moment, and with the insects in the cave, they decided to travel through the night. Although the night was cold, it would help conserve their strength and body moisture. Under the moonlight, they trudged through the vast expanse of yellow sand a day and night later. Under Ali's guidance, they arrived at a desert filled with white sand after a long trek. Unlike the earthy-colored sand of the previous desert, this sand was entirely white, resembling a vast expanse of snow or salt. Looking around, it was as if they had entered a grand salt field. The sand here is white. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought I had arrived at a salt field. The rotund man exclaimed in astonishment that it's merely a white desert. What is so extraordinary about that? Ollie cast a disdainful glance at the rotund man, as if looking at a provincial bumpkin. "That a white desert is nothing to marvel at. I once read about the formation of white deserts in a world magazine. They are formed from the evaporation of lakes, leaving behind large deposits of gypsum. In our country and abroad, there exist several deserts made of white sand, all of which have become renowned tourist destinations," Han Xiaoying explained. Bai Lu glanced into the distance, puzzled. "Brother Ollie, you previously said that to reach the Sea of Death, we must find a flowing body of water, but looking around, I see no sign of a sea. Without a sea, how can we reach the Sea of Death?" Ollie furrowed his brow. "I am not certain about that either. 5 years ago, when we arrived here, a vast lake still existed. The sage mentioned that this lake was the flowing Haizi. Following the lake, we reached the Sea of Death. As for how the lake vanished, I am uncertain. It is highly likely that it evaporated." "Evaporated?" The plump man exclaimed in surprise. "Surely our luck cannot be this dire. If the lake has evaporated, does that not mean we cannot reach the Sea of Death? Not reaching the Sea of Death implies we cannot reach the tomb of the West Queen Mother. Surely we cannot be that unfortunate. What do you think, brother?" Raymond turned to Jiang Bai. "Wait." Jiang Bai uttered a single word, settling onto a sand dune. "Wait?" The plump man was perplexed. Since that lake is referred to as the flowing Haizi, it indicates that it is capable of movement. Our only course of action now is to wait for it to return by itself. After all, they're only erroneous names, not mistaken nicknames, Jiang Bai said casually. Taking a sip from his water flask, Jiang Bai was correct. Our only course of action was indeed to wait. Han Xiaoying joined Jiang Bai by his side. "Then let us wait." Raymond also sat down. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yunying, Bai Lu, and the other 3 women followed suit, settling onto the sand. Time passed. Unbeknownst to them, the moon had already risen high in the sky. Lu, the plump man, and others had long since fallen into slumber. Ollie and Raymond were keeping watch during the night, when suddenly they heard the sound of water flowing from a distance. He stood up, following the sound of the water, and beheld a shimmering lake approaching them with astonishing speed. "It's coming." At the same moment, Jiang Bai, who had been in a daze, suddenly opened his eyes and kicked the plump man's backside. What happened? Is there a monster? The plump man, groggy, reached for his weapon. There's no monster. The Heisei is coming. Everyone wake up. The Heisei has arrived. Jiang Bai shouted to rouse the others. What? The Heisei is coming. Upon hearing this, the plump man instantly became fully awake, his sleepiness evaporating as he hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Bai Lu and the other 3 women quickly followed suit. The group of 8 stood atop the sand dune, gazing at the lake flowing towards them. Ollie, the Heisei is here. What should we do next to reach the true Sea of Death? Raymond inquired of Ollie. Jump? Jiang Bai interjected, gazing at the lake so close at hand, and dove directly into the water. Then let us jump. The plump man followed closely behind. Then came Han Xiaoying, Zhao Yunying, Bai Lu, Lu Yin, and Ollie. Raymond opened his backpack, waved at the floating sprite ball above, and it flew directly into his bag, after which he dove into the lake as well. Meanwhile, in the live stream, a multitude of viewers were bewildered. Is there any expert here who can explain what is happening? Why is the lake moving by itself? Master your science and mathematics, and you shall have no fear traversing the world. Honey, if the lake can move on its own, why can't you move a bit yourself? I am a geographer. Based on my observations, the lake's movement is likely due to the geography of the Sea of Death. Hypothetically, if we consider the terrain of the Sea of Death as a spinning top, when it tilts to one side, the lake will naturally flow downwards. In simpler terms, it is due to the movement of the Earth's core. You can liken it to a 4-person seesaw. When the weight on one side exceeds the other 3, the lake flows towards the heavier side. Damn, compared to Bottle Mountain, why does the Sea of Death feel even more chaotic and convoluted? I still prefer the monster fighting mode of Bottle Mountain. That a chorus of comments flooded the live stream. As the discussions among the viewers continued, a night passed. The sun shone brightly as a gentle breeze, carrying the lake's refreshing essence, brushed past the plump man and others on the white sandy beach. Raymond awoke on the beach, rubbed his head, and looked around. He saw the lake from last night right in front of him, with the plump man and others lying unconscious on the sand. Wake up! Everyone wake up! Raymond was the first to shake Ollie beside him, then stood up and walked over to the plump man and the others, waking them one by one. Where is this? The plump man groggily awoke and looked around. They were lying on a white sandy beach, behind them a valley filled with ruins and overgrown weeds. The Sea of Death. This is indeed the true Sea of Death. Ollie exclaimed excitedly as he beheld the valley before him. Is this really the Sea of Death? Han Xiaoying scrutinized the scene, her brow furrowing, but turning around, she could not find Jiang Bai's figure. Quickly asking, Plump man, Raymond, where is Jiang Bai? Where did he go? Where is brother? The plump man surveyed the surroundings, equally unable to spot Jiang Bai. Could it be that brother did not come up from the lake? Ollie timidly suggested. Impossible. That if we all manage to surface, there's no reason Jiang Bai wouldn't have. Han Xiaoying firmly denied, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. Her gaze drifted towards the valley ahead. And at that moment, a figure slowly emerged from within, revealing none other than Jiang Bai. Upon seeing him, Han Xiaoying's heart instantly eased, as if she had found her anchor. That you're all awake? Jiang Bai smiled as he approached the 7 of them. Goodness, brother, you scared us to death. We thought you hadn't surfaced from the lake, the plump man exclaimed in fright. Jiang Bai chuckled. I woke up long ago, but saw you all sleeping so soundly that I didn't have the heart to wake you. I went ahead to scout the path. Brother, what's the situation ahead? Is there anything? The plump man hesitated, glancing at Jiang Bai. Follow me, and you'll see that I guarantee you'll be astonished, Jiang Bai replied with a mysterious smile. Leading the way with his backpack, Raymond and the others followed closely behind. As they journeyed through the valley for about half an hour, they arrived at a precipice, and looking down, they beheld an expansive and dense forest below. The forest was lush and verdant, with towering trees creating a thick canopy, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and filling the air with the essence of nature. The distant mountains undulated, complementing the forest, creating a magnificent tapestry. The mountain breeze rustled the leaves, and occasionally, the sounds of birds chirping and beasts roaring could be heard. How can this be possible? We were clearly in a desert. How could we possibly be above a forest? What on earth is going on? The plump man exclaimed in astonishment. Not only he, but even Raymond and the four women were rooted to the spot in disbelief. It should be noted that they were in the Sea of Death in the Lop Nur, a place recognized as a zone of life prohibition. How could there be a forest? Slap. Disbelieving, the plump man gave himself a hard slap. Feeling the pain on his face, unable to accept, I am not dreaming. I truly see a forest. Incredible. This is simply too incredible. I have traveled far and wide for many years, yet I have never encountered a situation like today. I sent the Sea of Death, just a black desert. How could there be a forest? Can someone explain to me what is happening? The group fell silent, and no one could provide an answer. Raymond was the first to react. He quickly opened his backpack and released the Sprite ball. Instantly, the scene before Jiang Bai and the others was live-streamed out. The viewers in the live stream, upon seeing the forest on the screen, were equally bewildered. What is going on? How is it that just one night has passed and the desert has transformed into a forest? Could it be that Jiang Bai and the others changed maps last night? That's impossible. If it were a map change, the official would have issued a statement. The absence of statement indicates they did not change maps. They're still in the Sea of Death. Damn, this is a forest. That you're telling me the desert of Lop Nur has turned into a forest? Well, is this how we're playing it? Is there any biologist out there who can explain what is happening? What on earth is going on? I missed just one night of the live stream, and the scenery has changed. The viewers were puzzled. The plump man and others were equally perplexed. This is simply too fantastical. Ali, are you certain this is the Sea of Death? ISNT, the Sea of Death, a sandy sea. How did it become a forest? Bailu looked at Ali in shock. Ali nodded affirmatively. This is indeed the Sea of Death, the very place where the tomb of the West Queen Mother lies. The black desert you spoke of is merely the periphery of this forest. The areas we traversed before arriving 0.5 years ago. When I first encountered this forest, I was equally astonished. I had always thought that the Sea of Death was an uninhabited desert area, a sandy sea, a black desert. However, the truth remains that the true Sea of Death is not a desert, but rather this dense forest. Since no one has ever ventured here, this place has remained unknown. Upon hearing Ali's response, the group found themselves momentarily bewildered. The Sea of Death is a forest? What a jest! But that cannot be right, Brother Ali. Before we arrived, we researched the Sea of Death online, and every major website described it as the Black Desert, a vast sandy sea. Moreover, even the maps depict it as a desert. What is the meaning of this? Can satellites possibly be mistaken? Bailu inquired once more. Ali shook his head. I cannot say. If you're merely seeking the Black Desert as described online, then we might as well turn back now. The location we traversed earlier is indeed the Sea of Death you were searching for. You have successfully passed through. Passed through? Bailu clasped her mouth in disbelief. What did they accomplish? They did nothing, yet they have passed through? What about the so-called top 6 forbidden zones in the country? What about the boundless desert? What about the blinding sandstorms and the supposed high difficulty level? How could they have merely wandered a few circles in the desert and yet passed through? This thought echoed not only in Bailu's mind but in the minds of everyone present. Han Xiaoying stood behind the others, her gaze fixed on Ali's back, her eyes glimmering with an icy intensity. What do you think, brother? In every profession lies expertise, Lei Ming asked Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai pondered. Since Ali claims this forest is the true Sea of Death, then we must descend and investigate. Now that we are here, it would be unsatisfactory not to explore further. With that, Jiang Bai seized a vine at the cliff's edge and leaped down, just as the fatty was about to follow suit. He felt a piece of paper slip into his hand from behind. He glanced back, taking a step away, and smiled at Lei Ming. Captain Lei, you go ahead. My weight is considerable, and I fear the vine may not hold. Very well, I shall go first. Following Jiang Bai's example, Lei Ming grasped the vine and leapt down. Next were Ali, Zhao Yunying, Bailu, and Lu Yin. Han Xiaoying cast a glance at the fatty, then found a slightly thinner vine to jump down. Once everyone departed, the fatty unfolded the note in his hand, which read, Be wary of Ollie. He has issues. If he makes any unusual moves, eliminate him. But a flash of ferocity crossed the fatty's eyes as he swallowed the note and grasped the vine. Leaping down, Chapter 66, The Rooster Neck. Below the cliff lay an expansive open space, scattered with small stones that resembled a coarse carpet, with weeds growing to half a person's height at the forefront. The trees here were tall and dense, their trunks straight and erect, with broad canopies and lush foliage, forming patches of dense shade. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that revealed the wonders and beauty of nature. Jiangbai landed on the ground, carefully surveying his surroundings. The scenery and climate here were quite similar to those of the forests outside. That it was hard to fathom that a forest could exist within a desert. However, Jiangbai looked up at Ollie on the cliff, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. If he had not read a certain book, he might have been completely deceived by this truly the Sea of Death? Snake Swamp, Ghost City. As time passed, Lei Meng and the others continued to descend to the bottom of the cliff. Their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized their surroundings. Only the fatty and Han Xiaoying remained at the top of the cliff. Mysterious little forest, here I come, the fatty exclaimed with excitement, glancing up just in time to see the vine he was holding begin to fray. His heart skipped a beat, and he shouted at Jiangbai, "Brother, the vine is about to break. Catch me. Be careful." Jiangbai immediately dashed over. "Brother, you truly are the most loyal." The fatty, seeing Jiangbai rushing towards him, wore a grateful smile and let go of the vine, falling gracefully towards the ground. Just as the fatty anticipated that Jiangbai would catch him, Jiangbai slipped past him and caught Han Xiaoying, who was falling alongside him in a princess carry. With a thud, the fatty landed on his rear. "Are you all right?" Jiangbai asked, looking at Han Xiaoying in his arms. "I'm fine," Han Xiaoying replied, shaking her head as she gazed affectionately at Jiangbai. "I said, brother, you didn't catch me," the fatty grumbled, rubbing his backside as he stood up. Upon turning, he saw Jiangbai cradling Han Xiaoying. Well, it seems that even heroes are not immune to the charms of beauty. Alas, I, the fatty, have been forsaken. Poor me, dashing and handsome as I am. Why am I still a bachelor? The fatty lamented. Jiangbai set Han Xiaoying down and shot an exasperated glance at the fatty as he retorted, "It's over 2 meters high. What were you shouting about?" The fatty looked at where he had just released the vine, realizing it wasn't as high as he thought. "That I misjudged, he chuckled sheepishly, instinctively reaching to scratch the back of his head. It was at that moment he noticed his gloves were sticky. Looking down, he saw they were smeared with a green liquid. "What is this?" the fatty said disdainfully, bringing his palm to his nose for a sniff, his face contorting in discomfort. "Fat brother, there's a lot of that green liquid on your backside as well," Bai Lu remarked, pulling out some tissues and moving closer to help the fatty wipe it off. "Is that so?" Just as the fatty turned to look, Jiangbai suddenly shouted, "Fatty, don't move." "Huh." The fatty paused, knowing Jiangbai would not speak without reason, so he obediently stayed still. A faint sound emerged, prompting everyone to look over. They saw a black snake with a rooster-like comb slowly slithering up the fatty's right leg. The snake was pitch black, covered in tiny scales that glimmered eerily, and its head resembled a rooster's comb, bright red as if it were about to bleed at any moment. "Fatty, do not move." Jiangbai's expression shifted as he swiftly drew a dagger, ready to assist the fatty in capturing the snake. Before he could act, Zhao Yunying had already taken the lead, a silver needle shot from her wrist, glinting in the air as it narrowly missed the fatty's pants and accurately struck the head of the black snake, pinning it against a nearby tree and rendering it immobile. The fatty felt a chill wash over him. Just moments ago, they had nearly suffered a mishap. He could sense the coldness that the silver needle had imparted. "What kind of snake is this?" "It appears to be a new species," Han Xiaoying said, pulling on a pair of gloves and approaching the black snake for a closer examination. A pharmacist and poison specialist. She immediately recognized the snake as highly venomous. This is a type of black snake, commonly referred to as the rooster neck, scientifically known as the coxcomb snake, that is extremely poisonous. It is said that this snake's call resembles that of a hen and can even speak human language. Jiangbai explained. "The coxcomb snake?" Han Xiaoying furrowed her brow. "Is this the same snake from the stories of the Republic of China? Legend has it that this snake is the king among snakes, gliding along the ground as if it were flying, and even plants will part for it. Moreover, this snake cannot be killed. If it is, it will seek vengeance as a group, never resting until retribution is achieved. This snake inhabits forests and graveyards throughout China. It has never been discovered until now that I had always thought it was merely a myth, Han Xiaoying said, pulling out a plastic bag to contain the corpse of the coxcomb snake. I say, can I move now? The fatty asked, still maintaining his turned position. Not dare to move. He was entirely too afraid to budge. You may proceed, Jiangbai replied, turning back. Phew. The fatty let out a long sigh of relief and was about to wipe the sweat from his forehead when he noticed the green liquid on his gloves once more. Bringing it to his nose for another sniff, he remarked, "This seems to be some kind of biological egg. However, the odor does not resemble that of a snake's egg." Jiangbai approached the spot where the fatty had fallen and picked up several crushed eggshells from the ground. These are indeed not from the rooster neck. They must belong to some parasitic fungi. Fatty, quickly clean off all the liquid on you. All right. Without hesitation, the fatty pulled out a pack of wet wipes, and with the help of Bai Lu and the others, he swiftly cleaned off the green liquid. Once he completed this task, Jiangbai's expression turned serious as he addressed everyone present. My personal assessment is that the dangers of this forest are unlikely to be less than those of Bottleneck Mountain. In the journey ahead, everyone must exercise caution. Additionally, the venom of the coxcomb snake is on par with that of a small venomous centipede. Before setting off, everyone should apply the blood I gifted you onto yourselves. Just in case that we understand, 0.6 individuals, including Raymond, simultaneously extracted vials containing Jiangbai's blood from their backpacks and let several drops stain their bodies. This blood had been prepared in advance by Jiangbai to guard against toxins. Ali also retrieved a pouch of powder from his backpack and swiftly applied it to himself. Observing this, Jiangbai narrowed his eyes but refrained from asking further. Chapter 67. The Destroyed Passage. Departure. After applying the blood, the group continued onward. Jiangbai and Ali led the way, followed by Fatty and Zhao Yunying, with Bai Lu, Lu Yin, Raymond, and Han Xiaoying trailing behind, as the eight of them walked forward. Only a few steps in, Raymond, who was at the back, suddenly swayed, his body tipping towards the ground. "Raymond, what's wrong?" Han Xiaoying hurriedly supported Raymond and called out to Jiangbai and the others. "Come quickly. Raymond has fainted." "What happened?" Jiangbai and the others quickly rushed back to see Raymond unconscious, his lips darkening, his face paling, with a large swelling at the back of his neck. "What happened to Raymond?" Fatty asked anxiously. "He must have been poisoned just now." "Quickly, help me lay him down. I'll take care of this." Han Xiaoying handed Raymond over to Fatty and Jiangbai, swiftly opened her medical kit at her waist, and extracted a vial of serum. As the serum entered his body, Raymond's lips and complexion gradually improved. Jiangbai and Fatty carefully turned Raymond onto his side, revealing the large swelling at the back of his neck. This swelling was unlike the others, resembling a mushroom, with the surrounding skin slightly darkened. "Hold him down for me," Han Xiaoying instructed, glancing at the swelling, as she took out a scalpel and gently cut into it. A pained cry escaped Raymond's lips as he instinctively tried to struggle, but Jiangbai and Fatty firmly restrained his limbs. "Hang in there, Raymond. It will be over soon." Han Xiaoying remained intensely focused as she sliced open the swelling, pressing down firmly to extract the contents. Under the gaze of Jiangbai and the others, small white eggs, resembling glass balls, were expelled from the swelling as the white eggs were forced out. The swelling on Raymond's neck gradually diminished, and the surrounding skin began to return to its normal color. After several tense seconds, once the last white egg was expelled, Han Xiaoying bandaged Raymond's wound, took an anti-inflammatory pill, and placed it in his mouth. Nodding at Jiangbai and Fatty, "All done. I've bandaged his wounds. You can let him go now." "All right." Jiangbai and Fatty simultaneously released their grip. The seven of them sat quietly, awaiting Raymond's revival. Approximately 10 minutes later, Raymond, still disoriented, emitted a soft groan before slowly opening his eyes and sitting up. "What happened to me? I just felt the darkness before fainting. And why does my neck hurt so much?" Raymond asked, bewildered. Seeing Raymond awake, Fatty rushed forward, grinning. "Raymond, congratulations! You just laid a few little white eggs." "Little white eggs?" Raymond turned to Jiangbai. Hu nodded. You were parasitized by some parasitic spores, which caused you to lose consciousness. But it's all right now. Ingjia has helped remove the parasites from your body. Parasitized? Raymond's brow furrowed, confusion flickering in his eyes. But I don't recall coming into contact with any of those eggs. How did they latch onto me? Jiangbai glanced towards the cliff and continued. These parasitic eggs are peculiar. They can attach to the skin in a short period, making them hard to detect. You must have brushed against them when you were descending the cliff. How are you feeling now, Raymond? Can you continue onward? Raymond nodded, standing up. I'm fine. We can keep moving as a seasoned Special Forces soldier. The injury on his neck was trivial to him, akin to a mere mosquito bite. The group pressed on. Within the forest, towering trees obstructed the direct sunlight, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Occasionally, beams of light broke through the leaves, illuminating small patches of earth in this tranquil atmosphere. The distant calls of beasts and birds could be heard, though locating their sources proved elusive. After more than 2 hours of trekking, they arrived before 2 massive rock walls. These walls, constructed from white stone, were adorned with various human-made carvings, indicating they had been erected by someone. Between the 2 colossal stones lay a passageway, now blocked by countless debris. Ollie, is this passage the one you collapsed 5 years ago? Jiangbai inquired. Ollie shook his head. No, Jiang Xiaoga, we didn't collapse this passage. Really? Jiangbai's brows knitted together. Raymond approached the collapsed passage, scooping a handful of debris to his nose for a sniff. Then stood up. This passage was recently destroyed. There's still a lingering scent of gunpowder. Everyone, it appears some individuals arrived here before us. We must be cautious moving forward. These people are likely foes, not friends. Another group? Fatty queried, puzzled. But this is the Sea of Death, a no-man's land. Who else would come to this forsaken place? Could it be the companions of that group from 5 years ago? Searching for their comrades' bodies? Raymond shook his head. I can't say for certain, but we must remain vigilant. Those who dare come to such places are often the type who dance on the edge of a knife. They act without regard for consequences. When the time comes to shoot, we must not hesitate. Raymond directed this last statement toward Bai Lu and Lu Y, S.A. Major. He possessed his own insights into people. After spending considerable time together, he had discerned the personalities of Jiang Bai and the others. It was no exaggeration to say that, aside from Bai Lu and Lu Yin, who still retained some semblance of kindness, the other 5, including himself, were not particularly virtuous. Despite their amiable banter, presenting themselves as harmless in front of the camera, it was all an act. If faced with an enemy, just turn off the spirit ball. And he guaranteed that Jiang Bai and the others would not hesitate to unleash their blades. Ollie, with the passage collapsed, how should we proceed? Do you know of an alternative route from your last visit to this area? Han Xiaoying inquired. Ollie shook his head. There are no other routes. This is the only way that leads swiftly to the tomb of the West Queen Mother. There's no other way. Then what are we waiting for? Let's clear this path. Fatty, hearing Ollie's words, grew anxious and rushed forward. Just then, a figure leaped over the crowd, nimbly landing on a protruding rock, scaling the top of the wall. Chapter 68. The Giant Python and a Sand. I'll pull you up. Jiangbai called down from the top of the wall, tossing down a rope. I'll go first. Fatty eagerly rushed to the wall, grabbing the rope. Despite his considerable weight, over 200 pounds, he was effortlessly hoisted up by Jiangbai with a single hand. Following him were Bai Lu, Lu Yin, Ollie, Han Xiaoying, and Raymond. Once everyone had ascended, Jiangbai retracted the rope and peered down at the ground below. Standing beneath were numerous statues of bird-headed figures, arranged neatly along both sides of the path, resembling a silent battalion. Amidst them, some corpses lay on the ground, some human, others beasts. I'll go down to investigate, Jiangbai declared, leaping gracefully from the wall to the ground. Let us descend as well. Raymond secured the rope to a sturdy rock and led the others down slowly. Upon reaching the ground, they finally got a clear view of the bird-headed statues. Their faces were grotesque, resembling demons clawing their way from hell, staring blankly ahead. Moreover, each statue had a F. This indicates that the bird was uninjured. Otherwise, it would not have been able to fly so high. Yet, this seemingly unscathed bird suddenly plummeted to the ground and died without any warning as it flew past the human-faced bird statue. This place is undoubtedly abnormal. "Brother, do you know what is going on?" the chubby man inquired of Jiangbai. All eyes turned to Jiangbai. He pointed to the holes in the statue. "Did you notice these openings? They emit infrasound waves that are imperceptible to the human ear, yet they can cause internal organs to vibrate violently, leading to a fatal rupture." With that, Jiangbai approached the statue. Han Xiaoying, following closely behind, quickly grabbed his arm with a worried expression, saying, "Be careful, don't overexert yourself." "Don't worry." Jiangbai smiled gently, patting her hand as he stepped toward the statue. What a joke! How could a mere infrasound wave pose a threat to him? He possessed the bloodline of the ancient deity. After all, despite his daily bloodletting to drive out parasites, it was merely due to a lack of formidable monsters. Upon reaching the statue, Jiangbai faintly heard some sounds. But they had no effect on him. He picked up a handful of leaves from the ground and stuffed them into the statue's openings, effectively blocking them. He repeated this for each hole. Once all the openings were sealed, Jiangbai waved to the others. Raymond and his companions approached to examine the statue closely. These statues are quite well crafted. They must be worth a considerable sum. Right? The chubby man speculated, glancing at Jiangbai. "They're worthless," Jiangbai replied, moving toward the several corpses lying on the ground, crouching down to inspect them. Some of the bodies were already decomposing, while others had turned to stark white bones. Yet among all the corpses, 2 had died not long ago. Their appearances were distinctly different from those of the people of Xia, resembling those from the Middle East. Clad in tactical jackets, they lay on the ground with wide-open eyes, unable to close them in death. There were no belongings left on them, likely taken by their companions. "These individuals must be from the neighboring country of Asan," Raymond remarked as he stepped forward. "Asan people?" Jiangbai turned to Raymond. "Captain Lei, can you identify their nationality?" He himself could not discern. Foreigners all seemed similar to him. Raymond nodded. "I have dealt with the Asan during a previous mission. I recognize some of their facial features. But how did they end up in our country? And in our forbidden land at that? Could they also be here for the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West?" Raymond furrowed his brow. Jiangbai shook his head and stood up. "I'm uncertain about that. However, I'm sure that these individuals do not come with good intentions as for their identities. Let the higher-ups investigate." Indeed, Raymond waved to the fairy sphere. The fairy sphere swiftly flew forward, capturing a close-up of the deceased Asan's face. "Let us move forward," Jiangbai said as he was about to proceed when suddenly he saw a flock of birds erupting from the distant forest, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Bang! 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 The gunfire was rapid and dense. That group," he said. "Stay here and wait for me." "I'll check it out." Jiangbai spoke calmly, exchanging a glance with Raymond before dashing toward the distant woods. The forest was exceedingly vast. By the time Jiangbai arrived in haste, he witnessed dozens of Asan wielding firearms, nervously confronting the ferocious assault of a massive python. This colossal serpent, with a girth comparable to that of a water barrel and an astonishing length of over 10 meters, was covered in thick scales that glimmered under the sun's rays. Each movement it made sent shivers through the surrounding underbrush. The Asan fired bullets like rain at the python, but the rounds merely clinked harmlessly off its tough scales, unable to penetrate its formidable defenses. Hiss! The python flicked its tongue, seemingly indifferent to the Asan's attacks, deftly weaving among the trees and occasionally launching fierce strikes that left the Asan severely injured. Jiangbai concealed himself, silently observing the fierce battle between the Asan and the python. Hiss! Suddenly, the moving python raised its head and, with a swift dive, swallowed one Asan whole. "No, Mamma Mia! Don't eat me!" The consumed Asan struggled within the python's jaws. But his efforts were in vain. The python merely tilted its head and swallowed him whole. "Oh, Brahma, this is no mere snake. It's a monster, an incarnation of Naga here to punish us? No, I can't face it. I must leave." The horrifying scene of a companion being devoured seemed to terrify the Asan. One. Asan dropped his weapon and fled without looking back. With one fleeing, many followed suit. Increasingly, Asan abandoned their resistance, discarding their arms and fleeing in sheer panic, neglecting even their injured comrades. Before long, only one Asan remained. Trembling, this last Asan stared in terror at the python, his face drenched in sweat. Hiss! The python approached him, lifting its head high and gazing down upon him. I, the Aeson stammered, a stream of yellow liquid trickling down his pant leg. Hiss, the python flicked its tongue and lunged, instantly severing the Aeson-S body in two, blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 69. Capturing Aeson. After devouring the upper half of the Aeson, the python did not pursue the others but instead turned its gaze toward Jiang Bai's position. There, it sensed a threat, a lethal danger, as if facing its natural enemy. Has it spotted me? Seeing the python fix its gaze upon him, Jiang Bai decided not to hide any longer and walked out unhurriedly. Hiss! The python's tongue flicked increasingly rapidly, its eyes betraying a hint of unease. Danger at a significant threat. Its limited intelligence warned it that this tiny creature posed a lethal risk. What should it do? Should it flee? Amid the python's anxious state, Jiang Bai made his move. He drew the dragon bone blade from his back and surged toward the python like an arrow released from a bow, the blade shimmering with a chilling light. Sensing the threat, the python instinctively opened its massive jaws to attack Jiang Bai. However, Jiang Bai's reaction was swifter. He deftly sidestepped the python's strike in the next moment. He leaped into the air, thrusting the dragon bone blade with fierce momentum into the python's head. The scales, impervious to bullets, were pierced easily by the blade, as if they were mere tofu. Hiss! The python writhed in agony, attempting to escape Jiang Bai's assault, but he gripped the dragon bone blade tightly and slashed, leaving a deep wound across its body. Blood gushed forth from the injury, staining the ground red. The python emitted a series of mournful howls that echoed throughout the valley. Seizing the moment, Jiang Bai struck again and again, each strike landing accurately on vital spots, causing torrents of blood to flow. The python thrashed about, but as time passed, its movements gradually slowed, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground, its once mighty body now a corpse. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain the 300-year-old giant python, earning 300 exploration points. The system's voice chimed as Jiang Bai leaped down from the python's body. The python had long since perished, its body marked with several gruesome scars. The fairy sphere flew to the front of the python, capturing a close-up of its face, particularly its cold, lifeless eyes that, oh no. Fairy sphere, don't do this! Quickly change the angle! Jiang Bai exclaimed, I was bitten by a snake in my childhood, and I have harbored a lifelong fear of them. Just seeing this through the screen sends chills down my spine. I cannot fathom the courage required to face such a creature. I feel like I might wet myself. Report. I must report this. Such a bloody broadcast could adversely affect children's mental health. I demand its removal. Upstairs, this stream is meant for adults. Can your child really venture into a forbidden area alone? In my opinion, you're not raising children. You're nurturing shelter weakling, and oh wonder the trend of effeminacy is on the rise. It's likely a result of your parenting. Jiang Xiaoga, don't just stand there. The python gallbladder. Extract the gallbladder. That's a valuable item. The comments in the live stream flooded in. After dispatching the python, Jiang Bai approached the fallen Aeson, reaching out to check their nostrils. They were dead. All of them had perished, their expressions frozen in terror, their eyes vacant, clearly terrified to death by the python. Ensuring that everyone was indeed deceased, Jiang Bai turned and walked back the way he came. Just a few steps later, he spotted the chubby man and his group approaching him. Brother, are you all right? We heard the gunfire cease and feared you had suffered due to your lack upon encountering Jiang Bai. The rotund fellow approached him with an air of nonchalance, declaring, I'm perfectly fine. Jiang Bai patted the man's shoulder, at which point the rotund individual finally noticed the massive python lying on the ground. Goodness, what a colossal serpent! Surely, it would make for a delectable snake stew. He mused, stepping closer to the python and giving its body a gentle kick. The flesh of this python is inedible. It has consumed human flesh, Jiang Bai replied matter-of-factly. Consumed human flesh? The rotund man pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting to the lifeless body of San on the ground. Have all these individuals perished? Raymond inquired. Jiang Bai, understanding Raymond's implication, nodded. Indeed, they are all dead. However, several of their companions managed to flee. Once we apprehend them, we should be able to extract some information. Very well, Raymond replied with a slight nod. scanning the surroundings. Strangely, due to the presence of the python, the thickets nearby were devoid of any living creatures. Not even a single bird could be seen. Armed with a dagger, the rotund man attempted to slice into the python's flesh. As the dagger fell, a cacophony of clinks echoed. "Brother Fat, you can't possibly be serious about consuming it, can you?" Bai Lu shuddered at the sight of the python. "Our ancestors have always stated that any creature can be presented as a dish. This python has grown to such a size. Its flesh must be of exceptional quality. Perhaps, as Xiao Gu suggested, consuming it could enhance our physical capabilities. Back at Ping Mountain, I yearned to taste the flesh of the six-winged centipede and the white ape, but the opportunity eluded me that we cannot afford to waste the meat of this python," the rotund man asserted, deftly carving a substantial chunk from the python's wound with his dagger. "You truly intend to eat it?" Bai Lu still found it hard to accept. She believed even excrement would be preferable to python flesh, given that the creature had fed on human flesh. "Rest assured, Brother Fat will prepare a grand feast for you all," he boasted, thumping his chest as he set down a large pot from behind him. "Let us heat the oil and toss in some scallions, ginger, and garlic." Raymond glanced at the time, noting it was just past noon, and refrained from suggesting they continue their journey. The sun blazed overhead. The midday forest was stifling, and a savory aroma wafted from the large pot before the rotund man. Soon, a pot of snake meat was ready as the group approached to share the culinary delight. A chaotic sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Jiang Bai turned toward the noise, spotting the previously fleeing Asans returning in a state of panic. Their expressions were frantic, their supplies and equipment seemingly vanished. And their numbers dwindled from dozens to fewer than 10. They appeared utterly disoriented, as if they had encountered some monstrous entity ahead and were fleeing for their lives, upon noticing Jiang Bai and his companions. The Asans likewise recognized them, along with the python lying on the ground. "The Nagas have been slain," one exclaimed in horror. All the Asans froze, rendered speechless by the gods. "Is this not a fortuitous opportunity for me to earn a third-class merit? It seems this time, Brother Fat shall claim the little red flag." The rotund man chuckled with excitement, swiftly drawing 2 submachine guns from his sides, aiming them at the Asans, and commanded, those from the Asan nation, "Do not move. All of you, clasp your heads with both hands and squat down obediently. Anyone who dares to act out of line will find that Brother Fat's bullets are indiscriminate." Bang! Bang! 2 bullets struck the ground near the feet of the lead. "Do not shoot. Do not shoot. We surrender, urged the lead Asan. Under his lead, all the Asans complied, squatting down with their heads clutched in fear as they gazed at the rotund man. The rotund man signaled to Raymond, who retrieved a length of rope and proceeded to bind the hands of all the Asans. Once this was accomplished, the rotund man lowered his weapons and stepped forward to confront the captured Asans. Treating captives with kindness. The lead Asan pleaded loudly. A resounding slap met his face as the rotund man exclaimed, "Kindness? I am no soldier. Now, we shall engage in a question-and-answer session. If your responses satisfy us, we may consider sparing your lives." Otherwise, his gaze drifted towards the Asan's groin, his intent unmistakable. The Asan felt a chill in his nether regions, trembling at the rotund man's threat. He quickly nodded. "You may ask, and we shall answer sincerely." "Excellent," the rotund man replied, stepping back to allow Raymond to take charge. After a moment of contemplation, Raymond inquired, "I ask you, why have you appeared in our nation's forbidden territory? What is your purpose here? How many of you are there? Where did you obtain your firearms?" The lead Asan glanced at the rotund man, seeing the fierce glare directed at him, and quickly responded, "We came with a total of 30 individuals that we posed as tourists visiting Xia country and arrived here in batches. Our objective is," he hesitated, prompting the rotund man to insist, "Speak quickly." The rotund man's eyes widened, and the gun barrel pointed threateningly at the Asan's groin. "I will tell you," the Asan stammered. "We are here because an old man offered us a substantial sum of money to help him find a stone. He promised us an additional reward if we succeeded. And the firearms? Where did you acquire them?" Raymond pressed sternly. "The old man provided them to us," the Asan replied. "What does this old man look like? How old is he? How do you contact him? And you mentioned 30 individuals. Where are the others?" Raymond's expression grew grave. The ASIN shook his head. We do not know what the old man looks like. He always wears a mask when we meet, ask for contact. It is solely him reaching out to us. Regarding our other companions, they have all perished, killed by the monstrosities ahead. The ASAN's face turned pale at the recollection of the horrors encountered. You claim you do not know the identity of this old man? Raymond's brow furrowed with concern. The ASAN nodded vigorously. The stone you seek, is it a meteorite? Jiang Bai interjected. Upon hearing this, the ASAN nodded again. Yes, it is indeed a meteorite. He said that if we find it, he would grant us 5 million. Who is this old man, and why does he seek the meteorite? Could he be associated with the master from 5 years ago? Bai Lu pondered, perplexed. That seems unlikely. The master died 5 years ago. I witnessed his demise with my own eyes, Ali countered, shaking his head in denial. Regardless of who this old man is, it is beyond our jurisdiction. I trust that higher authorities will investigate this matter. Raymond, what shall we do with these individuals? Should we escort them further down or find someone to take them to a safe location? Jiang Bai inquired, directing his gaze towards Raymond. After some contemplation, Raymond replied, let's first find them a safe place. This matter pertains to diplomacy, and is best left for the higher-ups to handle. Very well. Jiang Bai agreed, exchanging knowing glances with the rotund man. Ali, my friend, the rotund man said cheerfully as he approached Ali, draping an arm around his shoulders, you're most familiar with this forest. Why not lead them to safety while we await your return? After a moment's hesitation, Ali ultimately nodded in agreement. All right, I will find a safe place for them. Much obliged, my brother Ali, the rotund man said, patting Ali's shoulder. No need for thanks, Ali replied with a grin. Then turned to the lead ASAN, gripping the ropes binding them as he led them back in the direction they had come. The group of nearly 10 gradually faded from the sight of Jiang Bai and his companions. Let us eat, the rotund man declared as he approached the pot, lifting the lid to reveal an enticing aroma wafting forth. The others gathered around the pot, consuming the snake stew while awaiting Ali's return. Jiang Bai was acutely aware that these ASANs would likely never return to their homeland. In the overgrown forest, Ali led the ASANs deeper into the shadows, the atmosphere growing increasingly sinister. Upon reaching a foreboding area where sunlight scarcely penetrated, Ali finally halted. This is not the path we came by. What are you doing? Why have you brought us here? The lead ASAN demanded loudly. Ha ha. Ali chuckled coldly. This is certainly not the route you took. Did you truly think I would escort you to safety? What do you mean? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Your actions could jeopardize diplomatic relations between our nations. Let us go. We want to return home, the ASAN shouted, panic setting in as they struggled against their bonds. Return home? Ali turned, his gaze icy as he surveyed the ASANs, a smirk playing on his lips. You worthless fools, having squandered so much of my money and botched the job, you now think you can return home alive? There is no such good fortune in this world. Leave, stay here with your companions. With a swift motion, Ali's dagger sliced through the neck of the leading ASAN. You ASAN attempt to cover the wound, but your hands are bound by ropes, helplessly watching your blood stain your clothing. The light in your eyes gradually fading. No, you cannot kill us, that we are ASAN. You cannot kill us. The remaining ASAN, trembling with fear, hastily kneel and bow to Ali to go to hell. You worthless bunch. Ali showed no mercy, swiftly slashing the necks of each ASAN. All the ASAN perished in bitter resignation. Once he ensured that all ASAN were dead, Ali wiped the blood from his dagger with a piece of paper. Feigning nonchalance as he strode out of the forest towards Jiang Bai and the others, seeking favorable reviews, requesting updates. Chapter 71. The Vanished Corpses. Beside the corpse of the giant python, Jiang Bai and his companions quietly savored the snake soup. It must be said, aside from his unreliability in treasure hunting, the fat man truly excels at culinary delights. Even Bai Lu, who had previously been quite resistant, devoured 2 large bowls in one go. Team leader Lei, little brother, I'm back. Not far away, Ali emerged from the thicket, his face beaming with innocence, devoid of any ferocity. Have you settled them in a safe place? Raymond inquired, looking up. Ali chuckled foolishly. Rest assured. Team leader Lei, the place I found for them is absolutely secure. That's good to hear. Upon hearing Ali's assurance, Raymond felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ali, Would you care for a bowl of snake soup? Han Xiaoying offered Ollie a bowl, a glimmer of something unusual flashing in her eyes. Thank you. Ollie, unsuspecting, accepted the snake soup and began to devour it ravenously. Slap. The fat man seemed to recall something, smacking his forehead. Oh, how did I forget to ask that group of Asan about the strange creature they encountered ahead that made them flee back in such disarray? They must have encountered a wild chicken neck. Jiangbai remarked casually. Wild chicken neck? The fat man furrowed his brows. Jiangbai nodded. In this place, what could have frightened Asan into fleeing from a giant python, if not a wild chicken neck? They themselves mentioned encountering a talking monster. Coincidentally, wild chicken necks can mimic human speech. Everyone be cautious as we proceed. Understood. The group responded in unison, silently consuming their snake soup. After the meal, they set off once more. Along the way, numerous chaotic footprints littered the path, easily discernible as the frantic steps of Asan. The 8 of them followed the footprints for just a few minutes when they vanished. And a potent stench of decay wafted through the air. What on earth is that foul smell? The fat man complained, pinching his nose. It's the stench of corpses. Jiangbai followed the scent. Taking a few steps before squatting down in a clearing, he brushed aside the dried leaves on the ground, revealing the corpse of a black python. This black python was no smaller than the previous giant python, perhaps even larger. Its body was decayed, the flesh and blood long consumed by unknown creatures, leaving only a hollow shell and scales. Jiangbai extended his right hand, probing inside the black python, retrieving a string of copper coins tied with red thread. These are the 5 Emperor's copper coins. The fat man's eyes lit up at the sight of the coins, reflecting his greedy desires. Indeed, they're the 5 Emperor's copper coins. Jiangbai casually tossed the coins to the fat man and resumed searching inside the black python's abdomen. This time he found nothing. Little brother, where are the 5 Emperor's copper coins? Bai Lu inquired curiously. The 5 Emperor's copper coins refer to the Qin Shi Huang's Ban Liang, Han's 5 Zhu, Kaiyuan Tongbao, Song Yuan Tongbao, and Yongle Tongbao, representing the 5 major dynasties of the Xia Kingdom, symbolizing the convergence of their fortunes. That it is said that wearing these coins can bring blessings, ward off evil, attract wealth, and protect against malice, besides the 5 Emperor's coins. There is also the notion of the small 5 Emperor's coins in our country. These are composed of coins from Xunji, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, and Jiaqing periods, symbolizing happiness, auspiciousness, harmony, and wealth. However, compared to the small 5 Emperor's coins, the large 5 Emperor's coins are far more precious. Many spend their entire lives unable to assemble a complete set of the large 5 Emperor's coins. Jiangbai explained to Bai Lu as he gradually rose, pulling out a wet wipe to clean his hands. Oh, I see, Bai Lu exclaimed in realization. Wait a minute. Why is there one less coin in the string of 5 Emperor's coins? Moreover, looking at the red thread, this should be worn by a girl. The fat man pondered while handling the 5 Emperor's coins. Is that so? Let me try on. Bai Lu took the 5 Emperor's coins and tried them on her wrist. They fit perfectly in terms of tightness. Not to mention the fat man. Even Jiangbai would likely be unable to wear them. Take it off. The 5 Emperor's coin, missing 1 coin, serves no purpose. Jiangbai said indifferently, his gaze drifting toward the small stream ahead, where a few wild chicken necks crawled about. He knew to whom this string of 5 Emperor's coins belonged. Oh. Bai Lu obediently removed the coins and returned them to the fat man. Han Xiaoying stepped forward a few paces, glancing at the stream before turning her head. Everyone, along this journey, haven't you wondered about one thing? Where are the corpses? What happened to those Asan's bodies? Where did they go? The fat man and Raymond simultaneously furrowed their brows. Indeed, where have those Asan's bodies gone? We haven't seen a single corpse along the way. Luyan also realized the situation. Follow me, I may know where they are. Jiangbai walked along the stream, and the others quickly followed. After winding their way for about 20 minutes, they arrived at a location. It was a massive rock, protruding sharply, extending outward. The group climbed onto the rock and looked down. Below lay an expansive clearing, surrounded by trees. When Raymond and the others beheld the scene on the ground, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. The ground was littered with corpses, some having decomposed to mere bones, others freshly dead, and some in various stages of decay. Among them were the bodies of Asan. These corpses were arranged haphazardly, as if carelessly discarded. Even more chillingly, hundreds of wild chicken necks slithered between these bodies, gathering in clusters to form writhing spheres. Some wild chicken necks crawled from afar, working in teams to transport the bodies to the clearing, resembling laborers. Each time a wild chicken neck passed by a corpse, it left a trail of blood. Occasionally, snake eggs could be seen rolling off the corpses, scattering on the ground. These snake eggs varied in size, densely packed, numbering no less than several thousand at a glance. These wild chicken necks are actually transporting corpses. They're using these bodies to lay eggs, propagating their offspring, the fat man exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jiangbai silently nodded. We should leave here quickly. There are so many wild chicken necks. If they discover us, we may not be able to escape. A glint of something unusual crossed Ali's eyes. What's the hurry? We've come this far. We should let the viewers in the live stream experience what a dance of serpents looks like. Such a splendid scene should not be solely for our eyes. Jiangbai smirked mischievously, waving at the sprite ball. The sprite ball, with a human touch, flew down the rock and hovered before the wild chicken necks, capturing close-ups of the scattered corpses and wild chicken necks to, oh my god, get it away. Sprite ball, you are really something. I'm trying to eat, and you're showing me corpses that it's over. Zhang Lao Lu is online again. This day. I still can't forget what Zhang Lao Lu did to the white ape. Can we not be so disgusting? I could see the maggots on these corpses. So dense. It's truly revolting. In a way, I'm going to puke. Where are the moderators? Can't you put mosaic over the corpses? For the first time, I wish for the existence of mosaics. Brother, I beg you. Can we move the camera away? I have a phobia of clusters. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to vomit. In an instant, countless viewers could no longer hold back their retching. If the centipedes of Ping Mountain induce a fear of clusters, then these wild chicken necks can only be described as nauseating. Maggots and snake eggs together are simply a fighter in the realm of disgust. Let us get out of here. I'm starting to feel unwell too. Ugh. By Lu Dry heaved repeatedly. Chapter 72. The Wild Chicken Neck Strike. Let us go. Upon reaching their destination, Jiangbai did not linger for long, swiftly descending the rocks to forge ahead. Time passed as the group journeyed, and before they knew it, night had fallen. The forest at midnight exuded an eerie silence, with an endless expanse of darkness akin to a primeval beast. Instilling a sense of trepidation that on a flat terrain, Jiangbai and his companions hastily erected 2 tents. Though referred to as tents, they merely consisted of several pieces of plastic sheeting and wooden supports, with the ground sprinkled with insect repellent powder brought by Han Xiaoing. Good night, little brother. Good night, Makabaka. Inside the tent, the group gradually succumbed to slumber, leaving only Raymond and Lu Yin to keep watch outside. The campfire warded off the chill of the night, while the moon hung high among the branches and the sound of cicadas echoed through the jungle. After an indeterminate amount of time, as Lu Yin struggled to stave off drowsiness, a faint rustling sound emanated from the surrounding grass. The noise resembled numerous creatures crawling low to the ground. Raymond picked up a flashlight and shone it around, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Countless snake-necked chickens were advancing towards them from all directions, forming an invisible encirclement. Quickly, return to the tent and wake them, Raymond shouted to Lu Yin, rushing into the tent occupied by Jiangbai and the other men, rousing them from their slumber. Lu Yin was equally swift, returning to the women's tent. Wake up, everyone. Something's wrong. The snake-necked chickens are coming. At the sound of their alarm, everyone awakened. The snake-necked chickens are coming. A fleeting glimmer of ferocity flashed in the chubby man's eyes as he retrieved his entrenching tool and dashed out of the tent. However, mere seconds later, he returned, clutching his tool, pressing the tent entrance down with his backpack, and turning to Jiangbai and the others with a face full of terror. What do we do, little brother? Outside are snake-necked chickens, swarming in thick numbers. There must be thousands of them. They're coming for revenge. So many. Ali gasped, his face betraying a hint of fear. Jiangbai sat quietly, not uttering a word. Through the shadows on the tent, he too could discern the considerable number of snake-necked chickens. Chubby, come out for a moment. I need to speak with you. Ali. Captain Lei, it's Lu Yin. Come out, I need to talk to you. A series of chilling voices echoed from outside the tent, their tones almost identical to those of Lu Yin and the others. Had Jiang Bai and his companions not known better, they might have fallen for the ruse. Lu Yin, come out. It's little brother. I've liked you for a long time. Bai Lu, it's Captain Lei. Why won't you come back to see me? The spine-chilling sound persisted, with snake-necked chickens surrounding the tent, flicking their forked tongues, some even having climbed onto the very top of Jiang Bai's tent. Sister Ying, they can really talk. What should we do now? Inside the women's tent, Bai Lu suppressed her fear and inquired. This is terrifying. It's truly too frightening. She felt that even a Zongzi was less frightening than the snake-necked chickens. Han Xiaoying remained silent, gripping her dagger tightly. Her face smeared with Jiang Bai's blood, bracing for the worst. Meanwhile, the viewers in the still-active livestream were far from calm. Damn, these snakes can actually talk. I thought it was just a folktale. But they truly can speak. This is horrifying, absolutely horrifying. Who can fathom the terror of lying alone in bed at home and witnessing this? No wonder the older generations advise against spending the night outdoors. Who would dare to do so with such creatures lurking? I'd be scared to death. I'm Yang Tianqi from the School of Biology. Zhang Xiaoga, I wonder if you could catch a snake-necked chicken for us to study. I'm willing to pay $1 million for it. Bai Lu, it's Chubby. I've liked you for a long time, and I want to have children with you. Ollie, it's Han Xiaoying. Little brother. The snake-necked chickens outside the tent continued their chatter. Gulp. Inside the tent, Ollie, clutching his dagger, stared nervously at the snake-necked chickens perched atop the tent, forcing himself to remain calm. Little brother, why do you think they can mimic our speech so accurately? Sounding just like us? Jiang Bai drew the dragon bone skyblade from his back, his gaze sweeping over the snake-necked chickens outside the tent, his expression grave. The snake-necked chickens are exceptionally intelligent. They can imitate our tone as soon as they hear us speak. This is not surprising. Just then, a sharp crack echoed from above, interrupting Jiang Bai's speech. The four of them looked up to see the support beam of the tent, strained under the weight of the snake-necked chickens. Splintering apart, the tent's top began to sag, and it was evident that it would not hold much longer. There's no time. Jiang Bai shouted, I will use my blood to drive back the nearby snake-necked chickens. You all smear my blood on yourselves and rush out when I say so. Stay close behind me, and don't fall behind. You all understand? We heard you, came the chorus of responses from Han Xiaoying and the others. All right, on the count of 3, we charge out together. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished counting, Jiang Bai burst forth, the dragon bone sky blade swiftly slicing through his palm, a spray of blood landing before the two tents. As the blood fell, the snake-necked chickens recoiled in terror, as if confronted with something frightening. Run! Jiang Bai, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, led the way, and Han Xiaoying and the others hurriedly followed behind him. The snake-necked chickens, though terrified of Jiang Bai's blood, seemed unwilling to let the group escape, trailing closely behind them. The chubby man, running at the rear, glanced back at the relentless pursuers, his heart racing in alarm. Little brother, is your blood losing its effect? Why are these snake-necked chickens still following us? Jiang Bai turned back and replied, It's not that my blood has lost its potency. Rather, compared to their fear of my blood, they are far more eager to eliminate you. You all go ahead. I'll hold them off. With that, Jiang Bai dashed from the front of the line to the rear, positioning himself between the snake-necked chickens and the others. The snake-necked chickens, sensing Jiang Bai's presence, raised their heads high, flicking their tongues, too intimidated to advance. Get lost. Jiang Bai glared at the snake-necked chickens, shouting angrily. In an instant, his pupils transformed, resembling those of a giant python, shimmering with a blue light. The snake-necked chickens, thrown into a panic, lowered themselves and fled with greater speed than before, scattering into the distance. Only after they had retreated completely did Jiang Bai pursue the group. Please leave a good review. That I seek your support and encouragement. That a simple click would mean the world to me. That I wish all readers who support this book great fortune and success in life. Chapter 73. The Shadow of the Small Pearl. Several hundred meters away, in an open field, the chubby man and his companions, seeing that the snake-necked chickens had not pursued them any further, finally dared to stop and catch their breath. Damn, that was truly terrifying, the chubby man exclaimed. So many snake-necked chickens. Thank goodness we had little brother with us. Otherwise, I would have seen the sun rise tomorrow. Ollie, I truly don't understand how you managed to walk out of here alive 5 years ago. The chubby man leaned on his knees, panting heavily. Ollie chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Just luck, pure luck. 5 years ago, we didn't encounter nearly as many snake-necked chickens. Indeed, sometimes fools are blessed. The chubby man muttered, wiping the sweat from his forehead and finding a place to sit. Raymond and Zhao Yunying remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Han Xiaoying gazed anxiously in the direction from which they had come. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the grass, to everyone's relief. Jiangbai emerged unhurriedly from the foliage. Upon seeing him, an unspoken sigh of relief swept through the group, including Raymond. Unbeknownst to them, Jiangbai had come to occupy a significant place in their hearts. With him around, they felt a sense of security. "Are you all right?" Han Xiaoying asked, her mouth forming the words, "I'm fine." Jiangbai replied, his expression calm. The wound on his left hand had begun to heal, and he estimated it would fully mend by morning. That's good to hear. Han Xiaoying sat down on the ground, hugging her legs, after a day of travel and the night as harrowing events. Fatigue began to take its toll on her. The gust of night breeze swept through, carrying a chill that made the women shiver involuntarily. "Chubby, Ollie, gather some wood to start a fire," Raymond suggested, momentarily shaking off the terror brought on by the snake-necked chickens. He hung his assault rifle around his neck and began collecting wood from the ground. "Captain Lei, we'll help you," Bai Lu and Lu Yan volunteered. They recognized their roles within the group. While they often felt like mere burdens, they were eager to contribute. A campfire was kindled through the efforts of the group, and the 8 of them huddled around it for warmth. "Who goes there?" Suddenly, Zhao Yunying's expression turned frosty as she turned her gaze toward the thicket behind her. Without waiting for any response from the underbrush, she brandished her spear and, like a bolt of lightning, dashed directly toward the foliage. Someone there?" The rotund man, upon hearing her words, changed color and swiftly drew a compact submachine gun from his waist, shouting at the thicket, "I give you 3 breaths of time to come out, or else I shall open fire." With a swish, at his command, a shadow shot forth from the underbrush with astonishing speed, darting away like a wraith. The shadow moved swiftly, yet Zhao Yunying's speed was equally remarkable. Almost simultaneously as the figure fled, she pursued like a flash of lightning. With agile footfalls, she maneuvered through the undergrowth and, in the blink of an eye, blocked the shadow's path. A cold spear was firmly pressed against the shadow's throat. Preventing any further advance, "Don't move," Zhao Yunying commanded coldly. The shadow halted, casting a glance at Zhao Yunying before turning to look back, only to see the rotund man approaching her, gun drawn. "Move forward." Zhao Yunying gestured with her spear, indicating the direction towards their group. The shadow remained silent, turning around obediently. Yet, in an instant, she bolted in another direction. Bang! The deafening gunfire rang out suddenly. A bullet grazed past the shadow, immediately halting her in her tracks. The rotund man advanced step by step, shouting, "I already told you not to move. Why did you insist on doing so? Do you wish to challenge my marksmanship with your own life? I can assure you, if you dare to move again, the next bullet will surely blow your head off, bidding you farewell from this world. Now at once, raise your hands." Faced with the threat of the submachine gun, the shadow ceased her flight. She stood still, allowing the rotund man to escort her before Jiangbai and the others. As they drew near, the firelight illuminated the shadow's features. She was a woman, clad in a long black robe, her body and face smeared with grime, obscuring her appearance. "Speak! Who are you? Why are you stalking us at such a late hour instead of resting at home?" The rotund man interrogated, brandishing his weapon. The shadow remained silent, glancing at Ollie, before reaching up to slowly wipe the mud from her face, revealing a youthful visage imbued with exotic allure. Her eyes were a striking blue, reminiscent of the deep ocean, as if she wore colored contact lenses. Though traces of grime lingered on her face, it did little to diminish her beauty. "Xiao Zhu, is that you?" Upon recognizing the woman's true identity, Ali's emotions surged with excitement. He eagerly rose to his feet and hurried to her side. "Ollie, it's been so long." Xiao Zhu smiled warmly at him. Her voice was melodious, akin to the sweet trill of a lark. "Xiao Zhu, it truly is you. I thought you had perished." Ali exclaimed, his voice laden with emotion, tears welling his eyes as he embraced Xiao Zhu, savoring the reality of her presence. Xiao Zhu hesitated, raising her hands before ultimately reciprocating the embrace with Ali. They resembled a couple reunited after a long separation that I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Ali's paramour. How delightful to encounter such romance during an expedition, the rotund man remarked, rolling his eyes, yet the muzzle of his weapon remained trained on Xiao Zhu. Big brother, you ought to find yourself a girlfriend too. Perhaps after this adventure, I can introduce you to my friend and manager. Bai Lu chimed in, girlfriend. The rotund man's eyes reflected a moment of nostalgia. As he grew profoundly sentimental, in my youth, I too had a beloved before me, yet I failed to cherish her. Our journey from acquaintance to love was filled with mutual care. But her husband disapproved, Jiang Bai interjected. Why must love be fraught with obstacles? Can true lovers never become spouses? My actions were merely an imitation of my forebear. Was it then my forebear who erred? The rotund man mused aloud. Enough, let us consider my words unspoken, Bai Lu replied, her lips twitching slightly. She was no fool. The forebear of treasure hunters was none other than Xiao Qiao. Was it not? Xiao Zhu, I thought you were dead. How did you end up here? Moreover, how have you fared all these years? After their embrace, Ali grasped Xiao Zhu's hands, eagerly inquiring about her past. Xiao Zhu instinctively glanced at Jiang Bai and the others, as if harboring a deep-seated secret that was too burdensome to reveal. Ali perceived Xiao Zhu's apprehension and, with a gentle smile, reassured her, It's all right, Xiao Zhu. They're all my friends. You can speak freely. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Zhu finally nodded. Very well, I shall begin by recounting how I survived. Her gaze turned wistful as she recalled, 5 years ago, after the demise of the master and the others. I was bitten by a coxcomb snake. Chapter 74. The enormous snake sculpture. 5 years ago, after being bitten by the coxcomb snake, I believed my end was nigh, just as I closed my eyes in resignation. I encountered a figure. This individual was shrouded in a black robe, rendering their appearance indiscernible, be it male or female. They fed me a pill, and then I fell unconscious. When I awoke again, I found myself lying in a coffin. And the venom from the coxcomb snake had dissipated, so it was that person who saved you? Ali asked, his heart swelling with joy. Yet, Ali's brow furrowed suddenly. If that person rescued you, why are you here now? Why did they save you? Xiao Zhu shook her head. I do not know why they chose to save me. All I can say is that when I crawled out of the coffin, I was in this forest. For 5 years, I've sought a way to escape, yet I have found none. Are you saying you have been trapped in this forest for 5 years? Ali asked. Astonished, Xiao Zhu nodded gently. With a thud, Ali slapped his chest. Xiao Zhu, I promise you, this time I will surely help you escape, that I shall never abandon you here again. Xiao Zhu nestled closer to Ali. Ah, truly reminiscent of the legendary couple. How enviable, the rotund man remarked, shaking his head and emitting a series of strange sounds. Ali ignored the rotund man, guiding Xiao Zhu to Jiang Bai, and introduced Xiao Zhu. Allow me to present to you Jiang, whose skills are formidable. Even the coxcomb snakes are no match for him. Hello, brother Jiang. Xiao Zhu extended her hand. Greetings, Jiang Bai replied, shaking her hand gently, catching a faint whiff of a subtle odor of decay. This scent was faint, nearly imperceptible, and would escape the notice of most. However, he was not an ordinary individual. This is Captain Lei, the leader of our expedition team, Ali continued, bringing Xiao Zhu before Lei Ming. This is Miss Han, and this is Zhao Yuning. Ali introduced each member of the group, allowing Xiao Zhu to greet them with smiles and handshakes. Hey, what about me? Why am I not introduced? The rotund man grumbled, clearly displeased at Ali's delay in mentioning him. Oh, this is the rotund man, Ali casually introduced. Hello, big brother. Xiao Zhu smiled sweetly, extending her right hand toward him. Now that's more like it, the rotund man replied, shaking her hand before finally lowering his weapon. With Ali's introductions completed, Xiao Zhu tentatively joined Jiang Bai's group. Then on a dark and windy night, the 9 of them gathered around the campfire for warmth. The surprise attack by the wild chickens left them all too restless to sleep, despite their exhaustion. Ali and Xiao Zhu sat together, occasionally whispering sweet nothings, seemingly reminiscing about the 5 years of longing they had endured. Jiang Bai, Come with me. Han Xiaoying suddenly stood and beckoned to Jiangbai. All right. Jiangbai rose to follow Han Xiaoying as they ventured toward the thicket that lay a short distance away. Hey, where are those two up to? Ali asked, glancing at their retreating figures. The rotund man rolled his eyes and replied with a sour expression. Why do you ask so many questions? Just because you can flirt with your girlfriend. Does that mean they can't share a private conversation? With this time, you'd be better off resting for tomorrow's escape. I'm a bit tired. Ali chuckled sheepishly in the depths of the jungle. After distancing themselves from Ali and Xiao Zhu, Han Xiaoying turned to Jiangbai, her expression serious. Jiangbai, have you noticed something strange about Ali and Xiao Zhu? It seems they are intentionally leading us toward the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West. Jiangbai chuckled, gently tucking a strand of hair behind Han Xiaoying's ear, replying, I've already sensed their peculiarities, even understanding their intentions. All I can tell you is that Xiao Zhu is not human. Not human? Han Xiaoying furrowed her brows. Jiangbai nodded slightly, just about to speak, when suddenly a faint sound of footsteps echoed from afar. He gestured for silence towards Han Xiaoying and drew her into his embrace. Han Xiaoying naturally wrapped her arms around Jiangbai, her gaze discreetly shifting towards the thicket. The rustling of leaves broke the quiet. A figure emerged from the brush. It was Xiao Zhu. Upon seeing the two in an embrace, Xiao Zhu hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. Jianggut, I was just looking for a restroom and didn't realize you were here. It's quite all right. Han Xiaoying graciously released Jiangbai and stepped out from the thicket. Jiangbai smiled at Xiao Zhu and followed her out. A night passed without a word. The next morning, as dawn broke, the 9 companions set forth once more. The weather that day was considerably worse than in the past few days. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, heralding an impending downpour. The temperature in the forest had also become humid with the arrival of the clouds, a stifling heat enveloping them. Ali and Xiao Zhu led the way, followed closely by Jiangbai and the others. Ali, how much longer until we reach the tomb of Zhuangmu? We have already traversed this forest for 2 days, the chubby one inquired while carrying a backpack. Ali glanced around and replied, Fat brother, it should be soon out if my memory serves me right. We will reach the tomb of Zhuangmu by tonight. That's good to hear. The chubby one wiped the sweat from his brow. The group of 9 continued onward. Around noon, they arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. A temple. There's actually a temple here. The chubby one curiously examined the structure. The temple appeared to have existed for quite some time. Its walls and roof were in a state of disrepair, with the carvings on the walls severely peeling away, exposing the yellow clay beneath. In front of the entrance stood a towering stele, obscured by a tangle of branches. Bai Lu approached the stele, clearing away the branches to inspect the carvings. She saw 3 types of serpents depicted, one resembling the wild chicken neck, and another being the giant python that Jiangbai had slain. As for the third type, Bai Lu looked upward along the carving and gasped, covering her mouth in shock. It was enormous, far larger than the giant python Jiangbai had killed by dozens of times. If the wild chicken neck were likened to a child's toy car, the giant python would be a small electric vehicle, while the third type resembled a stretched semi-dash trailer. My heavens. Brother Lei, come quickly and see. There's a gigantic python carved here, dozens of times larger than yesterday's, Bai Lu exclaimed. Step aside, let me see. The chubby one moved closer to Bai Lu, peering at the stele as he gazed at the colossal python. He nervously swallowed and involuntarily exclaimed, What the hell? This must be a dragon. Its size is simply too immense. Standing before it, the wild chicken neck looks like an ant compared to an elephant. Even the giant python that brother killed yesterday pales in comparison, appearing no larger than a small milk snake. My size. I feel I wouldn't even fit between its teeth. Chubby, don't shout so loudly. That serpent is known as the mother serpent, Jiangbai interjected as he approached. Mother serpent? Bai Lu and the chubby one simultaneously looked towards Jiangbai. Chapter 75. Is the chubby one an unloader? Jiangbai nodded. The mother serpent, also known as the mother of 10,000 serpents, is said to be a pet of Zhuangmu. According to ancient record from the tomb robbers, Zhuangmu was once a chieftain of a tribe, ruling the entire western region 4,000 years ago and establishing the nation of Shungmu to prevent her kingdom from being overthrown. She specifically cultivated 3 types of serpents: the wild chicken neck, the double-scaled giant serpent and the mother serpent. The wild chicken neck was tasked with finding food for the mother serpent, while the double-scaled giant serpent was responsible for helping the mother serpent reproduce. This ensured the survival of the serpents in Zhuangmu's realm. When the kingdom faced an attack, these serpents would be unleashed as a last line of defense. But how can the double-scaled serpent reproduce when their sizes don't match? The chubby one scrutinized the carving of the mother serpent. Upon finishing his sentence, he suddenly realized something and quickly covered his mouth, glancing cautiously at the women present. A large truck cannot enter a small cave. But can a small truck enter a large cave? Sighed Jiang Bai, patting the chubby one on the shoulder. It's been 4,000 years. Are there truly such large serpents still existing in this world? Even if they did exist before, they must have long since turned to fossils, Ali remarked dismissively. Jiang Bai did not respond but proceeded directly to the temple entrance, pushing the large door open. With a creak, the door slowly swung ajar. Stepping inside the temple, they found the ground covered in dust and cobwebs, with many cracks running along the walls. The statues inside had lost their former luster. Appearing dull and lifeless, the entire temple exuded a chilling, desolate aura, as if it had been forgotten by time, devoid of any vitality. Due to the poor lighting within the temple, everyone had to pull out their flashlights to illuminate their surroundings. At the very center of the temple stood a massive statue of a goddess. Due to its age, the features of the statue were indiscernible, but the rough outline suggested it was a female warrior goddess. "Brother, look over there! There's someone," Bai Lu suddenly exclaimed, directing her flashlight towards one of the walls. Jiang Bai and the others followed the beam of light, spotting an elderly man, approximately 60 to 70 years old, with significant hair loss, standing behind a few branches, revealing only his upper body. The man's face was pale as paper, devoid of any color, and an eerie smile adorned his lips, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Bai and the others. Eerie. Indeed, it was eerie. The old man's smile sent chills down their spines, a sensation that defied description, as if he were mocking Jiang Bai and the others for their audacity. "What on earth is that?" Bai Lu bravely inquired. Had it not been for the various strange occurrences they had faced in the previous Bottle Mountain, she might have collapsed in fear at the mere sight of this scene. However, with her prior experiences, although she still felt a twinge of fear upon witnessing this bizarre sig with a resounding crack, the stout man drew a submachine gun bullet into the chamber, aiming the muzzle menacingly at Ali. "What mechanism are you searching for? What is there to find?" he growled. "Members of a Xialing sect do not seek out mechanisms when delving into tombs. We have always resorted to brute force. If a situation can be resolved simply, we will never complicate it." Upon hearing the stout man's words, everyone, including Raymond, was taken aback momentarily. They all recalled that the stout man was a tomb raider. "Brother Fat, aren't you a tomb raider?" Lu Yin asked timidly. The stout man slightly raised his head, saying, "Indeed, I am a tomb raider and the sole one of my kind in this world. However, my great-grandfather was part of the Xialing sect. It has been passed down through generations. While my grandfather retired from it, the legacy ought to reach my generation as well. Thus, I am naturally an exceptional Xialing warrior." Raymond detonated. "I firmly believe that the ancestors of the Xialing sect will bless us from below." Chapter 76. Beneath the temple, the scribe's notes. Understood. Raymond placed the explosives on the floor tiles and pressed the timer. Then, alongside the stout man and the others, dashed towards the temple's exit. Ali and Xiao Zhu exchanged glances filled with reluctance, ultimately following suit out of the temple. "Damn it, a Xialing warrior. I initially thought the stout man was an expert in wilderness survival, but he turned out to be a tomb raider, and now he claims to be a Xialing warrior as well. How many identities does he possess? Is it truly the case that one can create their own identity at will? As a Xialing warrior, this is disastrous. The guy's already taken advantage of the tomb raider's legacy, and now he seeks to exploit ours as well. Brother Fat, do tread carefully. Our ancestor may not stand a chance against the Queen Mother of the West. Oh no, the ancestor of the Xialing sect is doomed." Encountering such a dubious descendant as Brother Fat, the merits accumulated over a lifetime may not suffice, and we might even owe the king of hell some debts of virtue. Thankfully, Brother Fat is from the northern sect. We in the south do not have as many ancestors for him to manipulate, Speaking of the Southern sect, where has Uncle Sam been recently? It has been ages since we saw him speak. Uncle Sam, Uncle Sam, the viewers in the live stream called out in unison. Beneath the temple, Jiang Bai's body floated down to the ground like a feathered. He looked up at the distance between himself and the top, which was several dozen meters away. Climbing back up would not be an easy feat even for him. Confidence was not guaranteed. At most, he had a 99 assurance. His gaze gradually swept across the surrounding environment. On either side of him were steep rock walls. Behind him loomed a massive circular stone block towering over 10 meters high. Ahead lay a cliff approximately several meters deep and equally wide, filled with sharp blades and countless chicken necks that at a glance. The sheer number of blades and chicken necks was no less than several thousand. Any creature that fell into that abyss would have no chance of survival. Even if one were fortunate enough to evade the sharp blades, escaping the fierce assault of the thousands of chicken necks would be nearly impossible. Above him, at a height of several dozen meters, there was a large hole with a diameter of about 3 to 5 meters, through which sunlight streamed. Illuminating the entire space, on the ground lay half a corpse and a notebook bound in black leather. Judging by the structure of the corpse, it likely belonged to the scribe. Jiang Bai picked up the notebook and began to peruse its contents. The name and surname of the scribe were not inscribed, but it detailed his purpose for coming to the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West in 2024. During an excavation, I stumbled upon a scroll from the tomb of a Northern Wei general, detailing King Mu of Zhou's quest for immortality. According to the scroll, King Mu encountered the Queen Mother of the West atop Kunlun Mountain. The Queen Mother, ageless and eternally youthful, welcomed King Mu with peaches and bestowed upon him the secret of eternal life, granting him longevity. I am now 65 years old, afflicted with severe illness, and have but a few years left to live. After extensive research, I have finally deduced the location of the Queen Mother's palace. Thus, in pursuit of this so-called method of attaining immortality, I have squandered my wealth and brought others to this purported tomb of the Queen Mother. Here I encountered a talking coxcomb snake and discovered the so-called method of eternal life. At the same time, I unearthed a greater secret. Meteorites that it is said that within meteorites lies an immense energy. Whoever can harness it will not only achieve immortality, but also gain tremendous power, akin to that of the divine, capable of annihilating a nation. As I approach death, I finally understand that there is no such thing as a method for eternal life in this world. Should anyone in future generations come across this notebook, they must remember, meteorites are malevolent objects and must be destroyed. They must never be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Remember this well. The scribe's notes were fragmented, seemingly written in haste before his demise. A flicker of contemplation crossed Jiang Bai's eyes as he pulled out a lighter and set the notebook ablaze. The flames swiftly engulfed the entire notebook, reducing it to a pile of ashes. Eternal life. Once again, the pursuit of immortality. Countless lives have been lost in this world for the sake of this elusive quest. The cumulative lifespan of those who have perished in its pursuit could allow some to live from ancient times to the present. Sighing, Jiang Bai was about to seek an escape route when a thunderous roar erupted behind him. The massive stone block suddenly shifted, rolling in alarming speed toward the cliff. Should he be crushed beneath it, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere pancake. Even if he attempted to flee forward, he would be propelled into the chasm, becoming fodder for the chicken necks or a victim of the blades. Shit! Jiang Bai dared not delay, quickly leaping toward a rock wall, soaring several meters high. With the dragon bone heavenly blade unsheathed behind him, he plunged it into the rock wall without hesitation. Grasping a protruding stone with his other hand, he swiftly ascended towards the summit. Though the boulder was massive, it did not occupy the entire space. Jiang Bai's body moved with the agility of a monkey. No, faster than a monkey, as he climbed to the top of the rock wall, surpassing the height of the boulder. With a sigh of relief, he watched as the boulder rolled past beneath him. Turning his head, he spotted a dark cave behind the boulder that a breeze wafted through the cave, and despite his elevated position, Jiang Bai felt a refreshing gust brush against his face. It formed a direct passageway to the large hole ahead. Could this be a route to the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West? Jiang Bai furrowed his brow. recalling from memory that the tomb of the Queen Mother did not seem to be accessible from this location. Just as he was pondering this, a deafening explosion resonated above him. Sending a cascade of debris raining down onto the ground, he looked up to find that the floor he had fallen from had been blasted open, creating a large hole. "Are you all right?" "Little brother," the stout man's voice called from above, his large face appearing at the edge of the opening. "I'm fine. I see a large hole down here," Jiangbai shouted back. "Hang tight, little brother. We'll be right down." The stout man's excited voice rang out. Before long, a rope several dozen meters long was tossed down from above, dangling to the ground. The stout man and the others slid down the rope. First came the stout man, followed by Ali, Xiao Zhu, Zhao Yunying, Raymond, and finally Han Xiaoing. Once everyone had ascended, Jiangbai climbed down the steep rock face. "Little brother, I'm so glad you're okay," Ali exclaimed joyfully. Stepping forward to embrace Jiangbai, he held up a hand to halt him. "Let us refrain from physical affection between men, right?" Ali chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Unbeknownst to him and Xiao Zhu, a glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of Han Xiaoying and the stout man simultaneously. "Little brother, have you been inside this cave before?" Raymond inquired, shining his flashlight into the cave. The entrance was not particularly tall, about 1.5 meters, making it necessary for Jiangbai and the others to duck and bend to pass through. Recently, the data has been declining, and whether everyone finds it tedious is uncertain. The author also feels it has become somewhat mundane to ensure that everyone finds it engaging. The author will exert utmost effort to introduce some mystery. Have you all heard of Zhu Dao? The soul-hiding altar, the great worm, the hairy ghost, the witch, and the mushroom people. The soul-hiding altar, chapter 77. The fear of the crowd. Not yet. However, I estimate this should be the entrance to the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West. The tomb of the Queen Mother of the West. The stout man's eyes lit up at Jiangbai's words, and he hurriedly directed his flashlight into the cave. "Since this is a passage to the tomb of the Queen Mother, let us prepare and head in," Raymond decisively declared. Just as the stout man was about to enter the cave, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Ali. "Ali, you've been to the tomb of the Queen Mother before and are familiar with the layout. Why don't you lead the way?" "Sure." Ali did not refuse. He held a flashlight and cautiously bent down as he entered the cave. Jiangbai and the others followed closely behind. The cave was shrouded in darkness. Without the illumination of the flashlight, one could easily describe it as a place where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. As they ventured deeper, the passageway grew lower. They all stooped, stepping gingerly, occasionally tripping over stones jutting from the ground. Han Xiaoying surveyed the walls on either side, noticing the signs of human excavation, and frowned as she remarked, "The more I look at this passage, the more it resembles a thief's tunnel. The plump man turned immediately upon hearing her words, looking towards Han Xiaoying. She nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, this is a thief's tunnel by its appearance. It must have been here for quite some time." "Then that means—" The plump man was about to voice his thoughts when he glanced up to see a glowing orb ahead, promptly closing his mouth. "Indeed, this is a thief's tunnel," Jiangbai interjected at that moment. "Do you all remember the notes of Jakili? He wrote that 5 years ago, they came to the tomb of the West Queen Mother because someone had brought forth a parchment from a general's tomb of the Northern Wei, which recorded the secrets of immortality, that if I'm not mistaken, this passage was excavated by that general during the Northern Wei period. After all, there was a specialized army responsible for grave robbing back then." "Are you referring to the Northern Wei Silent Riders?" Han Xiaoying continued. Jiangbai nodded slightly, but did not respond. "Brother, sistering, what exactly are the Northern Wei Silent Riders?" Bai Lu, walking in the middle of the group, asked in confusion. Lu Yin also perked up her ears, seeing that Jiangbai showed no signs of speaking. Han Xiaoying explained, "The Northern Wei Silent Riders were an army specialized in grave robbing during the Northern Wei period. Unlike ordinary grave robbers, they would not excavate immediately upon finding a large tomb. Instead, they would document it on a map for future reference. Due to the nature of their work, they would hide in the tombs during the day and emerge at night. Furthermore, all their soldiers were mute, marching silently, earning them the moniker Ghostly Soldiers. It is said that the map held by the Northern Wei Silent Riders contained the locations of dozens of ancient tombs in our country. Whoever finds that map could become immensely wealthy. Dozens of large tombs? The plump man exclaimed suddenly, excitement evident in his voice. That's merely a legend. The existence of the Northern Way silent riders was fleeting, vanishing with the turmoil of the Northern Way and leaving no trace in history. No one knows whether the map truly exists, Han Xiaoying stated before falling silent. The plump man glanced at Jiang Bai, blinking vigorously, but Jiang Bai paid him no heed. After walking for about 20 minutes, the group finally emerged from the passage into a vast open space. The flat ground was nestled within a mountain's belly. Surrounded by walls and rocks in the center, there stood a white structure resembling a greenhouse. What is this thing? Is it a greenhouse? The plump man curiously approached the structure, touching the plastic covering. It's soft and quite elastic. Wow, this really is a greenhouse. The West Queen Mother must have been something else to cultivate greenhouse vegetables over 4,000 years ago. His astonishment sparked curiosity among the others. Let me take a look. Bai Lu also stepped forward to feel it. Even the usually taciturn Zhao Yunying could not resist the urge to touch the structure. Lu Yin poked at the plastic covering, which echoed back with a springy sound. Laughing, this truly resembles a greenhouse. Does that mean our country had already implemented greenhouse farming plans over 4,000 years ago? Jiang Bai felt a wave of embarrassment that he looked at the structure and spoke. This is not a greenhouse. It is the shed skin of a serpent. Serpent skin? Everyone was taken aback. The plump man leaned closer to Jiang Bai. Brother, are you saying this is the shed skin of the serpent mother? Jiang Bai nodded solemnly. The plump man gazed at the serpent skin, incredulous. Brother, please don't joke with us. Is this truly the shed skin of the serpent mother? Is there really such a gigantic snake in this world? Bai Lu stared at the enormous skin, recalling the terrifying form of the serpent mother, and her face turned pale with fear. She knew Jiang Bai would not deceive them, but the scale of this structure was beyond comprehension. Those who have cultivated in greenhouses understand how vast they can be. If this greenhouse is indeed the shed skin of the serpent mother, then the body of the serpent mother. Gulp. The mere thought of the serpent mother's terrifying form made everyone except Jiang Bai swallow hard. Such colossal serpent skin likely wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the serpent mother's teeth for the entire group. That's impossible. There cannot be such a large snake in this world. Even if there were, it should have died long ago, over 4,000 years ago, Ali said, struggling to suppress his fear. It is still alive, thriving. Jiang Bai chuckled lightly, shrugging as he approached the serpent skin and stroked it firmly. It is still alive? The group grew increasingly terrified, glancing at the massive skin that sent chills down their spines. None of them feared snakes. Even Bai Lu and Lu Yin, having undergone their share of trials, no longer felt afraid of certain snakes or insects. However, a snake of such enormous size was beyond their experience. Goodness, this is more terrifying than any disaster. If this serpent mother were placed in a basin, even Ultraman might not stand a chance, the plump man exclaimed. Han Xiaoying, her face grave, said, if this serpent mother is still alive after all these years, it is likely far from being an ordinary snake. She continued, folklore states that a snake transforms into a python after 500 years, a python into a dragon after another 500 years, and a dragon after another 1,000 years. Altogether, that totals 2,500 years. This serpent mother has lived for 4,000 years. Its power is likely. The others understood her implication without needing her to finish. This serpent mother was probably no ordinary dragon, but rather a legendary Yinglong or Dragon King. Brother, perhaps we should head back. The plump man nervously swallowed. The gazes of everyone present turned to Jiang Bai. Not fear. Remain steady. I can handle this, Jiang Bai said, his expression unwavering. Deep down, he felt a twinge of excitement. After all, a serpent mother over 4,000 years old was nothing short of a marvel. Chapter 78. Encountering a San again. Not only were the plump man and others horrified, but even the viewers in the live stream could not help but flood the screen with comments upon seeing the serpent mother's immense skin. My family cultivates greenhouses, but ours is not nearly this big. Is this still the world I was in before? Have I woken up in another realm? Don't come near me. We're just pythons here. This is no longer a snake, okay? Who has a snake this size? Are the viewers on Foot Basin Island trembling in fear right now? There truly are monstrous creatures in our country. I hope you do have Ultraman. Han Xiaoying was right. After 4,000 years, if this serpent is still alive, it must have transformed into a dragon. My worldview is shattered. Did I not cross over correctly? Can someone explain how such a massive serpent has survived? I feel for Jiang Bai for a second. While others embark on casual explorations, his adventures are perilously intense. It's always a greater risk, never less. Brother, are you really okay? The plump man asked anxiously. Upon realizing he had said something wrong, he swiftly slapped himself and hurriedly clarified. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to doubt your strength. It's just that this serpent mother is too enormous. Understanding the plump man's concern, Jiang Bai patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, Rest assured, I can still handle a mere serpent mother. Even if it is transformed into a dragon, the outcome remains the same. Just as the saying goes, a snake becomes a python becomes a dragon becomes a king. The plump man was at a loss for words upon hearing Jiang Bai's playful banter. In such a tense moment, Jiang Bai still had the composure to joke. He realized that this man possessed a heart as expansive as his demeanor. What appeared to be a sunny and cheerful young man concealed a hint of roguish charm within. Hey, hurry up! Just as they were all astonished by the serpent skin, a voice speaking in English reached them from behind. They turned to see another team of Asan emerging from a different passage behind them. Jiang Bai and his 9 companions were momentarily taken aback, their heads filled with question marks. Another team of Asan? This is the second one we've encountered, isn't it? Ali was utterly bewildered. He recalled that he had only hired a squad of 3 mercenaries. To be frank, had it not been for the exorbitant fees demanded by mercenaries from other nations, he would have had no inclination to engage the A3 squad. FUCK, there are people. The A3 squad, upon seeing Jiang Bai and his 9 companions, were equally perplexed. They swiftly drew their daggers and assumed a defensive stance, all on high alert. A3. Where did these A3 come from? Jiang Bai exchanged a glance with Raymond, both sharing a look of confusion. However, upon observing the daggers in the A3's hands, the stout man couldn't help but chuckle. He pulled out 2 submachine guns from his waist, aimed them at the A3s, and boisterously declared, Brothers, times have changed. Lay down your weapons and squat down with your heads covered. Bang! A bullet struck the ground near one of the A3s. The A3s immediately cowered, hastily discarding their weapons and squatting down, heads clasped. Though they complied, their eyes roamed over the 4 women present. Bang! Another gunshot resounded. The stout man brandished his submachine gun, warning, Don't let your eyes wander. Or else, watch your heads. After intimidating the A3s, the stout man approached Jiang Bai and inquired, Little brother, what should we do with this batch of A3s? Jiang Bai pondered for a moment. Let them go. They appear to be here for the tomb of the West Queen Mother, as well. We might as well allow them to proceed. Jiang Bai whispered into the stout man's ear. The latter's eyes lit up, glancing at the A3s before holstering his weapon. Raymond, I believe we should continue our journey. Jiang Bai nodded towards Raymond. All right, then let us press on, Raymond exclaimed, suppressing his inner fear of the serpent mother. As a soldier, he believed he shouldn't harbor any fear. Yet, soldiers are human too, and being human entails experiencing fear and trepidation. The group of 9 resumed their forward march. Wait a moment, friends, one of the A3s suddenly called out, halting everyone. What is it? The stout man turned around, grinning broadly. The A3, recalling the stout man's earlier gunfire, shivered slightly and pointed at the serpent mother's serpent skin, asking, This friend from Xia country, may I inquire what this white object is? This is a greenhouse, the result of over 4,000 years of research in our country. The stout man responded instinctively, "Oh, so it's a greenhouse. I thought it was a snake skin. I was wondering how there could possibly be such a large snake, larger than a naga." Upon hearing the stout man's words, the A3 let out a sigh of relief. The stout man ignored the A3, continuing to walk behind the group. The A3 contemplated for a moment and then followed Jiang Bai and his party. The group continued onward. After traversing several winding tunnels, they arrived at a spacious hall illuminated by oil lamps. With their entrance, the previously dim hall suddenly brightened, as all the oil lamps were ignited in an instant, illuminating the entire space. That it was then that they could clearly discern the layout of the hall. It resembled a grand stage, with a broad open area at its center, featuring an exquisitely carved jade table. Surrounding the jade table were neatly arranged rows of stone tables, each manned by lifelike jade figurines, all holding long swords crafted from bronze. The very center of the hall, a green alchemical furnace hung from the high ceiling, secured tightly by 4 robust iron chains. What is this place? Could it be the realm of the supreme deity? The A3 squad exclaimed in astonishment as they entered the hall. Han Xiaoying glanced back at the A3S, her gaze sweeping through the hall as she remarked, "Judging by the arrangement here, this should be the alchemy chamber of the West Queen Mother, a place for alchemical practices. The surrounding jade figurines must be her guards, tasked with protecting her during the alchemical processes." Alchemy chamber? One of the A3S chuckled lightly, stepping forward to pick up a pill from the jade table. "Don't touch it." The stout man hurriedly shouted to stop the A3. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. The A3 grasped the pill, examined it, and then promptly swallowed it. Indeed, he consumed it, chewing it vigorously. "You just ate the pill?" The stout man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had only witnessed 2 individuals consume pills directly. One was Jiang Bai, and the other was the A3 before him. The former dared to do so due to his Qilin blood, which rendered him immune to toxins. What about the latter? Could it be that he possessed some unique antidote from his own country? Not only the stout man, but everyone present stared in shock at the A3 who had swallowed the pill, including Jiang Bai. The last time Jiang Bai consumed a pill, he relied on the invulnerability of the Leze bloodline. Even so, he had experienced discomfort in his abdomen for several days. What was the A3 relying on? Did he also possess divine blood from his nation? Indeed, it seemed he had underestimated the capabilities of people from all walks of life. In an instant, Jiang Bai's gaze towards the A3 shifted. "Sing, who permitted you to recklessly consume the pill? What if it is toxic?" A burly A3, resembling a fitness coach with a dark complexion, reproached him. The pill-swallowing A3 appeared unfazed, flexing his muscular arms as he boasted to Jiang Bai and his 9 companions. "Morty, my body is robust. I fear not a mere pill. The strength of us A3S is not something those Xia people can compare to. If it weren't for their firearms, I could take on 2 of them single-handedly." As he spoke, the A3 demonstrated a series of martial arts moves, provocatively beckoning Raymond with a gesture he could discern that among Jiang Bai's group. Raymond was the strongest, possessing some muscle. The others seemed negligible, particularly Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying, who appeared slender and lacked any semblance of strength. "Little brother, he claims he can take on both of you at once," the stout man said with a mischievous smile, nudging Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai chose to ignore the stout man, but if he had held Sing in higher regard moments ago, he could only now conclude that he had been blind. Sing's improper stance was sufficient to reveal his lack of capability. Raymond also disregarded Sing's provocation. Primarily, the A3S were too few in number, only a dozen of them. Had there been 100, he might have entertained Sing's challenge. The fact that the other side not only refused to surrender, but also dared to fire upon them was unacceptable, seeing that no one acknowledged him. Sing's face flushed crimson. He shouted, "Xia country fellows, are you afraid of us? Why don't you dare to engage in battle? Fear not, I, Sing, always keep my word. If I say 1 against 2, it will be 1 against 2. You may send anyone you wish. This is what you said," the stout man replied, retreating a few steps alongside Raymond, leaving Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying at the forefront. Come on, Sing flaunted his muscles. "You coming?" Jiang Bai inquired of Zhao Yunying. "Too weak," Zhao Yunying replied coldly. "Then shall we go together?" Zhao Yunying nodded. The 2 advanced towards Sing simultaneously. "Come on." Sing beckoned them with an air of disdain. Jiang Bai smiled, and a subtle smile also graced Zhao Yunying's icy countenance. The stout man and the others looked on with sympathetic expressions at Sing, who was prancing around in the arena. "I am about to begin." Jiang Bai grinned at Sing, vanishing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already before Sing. Without allowing Sing any chance to react, Jiang Bai seized his collar and effortlessly tossed him into the air. Subsequently, as if performing a juggling act, he spun Sing rapidly in mid-air with one hand. This scene resembled a magnificent performance. Sing was spun around swiftly like a mere toy. "Here you go, Jiang Bai twirled Sing. He smiled at Zhao Yunying, Once they had spun enough, he unhesitatingly hurled Singh toward Zhao Yunying. Zhao Yunying bent slightly backward, accurately grabbing Singh's foot as he flew past and continued to spin him. "Returning this to you," Zhao Yunying stated. After a few rotations, she swiftly tossed Singh back to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai leaped up, delivering a kick to Singh, sending him flying once more. "Returning this to you." Zhao Yunying, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with equal fervor. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, akin to a game of kickball, sending Singh soaring through the air without ever allowing him to touch the ground. Throughout this entire ordeal, Singh was rendered utterly incapable of resistance, resembling a mere inflated ball. The eyes of the onlookers, including the corpulent man, spun in dizzying circles as they followed Singh's trajectory. Silently mourning his plight for a few seconds, subjected to a combined assault by Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying, a treatment that even the Prince of Lulan had never experienced, Singh could be considered the foremost individual in this realm. He was the first to compel both Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying to strike simultaneously and to endure for such an extended duration at their hands. One might even say he had achieved a stalemate with them. After all, Singh's altitude during flight remained equal to that of the two, thus earning the designation of a stalemate. Impressive indeed, my third brother, who could provoke both the elder brother and Yunying to act in unison. Even the grand generals of the Yuan dynasty were not afforded such a privilege. My third brother possesses some genuine strength. I always said he should not be underestimated. After being tossed around for so long, he managed neither to vomit nor to surrender. Were it me, I would have capitulated long ago. This was the most audacious act my third brother had ever committed. He dared to provoke both the elder brother and Yunying at once. There was no previous instance like this. I finally anticipated the collaboration of the elder brother and Yunying, yet such a collaboration was not the kind I desired. I wished to witness them join forces against monsters, against the mother of snakes. What? You upstairs actually expect the elder brother and Yunying to take on the third sister-in-law? Do you not realize that my third brother is aiming at the third sister-in-law? Just as Zhao Yunying prepared to kick Singh away, she noticed him clutching his abdomen, on the verge of vomiting. In a hurry, she swiftly kicked Singh toward Jiang Bai and retreated. Whoa! Jiang Bai, upon seeing Singh about to vomit, was taken aback, swiftly dodging the imminent disaster. He didn't dare to catch him. Not in the slightest. Who knows what strange things Asan has consumed? With a loud crash, Singh's body collided with the other Asans, sending several of them sprawling to the ground. Ugh! The moment Singh landed, he could no longer contain himself and promptly expelled the contents of his stomach. Red, yellow, and green vomit, accompanied by a foul stench, filled the alchemy chamber. The crowd immediately covered their noses. Chapter 80. The cold-blooded Jiang Bai. Ugh! Singh's vomiting continued. Under the gaze of everyone, a black beetle emerged from his stomach. Goodness, did this fellow actually consume live insects? The corpulent man exclaimed, his eyes fixated on Singh's regurgitation, that he felt no disgust. Wait, that doesn't seem like an ordinary insect. That's a corpse beetle, Han Xiaoying observed, glancing at the creature. Corpse beetle? The corpulent man also examined the insect, seemingly confirming its identity. Buzz, buzz. After being expelled, the corpse beetle unfurled its wings amidst Singh's vomit and began to fly toward Jiang Bai. Elder brother, be careful. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The corpse beetle was obliterated by a bullet. How peculiar! How could there be a corpse beetle inside Singh? Han Xiaoying furrowed her brow, her gaze drifting to several pills on the jade table. Deep in thought. Simultaneously, Xiaozhu also glanced at the pills, her pupils involuntarily narrowing that if I am not mistaken, the pills on the jade table must be the legendary corpse beetle pills, Jiang Bai remarked nonchalantly. Corpse beetle pills? Han Xiaoying and the others simultaneously frowned. Xiaozhu's pupils constricted even further. Elder brother, what are corpse beetle pills? Bai Lu, ever the curious one, chimed in again. Jiang Bai chuckled and shook his head, opting not to explain. Boom! Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the alchemy chamber, causing it to shake violently. Bang! The stone door through which they had entered was abruptly sealed by a massive gate. Crack, crack. The jade figurines that had been standing before the stone table suddenly sprang to life, brandishing weapons and charging at everyone. What on earth is happening? Why have these jade figurines come alive? The corpulent man exclaimed, drawing his shoveled ITS mechanism. Singer took that pill from the table and triggered the alchemy chamber S mechanism, causing the jade figurines to animate. Han Xiaoying urged, "Everyone, quickly search for an exit. I fear there are more mechanisms at play here. Hurry, let us find an exit." The corpulent man and the others immediately sprang into action, scouring for an escape route, while Jiang Bai remained motionless, quietly observing the alchemy furnace above. Crack, crack. The jade figurines drew ever closer to the group. Their heavy armor presented a formidable visual impact, and despite having endured for millennia, the glimmers of cold light still danced upon their weapons. Gulp. The Asans watched the menacing jade figurines, nerves fraying as they swallowed hard. Some even began to tremble and feared, "It's your fault. Had you not touched that pill, we wouldn't have triggered the mechanism." One terrified Asan grabbed Singer's body and hurled him toward the nearest jade figurine, with a sickening squelch. The jade figurine showed no mercy as it swung its sword, cleaving Singer in half at the waist, blood splattering everywhere. "Vol, what are you doing?" Murdy shouted angrily, turning back to draw his dagger and charge at the jade figurine. Seeing this, the other Asans recognized that remaining passive was not a viable option and, stealing their resolve, rushed toward the jade figurines. Clang! Their daggers struck the jade figurine's armor, failing to penetrate even its defenses, merely sparking a shower of sparks. Squelch! The jade figurine swung its sword, eviscerating one of the Asans in a single blow, intestines spilling forth. "This is futile. Murdy, we simply cannot pierce their armor. Murdy, think of something quickly. I truly do not wish to perish here." The death of their comrade only heightened the remaining Asan's terror. Some had already begun first and foremost. "We are all human beings. Only then do we distinguish between the people of Xia and the people of Asan. This is a matter of mutual assistance among individuals, a bond of life itself. If we fail to voice our support for Asan today, who will rally for us when we find ourselves in peril? Indeed, would you wish to witness those around you facing danger without anyone coming to their aid? The men of Xia are indeed lacking in compassion, resembling a horde of cold-blooded creatures. How amusing it is to see them engage in a brawl. One wonders if Asan is their father or grandfather. They weep over the graves of others while questioning why their own kin do not shed tears. Even the mightiest of foes would bow before such a blow. Chapter 81. The Ghost Blows the Lantern. The comment from the online community escaped Jiang Bai's notice. He ascended the stairs, traversing a dark corridor, until he arrived at a tomb chamber more spacious than the alchemy room. The chamber was illuminated by numerous everlasting lights, with a black coffin placed centrally, adorned with writhing red long worms. These long worms, resembling spicy strips, were elongated and slender, making it difficult to discern their heads from their tails. Surrounding the coffin was a pool of murky water, obscuring the view beneath its surface. At last, he had laid eyes upon the coffin. Could it be that this is the resting place of the West Queen Mother? The stout man, brimming with excitement upon seeing the coffin, eagerly prepared to wade through the pool. Jiang Bai quickly restrained him, cautioning, "Do not approach. It is dangerous." Glancing back at the coffin, the stout man hesitated. Retracting his outstretched foot, thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs behind them. As Modi rushed up at the last 5 ascent, the coffin loomed large before them, undoubtedly containing treasures. Greed flickered in the eyes of the 5 Asan. Without heeding Modi's warnings, one Asan, driven by avarice, unsheathed a dagger, stepping into the pool and advancing toward the coffin. Jiang Bai and his companions observed silently as the Asan approached. Splash, splash. The sound of water erupted as the murky liquid splashed with his movements. The Asan drew nearer to the coffin. Just as he was about to reach it, a sudden sound echoed, as if he had been tripped by an unseen force, and he fell into the pool. "Help me! Help me!" he cried, thrashing in the water as the red longworms coiled around his body. In mere moments, the Asan was drained of blood, lifeless in the depths of the pool. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the coffin began to descend, and the sound of mechanisms activating filled the chamber. With a resounding boom, a massive door sealed off the stairs they had come from. Crack, small holes appeared in the ceiling, and countless tiny arrows shot forth from them, Be careful. Jiangbai drew his dragon bone blade, shielding the others behind him against the incoming projectiles. Zhao Yunying brandished a spear. Creating an impenetrable barrier, the stout man raised a large pot in defense. Quick, take cover! Modi and the four Asan hid behind a lamppost. Whoosh, whoosh, the arrows came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In mere moments, the onslaught ceased, as everyone prepared to exhale in relief. A flock of winged creatures resembling wild chickens burst forth from the holes, flying towards them with open beaks, just before reaching Jiangbai and his group. They suddenly veered toward Modi and his companions. Point two Asan, caught off guard, were bitten on the neck, succumbing instantly. Witnessing this, Jiangbai sheathed his dragon bone blade, leaped onto the platform where the coffin rested, drew a dagger, and sliced open his left hand, pressing it against the coffin. As his blood flowed, the longworms recoiled in fear, retreating like a receding tide. The longworms in the pool and the wild chickens also began to vanish. With a rumble, the coffin slowly ascended, and the mechanisms above were silenced. The collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Modi gazed at the bodies of his three fallen companions, a complex expression crossing his face. A mix of sadness and sorrow. In less than a day, they had dwindled from a dozen to merely 3. Who triggered the mechanisms earlier? What were those longworms? Han Xiaoying furrowed her brow. It was the coffin. Jiangbai replied calmly. Those longworms are blood-sucking worms. They grow heavier as they feed on blood, thus pressing down the coffin and activating the mechanisms below. Forget about the mechanisms. We should hasten to open the coffin and take a look. The stout man insisted, rushing toward the coffin with tools in hand. I'll light the candles, Lu Yin said, preparing to dash toward the southeast corner. Wait, wait, the stout man called out to Lu Yin, turning to Jiangbai. Little brother, you mentioned that the West Queen Mother was a figure from over 4,000 years ago, correct? Jiangbai nodded. In that case, we cannot use ordinary candles. We must light a candle of distinction for the West Queen Mother. He tossed a candle lamp to Lu Yin, gesturing toward the southeast corner. Are we really lighting the candle right away? Didn't you say we should first show respect before resorting to force? And only light the candle on the third occasion? Lu Yin hesitated, taking the candle lamp. Hearing this, the stout man lifted his chin slightly. Lu Di, do you not understand? Showing respect before force applies to mere minor spirits. The West Queen Mother is a legendary figure. If we use an ordinary candle, would that not be a grave insult to her? Consider this. Would an emperor and a minister use the same candle? Wouldn't that be an affront to the emperor? Would he permit you to open the coffin? Oh, I think I understand now. Lu Yin suddenly felt a tingle of realization. Go light the candle. The stout man waved his hand triumphantly. Jiangbai felt a bit embarrassed. Candles for spirits are categorized. Truly, the treasure hunter is meticulous. I'll help you. Bai Lu offered, running over with a rope, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Good. The stout man accepted her help, and they awaited Lu Yin's signal for the lamp to ignite. With a pop, the candle lamp lit up. The stout man and Bai Lu exchanged nods, both beginning to pry open the coffin simultaneously. Creak. Before their gazes, the coffin opened a small gap. Lu Yin instinctively glanced at the candle lamp, only to be startled, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, Stout brother, Bai Lu, look, something is wrong with the candle. What happened? Did it go out? The stout man asked, not turning his head, focused on opening the coffin. It definitely won't go out. Last time at Bottle Mountain, the candle went out because it hadn't been lit in a while and forgot to recharge. This time is different. I not only recharged it, but also installed 2 non-fu batteries. Even the king of hell couldn't extinguish it. Creak. Another sound of friction echoed as the coffin opened a bit more. No, it's not that. The candle hasn't gone out, but something even more terrifying is happening. Lu Yin trembled. Huh. At this moment, the stout man turned his gaze toward the candle lamp in the southeast corner. The candle lamp still glowed, but a massive black shadow loomed on the wall behind it. The figure was indistinct, yet its shape revealed it to be a woman, forcefully blowing towards the candle lamp. Chapter 82. Red light stop, green light go. One could say it was a sight to behold. The woman showed no signs of ceasing her efforts to extinguish the candle. Raymond, Han Xiaoying, Bai Lu, and the others stood in shock. They had believed that the tradition of humans lighting candles and ghosts blowing them out was merely a relic of the past. Little did they anticipate that there were indeed spirits that could blow the candle out. "Stout brother, should we continue to open the coffin?" Bai Lu's voice quivered. She had truly encountered a ghost. The stout man looked to Jiang Bai, who maintained an air of calm indifference, gritting his teeth. He declared, "Open it, regardless of whether it is human or ghost. As long as the candle remains lit, we have not broken the rules. We must proceed to open the coffin." "All right." Bai Lu tightened her grip on the rope. "On the count of 3, let's go." With a shout, the stout man and Bai Lu exerted all their strength, and the coffin was pulled open 2/3 of the way, revealing the upper body of a woman clad in a long dress. The long dress indicated that the occupant of the coffin was indeed a female. As the coffin opened, a chilling wind swept through the tomb chamber. All the everlasting lights, save for the candle lamp, turned a ghostly green in an instant. The eerie green light cast a terrifying glow throughout the chamber, reminiscent of the netherworld. Despite the sweltering heat of over 40 degrees outside, the group felt a bone-chilling cold envelop them, as though they had been plunged into an ice cellar, sending shivers down their spines. "Stout brother, are we still opening it?" Bai Lu's expression grew increasingly terrified. Her voice began to tremble that moment. The portly man was also drenched in sweat, nervously swallowing as he glanced at Jiang Bai.as for Modi and the other two. They were utterly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. It was bizarre, truly too bizarre. The entire tomb was engulfed in an eerie atmosphere. The shadows on the walls were fervently flickering the candles. Goodness, people lighting candles while ghosts blow out the lights. Could it be that ghosts truly exist in this world? "I dread ghosts the most at T38. I am but a maiden, alone at home. Where is my domineering billionaire to keep me company? I am genuinely terrified. Lanterns, perhaps it is best not to open the coffin. I am Bei Pai Xiao Feng Feng. If it were me, I would immediately close the coffin and flee. All the lights have turned green. This is a sign of great misfortune. The tomb's owner is certainly no benevolent spirit. It is futile. Even if we close the coffin, the tomb owner will not spare Jiang Bai and his companions. With all the lights in the tomb turned green, it signifies that the tomb owner seeks to engage in a death struggle with them. Now, it is a matter of who possesses the superior strategy. The viewers in the live stream were filled with concern. Inside the tomb, the eerie atmosphere persisted. Suddenly, Jiang Bai emitted a chilling, sinister laugh. One hand pressed against the coffin lid. His gaze swept across the Changshang lights, settling on the portly man and his companion. As the saying goes, red light means stop, green light means go, and yellow light means wait a moment. Now that all the lights in the tomb have turned green, does this not signify the tomb owner's consent for us to open the coffin? Besides, do you truly believe that if we do not continue, the owner of this coffin will let us go? With a resounding crash, Jiang Bai flung the coffin lid aside, sending it crashing into the pool, revealing a female corpse within. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as pale as snow, lying in the coffin as if in a deep slumber, exuding an indescribable grace. The gust of cold wind swept through the tomb, seemingly due to Jiang Bai's actions. All the Chongqing lights returned to their normal hues. Even the dark shadows on the walls vanished with this chilling breeze, restoring the tomb to its former state. Raymond and the others remained vigilant, and upon witnessing the lights returning to their original colors without any apparent danger, they finally exhaled in relief and stepped forward to the coffin. Modi and his companions exchanged glances and also approached the coffin. Upon seeing the female corpse inside, the two men, aside from Modi, were instantly entranced, unable to restrain their baser instincts. They hastily removed their trousers and lunged toward the female corpse. "Guten Han," Xiao Ying remarked nonchalantly. Yet the solemnity etched upon her visage remained unabated. The tales surrounding the phenomenon of the uncorrupted bone are numerous in folklore, with opinions varying widely among the populace. Rarely has anyone encountered a genuine, uncorrupted bone. Those few Taoist masters who have choose to remain tight-lipped about it. The true prowess of the uncorrupted bone has perpetually eluded comprehension. Even in her grandfather's notes, there exists but a scant mention of the uncorrupted bone, with far more references to other mutated corpses that there is sage among us who could elucidate the nature of the uncorrupted bone. Is it truly formidable? How does it measure against Sun Wukong? Allow me to interject. Whether it be the drought demon or the uncorrupted bone, they are not as mythical as the legend suggests. I have witnessed the drought demon firsthand. I am my childhood. Our region frequently faced drought. During such times, the elders and youth of our village would confront the drought demon in hopes of eliciting rain from the heavens. I am a minor celestial master in a purple robe within our sect. There has long been a saying, a zombie every decade, an uncorrupted bone every century. The strength of the uncorrupted bone lies in its imperviousness to blades and fire. It is not as surreal as the myths portray. I am Nampai Isan Shu, under Imperial Edict. Long ago, my companions and I encountered an uncorrupted bone, though we were not as reckless as Jiang Xiaoga and his companions, who charged in headlong. However, I can state unequivocally that the uncorrupted bone is indeed powerful, yet not to the extent of the folklore's exaggerations. After all, many tales from the common folk are mere fabrications. Within the tomb, the clash between Jiang Bai and the mysterious woman continues. The combatants, one human and one corpse, move with increasing speed, executing multiple techniques in the blink of an so rapid are their movements that the onlookers struggle to discern them. With a resounding crash, sparks fly as the two are momentarily separated. Jiang Bai, gripping the dragon bone celestial blade, gazes at the opposing figure, the mysterious woman, and breaks into an unrestrained smile. He overhears the conversations of his companions, grasping the identity of the woman before him. However, he did not anticipate that she would turn out to be an uncorrupted bone. How intriguing! I must upgrade. No, I mean to exchange for double my physical prowess. Jiang Bai silently mused. The exchange for double physical strength requires 10,000 exploration points. The requisite points have been deducted. Current remaining exploration points, 1280. A surge of warmth courses through Jiang Bai's body, rapidly enhancing his physical capabilities, while his aura grows increasingly formidable. His smile becomes ever more radiant. What is he smiling about? Could it be that he's taken a fancy to that female zombie? Fatty remarked, perplexed. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed a murderous intent behind him, that he swiftly turned to find Han Xiaoying glaring at him with palpable hostility. My mouth. Fatty feigned ignorance, quickly redirecting his attention to the ongoing battle. The warmth surged faster in a mere moment. Jiang Bai's physical attributes doubled. He glanced at the system shop. What once required 10,000 exploration points to enhance physical prowess now demanded 20,000. Die. The mysterious woman lunged forward, brandishing her long sword once more. This time, fortune was not on her side. Chapter 84. 8 steeds traverse 30,000 miles daily. Why does King Mu not return? Die. The mysterious woman, sword in hand, charged like lightning, her blade glinting with lethal brilliance, aimed directly at Jiang Bai's vital points. In the face of this fierce assault, Jiang Bai appeared remarkably composed, showing no inclination to evade or retreat. Steadfastly he stood, gripping the dragon bone celestial blade. Just as the sword was about to pierce him, Jiang Bai swung his weapon with vigor, carving a brilliant arc through the air, imbued with boundless power and might. To meet the woman's sword, bang! The two weapons collided with a deafening crash, sending sparks flying. It is time to conclude this. Jiang Bai's arm erupted with tremendous force, propelling the mysterious woman back several paces. Then, he surged forward, leaping into the air, executing a full 360-degree spin before delivering a downward strike at the mysterious woman. She raised her sword to parry. A crisp sound echoed as the bronze sword was cleaved in two by the dragon bone celestial blade. Jiang Bai pressed his advantage, delivering another fierce slash that struck at the woman's neck. Just as he prepared to sever her head from her body, a hand intervened. It was the mysterious woman. Her left hand grasped the edge of the dragon bone celestial blade tightly, her murky gaze regaining a semblance of clarity as she looked at Jiang Bai and implored, "May I have a moment to speak with my lady before I perish?" Jiang Bai initially hesitated to acquiesce, but upon witnessing the newfound clarity in her eyes, devoid of the previous malevolence, he ultimately relented, retracting the dragon bone celestial blade and granting her request. "Thank you." The mysterious woman replied, a rigid smile gracing her lips. Her gaze drifted slowly across the tomb, and she faced a particular direction, kneeling with a thud, her voice hoarse as she called out, "My lady, I can no longer protect you. I must depart. The King Mu of Zhou has not honored his promise. He has not arrived as you always claimed. He was delayed by pressing matters. Yet what he truly cares about is immortality." With a swift motion, the dragon bone celestial blade sliced through. "Thank you," she murmured, glancing back at Jiang Bai before collapsing to the ground. Her head rolled into the pool of water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the mysterious woman, earning 4,000 exploration points. IT is all over. Jiang Bai gazed at the woman's lifeless body, retrieved her head from the water, and placed it back on her shoulders. A loyal and righteous individual deserves admiration. The mysterious woman had served the Queen Mother of the West for 4,000 years. She could indeed be deemed a paragon of loyalty. At last. "It is finished." Fatty and the others emerged from their hiding spots, hurrying to Jiang Bai's side. Even the tough Raymond felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing the mysterious woman's remains. In life, she was devoted. In death, she remained steadfast. The heart of the mysterious woman, filled with loyalty, is something we should all aspire to emulate. She devoted her life's tenderness to the Queen Mother of the West. Raymond remarked, bowing slightly to the mysterious woman's body. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Han Xiaoying asked, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Jiang Bai. She had witnessed the close calls when the woman's sword nearly struck him. "I am fine." Jiang Bai embraced her tightly. "You have grown stronger." Zhao Yunying, with a stern expression, brimmed with combativeness. "Yes, I leveled up just now. Oh dear, enough with the small talk. Let us see what lies within the coffin." Fatty exclaimed impatiently. Jiang Bai and Han Xiaoying approached the coffin and peered inside. There was nothing but a sealed parchment made of sheepskin. He retrieved the scroll, opened it for a glance, and handed it to Han Xiaoying, saying, "I cannot decipher the script." Han Xiaoying took the scroll and examined it, casting a curious look at Jiang Bai. "This scroll is addressed to you from the mysterious woman, Tiomi," Jiang Bai queried. Astonished, "Written for the young master? Could it be like the sculptor from Ping Mountain? She dreamt that you would come?" Fatty chimed in, his face full of curiosity. "Impossible. How could it be so mystical?" Lu Yan's expression was one of disbelief. To be precise, it is indeed meant for Jiang Bai, detailing the entire tale of the Queen Mother of the West and King Mu of Zhou's acquaintance that IT aligns with our previous understanding. They met atop Kunlun Mountain and spent 3 days together, reciting poetry and singing as if they were lovers. Upon parting, King Mu penned a Huangzhu song for the Queen Mother and pledged to return in 3 years. Yet, after that farewell, he never returned, leaving the Queen Mother to wait in solitude. The scroll further contained a mysterious woman's plea to future generations. She implored that if any descendants were to see this scroll, they should inquire of King Mu whether he ever truly loved the Queen Mother of the West. Once Han Xiaoying finished speaking, she looked up at Jiang Bai. Embracing her, Jiang Bai gazed at the mysterious woman's corpse. Reciting, the Queen Mother leans by the window, opening it wide. The Huangzhu song resonates, lamenting the earth. 8 steeds traverse 30,000 miles daily. Why does King Mu not return? Perhaps it is simply that he does not wish to return. The Queen Mother waited a lifetime for King Mu, and you two have unceasingly safeguarded her. Fatty, please ensure the mysterious woman receives a proper burial. All right, Fatty replied, stepping forward to lift the mysterious woman's body and head, placing them back into the coffin. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid was sealed. Everything reverted to its original state, save for the fact that the occupant within could never awaken again. Let us continue onward. Jiang Bai released Han Xiaoying and directed his gaze toward the spot where the mysterious woman had knelt. He knew the whereabouts of King Mu. Yet, at this moment, King Mu may have long forgotten the pact made long ago. The group of 9 pressed onward. With a rumble, perhaps due to the mysterious woman's spirit in the heavens, the wall ahead slowly opened, revealing a dark passageway. "Don't leave. Please, don't leave me behind. I do not wish to perish here." As Morty observed Jiang Bai and his companions preparing to depart, he hastily pursued them. Jiang Bai turned his head, regarding Morty with a frigid stare. "You shall remain here. Your clandestine entry into our nation to plunder tombs constitutes a violation of our criminal law. In due course, we shall escort you to the relevant authorities. Indeed, do ensure that I am returned to them. Morty replied, his demeanor frantic at the prospect of still being able to leave. It was terrifying. This place was utterly horrifying. The bizarre traps, venomous serpents, and the corpses that could still speak after millennia made it unbearable. He would rather serve time in prison than linger here, as long as he could escape this dreadful locale. He was confident that his homeland's resources would facilitate his return. Once back in his own country, perhaps he would face no repercussions at all. Jiang Bai, discerning Morty's thoughts, smirked subtly, a chilling smile creeping upon his lips. You wish to return alive? Not a chance. I remember well that a serpent matriarch lurks within the tomb. Chapter 85. Coexistence of Man and Serpent. Morty stood at the mouth of the passage, watching Jiang Bai and his group step inside. Hesitating indecisively, he yearned to follow them. Yet fear gripped him. He was uncertain of what lay beyond the passage. What if further dangers awaited? All his companions had perished, leaving him without anyone to clear the way. However, if he chose not to enter, Morty cast a glance at the coffin of Xian Nu, recalling the earlier encounter with a wildfowl's neck. Gritting his teeth before ultimately resolving to remain in place, he could not believe that Jiang Bai's group would not emerge again. Inside the passage, darkness enveloped them. Visibility was non-existent, and the silence was broken only by the echo of footsteps. Jiang Bai and his companions wielded flashlights, their brilliant beams illuminating the surroundings. The corridor was straight, its walls smooth and pristine, clearly the work of skilled artisans. The walls were adorned with exquisite murals depicting various scenes of people, events, and objects, all rendered with lifelike detail. These murals chronicled the life of the West Queen Mother, showcasing her battles across the Western lands and her feasts with foreign guests. Han Xiaoying examined the murals closely and murmured, "Wait, what is this?" Suddenly, Ollie, who led the group, halted, the flashlight illuminating a particular mural, prompting a gasp of astonishment. The others quickly gathered around. The mural portrayed a woman, distinct from ordinary women, as her upper body was human, while her lower half was a serpent's tail. She was unclothed, her form exhibiting exquisite curves, exuding an alluring aura, a human head with a serpent's body. "This can only be Nuwa," exclaimed the stout man without a second thought. The group rolled their eyes in response. Bailu corrected him, "Brother Fat, while it's true that Nuwa possesses a human head and serpent body, we are in the tomb of the West Queen Mother. How could her likeness appear here? Moreover, the aura this woman radiates is far too seductive. She clearly does not resemble a virtuous being, thus cannot be Nuwa." Han Xiaoying nodded in agreement. Bailu is correct. This is not Nuwa, but rather resembles an experimental subject. Little Zhu interjected unexpectedly, an experimental subject of symbiosis. Everyone turned their gaze towards her. Holding her flashlight upon the woman, Little Zhu's expression turned grave. This is a symbiotic experiment conducted by the West Queen Mother. 5 years ago, I overheard my master speak of it. He mentioned that she indeed possessed the secret to immortality, but comes with significant drawbacks. It necessitates a symbiosis with a serpent, merging human and serpent bodies to attain the desire for eternal life. To coexist means to achieve immortality. The stout man and others scrutinized the woman depicted in the mural, their astonishment deepening. They struggled to fathom how a human body could coexist with a serpent. This defied logic and exceeded their comprehension. Could blood be compatible? Could organs match? Even if compatibility were achieved, would the individual speak the language of serpents or that of humans? Yet, despite the implausibility of the notion of human-serpent symbiosis, the stout man and others refrained from dissent. After all, if Zongzi had emerged, what was one more fusion of human and serpent? So, does this mean the West Queen Mother has become a human-headed serpent? The stout man inquired curiously. Jiang Bai scoffed dismissively, shaking his head. No. While symbiosis can prolong human life, its disadvantages are immense. It leads to a subconscious transformation into a serpent. Eventually, one can no longer distinguish between human and serpent. And the terrifying reality is that over time, human characteristics diminish, culminating in a complete metamorphosis into a true serpent. Brother Fat, I presume you would not wish to become a serpent, would you? Jiang Bai suddenly posed a question to the stout man. The mere thought of transforming into a large serpent, writhing on the ground, sent a shiver down the stout man's spine, prompting him to exclaim, "No way. I'm fine with playing with snakes, but turning into one is absolutely out of the question." "Let us proceed and see what lies ahead," Jiangbai said, patting the stout man's shoulder. The group of 9 continued onward. As Jiangbai had predicted, the subsequent murals illustrated the experimental process. The woman transitioned from standing to lying down, her pupils morphing into vertical slits akin to a serpent's. Soon thereafter, her tongue began to fork, and eventually, her entire body was covered in serpentine scales by the end. Aside from her head, the woman bore no distinction from an actual serpent. As the group progressed, the walls revealed the entirety of the experiment's cruel methodology, that a girl in her developmental years was bound at her legs, subjected to a secret technique that fused her lower half with that of serpent. Over time, her legs would lose all mobility, forcing her to slither like a serpent upon the ground. Furthermore, the serpent's genes would infiltrate the girl's body and mind, leading her to subconsciously identify as a serpent. As they examined the mural detailing the experimental process, Raymond and the others found themselves at a loss for words. The brutality of the experiments was overwhelming. Each subject was a life. They had been bound and fused with serpents from a young age, with the best outcome being their transformation into a serpent, thus becoming suitable subjects for observation. Those unable to endure the experiments faced a singular fate: death. "What is that?" Just then, as the group scrutinized the mural, Raymond noticed a shadow darting above them that he quickly directed his flashlight upward. But the space was empty. Nothing was there. "Did you see anything just now, little brother?" Raymond asked, warily scanning the surroundings, just as Jiangbai was about to respond. A shadow flitted through the passage ahead. "Follow me," he commanded, not pausing for further explanation as he swiftly pursued the shadow. The others hurried to keep up. The shadow moved with remarkable speed, and by the time Jiangbai reached the front of the passage, it had vanished, replaced by a tomb chamber. The structure of the tomb was simplistic, the floor laid with stone slabs, and at its center stood a massive high platform, with 4 sets of stairs leading in the cardinal directions. Each stairway was divided into 49 levels, all intricately inscribed with dense runes corresponding to the 4 grand doors. The walls of the tomb were similarly adorned with a plethora of peculiar symbols and designs, some resembling ancient scripts, while others were abstract lines and forms. In the corners of the tomb lay various strange artifacts, resembling ancient musical instruments or ritualistic items. An eerie atmosphere permeated the chamber, sending shivers down the spine. The 4 staircases aligned with the 4 doors, and each staircase contained 49 levels, mirroring the celestial hierarchy. The West Queen Mother designed her tomb in such a manner. It is evident that her aspirations were grand, Han Xiaoying observed as she surveyed the chamber. Chapter 86. Jiangbai's intent to explore next door. "What do you mean by that?" Raymond furrowed his brow, gripping his firearm tightly, his gaze sharp and vigilant as he scanned the area. Han Xiaoying extended her index finger towards the stairs ahead. "Ray team, observe the orientation of these 4 staircases. They correspond precisely to the 4 cardinal directions. Furthermore, each staircase is preceded by a passage leading here. If my memory serves me correctly, this formation is referred to as the 4 directions gathering. That symbolizes the West Queen Mother's dominion over the 4 corners of the earth, representing her supreme authority over the nations. Additionally, have you noticed that each staircase comprises 49 levels? According to ancient texts, there are 50 paths to the Great Way, and the heavenly path comprises 49, with 1 omitted for vitality. The West Queen Mother deliberately designed the stairs to consist of 49 levels. Her intent is unmistakable. She seeks to align herself with the heavens, aligning with the heavens. The gathered individuals gasped in astonishment. The heavens, whether in mythological tales or folk legends, are revered as the ultimate existence, commonly referred to as old heaven among the populace. In mythological narratives, numerous figures represent the heavens, with varying interpretations across stories. Some deem it the vast sky, others the Jade Emperor, and still others perceive it as the principles of the universe. Regardless of their celestial nature, let us ascend the platform and investigate," the stout man declared, shouldering his backpack as he moved towards the stairs. "Be cautious, Brother Fat," Jiangbai solemnly reminded everyone. Rest assured, the plump man, brimming with confidence, patted his chest, and strode towards the steps. Upon stepping onto the first stair, his pace faltered for a moment as he ensured there was no danger around before continuing upward. The sound of his footsteps echoed eerily in the silent tomb, the only noise being the thud of his feet against the steps. Everyone remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Just as the plump man ascended several steps, Ali suddenly turned pale, pointing towards the platform above and quivering as he exclaimed, "Fatty, don't go up any further. You need to see, there's someone on the platform. Someone?" The crowd looked on in confusion, following Ali's pointing finger and indeed spotting a vague silhouette seated upon the platform. Due to the distance and dim lighting, the figure appeared quite nebulous, seemingly merging with the surrounding environment. It was difficult to discern without close scrutiny. Whoosh! Upon catching sight of the figure, Zhao Yuning's eyes flickered with alertness. And without hesitation, she brandished her spear and dashed towards the steps like a swift wind. Yet, there was one person quicker than her. In a flash, Jiang Bai moved like a specter, swiftly leaping over the stairs in a few strides until he stood before the shadow. As he approached, he discerned the form more clearly. The figure was that of a middle-aged woman adorned in golden brocade, her head crowned with a regal headdress. She sat gracefully in the center of the platform, her eyes tightly shut, her expression tranquil as though she were in slumber. Who is this? Is it the Queen Mother of the West? The plump man jogged over, scrutinizing the Queen Mother before his gaze landed on a piece of white jade pendant resting before her, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Jiang Bai nodded, directing his attention to the stone tablet behind the Queen Mother. The tablet was devoid of any inscriptions, leaving no information behind. My goodness, it truly is the Queen Mother. The plump man exclaimed, seizing the opportunity while the spirit ball was distracted to swiftly pocket the pendant. He then impulsively pinched the Queen Mother's cheek, noting its softness, its buoyancy, and warmth. Goodness, she still has warmth. The moment he touched her face, the plump man was startled, quickly retracting his hand. Zhao Yuning regarded the plump man with an expression of incredulity, and Jiang Bai mirrored her surprise. Who would dare to pinch the Queen Mother's face? In all of history, perhaps only this plump man would have such audacity. Truly bold as a tiger, one might call him Fat Tiger. Unfazed by their glances, the plump man beckoned. "Hey, come quick and give it a pinch. The Queen Mother is still alive." "Is that so?" Jiang Bai, now piqued with curiosity, crouched down to reach for the Queen Mother's face just as a thunderous rumble resonated through the air. The entire platform began to shake violently. Before anyone could react, dozens of human-headed serpent-bodied experiments crawled out from the corresponding passageways of the steps. These monsters brandished spears, their pupils vertical like a snake's, glimmering with a chilling light. Hiss! Eerie hissing sounds filled the air as one after another. The experiments flicked their long serpentine tongues. Their numbers swelled, estimating at least 100. Upon spotting Jiang Bai and the others, they surged towards them like a tide. "Quick! Hurry up the platform," Raymond shouted, leading Han Xiaoying and the others to dash toward the platform. Joining Jiang Bai's trio. Hiss! The experiments emerged from all directions, writhing and slithering up the platform with agility. "Come on, my little darlings." The plump man's eyes glinted with menace as he drew a compact submachine gun from behind, aiming it at the foremost experiment and decisively pulling the trigger. Facing the onslaught of hundreds of experiments, the plump man showed no signs of retreat. Bai Lu and Lu Yin also drew their handguns. Bang! Bang! With two sharp gunshots, the first two experiments were struck in the head, blood splattering as they collapsed to the ground. However, the remaining experiments did not falter in their advance. Instead, they surged forward with even greater frenzy toward Jiang Bai and his companions. Zhao Yuning's spear carved sparks from the ground as she lunged at the experiments like a cheetah. Her spear was ravenous for battle. Jiang Bai moved swiftly as well, his figure flickering as he found himself before an experiment. With a flash of his blade, he severed both the spear and the head of the creature in one swift motion. The headless corpse fell, crimson blood flowing along the ornate patterns of the platform. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a human-snake hybrid, earning 100 exploration points. 100 exploration points. Jiang Bai felt a surge of joy, glancing at Zhao Yuning, who was fiercely dispatching her foes, urgency coursing through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the fray of experiments, Look, that man is rushing again. All mine, it's all mine. Jiang Bai's blade fell relentlessly, no experiment able to withstand his strikes. He moved like a killing machine, weaving through the masses of creatures. During the slaughter, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Yunying, who was also dispatching her enemies at an alarming rate. Wherever her spear passed, bodies fell. Ms. Zhao, can't you leave some for me? Why don't you take a break? Have a drink? Jiang Bai inquired, his tone almost pleading. With each experiment Zhao Yunying killed, he lost 100 exploration points. He wished fervently that she were a liability, cowering behind others, trembling and whining. Damn it, who brought Zhao Yunying into the expedition team? With a thought he lamented, since Jiang is here, why is Yun around? She ought to be in the next room. Chapter 87. How about marrying the Queen Mother? Zhao Yunying paid no heed to Jiang Bai, her spear dancing like lightning, each swing imbued with lethal intent, claiming yet another experiment. Her speed was breathtaking, as shadows of her spear sliced through the air. Experiments fell into pools of blood. Although her strength did not match Jiang Bai's, she was formidable enough for these experiments. In that moment, Zhao Yunying unleashed her long-suppressed desire for battle, reveling in the ecstasy of slaughter. Damn it! Who recruited Zhao Yunying? The faster Zhao Yunying fought, the more bitter Jiang Bai's heart became. As if he had lost a fortune, he was compelled to hasten his own kills. The two of them, as if in a realm devoid of others, plunged into a frenzy of slaughter. Limbs and blood, the scene unfolded upon the platform. Gradually, the platform became a mountain of corpses, blood streaming down like rivers. The tomb was suffused with a thick, nauseating scent of blood. The plump man and Raymond, initially on high alert with their weapons drawn, exchanged glances of shock and horror as they witnessed the carnage. They had previously experienced a similar scene in the Bottle Mountains Urn City, but this time was far more shocking: slaughter. What lay before them was not mere combat, but an unbridled massacre, blatant slaughter. To Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying, these experiments resembled nothing more than mere game chickens. Bai Lu and Lu Yan were rendered speechless with astonishment. Goodness, I truly can't handle this, that I feel faint at the sight of blood. Such a bloody scene. Was it appropriate for me to witness? I ought to report this. Such horrific imagery is unsuitable for children and detrimental to their mental well-being that I urge the authorities to shut down this live stream. As a concerned parent, the parent of the giant baby upstairs, although our lives are stable, it does not imply the world is as well if your child cannot bear the sight of blood. How will they stand in society when they grow up? Will they rely on whining and crying for help? I find the upstairs argument quite reasonable, although I too feel this scene is rather gruesome. Yet for some reason, I feel an exhilarating rush, unable to control the urge to join the fray. Noble lords, why not wield the sword and reclaim the 50 states, brothers of the mountains and rivers? Follow me. As Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying continued their slaughter, the live-stream chat erupted once more down the platform. The plump man observed their relentless killing spree and sighed deeply, finding the scene tedious. He simply plopped down onto the ground to rest. Behind them, Ollie gazed intently at Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying's silhouettes, his wariness intensifying. Time passed minute by minute. A few minutes later, as the last experiment was vanquished, the two finally paused. Jiang Bai was splattered with blood from the experiments he had slain, that he paid no mind to cleaning himself, eagerly checking the exploration points he had acquired. 300 points, a staggering 7,300 points. What did this signify? It meant he had slain a total of 73 experiments. With a chuckle, Jiang Bai gazed at the astonishing figure, his laughter resonating with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. His smile, juxtaposed against the blood staining his visage, exuded an unsettling aura, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. Little brother, do you think he's gone mad with bloodlust? Why is he laughing so joyously? The plump man tugged at Han Xiaoying's sleeve, his voice barely a whisper, as if fearing that his words might draw Jiang Bai's attention. Han Xiaoying, undeterred by the plump man's inquiry, produced 2 wet wipes and approached Zhao Yunying and Jiang Bai. Clean the blood off, she instructed. Thank you, Zhao Yunying replied, accepting the wipes. And no need for gratitude. Han Xiaoying smiled, then moved to Jiang Bai, offering him a wipe. Wipe your face, It's covered in blood. As she spoke, Han Xiaoying took the initiative to clean Jiang Bai's face. He did not refuse her assistance. Afterward, he led Han Xiaoying back to the serene figure of the West Queen Mother. Observing her peaceful slumber, he couldn't help but acknowledge the remarkable quality of her sleep. The ruckus had not disturbed her at all. Moreover, though the West Queen Mother bore the appearance of a middle-aged woman, she retained an undeniable charm. Say, if the West Queen Mother truly is alive, could we take her back and marry her? The plump man suddenly pondered aloud. A collective pause ensued as everyone present turned to him with bewildered expressions. What a peculiar notion, to marry the West Queen Mother. Was he truly daring enough to entertain such a thought? The idea struck the group, conjuring images of hundreds of elderly men kneeling at a wedding ceremony. Exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to our great matriarch," wishing our illustrious matriarch a joyous marriage. The mere thought rendered their gazes toward the plump man even more complex, and awkward silence enveloped them. I was just speaking whimsically," the plump man stammered, sensing the odd looks directed at him. Scratching the back of his head, "I don't see why it couldn't be possible." "Why not ask the West Queen Mother if she agrees?" Jiang Bai patted the plump man's shoulder and playfully pinched the West Queen Mother's cheek, becoming the second to do so. Just as the plump man had suggested, the West Queen Mother's skin was soft and warm. Goodness, what an audacious thought! The plump man, embodying his nickname of Wild King, certainly lived up to it, even contemplating marriage to the West Queen Mother. Indeed, for Wang Pengzi, once he stepped out his home, he was in the wild. King Mu of Zhou would weep. Who would have imagined that 2,800 years after his demise, someone would still be thinking of placing a green hat upon him? Wait, where did this green hat come from? I was merely jesting. The plump man awkwardly laughed. All right, let us get back to serious matters. Have you all noticed that the blood of these test subjects flows in an unusual direction? Han Xiaoying scrutinized the blood pooling on the platform, furrowing her brow. Is something amiss? Upon hearing her words, the others followed her gaze. The platform was drenched in blood, each droplet flowing toward a singular direction. As the blood coursed, intricate patterns began to emerge on the platform's surface. These lines crisscrossed and densely populated the platform, resembling a mysterious design. What is this pattern? Does anyone recognize it? Raymond inquired, glancing at Jiang Bai, Han Xiaoying, and the plump man, his brow furrowed in confusion. Jiang Bai was the first to shake his head, indicating his ignorance. Being a martial arts student, he was almost entirely unfamiliar with the culture of the Western regions. I can't make heads or tails of it either, the plump man admitted, equally perplexed. After a moment of reflection, Han Xiaoying spoke. This platform is simply too vast. We cannot discern the entire pattern from our vantage point unless we look up at the ceiling of the tomb. The group followed her gaze, noting that the tomb was hollowed out from the mountainside, with the ceiling soaring dozens of meters high. You mean we should view it from above? Jiang Bai deduced her intentions. Han Xiaoying nodded affirmatively. All right, wait for me. Jiang Bai surveyed the surrounding walls, then sprinted toward one of them. Upon reaching it, he leapt several meters high, grasping a protruding rock with precision, swiftly climbing toward the upper expanse of the tomb. Chapter 88. The West Queen Mother has disappeared. Jiang Bai scaled the wall with remarkable agility. Akin to a nimble monkey, he clung tightly to the jutting rocks, ascending to a height of several dozen meters above the tomb. With one hand firmly gripping a stone, he peered down, witnessing the blood's flow coalesce into the form of a gigantic bird. The direction of the blood mirrored the placement of the bird's eyes. A bird? Eyes? Jiang Bai deliberated internally for a moment before calling down. Raymond, the pattern on the platform resembles a great bird, seemingly a Qingwan. Suddenly, he noticed an anomaly. The eyes of the Qingwan appeared to come alive, animated by the blood nourishing them. Furthermore, an intense warmth radiated from the tattoo on his chest, more fervent than he had ever felt before, indicating that something formidable was about to emerge. Raymond, plump man. Run! We need to vacate that platform immediately, Jiang Bai shouted, descending the wall with astonishing speed. His words echoed, but the plump man and the others stood frozen in place. Leave. We must depart from the platform. Jiang Bai's voice grew louder on the platform. The plump man surveyed his surroundings. Noticing Jiang Bai swiftly descending, he called out, Little brother, what did you see up there? What did you discover? he shouted thrice without receiving a reply. Ignoring me, are you? The plump man scratched his head helplessly and nudged Raymond. Raymond, could you ask little brother what he saw up there? What did you say? Raymond inquired, opening his mouth. I said, could you ask little brother what he saw? The plump man reiterated loudly. Huh. What did you say? Speak up. Raymond yelled back that no. What on earth is happening here? The plump man felt increasingly bewildered as Raymond merely gaped. Han Xiaoying tugged at the plump man, gesturing at her ear and then pointing to her mouth. Little brother, are you suggesting we can't hear each other? The plump man attempted to clarify. Han Xiaoying nodded. That can't be right if we can't hear each other. How do you know what I'm saying? The plump man was perplexed. Han Xiaoying gestured. I can read lips. Let us leave the platform first. Oh, understood. This time the plump man comprehended, glancing toward Zhang Bai, who was waving at them. Let us go. Han Xiaoying signaled to Raymond and the others. The group of 8 swiftly dashed off the platform. Clang. Just as they had taken a few steps, a deafening bird call erupted unexpectedly within the tomb. The sound detonated in their ears like a bomb, a powerful sonic wave assaulting their brains, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Instinctively, they covered their ears, yet the piercing noise penetrated through their fingers. Crackle, crackle, at that moment. The platform began to spin violently, producing a cacophony of sound. As the platform revolved, a massive red Qinghuan gradually emerged in the air above it. The bird was vividly lifelike, as though it had come to life. Its feathers were strikingly bright, and its wings spanned several dozen meters. Even more astonishing was its cold, regal gaze, surveying Raymond and his companions from a lofty vantage. What in the world is happening? Ollie shouted, clutching his ears, his face a mix of confusion and terror. And O1 responded to his query. Amidst the sonic boom and the platform's violent rotation, they felt a wave of intense nausea wash over them. Their bodies swayed unsteadily as they struggled to maintain their balance to avoid collapsing. Clang. The Qinghuan let out a resounding cry, and a roar from an unknown creature reverberated, seemingly in response to the Qinghuan. The bird cast a glance at Raymond and his group, its colossal form dissolving into red powder that dispersed throughout the tomb. The platform gradually ceased its rotation, wisps of white smoke emerging from its crevices. The group fought against their nausea to steady themselves. I think I can hear something. The plump man exclaimed joyfully as faint sounds reached his ears. That I think I can hear it too. Bai Lu echoed, her voice filled with delight, though she felt a wave of nausea rising within her. What just happened? How did that colossal bird come to be? Xiao Zhu asked, her heart still racing with trepidation. Han Xiaoying was about to respond when, all of a sudden, a cloud of white smoke invaded her nostrils, causing her to feel a sudden wave of dizziness and pressure in her eyes. Shaking her head to dispel the discomfort, she glanced down at the platform from which the white smoke was billowing and urgently shouted, "This is bad. The smoke is toxic. Everyone, put on your gas masks immediately." Toxic? The crowd gasped in alarm. Swiftly, they rummaged through their backpacks, retrieving gas masks and donning them over their faces. The white smoke continued to pour forth from the platform, quickly enveloping the entire area and wafting into the tomb chamber. At that moment, a beam of light descended from above, illuminating the blank stone tablet. Ollie cast a glance towards the tablet, and his expression turned ghostly pale as he trembled, exclaiming, "Look, the Queen Mother of the West has vanished." The crowd followed Ollie's gaze, and indeed, the spot where the Queen Mother of the West had been seated was now empty. The Queen Mother of the West was missing. Please leave a good review. We seek encouragement for updates. Here is a picture for you. Remember your beloved? Don't forget to rate us well. Otherwise, we might retract it. Female Demon, your beloved. Chapter 89, A False Alarm. Where is she? The group stared at the empty stone tablet. Their alertness heightened to the utmost. She can't really be dead, can she? Lu Yin stammered, her eyes darting in fear around the surroundings. She felt an unsettling sensation, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on her from behind. No, it can't be. Over 4,000 years have passed. How could the Queen Mother of the West still be alive? Could it be that she is transformed into a giant rice dumpling? Bai Lu interjected, shining her flashlight on the stone tablet, which reflected a glimmer of light. Impossible. The Queen Mother of the West could never become a rice dumpling. She is still alive. She must be. Xiao Zhu quivered. her tone imbued with a hint of resolve that, is she truly still alive? Lu Yin and Bai Lu felt a chill race down their spines. The visible is not frightening. It is the unseen that evokes true terror. If the Queen Mother of the West is indeed alive and departed unnoticed, then Lu Yin and Bai Lu dared not continue their thoughts. Fatty, when you pinched the Queen Mother's cheek earlier, were you certain her body still had warmth? Raymond's expression was grave. Without hesitation, the fatty nodded. Indeed, her body was warm, and even her skin felt similar to that of an ordinary person. A shiver ran down the spines of the group. Could it be that she truly is alive? Han Xiaoying's brows knitted tightly in concern. What has transpired? Jiang Bai approached through the smoke, holding a flashlight. Xiao Xiao, the Queen Mother of the West has disappeared, Bai Lu said in a panic. Huh. Jiang Bai quickly turned to look at the stone tablet. Sure enough, the body of the Queen Mother was nowhere to be found. He scanned the surroundings, but the entire platform was shrouded in white smoke, visibility reduced to less than a meter. Never mind. You all need to leave this place at once. Feeling the increasing heat from the laissez tattoo on his chest, Jiang Bai spoke with utmost seriousness. Understood. The group nodded and began to flee down the platform. Just as they had taken only a few steps, a shadow darted past, and a figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. It was none other than the Queen Mother of the West. What the hell? The fatty, walking at the forefront, was so startled that he nearly dropped his flashlight. It's the Queen Mother of the West. Xiao Zhu felt a chill run through her. Damn it, you gave me quite a scare.